All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to yet another co-stream, day 2 of the Xi'an Regional Open. We got our top 64 coming up. 2 minutes left on the clock, and we get in there. I got Vero with me once again. How's everybody doing today? How you doing, Vero?
I am doing all right. I am just playing some Riftbound, finishing up the game as we're starting. Just, testing some psychotic stuff as usual and ready to see what China's been doing.
Yeah,
And
the
if they
classic.
got anything cool.
I mean, they had cool stuff yesterday. They got even you trying some new whack stuff. Good old
Yeah.
blighted battle axe that we saw with the Jin. I thought the card was super fake, right? Like I was like, looks like one of the worst cards in the set. And I have to admit it did impress me in the Darius match that we saw yesterday, where I think the might break point of 8 being pretty ridiculous in some of the points in that game, and just like being able to use that repeatedly to just get over just about everything. Usually I would have just felt that a BF sword would be enough. But very specifically, we had a moment in that game against Aurelia where 8 would have been the exact amount of might that Aurelia could get to by playing an Aurelia out and then playing the discipline and readying her and sending her in. And so if it had been a BF sword on the Jin instead of a blighted axe, then he just gets run over and dies, and the Aurelia is like probably in a very good position in the game. So kind of weird. But it does kind of work, and there are like a decent amount of situations where you do need to pump to like very large might totals in the current metagame. I think the major downside, though, that we didn't see in that game because it's like against Aurelia is just how much stun is in the format, and that probably is a pretty big issue for the battle axe. But it's still got some cool stuff.
From going over that guy's list, I mean, it was late yesterday. I was half delirious for like the last 2 or 3 rounds, but remembering most of the cards that he played and then reconfiguring my own list and such. Yeah, the 8 matters a lot. I mean, it's actually kind of very basic, and like we're all kind of stupid for missing it, because when you just think about it, it's like an Aurelia is 4. If it untaps in your turn, it's 5, and if you cast like any normal spell on it, it goes to 8.
It's 8.
It's just what it does, whether you accelerate or not, right?
Exactly.
And so it's just kind of like, yeah, the difference between 7 and 8 like comes up quite a bit. And then obviously if an Aurelia is trading, you're super happy. So, and then getting 2 cards out of them on offense is how you whittle them down. And obviously the 4 might goes back into your backline because it's an equipment, right? So you get to reuse it, number 1. While the stuns are there, we definitely saw them in his hand one time. We might not have seen any games come down to it, but the death grip helps a lot.
That's true. Yeah, death grip dodges it.
Cascade the might in weird ways. Both bringing the 8 over and then re-equipping the axe. Like I definitely like went in for 15 on a LeBlanc's like board for 14, lived with like an 8/8, and then like death gripped it back to my Noxious Hopeful in the base, and then re-equipped, and like then he was 16 and I ran over the other LeBlanc for 14, and I just like won the game with like 3 units.
Yeah, I mean, grip is already crazy, like with any equipment, and this is just the biggest equipment is all it really is, right? Like you're right. I think at the end of the day, we are kind of stupid for not thinking about like how impactful 8 is immediately
like,
it's in this
the normal
like it is
Aurelia
the
thing.
most normal number that Aurelia does, that actually like you just want to be taller than.
Smaller than
exactly, yeah. And
like,
you
can almost never be.
and you want to match that number or be better, because you want Aurelia to have to spend more than 1 card, because when she starts having to do that, then when you get to swing back in, it's like, we have to remember that this deck still is only able to run like 9 buffs, realistically, right? Like it's like 3 on guard, 3 discipline, 3 defiant dance,
right?
Yeah, and defiant dance, obviously that's gonna break. Yeah, that's gonna get
Yeah. So that's great.
But it's like, yeah. So if you can force 2 of them, it's not like they're gonna draw all 9. They shouldn't. If they do, you lost. But yeah, exactly.
When the first one's normally discipline, you're just like, oh, it's not even like a real card. It's like fake, right? Because it replaces itself. And then God forbid they have like buffs that are not discipline, and it's just like. And then obviously, yes, if they need 1 card to answer it, it's exactly Defiant Dance, like no doubt about that one. But you're getting a Defiant Dance.
Yeah, you get 1 out, and then you still have the axe, right? It's like you've gotten the Defiant Dance. Yeah, so it actually was like a very cool way.
Sure. On the Jin itself, I was like the other like kind of like part in between it because like it has the flex, so it's easy to tap out and play it generally. It moves and pays for the battle axe itself. It has ganking, so it's like defend for 8. Oh, you don't want to deal with me? I'm going to attack for 8. That's all good. Playing 3 of those and 3 Kaises. I don't know the exact numbers that a player
Yeah.
was playing, but if you're playing like 3 Kaises, because there was Kaiser in that list, and then 3 of those, and then 2 or 3 battle axes, it's like, 9 cards that all cost 4 that other than like Kaisa, none of them kind of affect the board. I mean, like the battle axe does can affect the board immediately. But they don't really have like accelerate or anything. Kaisa, you have to pay a whole extra rune to get 4 accelerate. It's like kind of underrate. It's not like the greatest thing. I mean, the rate comes in the fact that you draw a card usually, but when it comes to specifically breaking boards, paying 5 for 4 accelerate, it's like pretty underrate and not great. That being said, the battle axe does come in and pays for itself, unlike BF sword. Like yes, BF sword you can play it for 4 and pay the yellow rune, and it's like the same thing. But with this card, if you're always playing it for 4 with the Legion of Darius, you just tap it and move the red away, and you pay a power all the same, and the extra energy you paid just came from your leader ability. So it's like kind of free to just play that over BF sword, especially if you're already playing things like Red Seal and Falling Star, and you're like in an 8-4 type of list.
That's true.
It just, feels a little safer, and you can save your yellows for exactly Call of the Week, Hidden Blade, Vi, cards like that, as opposed to trying to piecemeal. You cascade a BF sword one turn because you think it was the right play, and then you draw your Vi and stuff the next turn, and you're like, oh shit. So.
All right, we've got our top 64. I believe Randy ended up getting knocked out at the very end. Rico off his win in Sydney in the top 64 of this one as well. We've got Ace still alive there in the mix. Parzival, who was on the XP making it to the top 64. Yep. We saw him yesterday. So this was the breakdown from yesterday. Most played was Aurelia, then Master Yi, then Diana. I'm curious if they'll have the our breakdown for this top 64 coming up right now, or if we're gonna have to wait on that. But no, looks like we got it. All right, cool.
So there we go.
So Aurelia is the most. That makes sense. Then Yi, then LeBlanc having a good performance. Diana falling off a cliff. Only 4 copies making it through.
Wait, so what are these numbers?
These are how many copies in the top 64?
No, surely not, right? There's not 69 copies in the top 64, or I'm seeing it. Sorry, I was the screen behind. I'm dumb. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm dumb.
No,
yes, this makes
all
good.
We're
Continue. Sorry.
We're here. Yep. There's gonna be some more one-ofs that made it because we know an XPE is in, but yeah, 2 Darius. We have the Azir, Ezreal, and Diana even though there were infinite. There was like 3x the amount of Dianas as Ezreal's, but they're even on who made it. And then we have a Vi in the top 64, a single Draven, single Victor. Set was actually pretty high on the amount of copies in the tournament, but only going to be a single copy remaining. Yeah, okay.
2 Darius, 2 Vex, 3 Fioras, some Kha'Zix. Draven made it, yeah. So interesting stuff. Vi obviously kind of doing that same thing we were kind of just like extrapolating on with Darius, where you play Jins, you play Blighted Battle Axe, and or BF Sword, whichever one you decide to play. And, Vi is kind of all the same. Vi, you can afford to have more yellows, but the same concept. You're using Jin for both ganking, deflect, movement, making energy to both get a head-on curve and paying for your equips. So that's all really cool. Vi kind of doing a similar thing in the red-yellow avenue, as we see an Aurora Poppy is either a deck they're highlighting or a deck that we're about to.
I think they're probably just highlighting it. Sometimes this is the deck that we're about to watch. Sometimes it is just like this top 8'd last week, right? So maybe they're like, oh, Poppy is not as prevalent as last week or whatever. Like, want to talk about this. So they have their little segments sometimes on just a deck they want to feature. Occasionally ends up being the one that they play. But.
Yeah.
Time to unban Vanquisher? Yeah, let's do it. I'm down.
Yeah. This looks like
just bring it all back. Bring it all back.
We've had variations of this using Shadow's Call alongside the Forge of the Future. It's a little somewhat inconsistent. You can also use it with Poppy alongside Sacrifice. So it's you don't like to give away your Poppy, but if you need Aurora, you need it. I found that version's a little better if you also play like guards in 1 or 2 copies. It's like a decent going second play, and it gives you some more fodder to Shadow's Call. But all things being equal, having Forge into Shadow's Call is really strong. Even if you have to Poppy and you don't hit Sacrifice, like Shadow's calling your Poppy after you clean up some units, and you're just kind of like, okay, I need to hit Aurora. This Poppy's not going to win me the game. Just cast the Shadow's Call, and then Ruination and DJ are kind of just different ways to reset the board. You have Aurora, you're doing things. DJ is pretty good. Inversely, you don't have Aurora yet. Other things are happening. Ruination's good for that reason as well. So pretty standard list on 9 units, which I think is a little high, but
yeah, you know what's interesting? I feel like the most common I've seen with Poppy is 9 units, but that's like just I feel like the masses assumption of Poppy in the yellow decks where they play the 3 Harness Dragons. I think it's hard to get away from Harness Dragon, but considering like just how much you want to hit the Elder, like it feels like you have to get away from some amount of Harness Dragons.
Yeah, I think like originally when we put out our Poppy guide like almost 3 months ago when we were still in set 2, I like did a whole week of just like putting in Poppy work, figuring out all the stuff. And there was like the nicety of like, oh, you could play some. I even like had 2 different versions, like a more Auroralist and a more not. It's like, oh, you know, you could play some Harness Dragons, and maybe like a Gentle Gem Dragon, maybe the Herald of Scales too. And like there's normal games where you can like just play some Rift Heralds and you scam out the Elder Dragon or you scam out Harness Dragons and it's a good mid range. And then sometimes you flip an Aurora into a Harness Dragon and it's good enough. And like some of these things are true. You can do that. But I do think with the inclusion of the Forges of the Future, you essentially have your own mini last rites, and just the fact that it's an Elder Dragon like kind of war. And if you're playing a deck that's trying to counter you, they're going to be really, 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 really fast. So you don't have the opportunity to hit a Harness Dragon or Herald. You just need the Elder Dragon. Plus, in the mirror, sometimes it's good to have more units, and sometimes it's bad to have more units. It's really contextual. They're hitting a lot of Elder Dragons. You're not. It's not great. They're going first and flipping, and you're flipping into Harness Dragons. Okay, yeah, it's still fine.
Yeah.
But again, it's just a little bit contextual. And sometimes it's just better to be leaner on units, especially when one of them's Elder Dragon. So we're gonna see Rengar versus Ka.
Yeah, jumping into this, it is Draven versus Rengar. Draven. One copy apiece of these in the top 64. Nice. If I'm remembering the screens correctly. There's a world that Rengar was 2 instead of 1, but either way, it is essentially the last remaining copies of each of these. We know for a fact it's the last Draven. And yeah, I mean, I think Rengar has actually like become somewhat of the king of the fair mid range right now. And historically, Draven was the like, well, maybe not like king of the fair mid range. That's probably Yi at the end of the day, right? But right underneath Yi, funny enough, probably has a very good Yi matchup, I would say. But going up against Draven, who was kind of the unfair mid range previously, but I think without like Fight or Flight, without some of the other older cards, I think Rengar should be okay here. You can actually, one of the big answers that I know I was testing and a lot of other players were testing with red decks in the Draven meta was actually playing red Rengar, and then you would respond to them pushing your guy by still putting the red Rengar in and conquering over whatever the Draven was doing to get around things like Fan and Fight or Flight, right? And the entire deck of Rengar is just ambush units to be able to deal with, you know, whatever push, bounce, whatever effects that Draven uses to try and create unfair combats. So gonna have to be the old-fashioned way with might and you know, spinning axe.
Yep, both decks kind of attacking the mid-range wars with some of the stronger units. In Rengar's case, we're gonna have orange Rengar, which is starting in our starting zone from what I can see, unless my eyes deceive me.
Yeah, it's orange Rengar champ
zone. Two more copies in the deck, and just as I was about to say it, another deck that can play Ferris Forerunner. So you're playing Ferris Forerunner alongside Rengar. That they work in tandem, they complement each other. It's all really great. As both players are going to pass and do nothing, as they both miss 2 drops and 3 drops accordingly. But then going to the Draven side, they are another deck that gets to play Forerunner, and instead of, you know, the power of orange Rengar, which is more of a come from behind, plop it on a board, you know, do stuff type of card, they get the addition of the purple Vex, which is a better card to stave off aggro, things like Watcher, things like Darius Cleave, any type of accelerate, obviously, ambush units as well, in the case of Rengar. So they have kind of the counter to some of what Rengar's doing, but again, if you don't open up the purple Vex, it doesn't matter, as we're going to see a red Jhin here, another addition to the deck.
I'm curious, like, is there even going to be purple Vex if we're playing red Jhin, maybe playing... I mean, Draven doesn't need to play Kai'Sa because he can get a card draw another way, right? But we've still seen a lot of Kai'Sa and Draven in the past. So I'm curious if it's like, Jin Kaisa, or if it's Jin Vex, or if it's all three, I suppose you
I'd
kind of
assume
want a
it's
lot of
Vex.
the 4 drops
Yeah.
in this deck, but
Because
yeah.
as you mentioned, Draven doesn't really need the draw. The reason Kai'Sa is in Draven decks was A, a lack of just units in that slot, and then B, every deck was trying to beat you by not doing combat, so you needed Kai'Sa to like get those few first draws rolling and then entice your opponent to start doing combat, especially against decks like, Aurora and things of that nature. So you needed Kai'Sa, it was a necessary evil. Now, Draven, not as powerful anymore. Kai'Sa has a lot more competition in things like Jhin, Vex, maybe the new Red Rengar. I'm not exactly sure what decks would Dravens would be playing. And so I could totally see playing Jhin, Vex, and that's really it. Obviously some Noxious Hopefuls as well. And kind of just giving up on the Kai'Sa. Again, as we were going over before with the Darius deck and stuff, Kai'Sa's just kind of like, it's not, no, I'm never going to say it's a bad unit, but for a lot of decks, and depending on what's happening in the meta, it's very underrated because you play it as a 4/4/4 and it's great. But anytime you're having it as an excess card in your hand, it's just a very like expensive draw bot, which is nice when people are leaving fodder on the board. But right now, there's a lot of holds in this format very early, and I don't just mean like hold decks. I mean, there's a lot of math of people playing things like Longsword, Rengar using their hero ability because you want to block off like LeBlanc from conquering, right? So you want to be, oh, I got to defend for 4 or 5 this turn. I got to have units that are a little chunkier on the back end, which has made Kai'Sa worse and worse. Not to say the
Yeah.
hero Kai'Sa itself, the legend that is, obviously we've seen it not do very well. But even the unit itself is just, I mean, if you look across the top decks, you can say it's just because Red's a little weak, which is not untrue. But Kai'Sa itself just doesn't match up as well as it used to. And here we go. Normal push in for 4, get some free runes, then slam down a Forerunner, and everybody's going to tell you, oh my god, Starcross. But here's two things. Not every deck is playing purple, and even when they are playing purple, like right now, like what could really happen? Like if this person was playing Starcross, it's like, okay, they can run in Rune Runner on Jhin and then bounce the Forerunner with their first mate. And it's just like, okay, it's like an okay play, but it's not like exactly doing too much. As we're gonna see a Brynn come out, which is interesting. I think we just literally have nothing else to play. This does trade.
Yeah, I mean,
10 on 10.
I don't mind the Brynn and just like deny. Well, okay, actually, it's only a single rune, so the Brynn doesn't end up feeling very good. Like oftentimes I don't mind just shipping like a Brynn in this kind of scenario to just push over the top and guarantee a combat win. But when it's only a single rune for a Draven opponent, I think that the Brynn is like there's likely another line that could be taken. It's possible though that this hand was just a little too bricky. I think he's on double punch. So it's like a lot of just combat tricks and spells. So maybe just like, all right, Brynn punch and just not worry about it. Just kind of move on with your life because your hand just doesn't do a lot of what you want. Seems kind of okay.
I think it's a mixture of that because obviously you have access to the orange Rengar and that could have been a play, whether it was just playing it to base or playing it directly into a combat with the +1. Like you could go Forerunner, play Rengar, and it's a 7 and a 6. And then they either put all their damage on Rengar and leave your Forerunner, or they kill the Forerunner and leave your Rengar. So that was an option that was always open to you. I think the reason you don't go for that play is because with 1 rune up, you just play the Brynn here. You can always play the Rengar since it's in your starting zone. You play the Brynn here, you get the +1 all the same. You know you're punching, and the only thing you lose to is Existential Dread, the 1-mana stun.
Yeah,
so
and since you play Brynn, you don't lose to it, right?
Yeah, you play the Brynn, you put the point on, you walk in, you punch, you win the combat. Whereas if you go for the orange Rengar play, you're liable to like just be blown out, have your Forerunner stunned, kill the Rengar, Forerunner gets pushed back, and then it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, all your trading is for a Jhin, and they still get to keep the. Well, you'd pump the Rengar to 6,
I mean, you still
right?
trade,
Yeah,
you still
so
trade
you
for
trade
the
the Forerunner, but
But
then the Jhin lives, and that's actually like
it
worse.
gets the gank across, makes some power, things like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you could gank the Jhin across to 4, get a power, move up 1 token, you're now defending for 7, the Forbidden Waste is turned off. So it just makes a lot of sense to play the Brynn, I think. And then again, as you mentioned, the hand was just very bricked up from the opponent. And here we go. Forerunner is traded on one end, and everybody loves falling or cross star so much, and a good rebuke.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, our opponent's tapped out. Their board is kind of anemic. They obviously still have this orange Rengar, and a token will probably get eaten by that. But this is a good way to just get something on board. Oh, this is actually amazing.
Yeah, so
Oh, this is insane.
I'm interested
Yeah.
about this, right? So like Axe, okay, so Axe is good, of course, right? You get to push 7 on 6. This is just very efficient for clearing um
Yep.
the Forerunner. It is Forge of the Fluffed, which I think is cool if you're gonna be playing Axe game 1. I'm curious if he just plays Axe game 1 and sides them out, or if it's just like, well, I'm playing Forge of the Fluffed and I have like Blighted Axe and Spinning Axe, so this is just a good battlefield. Which it is. But I don't know if you're gonna want to move the axe and go over to the foreboding, like, or if you just want to leave this as 7 might at the battlefield and just kind of take your small win. I feel like just taking the small win and developing would be great, but there's like not a really good development to even be done. Maybe you play with the spinning axe to try and get an even more favorable trade on defense, but odds are you're not going to be able to pump above whatever Rengar's doing. So a little bit tough.
Yeah. So you have your Rebuke and the Falling Star-Crossed in hand. So you have a little bit of interaction if this Rengar decides to come down. Obviously, the Rengar could trade straight up with the mech token. Here's another line where you move in, you Rebuke the Forerunner, and then when you're on Fluff, you just drag the axe over to still defend for 7, but you don't actually have to pay the power since you're on Fluff, as far as I'm concerned. I could be wrong about that interaction, but I don't think you need to. Since you're on Fluff, you just tap your hero, move over the Blighted Battle Axe.
You just can move it.
And then you obviously would have used a Rebuke in this, but you could have moved into combat first as a 3/3. Rebuked, draw a card from combat win, tap Fluff, move your thing over. You now have 1 total rune extra because you didn't pay 1 for the thing, but you paid 2 for the Rebuke. So like, you can do the math there. You'd still have 2 open right now, if I'm not mistaken. And then you'd be 7 defending. The Forerunner would be back in hand. They'd have no tokens. If they tap out and try to Rengar you, they lose to Spinning Axe. And then if they come in a 5 and an 8 on 7, you kind of just probably say, okay, pass, kill the Bryn here, and let the first mate conquer. Because if you commit the Spinning Axe there, then they Rengar, and then
I'm with you. I think like giving the mech tokens is actually a little bit soft, right? Like it's just giving too much value, making your opponent replay the Forerunner. While like I commonly do think that as the deck that has Forerunner, like when it's early in the game like this, if your opponent wants to commit Rebuke to Forerunner, you're just like, all right, cool, just rejam. But it doesn't mean that the purple deck shouldn't bounce it. Right? Like even though that's the correct play for the red player on the Forerunner, like purple player still probably wants to just bounce the Forerunner and not give you the mech value.
Like imagine some of these attacks that are happening right now, except like there's just not 2 mech tokens here. Obviously, yes, we wouldn't have a Rebuke in our hand, but as you mentioned, there's this clunky card sitting in your hand. I know you want to play Rengar, so you have to start making choices, and playing 1 card a turn is not going to be Draven. You're not Aurora right now. So I think, we'd also have an extra card in our hand. We're just going to do a pretty big trade here, bring it down to 1 token. So again, not the worst scenario. I just think we could have gotten some trades better. The upside, of course, is going to be we are Draven and have 5 cards in hand. We still have access to Starcrossed and a fan. So we still got some things going on.
Now it's time to avoid combats. Time to play the old game we played for a while, which is don't let Draven touch you. But I think it's gonna be fine for the Draven side. In fact, unless there's another, there is. Okay, I was like, unless there's another first mate, I'm a little bit confused by first mating back the mech. But yeah, exactly. It's gonna be there. Move the Bryn home. I mean, that's a really nice turn sequence for Rengar side of things, right? Like you get a kill on a mech, you're still able to develop a very wide board. Axe is not going to be able to gain really any value. I mean, yes, it can be equipped and you can just sit this mech with 7 might on the battlefield and say you're going to have to trade because you have too much small stuff. And I think that's probably the direction Draven will probably have to go to some extent. Like, you just move in onto the fluff, you equip for free, and you develop your backline and say, at least if you're coming in to hit this, you're probably trading. Especially because you can still hold up, Rebuke, Starcross, Spinning Axe, etc.
Yeah, that's what worried me about the whole sequence is we're just very trick heavy in our hand, very unit light. We have units, they're just very anemic at this point. It's just a fan, a treasure hunter, and I think another one or something like that. So again, now our Rebuke and our Starcross kind of look very mopey. Like we're very interaction heavy, but the interaction we have is not great when our opponent's units are tokens. 3/3s that have amazing on-play effects in first mate, and then Bryn, who also has an amazing on-play effect. So these Rebukes and Starcross are gonna be very, very taxed as far as like actually looking like the cards that we've all claimed them to be from both set 2 with Rebuke And from set 3, everybody, talking
Are
about
we
Starcrossed.
are we crazy? I thought he had a spinning axe in hand. I feel like I'm seeing
It's
only
it's his
Starcross, Rebuke, and Cleave. Maybe he's just hiding it though.
I swore there was
I also
a
thought so.
spinning axe there.
I don't think you're crazy. I thought
Yeah.
I saw a spinning axe as
I'm
well.
pretty sure that's the last card in his hand, but
But I just see when I was flicking through it there, I saw only 3 cards. I saw Starcross, Rebuke, and Cleave.
Yeah, that part is true. Maybe we saw a red equipment and thought it was a spinning axe, and then the blighted axe got played and we weren't paying attention. But if that was the case, it makes the non-rebuke play.
They played the sabotage. They played the sabotage. Thanks, chat.
Gotcha.
Thanks, chat.
Okay.
Okay.
It's his hands over. That's why his hands over his graveyard, because people put graveyards down there. I'll complain about it again.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sabo puts it bottom of the deck anyway, so it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We never see it. Yeah. I'm stupid. But anyway, that makes sense. There was a sabotage where we were talking about something else.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was one there. But again, why didn't we? When did we get Sabo that we didn't play it out? We weren't tapped out, were we? Interesting.
Yeah, maybe just feeling like you really wanted to keep the 2 bounce spells, but I agree with you that the bounce spells are feeling pretty weak right now comparatively to a spinning axe.
Mech in the back line, right? And you're just
like, yeah, the mech was there. But... Always could have just put it there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think this game's going to snowball a little bit, and again, on both sides, Forerunners are good cards, but again, shockingly, the deck that played it that doesn't have purple is still,
yeah. No, I mean it's big, right? Like more and more as we look at this game, like wow, how good the Rebuke on the Forerunner would have been. Like if it would feel so much better if Rengar had kind of been forced to continue to play out Forerunner, or the Forerunner would just be rotting in hand compared to like how this game has progressed since.
Right.
And having the potential outs to defend would have been good.
Out of 6 energy pretty early in the game. Turn 3, we were able to get essentially 12 value out of a 6 drop. We got 6 on attack and 6 on defense, and then made 2 3/3s in the back. And then the turn after, while going up to 6 or 6, maybe 7 energy, we got to unload our hand with Sabo first mate, and it's just like that's an insane way to continue a game where you should have just paid a power, lost it, got rebuked. Your board is a 3/3 and a Bryn here, and you're just like, ugh, what do I do now? Instead, we're kind of seeing the folly of, we should be 1 card deeper in our deck. We should have mechs that our opponent doesn't. But moving forward from that, you could still throw a fan on this mech if you wanted to. I think it would go 2-on-1 because that's a forbidden waste, if I'm not mistaken. So there's ways to get some points with easy units. Like I wouldn't. I'm unsure why we're equipping a mech right here. Maybe I'm missing something. But we're just attacking 7-on-1 now, and then gonna defend for 5, unless we plan on reinforcing with fan. But then it's like weird, right? Because then if you
you don't want to explode it, right? Yeah.
Because then you push something back, but then you also get -2, and then you lose to orange ring. I don't know. It's very strange. Obviously, we can hold up Rebuke. We can hide this Edge of Night. So maybe that's the play we're going for. Our opponent is low on cards, as far as I can tell, as the Rengar.
Yeah, he's got 1. He has 1. Yeah.
So we may be trying to make the game about this turn, but again, like putting a fan there and then hiding a card is super sus because of this Fey Folk on the other side. It is very likely you run a first mate, eat this Treasure Hunter, and then say, I'm going to move my Fey Folk to the thing, and I'll bring over your 7/7. Like, you could just do that and, like, let your 1/1 die or something.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, there's also just
yeah,
you just move the fan, right, and then you make the big unit like alone in the waist,
you could do that
right?
as well.
Like,
you could do like so many things, right? You could bring over the fan, bring over the big unit, like
I like to bring the fan because it can just like
Yeah.
trade into the it can trade into the Treasure Hunter and bring the fan over and to a battlefield that's like by itself. Like this Fey Folk is actually kind of a problem, and I do think that what is very positive for Draven in this spot is there's only the 1 card for Rengar, so it'll be a 2-card, technically 3-card hand, right? Because there's still orange Rengar that we have to contend with, right? But Rebuke Starcross is a very good combination of cards to try and deal with this one combat, right? Like try and get some favorable trades, get an extra card, and just continue the card advantage.
Yeah, because if he moves this fan to the right, what you do is you run first mate over the 1/1. And then you Fey Folk there, bring over the fan. It'll kill your Fey Folk, but your first mate lives. If you do it at the same time, obviously they'll trade 3-on-3 and leave a 1/1 behind. So you don't probably want to do that. So you just, you sequence a 3/3 in, get a point, move the Fey Folk over, rip the fan away. and now it's 8 defending with the hitting card, and then you can approach the turn from there. And again, you can just attack in with another first mate if you wanted to. Trade out, just the 1/1 to give -2 to the mech. We're gonna see an was that? Oh, Kai's was in the background.
No, this was in the background. I actually so there's this weird thing. I don't know that Draven needed to be there, but I also just kind of hate that this treasure hunter died for free. I got stun locked because he just pulled an Xi'an off this. And so he can steal the battle axe, but stealing the battle axe is so funny because it equips to Xi'an, and then he won't conquer, and then the blighted battle axe will kill Xi'an and go back.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
So like it just like straight up doesn't work.
There's no units left
right?
on the Draven side. It's
no. You still steal it to give -4 to the Draven side, right? Like that's the point, but it's really funny how it interacts and just kills Xi'an.
Does it though?
Yeah.
No, but if you put the 1/1 counter on the Xi'an, what happens?
Wait, what? Sorry.
How does the end of
end of turn? Oh god. Oh god, yeah. That's a nightmare. I don't want to think.
I think that's what he's thinking. Like if I put the 1/1 on this Rengar or on this Xi'an, it detaches, deals me 4. Do I still own 5 as a buff? Like when do they?
It's actually great. He's on Forge. He's on Forge, so he just moves it. That's so good.
I mean that too. That too is also cool. Yeah. So then this all just doesn't actually matter. He can swap it to Kai'Sa, or he can swap it to whatever he decides to conquer with, which is probably better. So again, essentially the play we saw, I'm an idiot and didn't see the Kai'Sa because our opponent had so many goddamn units. But yeah, Kai'Sa draw a card, Fey Folk it over. He's technically defending, right? Or no, he's attacking.
Yeah, so Draven is attacking here. Draven is attacking.
Yeah, because we were already owned it. Yeah, unlike when you move into an empty one. So yeah, just gonna lose a fan for like no reason. We can cleave it. It's not nothing. It would turn off the Forge play. If you're sniffing out the Forge play, it's decent.
Yeah, the Forge play would still be possible because you cleave here, you trade, and then just like move one first mate over there, and then still move it.
For sure.
But like still, the point remains, right? Like the point is still there that you'd just be slowing some things down, reducing some amount of might. This also turns off the Forge play by just bouncing the Xi'an, but I don't feel like this is necessarily super winning for Draven either.
I don't like this one at all. I'd be like more apt to bounce like the Bryn here is what I'd be more apt to bounce. Like this Kai'Sa has already done its job. This Xi'an has already done its job. I guess like it's more might because the Xi'an goes back and then the blighted battle and then I guess it's like kind of the same but not really. All things being equal, we're in a pretty shit position.
I mean, he could also just like play that Xi'an again if he wanted to take the axe and then equip it.
Right.
Like that whole line is still available.
Yep. I'm sure.
All right, Edge of Night.
I mean, this is just 4-on-4 right now, so the Edge of Night comes out and it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Okay, cool. You equip it there. Our opponent can thrill, which is something I wouldn't do, but you could.
Yeah, I mean, you can just... Funny enough, like, from the Rengar side, you actually don't have to do anything here. You can just, like, let this kill the Treasure Hunter, and then you just push in Bryn here over the mech, because it's alone now.
Like, I'm surprised
like, you don't have to do anything, right? Like, there's nothing, there's no reason to do anything.
I'm surprised we didn't see Thrill on the Starcross, because it, would have been pretty good. Because you're like, oh, your turn is Starcross. Like, you can't cast Rebuke. You can't flip your Edge of Night. I mean, you'd have to pre-flip it, right? So it would have been kind of nice to see a Thrill on the...
Thrill on Xi'an. Oh, yeah, Thrill on Bryn.
Because what happens is, like, you could Thrill and then actually just throw the Bryn on that battlefield. Which is an interesting, like, thing as well.
Wait, why the first mate? This just trades. That seems not so good.
No, right? This is 3-on-2.
It's 3-on-3. This is -2 battlefield, right?
Yeah, and Edge of Knight's... Oh, yeah, 5-2. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm unsure. Maybe he's confusing it with his other first mate that he thought was a +3. I'm unsure.
Yeah, that seems like just wasting some material.
No, that part I agree with. Yeah, I think Draven also missed one of their triggers on that first combat. They should have drawn a card. They forgot. Yeah, unsure why we didn't just walk in the Bryn. Yeah, not sure. Is there anything we can respond to? There is not. Yeah, I'm sure why we wasted a 3/3 there. We could have just walked in our 5/5.
I mean, I'm wondering if it's just Akshan again, but are you actually stealing something? Like, I think the Akshan Steel Blighted Axe, equip it over to the Kaisa is actually a very cool play.
Yep.
And it is valuable. It is like a very difficult thing for your opponent to deal with. And the following turn, you can still like move it off of Kaisa, right? Using the same forge, right? So if she stays and holds instead of the axe ever like killing Kaisa, you just move it again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just kind of have checkmate here. If we would have moved up the Bryn, played the Akshan to the battlefield, stolen the Blighted Axe, put it on the Kaisa, because essentially at this point you have a 7/7 Draven, a 7/7 Draven, which would do absolutely nothing. And then what happens is your opponent has to take some game action, whether it's attempt to equip the Edge of Night or something of that effect. And then you just Thrill of the Hunt your Bryn
thrill the
and your
Bryn.
opponent loses. Yeah. So I think you actually just had checkmate. Yeah. I mean, the Akshan doesn't die.
Well, if he passed the turn, the Akshan does die.
Well, I mean, if he passed the turn, yes. Yeah. Yeah, like if we just would have moved up, got our point, played Akshan, stole the Battle Axe, and then tapped it over to the Kaisa, you have 9 on one side, and then you have 9 on the other. So your opponent has to like go to equip the Edge of Night or go to play a spell, and you go Thrill of the Hunt.
He just asked the judge about this, and then he just passed the turn. He picked up the Rengar, like he was gonna tap it and move it, brother. Oh no!
Yeah, I'm unsure what's going on at this point.
Bro, this Blighted Battle Axe card is broken. My opponent will steal it with Akshan, and then there is a Sharkling in the hand of our Draven player right now.
Yeah.
I have seen it in Pike, and I don't even like it there. I think it's okay.
No, it's a draft.
I think it's okay in Pike,
card.
but I think
I'm pretty sure it's a draft card that people are pretending is playable because decks are so new.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unsure what happened. He also didn't put the +1 on anything when he replayed that auction, and I don't know, maybe that's why he messed up. I don't know how he messed up, but needless to say, we had checkmate. We're gonna probably get another turn now. I mean, we still have an armored Rengar, so it's probably okay. But
I'm like not convinced that Draven wins off of that because specifically Rengar's at 6 points with the Thrill of the Hunt, so I think there's plenty to do there.
Yeah.
But there's so much might now on this Draven that, like, actually moving him through a Rebuke... I mean, maybe it's not possible, right? Like, might actually just be completely doomed. I guess the Rebuke isn't an actual answer because the Bryn can get flickered. Oh, wait, that's a Mind Splitter. That just needs to be played on this turn, and I think Draven gets there.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think we threw the game as our Rengar player by both... like, not only just the misunderstanding of this interaction, like, even if you would have played the Akshan to base and equipped the Battle Axe, that would have been probably enough for a win. But we had, like, legitimately checkmate. So we're going to see if our Draven player can claw it back now. I mean, the Mind Splitter is going to be nice.
Okay, doesn't play the Mind Splitter. Yeah.
Okay, so that's
accelerate Kaisa to move the Axe and then take out the Bryn.
Yeah.
All right.
And yeah, so yeah, I don't play too many decks. I play like a few decks that I pick up for like a little bit of, experimenting, and then, I mainly have played Aurora, obviously, but for me, I know nothing about a lot of decks. But what I do know about some decks is like the exact reason you like play cards. And like the exact reason you play Rengar and Bryn here is for the Thrill of the Hunt, Bryn here, like checkmate your opponent. And I don't know about you guys, like when I build decks, I always do like one or two objectives, like one, objective 1A and objective 1B. And I like hyper fixate on them and probably tunnel on them and over index more than I should and probably play bad because of it. But that just seemed like the one moment
Yeah,
where
where
you
you can
got to
actually
do the
do it.
cool thing,
Yeah.
like the thing you thought about 2 months ago and you saw spoilers, and it was like the one thing that the deck did. And you're like, oh my God, this deck's gonna be so busted. Everybody, obviously was wrong about this, but it was like the one opportunity to do the thing. And unfortunately, I think we maybe just missed it. I think we were just in our head about this Akshan interaction, and we got the hyper focus on how do I keep this thing
Well,
alive and steal the battle axe and blah blah
yeah.
blah. And it's just like, and I get it because the fluff is not their battlefield, I think. So maybe that's why it's just not running through their head. Granted, I think this is something you should pick up on if you're playing. But yeah, so yeah, it's unfortunate because we would have saw the cool thing. We would have saw the flicker your brain here, your opponent loses on the spot. Because you like
Yeah.
go to attach battle axe, or in this case, go to attach your edge of night, let's say, or take any other game action and boom, instantly lose. Yeah. So like that was the cool part of the deck. Unfortunately, Rengar, I think like I said, I'm pretty sure that was literal checkmate because you have 9 on both sides, and then this guy's a 7, so he has to take some relevant game action, and then you flicker, and you go and defend 9 and 10, and then your opponent can't win. But
yeah, I mean, and this all starts.
yeah.
I mean, the second he left the axe on the Akshan, it was just over. But yeah, I mean, 100%. Like he moves the axe to Kaisa. It's pretty natural to equip the Edge of Night and then swing pretty early. And as you said, you just respond to that with flickering the Bryn here onto the forge, and it's just like, all right, well, GG. Like, and then the thing is with that is then he can't come in and like conquer over that side. He can't play any cards. And Rengar holds to 7, and then even if he tries to go to the Foreboding Waste and like hold there against the Akshan, you actually can move the axe to the Akshan via the forge, and then send him in for 8 on the next turn.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it was just
it is so much. Yeah, it's really insane.
If you hold 9 on both sides, you are at 6. So the second you flicker, it was just literally your opponent passes, you go to 8. It was essentially time warp. It was the 2-card time warp.
Oh, you're saying play the Akshan onto the Foreboding Waste with the Bryn, and
you play the Akshan to their Forbidding Waste because it's a plus. Essentially, if you play the Akshan there, it's a +6, right? Because you get -2 comes away from the waste, 4 on Akshan, so you have 9 on that side. You equip.
Yeah, it would be 9 on both.
That's 8.
It'd be 9 on both.
It'd be 9 on both, and your opponent's a 7, so they have to take some relevant game action, even if it's just equipping Edge of Night, which I'm 99% sure you can respond to. You flicker there.
Yes, yes. That would make Draven a 9, so he could go trade on one side, and then technically you don't immediately win the game, but like whatever.
Yeah.
Like you're getting there. It's Rengar, right? Like you're getting there.
Well, I mean that's the thing, right? You have the orange Rengar too, so the next turn like you could just do something with that too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously you can't play it to an empty battlefield, but yeah.
在这个战斗的交换上面，在这一局里面没有算的特别的清晰。其实整体上我们算来算去，他亏的点数跟这个手牌质量都亏了好多啊。他那一局可能要亏了，可能
But yeah, then you'd have 17 might on one battlefield as your opponent has an empty board. So yeah, it's just checkmate in a fancy way. But unfortunately, missed that one. So we're gonna go into game 2. I'd expect to see. Probably an Aspirant's Climb, maybe a Seat of Power from the Draven. Unsure. I don't think people should still be playing Zaun. But we'll see on that one. From the Rengar, I would expect going first. Rengar going first? I mean, what do you really play? Do you just play like a tempo battlefield like Grove or something and just try to draw extra cards? Be interesting to see. I don't know if Rengar has any special like battlefields that I can think of that you'd want to play going first.
Yeah, I mean for Rengar, I was even surprised by this first battlefield, the like Foreboding.
Yeah, that one was weird.
Because like, I mean, I get that Rengar will like ambush units in, and so therefore like you can bait someone into taking a bad combat.
Also, most of your ambush units are better on offense. Some are fine on defense,
agree. Yeah, I mean, yeah, some are the same, but like if you were playing any red Rengars, which it didn't seem like this version was, but like Inferna is like you better be playing Inferna. There's no reason to not play Inferna. It's so good in that deck. So it's kind of a weird battlefield. So I feel like this is at least somewhat non-standard. But we are going to see Arena's greatest, so we've seen a lot more
Oh yeah, I should have said that. That should have obviously been the one.
There's been a lot of these like more aggressive Rengar lists, but this one didn't feel nearly as aggressive. I'm just like watching the shuffle. Was that a battle axe of his own? There's no way.
From the Rengar, yeah. I didn't peek.
I'm pretty sure I just saw him shuffling a battle.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I'm being sold on the card more and more every day, and I say this in the frame of like we're playing a lot of tier 2 decks, because like most red decks I'd say are tier 2 that aren't exactly Annie, and Annie's never going to play Blooded Battle Axe. I think for me, Pike and Draven and like Darius and red yellow decks are still in like the 1.5 to 2 area until otherwise proven, and it's really just Annie that I think is like a top 3 deck as a red deck. But that all being said, like I'm being impressed and sold on the Battle Axe more and more. I mean, it makes a little sense in Draven because of just the way the drawing works. Like I said, whether it's actually supposed to come in alongside Jhin is still a TBD for me, but the card itself seems to be performing. Draven is always a deck that wanted to play fluff. Like it was something that people did later in set 2 after the bans.
Yeah,
it was always just kind of hard to. Yeah. It was kind of just hard to really want to do, because you had a lot of Lucians and Ys with Trinity Force in the meta, and then realistically you were only playing like 3 spinning axes, and then you could throw like a 4th Edge of Night in, but Edge of Night kind of got a lot worse in like the later half of set 2. But now with 5 to 6 legitimate options, and then maybe like a 1 of Edge of Night as like a hedge, having 7 equipment is a very valid reason, like a ratio wise, to play a fluff. And so it's very neutral. Lucian is kind of a dead-ish deck right now. Ys are still playing Trinity Force, so that's annoying. But other than that, nobody else is really playing too much equipment. Obviously Azir, but like whatever, right? Like Azir isn't generally like.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can run the battlefield and be like, you know what, Azir is gonna get some equity, but whatever.
You're pretty good into Azir's Draven anyway. You draw so many cards, you eat so many things. Maybe they get to move a Brutalizer over one turn. And
I mean, also to be fair, like Azir does need to tap their legend for like other things anyway.
Exactly. So, yeah, it's not exactly free for that deck. Yeah. So that all being said, I'm sold on it in the Draven side. Having the Jhin alongside it, still TBD. You know, playing the fluff, it all makes sense. Now, if this Rengar is playing one, I'd be very interested, because you do hold quite a bit in this deck and aren't always conquering. It's a non-bow with your orange Rengar, at least the turn it comes down. It's a non-bow with your ambush units, and it's a non-bow with Thrill of the Hunt, because if you flicker it, like I'm pretty sure the equipment falls off. So if we did see it, I would be very surprised from the Rengar, because I didn't see Jin's. We're kind of resource tight in this deck because we want to use a lot of our things on both enemies or on our turn and our enemy's turn. I don't think we missed an Arena's Greatest there, or I think I can't tell. I think somebody missed an Arena's Greatest. I think it was the player on the left side.
Draven missed it. Yeah.
Okay.
Not his battlefield. Not his circus.
Yeah.
We'll see if it ends up mattering, but I feel like the way that Draven wins this matchup is by actually it's control, right? It's not
yeah, it's more of a macro standpoint. Like we saw last game, we were down and losing the game until we weren't. So
it's not gonna come down to point tempo. Plus he was going second on Arena's Greatest anyway, so he would have been behind in point tempo. So I don't actually think it's gonna matter. We'll see. You know, like stay tuned. Yeah. we'll find out if it's gonna matter later on. As mentioned
before, right? We see the purple Vex come down. So as you were kind of alluding to, if it's Battle Axe, Draven, or Battle Axe, Jhin, Kaisa, and now Purple Vex, we are either on some, you know, a Chinese classic of like the 2-2-2-2 split, like just like all thrown in there, mishmashed, or maybe we are very heavy on 4-drops and we're playing 12 total 4-drops of just varying reasons between Jhin and Kaisa.
It seems to me that it's just an unholy amount of 4-drops. And like, what I will say about that for Draven specifically as a deck is, one of the big reasons you didn't run that many 4-drops in Draven historically is because it was in the champion zone. You just didn't need to. Right. It didn't make sense. You'd play the Kaisas because people avoided your combats like the plague, and you wanted to draw cards for free. So you'd play Kaisa. Yep. But you didn't actually care about Kaisa being a 4. It was just the effect that was stapled to her. Now, you don't have 4s, but guess what? Draven as a deck, one of the most important turn of the game is probably turn 2 and having a 4-drop. So I don't hate the concept of having like a lot of them, but it is just like, how many are we on? And I can't count the Blighted. Like, you count it, but you don't, right? Because it's not actually a turn 2 play. It's like it needs to be later. So it's like, okay, there's Hopeful, which is, you know, a 4-drop in some senses. You hope it's not a 4-drop, but it is.
Right.
So that's like 3 copies. Then you're on Vex, which is probably maybe 3 copies. Then you're on Kai'Sa, which is maybe 3 copies. Then you're on Jin, which is maybe... So that would be 12 already at that point?
Yeah. And
that
and
seems,
in his defense,
that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's probably not
defense,
12, but yeah.
Kai'Sa is accelerate, but as mentioned before, I think it's very underrated when you're accelerating Kai'Sa. But again, there are spots where it comes up. Battle Axe, in a way, is accelerate as well. It comes down and it does the thing, but unfortunately, compared to the Darius, like we were talking about, you don't actually get to play it on 4 and equip it on the same turn, if that ever was something you do. In Darius, you like to go double unit going second, your opponent pushes up and plays a Vex, and then you go Battle Axe equipped and crash in for 9, and then they lose the game on the spot because they just committed to a hold and they weren't playing around it. So it makes sense in Darius. In this deck, as you mentioned, you can't really play it on turn 2. I mean, you can, and like that's your turn. Like you cannot even play it and equip it because it costs 5. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Like our 4-drops kind of have accelerate, but they only have accelerate if you're on 5 or more runes. And then specifically in Kai'Sa's case, it's kind of underrate. And then the other 4-drops require us essentially to either conquer, play, and Vex, or conquer and or play and untap and Jin. So yeah, definitely I could see it getting very dirtily. And then we also saw Mind Splitter and Forerunner. So I mean, we're talking
it's a lot of just
20
big
of our
units.
cards are 4 or more. And in the case of like 6 of them, we don't really want to play them on 4. I mean, like Hopeful, as you mentioned, you can, and Blighted Battle Axe, you can. You just kind of rather not. As we're going to just see the steamroll kind of continue. Our Draven, as we mentioned, Arena's Greatest or not, is just in the whole, I'm going to build in the base and either hope my opponent like messes up or get some culmination of cards. So we're going to see our first combat from the Dravens. Their hand's going to refill rather quickly. It looks as if the Rengar's on 1 to 2 cards. They've splurged out about 5 or 6 units. So something like a Punch First could be, you know, really bad. It looks like 3 cards. Something like a Punch First could be rough, but again, with Draven having 8 or 9 runes up, as we see 3 come out. So what is 3? Another Nidalee, right?
Yep. So it's 2 Nidalees, which is it's 9 because the Rengar has given a +1. But I mean, you can just ride the wind to the other side and say, screw it, these Nidalees can draw, but that's draw 2 for Rengar, and I think that is I mean, that's pretty winning, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the consideration is just to like trade off one of the Nidalees, but the problem is they can't push over the other one.
Sit over there. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, they have a lot of cards in hand and they have about 8 or 9 runes, but it doesn't seem as if we're.
So he just he wants to kill the Nidalees. I think this is actually.
Okay.
I hate it, but not in the way that like I disagree with it. I hate it because like if I'm the Draven side, like this feels horrible. But you win this trade. You don't let the Rengar draw 2 cards, very notably. And then you get to draw a card yourself. So it feels like a necessary decision to go
and like
for this.
the upside is that they either leave you with a Forerunner, or you get the Vex,
or Vex is out of battlefield
on board, which you know is nice. As you mentioned, deny a draw 2, gain a draw of 1, and we're gonna see exactly that. Like, hey, actually, I'm just gonna kill your Vex and leave you with the Forerunner. And I actually kind of love this play because we have orange Rengar that straight up eats it 7 on 6, as well as the fact that we're up on so many points that Vex can do things, especially with hidden cards behind it, because it stops Accelerate, it stops our own Rengar, especially if our hand is very clunky. And just saying, you can keep your Forerunner, I'll untap to 5, and then fight you on this left side when you have the one of answer of Rengar that just auto wins. Because like right now, our opponent's on 2 resources, so it's like we could literally run in our Pookie, and they could fan, and then we can just in the same combat before they even draw, we can slam the orange Rengar. And you know,
just force it to be a rebuke, force it to be an answer, and then just deal with it afterwards.
So we're literally like this.
Oh,
is
that's
just
kind of disgusting, actually. Yeah.
So I kind of like leaving the Forerunner here. You just run in Pookie, see what they do. If they say no push, you jam Rengar, and then it's 9 on 8. They go to rebuke, you thrill, and then I just don't see how you lose this combat. I mean, the Pookie is being picked up as we see. I just, based off the hand, I can't see. Yeah, you see him. He's counting. He's looking at. I'm pretty sure he has the resources.
Whoa,
he has at least 8
okay.
resources. So, okay, we're gonna see something different.
Yeah, no, I like your line better. I think it just like, what is it even losing to? I don't even know if it loses to anything.
I mean, with Thrill of the Hunted hand, it loses to like literally nothing.
Okay, so like, what is the aftermath? I guess is it leaves 2 mechs, the Hopeful and the Tide Turner back at home for Draven untapping, which is just like 12 might. I mean, yes, he's gonna get to like run over your Rengar at that point. But you still have a bunch of units at home. Rengar's still gonna trade some amount, and then you're at 6, and you just like win the game from there. So I just think like going to 6 there makes a lot of sense.
Even if you give him a card or you don't, however you want to do it, and then throw in the thing, and then if he does nothing, you straight up win the fight 7 on 6. Like, I think you give him the card. Like you Pookie in first. If he says no, you give him the card. If he says yes, you jam the Rengar. Don't give him the card. And then you back up your Hopeful. Your back line is a 4, an 8, and a 3, so you have 11 might total. You have 6 holding, which gets traded for like a Hopeful and a token. But again, you still have a Thrill of the Hunt in your hand. So like nothing stops you from, they come in for attack for 6, you thrill it, come back in for 7 if you want, go to the other battlefield, steal a point, and then you're at 7. And then your opponent still has to send another 6 might your way. So I don't know, maybe I'm over-indexing on like that play, but it seemed as if like it would have done quite a lot.
Again, I thought we'd see the day where
doesn't matter, but
Draven just looks too fair, you know? This deck's too fair.
A little bit. And as we see, as you mentioned, I mean, we've played a Hopeful, we've played a Vex, we're about to play a Kaisa, we drew another 4-drop. It definitely seems like it's a little light on tricks, and then also, as you mentioned,
I think there's
a little too fair.
I think there's probably too many units in this deck. Like, it needs to be playing more of the combat tricks that make it a little bit unfair. But that also just might be the way that the draws have panned out. But it's very funny. I mean, I was saying that Rengar kind of has felt somewhat like a new king of mid range. Like, that is a Blighted Battle Axe in the Rengar's hand, by the way. I don't even want to talk about that.
But that one, like I said, it must be there must just be something in the Chinese versions of Vero Twitter, where people follow my psychosis. There's probably some Chinese psychopath who's telling everybody about Blighted Battle Axe, and in some decks it looks great, in others it looks not as great. And we were tentative on it yesterday, and we were proven maybe a little bit wrong, specifically from Darius. It looked impressive. Draven, I can understand it, especially game 1. I cannot necessarily understand it in Rengar, but I will hold my tongue more until he shows me something
reason
different.
It's been kind of like, the new king of mid-range, like, I'm not gonna, again, I like to say that, but end of the day, right, like, Master Yi's probably still just kind of king there, but it's just good math. It's just good numbers. Like, if you're playing mid-range v mid-range type stuff, Rengar's often just beating your ass because he's just bigger. And it doesn't, the thing about like those mid-range battles and like the thing about might in general is being 1 might bigger is all that matters. And Rengar gives 1 might. So if you're playing the same mid-range units as Rengar, which in this matchup,
but one is
very bigger, much you're playing the same units, Rengars are just 1 bigger. And they just get to kill yours.
They're not only 1 bigger, they're like 1 bigger at like reaction speed.
Exactly, yeah. It's like in so many different ways they get to be just 1 bigger and deal with you. So
that does make the Akshan rule.
Yeah, that's why I'm tilted about the axe. It's not even about like playing the axe in Rengar, which I also like. I don't know that I love, but we talked about the math of it, and realistically, like this is you run a lot of 4s in this deck. You also break math in different ways, just being Rengar. So like, I'm not gonna hate this axe card because of just like how good it looked in Darius, and like I think that the math of 8 into this Aurelia meta, like that sounds pretty good. Like I'm down. I'm now way more tilted about the Akshan thing. I'm like, why did we just let this guy die?
The Akshan thing is infinitely funnier.
Like this card is
through a game
in our deck,
simultaneously playing this card.
Like it is in our deck.
We could have just pretty much been 2-0ing our opponent. Instead, we're gonna most likely go to a game 3 based off what I can see now. But I said that from the other side. So any game is always throwable. So that is the good news about Riftbound, I suppose, is that you can always throw a game.
Yeah,
because we're gonna see another Forerunner be played.
I'll just say here's a plus for Axe. Here's a plus for Axe. Rengar is pretty frequently, even with the card draw tools you run in, red-orange historically, and even now, pretty bad at drawing cards. So this is like permanent might on your board. And when you have a board like this, but no cards in hand, what do you do with the 12 fucking runes that you got? Well, we're gonna equip the biggest weapon in the game and cascade it to win these fights. So I'm down for it in that way. Like that does make sense to me, at least a little bit. Though I do think it's gonna break your hand a decent amount. So I'm not like I don't love it, but I just don't hate it that much either. You know, it's
I
like
mean, we are gonna have a big swarm of units between first mate being able to get guys out of there, Thrill Hunt being able to get guys out of there. You know, all that being equal. Let's just hope we don't make the mistake of not clearing our fans first. So there is that. We have to clear our fans first before we can equip a battle axe. So that is something to keep in mind. It depends. I mean, there's a cheeky way. Oh. Yep. Okay, that's actually very good.
Yep, the cleave is a perfect answer to the axe.
Yep, so that's good for us.
So now the actual... Well, it's actually funny. The axe is too big. You can't cascade it off of the Arena's Greatest. He doesn't have any unit that he can equip the axe to that will trade with the Forerunner. So he has to go play on the other side first with the axe.
Yeah, so that is funny. But now that our opponent's tapped out, it's actually a pretty simple math equation because our hand is a Thrill and sorry, what was that other Punch First? So what happens here is you can actually run in anything with the battle axe, let the fan do its thing, and then Thrill back in your first mate if you want to, and then just untap your battle axe and go back in. Of course, you could just throw the first mate in and trade with the fan all the same. But I think it is better to find a way to like use this first mate untap maybe to like get extra attacks. I think they're figuring it out as we speak, but this board should be wiped and it should be
I'm pretty sure that the axe means that he does just get over. The other option is you just can probably actually conquering one side and going for a hold is a little bit risky because there's gonna be the two mechs regardless. So I mean he has a punch first in hand as well. Like surely there is a way to just cascade this
problem at this point. Because all you have to do is win on the right side, and then you could thrill something with an axe to the left side. So it's like you can play thrill to any battle.
Yeah. So this with punch is 13, which is already dealing with the both the Draven and the Forerunner. I guess if he doesn't want to play punch, that's also fine. It doesn't matter that it's sequencing. There's
the way in which it's sequenced is not hyper.
So if he equips this and then punches, he gets over. And then he just moves in with Kaisa and thrills the unit over to the other battlefield and it's a double conquer, right? And that looks like that's the direction he's taking it, right?
Yep.
So, but yeah, any which way it works.
Yeah, it's very easy to solve.
So now you just push Kaisa in, thrill.
Whoa, yeah, that was enough.
Yeah. It's still 8. It actually it's 9 because the Rengar trigger as well. Yeah. Nobody's claiming that the axe is coming with the thrill, I think, but maybe we were saying it in a confusing way, but it's thrill allows you to drop the axe if something gets pushed. It allows you to move over, but you don't need that.
Yeah, it's still 8 on 6, and then technically 9. It's all honky dory. I mean, it's just...
I think there were multiple ways to just do the math there and win.
Yeah, there was a few ways.
But I think the way he did it was great. Because guess what? It won. So
whichever way is
any choice that wins the game was pretty good.
Always a fan of. So yeah, again, we won our game with Thrill the Hunt this time. Last game we did not win our game with Thrill the Hunt, but this time we show why it is a very powerful card. As much as everybody wants to just jam it as a Brynhir bot, it's still just a good card for many reasons. It brings over units. It gives a +1. It resets things that are tapped in a way, especially if they're already units that come in ready, like Rengar. Well, I mean, it doesn't come in ready, but like, you can smash it on different battlefields. And first mate is actually something you thrill occasionally. So yeah, just some cool stuff there. The first
Crazy that
mate
this is a
thrill
blighted
only
axe
happening.
mirror. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yep.
狮子狗进攻的影响还挺大的，然后狮子狗这边也看他能不能，比如说骑手有怪，然后能不能抓到先打再问，还有顺皮这种。
Interesting stuff all around. I don't know what the battle axe is. It's something. It's been very pervasive across quite a lot of red decks, and for what it's worth, I understand it. Why I did mention that, like, you know, Forerunner is still one of the like 4 horsemen of the meta, as I've said. Like, I still do recognize in that same vein that most red decks, once again, that aren't any, are still like kind of a tier under right now. So finding this like pretty, I guess, ubiquitous new card where it's like it's 4, it doesn't cost a power until you want it to, and all the breakpoints it gives you, and all the lines it gives you, especially, you know, coupling it with yellow for things like Death Grip is a great usage of it. You know, Vi can do that, Darius can do that. Coupling it with purple units like Draven is very nice, because while you don't necessarily have Death Grip, you have things like Ride the Wind and Tide Turner to use movement abilities to get around the whole, oh, my unit doesn't necessarily have ganking, but I can give it ganking. So you can keep that battle axe up and up and up, whether it's gank across, hold with it, gank across with Ride the Wind, move back with it. You know, all those things still meet the condition of conquering, which keeps the battle axe alive. So I can see why it is very, very, you know, useful for a lot of these red decks, as shockingly, red is the fair deck now, which, you know, for the most part, it was pretty unfair. What, you know, usually coupled with blue or coupled with purple.
Yeah, but it's been like the best color for the past 2 sets, and now it's actually just the worst color.
I always argue with people that I always thought it actually wasn't the best color, and it just had like 9 good cards that worked with the best color.
I mean, that's
aka
fine.
Purple. But,
yeah, I mean,
no, it was always up there for sure.
Like,
and I think this set is showing.
To be clear, purple was probably always the best color. Like, that is fair.
Yes, yes, but for sure. I think it was always purple and green were the 2 best colors, and everybody kept saying it was red personally, and I think that was carried off the back of Kai'Sa and Draven. And I think this meta is kind of showing that purple and green kind of are the best colors, and then red has taken a step back to it. And again, it's not that red can't be paired with purple. Of course it can. It's just very choice cards in red that are very good to build around. Cleave, Falling Star, Kai'Sa at times, Forerunner for sure. But the purple cards are what really bring things together. And when you pair red with most other colors, especially blue now, Kai'Sa just looks like so anemic comparatively.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It is interesting to see as we've gone through the sets, and people have just reevaluated green and realized it's actually really one of the stronger colors. Obviously, purple's still probably the best.
All right, going back into this, couple of 2-drops in the hand for Draven to start. The Spinning Axe gonna need to do some work for him to get a couple early draws, potentially find some 1 combats, because the Evelyn, Tide Turner, and Fan start not necessarily gonna get it done. Runs so many 4-drops, does not find one for turn 2. I think Evelyn's kind of good for Draven as an addition. Forcing combats, right? That actually seems like a really good card for this deck.
Yep, it's another hidden gambit you have to call your opponent on, like, hey, is this Switcheroo, is this Edge of Night, is this Tide Turner, is it, you know, now is it Evelyn? So again, as you mentioned, a 2-drop that just comes out as a 2/2. Forces combat, always great. Mini charm effects. I think you can also use it, if I'm not mistaken, you can use it in combat to grab something else out of combat too, if I'm not mistaken, because it's a reaction. Could be lying about that one, but oh no, it's only on your turn.
Well, it's on it's on your turn.
Okay,
so
yeah, it is only on your turn. So you can't do that.
There is like a weird edge case where you could, like, if you go attack in somewhere
into something,
you could then Evelyn and pull the unit that was there over to the Evelyn battlefield. Which
like you're doing something to ambush something in, and you're like, holy holy shit, they just flashed in a Vi, and you're like, let me grab it over here. Well, Vi's not a great example because it'd be stunning.
No, it'd be horrible. Yeah, it would be horrible for you. But,
but you get the idea.
But yeah, like, say for instance, you attack into something smaller, they put a pump on it, right?
Yeah,
and then you just like charm it over into a battlefield where you have bigger things that are holding, like a Forerunner that's holding.
Like if you're just going for the win and your opponent flashes in a Vilemaw, and you're like, well, it can come over here. I don't care.
Yeah. I've already scored this battlefield this turn. Like, yeah. So there's some cool lines that you can have with the Evelyn. It's a little awkward that it does feel like it needed to be played in this spot looking at the hand. I mean, there's consideration that maybe it could have been hidden instead, and you just try and, like, really play for this extra combats from the Evelyn, so you can actually find like good units.
It's kind of funny if you go through game 1 and game 3. It's like game 1 we like had that turn where we were doing not so great. We played out a turn of like fan treasure hunter pass, and it's not like something silly like that, like just loaded on 2-drops, and then our opponent proceeded to not play great, and we got back into the game off that, which was really funny. And the second game we saw the complete opposite, where we just drew 4, 5, 6 4-drops, and we're like, oh my god, like they're playing like 12 or 16 4-drops. How are they doing this? And then we fast forward to game 3, and we just have 4 2-drops, and it's just like, I guess when you play 14 2-drops or 14 4-drops, it's just they come as they come.
This guy missed his Rengar trigger because he thought he had just juiced him and won the combat. And so Nidalee, instead of being a 5, was a 4 and got blown out by the Tide Turner with the X. A bit unfortunate. Yeah. Have to do your due diligence. There was still an out. Just put the +1 on the Nidalee. Guarantee that even if the axe comes out, you trade. And that could be game losing, like genuinely. Just the
oh, I know. I'm pretty sure
the axe gets to live. You draw an extra card for Draven. Instead, it would be like the axe comes out, trades with Nidalee, no extra card for Draven, lose axe, lose Tide Turner. I mean, I think Rengar's just winning that game state. But now, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not feeling so good about the Rengar spot.
We're up 2-0. We get to especially with how bad our hand is, like realistically. I mean, I'm of the belief that we just back up, jam red Draven, and pass. Because our hand is like a Ride the Wind, another 2-drop, a Forerunner we can't play, and I just can't see what this third card is in our hand. Unless that's a Kaisa, and I miss seeing that last card. It looks like a full RD card, but I think it's the Edgenite. So I feel like you just back up, jam red Draven, and pass over to your opponent. Ride the winning for your third point seems silly. Moving up Evelyn for the third point seems silly.
Yeah, it's a waste. I mean, I actually hate so much this Evelyn being played. I'm like sitting here looking at this Evelyn, I'm like, man, this really should have been hidden. Like, this really should have been hidden.
Yeah.
Or like,
yeah, I understand not wanting to, because we were just living and dying by an axe, and it can be like sussy. So I get it. Yeah, it did feel bad to be played out. But it was 2 units there, right? Like,
it's like 2 units there, then you have it, and then you have the axe. You have like
you're like defending for 9 theoretically.
It's like a lot of value you're defending with into what was it was 5 total runes. So it's into Rengar precisely, but Rengar can just get pushed by the.
Well, if you just send in the first mate, right, and then they push it, then you actually just lose to Rengar, right, for the most part. Maybe I'm wrong on that math, but
if they send in first mate, you push the first mate,
you have a 2,
and then they play Rengar,
4, and then you play axe, Rengar 7-on-7. I mean, like, you trade out.
Oh yeah, okay. No, that's fair.
And in theory, they don't even need to push up the first. Oh no, they played Pookie.
They played Pookie on that turn. They played it on that turn to push.
So but needless to say, they could still first mate, trade out with the thing, slam down the thing.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So what's happening is we're ending up in a board state where you've paid 2 power. And then just like traded the Rengar, and then both
be up 1-0.
Yeah, and then like your board is empty and they have a first mate, but you're down on runes. So no, okay, that's fair. That's very fair.
Yeah.
The question is would the Evelyn deter the Rengar from coming in the first place? Like, do you want to jump your Rengar face first into a switcheroo? Right? Like, do you want to just dive face first into a switcheroo in that spot?
Yeah.
And like, I don't know that I would be super down to like ship my Rengar into this face down card.
I mean, that part and 2 runes up, I do agree that it would still be. I mean, I can only defend what maybe they're thinking, and again,
of course, because he knows it's an Evelyn, right? So he's like, damn, I don't want to put this Evelyn down. That seems like a bad situation if they commit. Right.
He's thinking it through and going, this is bad most likely, but I agree in like the abstract, it's like, well, I would probably never even take that play to begin with. But again, he's just like, well, I know I lose this thing on board, let me not do it. That's the only reason I could think that it happened. Then, you're going first, you're Draven, you're getting a Targon's trigger, like there's probably no reason to like upside chase it all and do it. So it makes sense to just like play the Evelyn as bad as it feels, because it has such a strong effect when it's hidden.
All right, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because Rengar screwed up. So now you're up 4-0. You've gotten to the Forerunner that was in your hand, which was really important to get to. And Pretty good position overall. Edge of Night is going to at least make this pretend like it's going to trade.
Right.
So really cool thing with Evelyn having backline, if an ambush unit is jammed here, there is still like potential to ride the wind over a big unit to frontline for her.
Right. Yeah.
Now, I don't think you can get big enough to bother the Rengar. I think sending over Draven, I think 7 is going to be too small. I think sending over the Forerunner, 6 is probably too small as well. And like, I mean, the Forerunner dying would be fine. Like keeping the Evelyn alive in lieu of Forerunner dying is like honestly pretty good. But yeah, I'm not sure that it really works out here.
Yeah, I'd probably never do it. I let them.
Yeah, it's not.
I let them commit to something now to keep this alive. Say okay, and then I would make them oversend into the right side, and then ride the win away and like trade what I could.
Yep,
that's what I would go for.
Yeah,
so this is a perfect example where if this Rengar goes right and then they like punch first it, I just like ride the win away my Draven and like let my Forerunner die and give me 6 might on the back end.
Yeah, interesting. So the +1 goes to Rengar. It's probably a math consideration here with punch first and maybe 1 more unit. But it does mean that the first mate gets traded down and it leaves just the Inferna alone.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's just all combat tricks for our opponent. So this +1 makes it so he needs. I think it makes it so he only has to play. No, it doesn't even do that. He always has to punch first and cleave. So I don't know why he gave it the +1. Maybe my math's wrong. See, 7 and 5 is 12, 15, and this is what on the Draven side? 6 and 7, 13. So it's a difference between 14 and 15. So I think the +1 should have always gone on the first mate, but. Because I don't think this makes sense, right? Because this is 7 and 6 is 13. 6 plus punch is 11. And you need to cleave to 14.
Yeah, this is 15.
14. Right, but I'm saying it should be 14.
Oh, right. Like, yeah, it doesn't need to be 15.
You don't beat, like, you don't beat either, right? Like, you know
it doesn't need to be
15. If you're 14 or 15, you're never beating a spinning axe. So I think you always stay at 14 and leave your first mate alive. But, I mean, this is incredibly min-maxy stuff we're discussing. But it's just kind of like, I don't know what's +1 or 2, right? I only know +3 for 2 runes. So, that all being said, yeah. Has 1 floating for some reason.
Yeah, because he tapped another rune for the cleave instead of playing it.
Sure.
Because when he punched, he had not tapped any orange runes. So.
Yeah. So yeah, just a reminder to all, you know, you can just, especially when you're in top cuts like this, you know, you technically like have as maybe this isn't top cut.
No, they're in turns. Okay, so sorry, I was clarifying this with Eugen chat.
Okay. So then
they changed formats. I don't know when they changed formats. Maybe it was just for this cycle, and I missed the first one because I was casting. I was doing Sydney instead.
I think it's like 2 more rounds of Swiss and then
3 more rounds of
16,
Swiss.
3 more.
And then you said top 8. We'll see if it's 16 or 8 when we get there. I believe Huge that it's top 8, but like it's a different format than it was for the last 2 sets. So we're just and we missed last week, so we'll see exactly what it is. But I know for sure it's at least 3 more rounds of Swiss based on what you just told me.
This is so strange. I do not like this at all.
And it actually makes sense. There would be 3 rounds of Swiss and then 3 more rounds after that. So top 8, so 8 forward.
This is somehow making the +1 and not leaving the first mate alive somehow better. This is what 7 and 3 is 16, or 7 and 13 +5 is 18, and we're 14. It's still not going to matter. The challenge doesn't do anything, but yeah.
Well, the challenge would, right? I mean, you just kill everything.
No, because it's 11 and 7 is 18, and you were 14, right?
Yeah, but can't you just like challenge?
Oh, you mean if you pre-challenge something? Yeah.
You just challenging the combat, right? And you just kill. Everything.
It would wipe the board, but I think you just like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not convinced wiping the board is a game-winning play or anything, right? Because right now your Inferno is actually technically safe in theory. And if you actually kill the Forerunner, then it just puts 2 mechs. They score to 7, and then you have to deal with both sides. So it's fine. But
I just felt.
But you could have killed everything.
Yeah, she could have killed everything. I think the overall point is it felt way better to just ride the wind away our Draven, because we lost 5. We essentially lost 12 might for no reason when we could have just killed the Rengar on the backswing, kept an axe in play, kept a Draven in play, and then got 6 might in mechs. Instead, we went in to kill it, but lost 12 might in the process, where we could have just lost 0 might because the Forerunner would have made up that might. So we made our board smaller for kind of no reason.
Based Sharkling.
Yeah. Not saying it's probably going to matter much, but we did kind of just dilute our board for no reason.
Wait, why are we equipping the Edge of Night, though? Just so it doesn't... I guess so it doesn't die to Pookie.
Doesn't die to
equip
Pookie
it now.
On the back end, yeah.
Also, I guess... Okay, wait. What could ambush in it, too? Inferno's only 1. I don't think anything could have ambushed in it, too. I think it was more just like, you're going to equip it to hold into Pookie anyway.
Yeah, you may as well. And then you get the hide
that tracks.
I think this is also a turns play, because you're just putting yourself so far ahead that you physically could not lose based off the rules of the game, so...
That makes sense.
It's all good. I mean, we're winning regardless, but... Yeah,
I mean, it's all off the mistake at the very start of the game. It just the Nidalee miss trigger and no +1 onto the... Or Rengar miss trigger, no +1 onto the Nidalee to trade into the Spinning Axe, and that Spinning Axe was able to stick around for... until last turn. It was pretty much the rest of the game.
Yeah, unfortunate that happened. But yeah, I mean, we you see it all the time, and you don't like to harp on others one way or the other, and
just real quick, you can move the Sharkling back, right? In this spot?
Yes.
Okay. Because Tide Turner is still played at the Star Spring, and then
you could move the Shark back, yes.
Yeah, okay, so that, I mean, I just want to clarify, because I believed you could, and I think it would be correct in that moment to just move the Sharkling home. Obviously, it doesn't matter. I just mean, and for him, like, I'm not saying he made a mistake, because it doesn't matter at all in this case, but just like playing completely tight, like if this was, say, earlier in the game, and we're like a 4-4 game.
When it comes to Star Spring, the only thing that is relevant is that it is a non-token unit.
So that would be... I mean, that's kind of cool with the hidden cards. I know it's not his battlefield, but it's something that you really want to look at if you're playing Draven with Tide Turner and Evelyn. It's something that you see with the Vex build sometimes, where they're just like revealing their 2-drop and they can move something back. It's really good for spells. Yeah, they get outplayed in combat.
You just flip up with your Vex back, and you're like, or your Sona, or like whatever.
Yeah, you save the good unit, you lose the little like hidden unit. Or I've seen it for stopping spells that target battlefield as well. You can just like flip a unit and move something.
Yep. No, that part is that's true as well. Something people mess up a lot. You'll see this a lot. LeBlanc see this a lot. Is we've seen it on stream in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. When you like ambush in your Vi, you can't like do a combat and then play another unit there and then back your Vi up or something. Like you saw somebody like move in Vi, win the combat, make a copy of Vi, and then play something to the Star Spring and try to like back their Vi up, and it's like no.
Yeah, you've already played
the first time you play a unit there, so that is something to be wary of when you're playing Star Spring. We saw it like once or twice on stream. I think it was Daniel.
Wait. You're saying it doesn't...
What I'm saying is if you move in a 2/2, right, and then you Vi on top of it, that
is
your
okay.
You can your 2/2 out.
Yeah.
You cannot then make a copy of the
yes,
and
then
another unit there and move the copy out. That
I got you.
First unit you play.
I misheard you the first time, and I was like, wait, are you saying when you make the token, it still counts as the trigger? Yeah, but no.
It's more so like it's not because it's a token. It's because you ambushed in, and that is the first unit you played there.
Yeah, because the token doesn't count because it's a token unit.
The token doesn't count because even if the token did count, it wouldn't count because you used that trigger when you played the Divide Ambush.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like if you conquer normally, like without the initial unit.
Right, if you conquer normally and then make a token, yes.
Yeah, it's why it's so good. It's like you can back out.
Yeah, it's just like bootleg Hillock and sometimes.
Yeah. Bootleg Hillock is very good.
But yeah, a lot of people just don't realize like that ambush is you playing a unit there, because it's not like if you control the battlefield the first time you play a unit there, it's just literally the first time you play a unit there. It doesn't matter who owns it or anything. It's just that's just how it works. So there are a lot of like, like we learned the thing yesterday with Ari. Like Ari says like, when you attack and I control the battlefield,
Yeah.
So there are like slight nuances, and a lot of people shortcut things and just like remember things. Like, I mean, that's why I remember a lot of rules, both rulings and card interactions. I remember them in the way that is just relevant to the way they play. But when it comes to the nuances of things like this, like,
Oh, we had that happen yesterday where we both messed up Ari because we just
exactly.
we both like assume that it's just when you defend, but it's specifically a battlefield you control.
99% of the time it's always just been that way. So I've never had to go through the nuances of
the surprise defenses and how that works.
As we see a key battle axe here, so I think
look,
discussing as well is just maybe it's in a lot of lists.
It's been a staple in these red lists and not just red lists that we've seen on stream, but red lists that are doing well on stream, right? Like they're now obviously this is a mirror of Blighted Battle Axe, so it was always going to win this one. But the Draven or the Darius yesterday looked really good with it.
Yeah,
so.
It was 5-0, I think. When we left them off,
when we saw, that was they were. It was an undefeated match when we at that point. Yeah. So.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, they were both 4-0 and they drew that game. But yes, they ended up drawing that game.
Did that end in a draw? Holy shit!
It did. Yeah, it did.
God, there were so many yesterday. It was half of them.
Yeah.
So someone even pulled up, just to your point about the Star Spring, or in chat mentioned there was a moment in Prismat's game on stream in Sydney where his Yi opponent ambushed the Rengar in, and then played a first mate, pushed it back, and now it didn't end up mattering. Priz still won that game, but it could have, it really could have, and it very often.
I watched that game. I think we
watched it. I think we might have watched it together. You were hanging out on the co-stream, so I think we probably watched it together here when we talked about it.
We watched that one, and then there was another one against Daniel. It was the win-in game. Again, I don't think it was going to matter, but like Daniel actually caught it, and he was like, "No, like you played the ball." Like, I was just like, "Oh shit" or something.
Yeah.
And then it all ended. But
yeah.
So,
because I remember I immediately
sent twice. One time it got caught, and then one time it just winded up not mattering, but could have mattered.
Yeah, I remember I immediately sent Priz a message, and I said, "Hey, learn this. Like, don't get juiced again."
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things you would just be like, "Oh, when I play a unit to the battlefield, it goes back." And the only time you play units in Riftbound is you conquer and you play something to a battlefield. That's how the game works. And it's like, well, there's 9 new ambush units, so like. The concept of what playing a unit into the battlefield means actually needs to change in your brain because of ambush now being there. So again, similar to the Ari thing, there was never really a weird surprise defender type thing that happened very often, but now you have Faithful and to a degree, what is that other card? Void Assault. And you'll see a lot more Aris being the defender, but not having, owned the battlefield. And you're going to see that a lot more. And again, as both an Ari player and playing against Ari, it's just another little nuance you need to know.
We're talking about Sydney last week, as far as when we saw these specific games about Star Spring, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
I need to get back in the lab with some of the like fun LeBlanc builds I was working on, because I was playing Star Spring, but it was like very early testing, and I think there's just like so much I've learned about piloting around Star Spring, and I think there's some like really fun things you can do with the LeBlanc play stuff. I think there's some really cool stuff. So
it got undersold or oversold, whichever way you want to look at it, where it was like, oh my god, like look at what Kha'Zix is doing with Faithful and stuff, and you were like, oh, I don't want to play Faithful into Kha'Zix and give them a Star Spring game, or people are just doing regular Faithful stuff with like the Forbidden Wastes and stuff, and it's like, oh my god, I don't want to give people more of these games. And then we kind of saw like Kha'Zix wasn't the menace. I still think it's a good deck, and I think it's a little underexplored, but like it's not the menace that people thought it was going to be a few months ago. Granted, some of that testing was under the guise of Obelisk and such, so taking Reavers and whatnot. So there was a little bit of reconfiguring that had to happen after those bans came along, which is why when I wrote my guide for Poppy, everybody yelled at me like, "Why don't you have Obelisk in your deck?" And I was like, "I don't think it's going to be around long." And so so things change, but. Yeah, I agree. Like people are playing Star Spring in a lot of decks, and they're like, I don't want to give this to all. Like, oh, look at all these Faithful decks. Like this is BS. Like I can't give more decks this. But I think as people have realized that Faithful, while being a good card, is not exactly meta warping right now. You have the the liberty to play more of it, and so very interesting card and opens up a lot of different avenues in combat as an offensive trick, a defensive trick, a kind of a rope-a-dope type thing. Going for a big combat, hold up 2, they don't know what you have, and you just like, actually I'm just gonna play an Inferna and like run my guy away, and I just wasted like 3 of your resources, like being cards and stuff. So yeah, a lot of cool uses.
All right, I'm gonna pull up the breakdown for anybody who missed it.
I'm just gonna go grab a drink right now.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. It's kind of nothing too crazy or nothing too unexpected. The Aurelia was the most reps in the tournament anyways, and now it's still just like continuing to be the best performing list, 18% of the field. So 12 total Aurelias, 8 Yi, 8 LeBlancs, so doing a little bit better than it had previously in China. 5 Azir, I think this deck had been kind of an underperformer, and this time actually having a very good conversion rate. And then the big one I think for me is the 2 Blurple legends, Ezreal and Diana. Diana was the 3rd most repped deck coming into the event and had 3 times the amount of players as Ezreal, and they both put the same amount of copies into the top 64. And then from there, it's just really a bunch of kind of 1-ofs and 2-ofs. Of course, Fiora breaking that with 3 copies, but Darius, Rengar. We just saw the last Rengar lose, which means they'll be eliminated from contention for top 8 with the X1-1 record they were at. And then we have the 1 Draven still alive. The XPE is actually Parzival, which is one of the casters from China, which is pretty cool. We saw him on stream yesterday. And then, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of just 1-of copies kind of sneaking their way through. I expect really good, like the top 8 is, I'm still just really thinking is going to be mostly made up of like Aurelia, Yi, some amount of LeBlanc, some amount of Azir, and probably like one of these Aurora players is going to sneak their way up there. I would be a little surprised if none of them did. And yeah, maybe like 1 copy of blue purple, whichever side of it. So we have no idea what happened in round 8 as far as how many of these players are still live for Top Cut or not. So we'll see if the official broadcast like updates as we see it. But y'all will know kind of the same time I do often with these events. It's really just we're along for the ride, we're following, and we're yapping with you all. So you can always continue to ask questions in chat or give your opinions about the games. We're always happy to see them. But yeah, it's always a nice day of Riftbound, and but yeah, I'll just leave this up for a bit while we wait for it to come back anyways. Just so that people can continue to see it, because we just have like a wait screen otherwise. Timo makes another top 8 of this stream that match. Yeah, I did think that was a bit of a miss in Sydney to not stream the Timo in top 8. The main reason I actually felt like it was a miss was even less so about the legend, more so that he was like an Aussie local. Like he's an OS like esports veteran, it was my understanding. He's like a coach for like a Marvel Rivals team, and he'd been around for a while. He was on Timo, which is even cooler. And I think that would have been a really good story to follow. And I wonder if they were really hoping that he was going to top 4 and go from there. Yeah. That the XPE that we watched yesterday is the one that is alive. The one of XPE is the same guy from yesterday. Yeah. I've stopped working on it for now because I think I'm committing to Diana for Vancouver, for the LeBlanc list without Karthus. But I'm still going to continue to cook on it. I mean, I'm not like convinced that it's better than the Karthus versions. I just really enjoy it, and I think it has some merits to it being better at certain things. However, like right now, it feels like the Karthus versions are the best. I definitely recommend the version Daniel took to top 8. I think it's been really, really good. I think that Hook helped solve some of the issues that I had with the Karthus list. So I really like the way that they constructed that, but I really enjoy playing Hui in LeBlanc. I enjoy playing Hui in general right now. And one of the big reasons I've selected Diana for my Vancouver deck. I'm just really enjoying playing decks that get to play Hui. Yeah, in LeBlanc, it's no exception. I think there's like just really fun things that you get to do with copying Hui and then moving the copy. There's just some cool stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I think in general doing some more stuff with Ashen would have been cool. I think like him top 8ing that was crazy, so it was awesome.
What are we talking about? Sorry, just go back.
I'm just talking to chat about different stuff. They were saying if we see a Teemo in the top 8 again, they hope it actually gets shown on stream. I had mentioned I felt like it was a bit of a miss to not show him in top 8 in Sydney, especially because he was like an Australian player. Like there were only 2 players from Australia and New Zealand in the top 8. And we did end up getting to see the Vex in top 4, which was great. But like, yeah, it would have been cool. Like he was on Teemo. He's from Australia in the like first Australian RQ. It would have been cool to like have gotten him on stream. Yeah. Yes, and we were also talking a little bit about like LeBlanc because I'd been cooking the non-Karthus versions. Just
yeah, I do. I do think the non-Karthus version ish is still good. Just in general, I think it's like viable. I think it gets preyed on a little harder if people are on like super heavy gust builds.
Yes,
whereas the hook builds can
your
like
purple's worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Purple's
so like you can build yourself out of it with a hook sometimes. Granted, it's still unfortunate to get gusted that many times. That being said, when Unleashed ends, and
yeah, we get a Azir back
and whatnot again.
Yeah,
there is like some more to do with that deck when tokens become tokens.
I was doing stuff with Azir and it was good. Like it generally it was strong. Like so I kind of put it down after that change because I was like, well, what's the point? I can't play it at full power because I just think that Azir makes the list. I don't think it's a 3 of, but I just think it does make the list and it lets you do some really good things. So kind of a bummer.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
The part that I hate the most about it is it's just like, oh, we're just gonna play wrong until next set. we're just gonna play incorrectly until next set. That was the ruling. That one pisses me off so much.
Pretty much.
And I know there's like the rules are written stuff, but the full intent, I mean, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. I'm over it. I'm not, but I am. Yeah, the thing that it has like basically over the Karthus list is it's not as susceptible to just getting like held against. Like and the Karthus lists have their way around that, right? Of just develop Karthus, like get a Rex down, sacrifice it. You can't even react to that because it's part of the cost. Kill your shit. Like they have their own ways around like getting held against. But I do think that the like Hui versions are just like naturally a little better at just pushing over the top of like generic holds.
Yeah, they also have Vi now, at least in the
I saw Daniel. I saw the Challenger guys were playing Vi. I think that's a really good change for them. I think taking out Galio, which is kind of a bad card, and then putting in a good card in Vi was a good call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The whole
I'm unsure of the whole China situation. Like I understand why it maybe could have been like that for a week or 2 or something. Why it has to go a whole set, I'm unsure. Like I can understand like, hey, it's a week before a bunch of tournaments. This is how they've been ruling it. They're actually wrong, but we're gonna go with that for one more tournament, and then the week after we're good. Like obviously there has to be some arbitrary like cutoff. Why it needed to be a whole set, I'm unsure. Especially because there isn't really like, I mean, you can argue Sydney and then going forward, like Singapore might be like quote unquote world events. But for the most part, like the Chinese populace and everybody else is not going to be interacting overwhelmingly until like maybe the end of this year. But again, we just saw the announcement for regional championships. And again, it doesn't seem like the world will be playing against China.
Okay, but
at least for the rest of this year, like they will be pretty segmented.
That absolutely fried me though, Vera, is like
Mhm.
so the directive had been given to Chinese judges about the like tokens not counting as tokens, right? They come in as tokens and they change.
Sure.
However, if you look at city challenge lists, you can just count the Azirs. Like there was a lot of them, and I promise you that these like top performing city challenge LeBlanc lists with Azir in it were absolutely moving tokens. Like there's just no way that they weren't. Like,
1,000%.
Like why would you be playing this Azir card if it wasn't actually moving the tokens, right? So it's kind of funny, but is what it is. And yes, you are right. There will not necessarily be an official like China plus rest of the world
well, the
event
few like
this
Western,
year, right?
whatever, non-Chinese people, like people who live in China, not ethnicity wise, like travel over to China and play. Yeah, probably gonna be less than a dozen. Are some Chinese players gonna maybe make their way to Singapore, and some made their way to Australia?
Yeah. There'll be a lot at
probably
Singapore.
be a dozen or two, but it's not gonna be like en masse where it's gonna cause like a big, like if 8 people need to suck it up so the other 1,500 people could play by the right rules, like so be it. It'd be one thing if there's going to be a tournament where 700 Chinese players show up and 700 people from elsewhere show up and half the room is like on different rule sets. Yeah, sure, like that's like just a problem waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's a huge problem.
I don't really see that being the case. So
yeah, but
again,
Yuge was telling me, and he's saying in chat right now as well. He told me this earlier, but there should be a lot of Chinese players at the Singapore RQ. It'll be really cool to watch the Singapore RQ for the like. That will be probably the most true like combining of the China and rest of the world regions as they are. It's funny that those are the two regions as far as Riftbound is concerned as of right now. It really is China and rest of the world. But that will be the one where it's like the most prevalent of like a big mix because there's no visas. Chinese people don't need to get a visa to go to Singapore.
Yeah, that being said, I wonder how much that actually matters because if we just judge it based off like Atlanta and Vegas and like even like Utrecht to a degree, like these tickets are selling like it's just selling out instantly. Close to instantly, right? And then now if Chinese populace and the rest of the world are all going to be competing for Singapore, I don't necessarily think like that Chinese people aren't going to want to go with the visa situation. I just think it might just be another coin flip of like who the hell gets in.
I think Singapore might be closer to Sydney where it just doesn't sell out, right?
Possibly. It is like a far trip, but it's like at least for most of Europe, it's like an 8 to 12-hour trip depending on where you live in Europe. But like Australia is just a 20-hour flight.
I guess no matter who you are.
And then if you're on East Coast America, it's like 14 to 16. If you're on West Coast, I think it's like 10 to 12, might be 12 to 14, depending.
I might be skewed because my trip to Singapore took me 45 hours when I went for the PT.
yeah, that might be a little different.
Just be like, this place is so far away, man.
But yeah, Sydney was literally available to like the day of the tournament. You could still buy tickets.
Yeah.
So like if any Chinese person wanted to go, they like knew that they were making it in versus going to like this regional and gambling, right? Because it's a lottery system. You don't know if you're getting in. So that being said, like not that I don't think the Chinese players aren't going to want to go and they might still be there doing side events and stuff. I just don't know, because it's the same thing with these regionals to a degree, right? If there's 512 people or whatever it is, 700 people who get in now, but 400 of them could be like casual-ish players, but like the more competitive players just don't make it in. You already see that, and then it's just going to be exemplified like even more if 8,000 people are trying to get 2,000 seats, and it's just like,
all right,
who knows?
Right. We actually have a game. No one told me that my shit was bugged.
Oh, okay. We got a game. Thank God.
We go. All right, perfect timing. Actually, they're just going into game 1.
Perfect. Yeah.
We have the Vi made it. They're still alive. Vi versus Diana. Rockfall path for Vi.
Shocking
with
to me. Especially
ambush
with
in the champ zone.
Yeah. If it was the red Vi, like the best of Vi we were talking to from yesterday, we're like, nah, we don't play yellow, yada yada yada.
Yeah, then Rockfall seems fine. Yeah, why not?
Play Rockfall path. Screw LeBlanc, no doubt. But starting with a Rockfall path while simultaneously playing yellow is interesting. I mean, unless this is swapped, because is that a trapping ground on the right side?
Oh yeah, I wonder if it is swapped because generally,
so maybe they just
player on the left puts it on the top, right? Right.
I think maybe the overlay just has it wrong because I'm pretty sure it's a trapping grounds on the right side, which makes way more sense for Vi.
No, that's Academy, isn't it? That's the Heimerdinger statue.
Okay, then yeah, I guess it is their Rockfall path, which is very interesting. Again,
Let's
we are
see.
seeing some of the cards we've discussed, all the new 4-drops that are kind of like pricing out Kaisa in a way. We see a Jin, and I think that was Rengar of Text, as I like to call it, or Rengar of Keywords, if you will. So I think it was that and a Jin alongside a Poro and a Cleave, so a very red-heavy hand. And similar to the best of list we saw from Sydney, I would expect to see Jin, Rengar of Text, some equipment, the Hextech Gauntlet, and either BF or, trying to
I
spin
mean, there's the axe. He's back.
Yeah, and then there he goes. You see the draw, so.
The axe is back, baby. Yeah, that is the Heimer. I'm trying to remember. Is this the repeat one? What does this guy do exactly? Is this predict or repeat? I can't. It is the Academy. When you hold here, give your next spell this turn repeat equal to its base cost. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Choice for Diana, but I'm trying to think.
Again,
like,
as we discussed,
what I'd want to do with that, but yeah.
BF Sword, was something that we played in Vi. It's like, oh, we're gonna play BF Sword alongside Hextech Gauntlets. We're gonna have Hextech obviously good because it draws and does all its stuff. BF Sword obviously good because it's cheap and powerless, or just costs the power and not a mana or an energy. But instead, with alongside this Jin again, we are going for the Battle Axe, which again I think makes a lot of sense. You're still defending for 8, as we've discussed. You're still overkilling for at least 3 or more, compared to BF, which is 7. So that surely helps as well. So it does make sense.
Yeah.
I maybe I'm misremembering, but I swore the best of player was just playing BF.
It was the 6 BF sword list, right? Like you're playing the 3 gauntlets, the 3 BF swords, which is what I mainly expected out of this deck. But you could cut the BF, play more red runes, and play well, I guess not more red runes. It was already 8-4 split, but you could play the axe instead.
But you already have the Jin in the deck, right?
Yeah, you already have the
Jin in the deck, so
there was already
pays for itself.
There's 2 acceptable losses in the hand of Diana right now. 2 main board is wild.
You sure we're jumping into a game 1 right now? But yeah, 2.
Yeah,
I mean, it kind of makes sense in Diana for the simple fact that maybe not 2 per se in the main, 1 main, 2 side, 1 main, 1 side, because you need an answer to Aurora. Granted, against Sivir, you just lose to gold. So I don't know how smart that is as an Aurora answer. That being said, every Aurora... Okay, so I'll just... yeah, this is just silly. But anyway, yeah, so the acceptable losses kind of makes no sense to answer Aurora. There's actually, unless you're specifically...
No, it's really bad against Aurora.
Respecting Sivir. And then Fiora Aurora is going to have shells and weapons. Poppy Aurora is going to have Forge and other things, and
MF still has
maybe
Bloom, maybe Pack, maybe there's things that still exist, right?
Yeah, unsure on the acceptable losses. That being said, not getting too in the weeds there as we're talking about this, you do just get to excuse me, train of thought. You use Diana, right? You just look at the top of your deck a lot. If it's there, it's a free card you drew, no big deal. If it's there and you don't need it, you ship it to the bottom. Yeah, you put it at the bottom,
yeah.
If it's a matchup where it sucks and you Diana, and yes, it's a spell, you still just put it to the bottom. If you flip up and hit a unit, it's the same exact thing, because this acceptable losses is useless, right? And then when it's not useless, then cool, you have an acceptable losses. I can see it. Why it's 2? Unsure. Your Aurelia matchup is not great as Diana. It can be okay depending on your build, but is generally unfavored, whatever that exact number is tertiary to the point of you need to kill those hourglasses.
Yeah, certainly.
Because killing an hourglass and getting a nice moonfall off is how you win that game generally, alongside getting a really big play. So I can see it. It is one of your weaker matchups. As we're just going to see 2 units push up, Hextech Gauntlets equipped, holding for 2, holding for 7. And passing over to the Diana, looks like.
Yeah, but start of turn, or not start of turn. Sorry, this is a response. So once the Vi tapped out a little bit, just sends this in. This is so Cleave nukes you from orbit, and it is there. So there must be some answer to Cleave, or else this is just the loosest play I've seen in my life.
You Cleave, it's 5-on-3. You play Losses, it's still 5-on-4.
Losses is not action speed.
Is it? Or am I? Oh, I'm thinking of Factory Recall, right? Yeah, I'm not dumb.
Losses is action speed. Why did I think this is not?
Okay, you lied to me.
I lied to you. No, I absolutely lied to you. No, I was like,
I swore this was.
Bro, I was so certain that this was not action speed, but then I saw the card and I was like, that looks like an action box. Am I just wrong? Have I just not?
I was I'm pretty sure The idea was this guy plays another card, you accept the losses, kill the battle the hex deck gauntlets, and now the stupefy, it's a complete blowout.
Yeah, but this
now
still
you're up 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1 is good. This still kind of like it still is not my favorite position for Diana though. You ended up having to like play deflect. You paid like 3 cards to get the 1 kill on the Poro. Like there's still the Jin alive over here, so there better be a kill for the Jin, or else the game is like really in trouble. And there might be in the hand as well.
We're still going up to 5 runes.
There's a Moonfall, so there's a kill for the Jin.
Yeah, like you have 5 runes, you're theoretically up to 6 because of the Diana hero power. You're going to replenish your hand a little bit because of Diana herself. Yes, you might be a little low on rune economy, but you should be up 2-1 right now, if my math serves me right, because it should have been 1 for a defensive conquer and 2 for a hold. As we're going to say, the Diana ability go off. What are we doing? Are we going to... A Moonfall in the Broker, sure.
Yeah, okay. Moonfall in the Broker is very good. You dodge the deflect, you kill everything.
Yeah.
The Moonfall in hand makes me like the play on last turn a lot more as well. Like already having the Moonfall means you've got a plan for this turn. If the cleave comes out, you actually have the fullest blowout, which is very good.
Yeah, so now it should be 3-1, excuse me, whenever they update the score appropriately. And then as our opponent plays and passes, it should be a 5-1 game, which should just about seal it for Diana when you're able to go up, that many points and actually develop as Diana. Because the one thing that's actually hard to do as Diana is develop and attack simultaneously. So when you're given that buffer to just be like, 3-1, back up, I would have left it there, I think. But I guess you lose to like accelerate ganking. I think this is better, yeah. So
man, I mean, what, do you just have to accelerate the Rengar? Like, are we just priced into starting to YOLO, like for lack of a better word here, just kind of like, all right, we're just shipping it. I mean, this is the accelerate.
Yeah, I think you don't want the 2 there, right? Because if they go over 5-on-2, they can then gank across. Whereas Diana and a stupefying hand, you're never getting. I mean, even with the stupefy on the student, I would have left the student there. I feel like, but it's completely fine to not, based off what's in our hand. But it's 4-on-3. I mean, you Diana. You don't have any other 1 cost in Diana, right? It's really just Stupefy and Existential Dread. So I think you're free
Stupefy, Dread, stack deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're free to pay for the Diana here, and then you Stupefy it and offer the trade. Unless you don't want to pay the deflect, and that's fine too. Oh no, it's 6. I'm a dummy. That's Rengar of Text. That's Rengar of Text.
Rengar of Text is 6. You could Stupefy to deny the Vi trigger, but it's not necessarily an important spot to be doing that here. Yeah. So what I will say is there is consideration to it if the rest of your hand supports Ravenbloom walking over the Rengar. I think there is actual merit to stupefying it and denying the Vi trigger.
If you have non-target ways to get over it, because it's only a 4 on defense, it would make complete sense.
Yeah. But it's not there. Now the Hui's there, right? So now in the future, there is options for actually trying to walk over the Rengar. But really, I think Hui getting developed here, if there's not like a way to remove it for Vi, should start to spell the end of days, because Hui is going to be able to walk over anything that Vi wants to put down. We also know that there's a flash, and Diana has a point lead, so you can just look to double conquer, flash back on defense. If Vi goes to 4 points here, you're just going to walk over her. If she doesn't go to 4 points here, you get to walk in, go to 5, and flash back, and then continue to extend the lead and win the game. So very, very good position for Diana.
Yeah, good position for Diana. And this is also the problem sometimes with the Vi deck, and it's very similar to the Leona deck of old and new for that matter, is that sometimes if you just kind of like avoid combat with these decks and like make them go in first, like they're a lot less. I mean, Leona more so, or less so, excuse me, because like while the stuns are good, you still can do stuff on defense with Leona. You have big might units 5 and 6, and you have shield on some of your units. You have defensive stuns. It's all honky dory. In Vi's case, most of your might comes in the form of like assault and things of that nature, and something like the yellow Vi. So it's not great to run in and just have a unit that's like, I'm 6 on defense with like something attached to it, and like you have very little combat tricks. It's much easier to beat. So you are in a weird predicament here where you need your points because you can't just keep falling behind on point cadence. And at the same time, you have nothing to do if you go up for your points. So we're going to send a rinky-dink unit and get our 1 point because Gem Jammer is ultimately not going to do much. But there's nothing this deck can really present to get their 4th point unless they just actually want to throw away a unit.
Yeah, I mean, and then my favorite place to be playing Diana is untapping with a full grip of runes and a Hui on the board. Nothing better.
Not only that, when you're able to push point cadence as a Diana and literally do not have to spend a rune to do it, it's like we could literally Hui and go to 4 and do nothing else if we so chose to, and it would be completely acceptable.
Second main deck losses goes to the bin.
Yeah, speaking of acceptable, another one goes there.
Second main deck losses, for anyone counting. Though the Vi has to be a little bit happier with the double blighted battle axe hand, seeing that go to the bin. So
yeah, definitely some use that we're gonna be able to attack for 9 and 10 respectively next turn, assuming our units live.
Can just save the flash now. Actually has a switcheroo, could just even hide the switcheroo.
I mean, at this point, you probably don't even hide it. You just kind of pass it all.
Yeah, true. You just hold the runes up. Right? Yeah. Look, it costs more power to not hide it.
Yeah, I mean, that part is true. I just mean more so like if the play makes sense, you can do it.
Yeah, of course.
Like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like, swing in 6-on-2 and just rip the switcher. Like, I don't know. You could lose to a few things.
Switch is also bad to hide here because Vi is just going to stun it. Yeah. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, the stun part is just like, ew. Like, yeah, you deny them the point, I suppose, but at what cost?
Well, time to make the biggest unit in history. And unfortunately, by not playing the bi-headed battle axe, unless there's a... Okay, no. It's a miss. The runes at the top are wrong. Okay, I was going to say there's not enough runes to equip it because it said 7, but they are at 9 runes. So they are going to be equip everything. No big deal. I guess you just make the biggest Rengar imaginable because he's got ganking and because he has deflect, so he's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with.
Yep, you're going to run in for like 27-on-2.
Oh, there's just no way, dude. He's just going to get switcherooed. There's just no way. There's just no way.
Oh, right, you have Diana still.
He's just going to get switcherooed.
That's right. This is worth paying 3 runes, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'll pay it every day of the week.
Yeah.
You get to kill the Rengar when your opponent has 1 card in hand. You get the untap. It's
not necessarily something you should be playing around, but there are no. Do this with Vi, it's just safer.
No, I put no blame on this Vi player. They are innocent in this. They are fully innocent in this.
Yep.
You're not in this game state. You're not putting this in the range. You're not like. You need to put it on the best chance to win, and your deflect unit is the best chance to actually like stick. Because Diana would be priced like they can't just cast a million things into this like huge deflect unit and expect to win the game.
Completely fair.
Yeah, it has ganking. You need to put the blighted axe on the ganking unit in this spot and then actually hold like everything about it is correct to put it on the Rengar. Unfortunately, get juiced, right? Like I don't know what to tell you.
It's not even like an exact card in Diana, like some people literally play.
I've rarely seen it in the deck, right?
Exactly.
Like,
so it's not even like it's within the range of like acceptable cards for Diana, and then like you said, kind of.
It makes me want to put a copy in my deck because I don't like nobody's playing around this card in Diana, right? Like,
yeah, I mean that's my one problem with Diana is that your combat ways to like win are kind of like
I think he forgot.
Spare.
Yeah. Oh no, he didn't forget. He's the attacker. That's right.
Yes, he did it before Conquer.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that being said, I think I do think I like the concept of switcheroo because my one problem with Diana is sometimes it's really hard for you to win combat when you don't have Hui because like most of your stuff is like a little bit of rinky dink like minus your opponent, and other than like the one-of copy of Eclipse, you have no way to make your units bigger. It's always just making your opponents smaller generally, and then it like obviously it gets like additive with things like Student and Abandon Hall. But when you're not on those battlefields, like all you have is like, oh, a little Stupefy here, a little this. It's like, and then, or otherwise you have to commit Moonfall.
Yeah.
But so having a way to like do a big might swing that isn't like star-crossed exactly is nice. So, but yeah, as you mentioned, it just looked very good for Diana. It looked like the Vi had a turn cooking, but that switcheroo stopped that game from being even a bit close.
对有应对手段的颜色都
Yeah, interesting that this is basically kind of what we expect from Vi, except for instead of the BF, it is just Axe. It is just like, I would just want one bigger. Which, you know, look, we did the math. Not really. We're just like, okay, 8 is a pretty good number. like, all right, why not? Seems good. The Axe has been in every red deck that we've seen in the top 64 so far. Seems that Axe is the way to go, the way to play red. Blighted Axe is the savior of red.
I'm a fan. Like I said, I'm trying to incorporate it into my brainless Darius deck, so I am down to clown as usual.
都是法盾单位，但是皎月这边就我不管你，反正我先把你解决掉，后面的事情后面再说。对，有的时候可能就是这一份干脆和果决，然后打的对面这位选手有点猝不及防了。是的，红黄卡组确实啊，他这个目前来说，这个卫卡组对于装备这个高依赖性啊，导致他的卡。
Only good red deck is Annie and they don't play it. Yeah, I mean,
there's a bit of that too.
That might be true, but you know, if you're not Annie, you're playing the Axe.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I do think there are a lot of underdeveloped and appreciated decks that are not allowed to exist sometimes because of the existence of all the Aurora slop decks, which, you know, is what it is. I'm not going to get into that whole argument. But that being said, you know, I mentioned some of them yesterday and a little bit on Twitter and stuff in the leading up to this week. And, you know, we've seen the Rangars, we've seen the Dariuses, we've seen the Vi's, obviously now. You know, some green-orange based decks that aren't Yi, some orange-based decks that aren't Yi, that they have some very nice tools. Like, Set is a pretty good deck. Mid-range Fiora is a very nice deck. We're seeing Darius and Vi do stuff. Rengar, as we saw, like, they're impressive. These cards are strong. Orange Rengar, great card. Ferris Foreigner, great card. Battle Axe, apparently, amazing card. Yellow Vi, amazing card. Like, these are all very, very strong cards. Like, I put them alongside Forerunner, who was people's worst nightmare for like 3 months, because these cards are game-changing cards. They swing, and games can be like, you can literally ride your dragon to victory. Like, you know, pardon the pun, but the existence of Aurora hurts those decks sometimes, and I think people were just like, purple, 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 way too good, way too good. The meta was wide at Sydney. There was a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of decks that I think are good that did not show up. Azir is a great example of a deck that I think a lot of top players, if you ask them, would say is a top 3 deck that had a pretty average to, you know, okay showing at Sydney. I think Kha'Zix is another deck that is actually very good. I'm not going to say it's top 3, but I think it's a very good deck with a very interesting matchup spread that is underplayed. And then, of course, Annie. You know, it feels like Prismat's the only person who plays it. And if you ask him, it's probably the best deck, too. And lastly, Pyke. I think Pyke is another deck. There's multiple versions of that deck that are just, you know, slept on and sold. And I don't know, maybe we'll see Jhin. I mean, Jin's already in the Pyke deck, at least from some of the Challenger guys. So maybe we'll see Battle Axe pop up, you know, alongside that deck, too.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't hate it. You have gold in the deck. You have, you know, ways that you have these gold that you need a power outlet to spend them on. And if it's just, you know, 1 gold and 1 resource to get
equip the Axe, screw it.
It might be good. Like, you know, I don't know. So there are a lot of good decks that are still out there and still being explored. I think the downside of some of those decks might be the existence of Aurora, at least at first. I think people are realizing Aurora is not all it's cracked up to be, especially when you get outside of the Sivir deck. And, you know, we'll see going forward. But enough of my
there's the Trapping Grounds
dreams and wishes. We're back to game 2. And yeah, Trapping Grounds. Conquer for 3, make a bird with Deflect, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it has to be made at the battlefield, if I'm not mistaken. It can't just be made in the base. It has to be made at the battlefield. I think it says here, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah. Conquer for 3, get a bird. Untap, move back. Pretty nice there.
No, it doesn't say here. You can just play you just play bird. Play a bird at home.
You can just play a bird.
Yeah.
Nice. So then there you go. You get a bird at home. And
bird at home to carry an axe around.
Yeah, I can just carry a Blighted Battle Axe, and oh no, my free 1/1 token only conquered for 5 and then died on the next turn because whatever.
Yeah, just a battlefield that your opponent probably isn't going to get value of, and for you, it just says, get a little extra when you do the thing you already want to do. Alright, and Abandoned Hall for Diana. Of course, very good battlefield. It's annoying for Diana, the existence of Aurelia, because it feels like this battlefield is kind of like mandatory for you in Diana because it's so good, but then you have to play an extra Abandoned Hall game against Aurelia. Or sometimes you just play like a double Abandoned Hall game and it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and it's already one of your weaker matchups.
Yeah,
and if you have to play two, like specific Abandoned Hall games and it's not a doubled up game, like, oh my god. Like, and that's the thing. I've seen some Aurelias lead it blind. I've seen some Aurelias only use it going first, but then if they have Targon's Peak, they don't. But then again, sometimes you play Targon's Peak in Diana. So that's the one downside of Diana. Is
it's the biggest downside of Diana.
You literally play mirrors of battlefields. Like, you both want Targons, you both want Abandoned Hall, but I'd argue Aurelia probably uses both better, at least specifically in the mirror.
In the matchup, yes. Yeah. It is by far the biggest weakness of Diana, in my opinion, right now. It's not like the Aurelia matchup itself could be better than it is if you could just play a bunch of different battlefields, but I think you end up sacrificing so much equity everywhere else because those battlefields are so good for you. Like, those battlefields are insane for you as well. Yeah.
Other than Hue, you have no might gain in your deck, and like Frigid Jewel helps a little bit if you like subscribe to that.
Yeah.
But without Abandoned Hall, you just have no way to win combats. It's all I need my
you win. You actually just want to win early into Aurelia on that specific battlefield. You just really pressure their hand aggressively. Like, that's the way you win on that battlefield. We actually saw it out of Milk or Nice Boy in the top. It wasn't top 8. Was it top 8 or was it the last Swiss round? I think it was the last Swiss round. They played against an Aurelia and he won on the Abandoned Hall game. And it was literally just like, I don't care about deflect. I'm just like moonfalling your Aurelia instantly. Show me your buffs. I'm just gonna like completely tax your hand over and over again, and it just eventually leads to a kill and leads to winning the game as soon as you can like break through.
Yep. As we saw the Vi let off with a very aggressive start. They had 2-drop. Into next turn, they went Seal, Jin, and they're starting the game from here at a 0-0 with a lot of permanents on board.
Yeah.
I think the second Seal, definitely not too happy to see, and then I wonder how... I'm dealing with this in my own deck that I'm building that's also red-yellow.
This is Accelerate like Kaisa to draw.
Yeah, like Seals and Jin together. It's like, they're good for different reasons, but man, when you draw them together, it feels like you just have an abundance of resources. You have
too much power, right? Yeah, too much power, not enough cards. But I guess in this spot, Vengeance picked up. That seems like a very interesting card to add to this deck. And if it's a sideboard card, I mean, I guess it's specifically to kill Hue. It is. I do not want to have to deal with Hue.
As far as why it's in the list, I'd assume your occasional Elder Dragon. It is a non-defiable kill of Aurelia, though obviously it is still not so fastable. So I can understand why it's in the list. Whether you specifically bring it in against this matchup, I'm unsure. As you mentioned, most likely a kill Hue on a stick. You can't flash out of it. You can't really do anything. It's exactly abandon, and hope they don't have 8 runes. Or if you make them cast 8 runes to kill a Hue, you're probably still happy. An interesting card for sure. Definitely a slept on card in like a weird way. Like, set 1 card, most people have underrated it, or not underrated it, but just say like it's not good, and it makes sense. It's slow speed. It costs 4. It costs 2 power. Like why are we playing this card? But it has the upsides sometimes of being agnostic to pretty much everything. It doesn't care where the unit is. Doesn't matter if you have Defy. Not So Fast has changed that equation a little bit, but I'd argue Not So Fast is maybe downtrending a little bit, just because Defy catches most of the same spells now with Rebuke on the downtick. Defy still kind of catches your Starcross and all that. So I think Not So Fast is probably downticked a little bit. You'd probably still see 1 in most lists. If you see 2 total, I think it'd be a, not crazy, but it would definitely be on the higher end, because it does have interactions with Elder Dragon, of course. But as the student's going to go in and do exactly what we've been saying, where it's just like cast a spell, get a thing, abandon Hall 1, cast a stack deck to look at some cards, get another +2, and this is where the Diana deck looks insane.
Yeah, and again, just a great example of why it's like, it kind of feels impossible to cut Abandon Hall, right? And you just look at all the value that you're able to get. He's going to end up moving a Jin with this, so he's going to have to pay the deflect on the Jin, and there will be a rune gained for Vi, but I don't think the rune's going to matter.
Yep. Another reason I like the concept of Jin 2 is it's deflect, so your opponent has to pay some stuff to bring it in. But then also when you bring it in, it like opens up your cleaves and your, you know, whatever, right? And charm is another play pattern Aurelia has, where it's like, okay, pay a power for charm. Okay, damn, pay power for deflect. Okay, you move now, you get a card or an energy and a power, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna cleave it now. And now they're like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, you have to do something. You gotta play a pump, Defiant Dance. You just played the third power for the turn, right?
Yeah, so I do like Jin being one of the 4 costs in this meta, and really what it's all coming down to, and everybody can realize at this point, is Vex is amazing because it costs no power and it has deflect. Jin does cost the power but makes it back, but also, by the way, has deflect. And these are just more units that I think are going to slowly start, you know, usurping Kai'Sa as the de facto 4-drop in red decks a lot. Again, not that I think Kai'Sa's bad.
As long as you can find ways to make up the card advantage, basically, and as more cards come out, that just becomes a little bit easier with time. And I mean, that's why we still see Kai'Sa in this deck, right? But if there's like other better ways to get the card draw, like then she can kind of fall out for some of the other cards that maybe have deflect or, you know, whatever. It just depends on the meta, of course, but it feels like blue purple will be a staple. Like in general, just deflect is such a good keyword.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see another card with deflect and a few other keywords in Rengar of keywords coming out. Ambush, deflect, ganking, accelerate, about as many keywords as you can put on a card.
Bro.
We're gonna see a self-gust to
deny. He doesn't get to assign damage.
We lose our untap, we lose our gank, and we lose our bird, most importantly.
Yeah, the bird, I think, is really backbreaking in this spot.
yeah, that's exactly the worst part, is that we're losing the bird. So, yeah, another downside of, you know, Gust. Who would have thought you could just use it on your own unit and get infinite value?
I mean, there's also a Starcrossed in hand, and that was just, you know, that was just the one rune. Now there's the option to Starcross.
You essentially Starcrossed. Like, you essentially Starcrossed that Rengar.
Yeah,
except you paid one rune and did it to yourself and didn't have to play deflect. Because now it's just like Diana, you know, there's a million ways to try to do this, to kill this Rengar pretty easily. You could start by casting Stupefy and paying deflect, which isn't great, but you hit another Moonfall, you hit a...
that works. Oh, no, that's just, it's just 7. But that works, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Just watch her for 7, push down. I had actually forgot this Diana was over there. I didn't realize that was on the board.
Yeah, it's just kind of been hiding out.
She was blending in with the playmat.
Interesting we didn't use our Diana ability. I guess we're just
Is a Stupefy up? Yeah.
Yeah, it seems a little loose just because when is this Poro ever attacking for 4 and not a number bigger than 4? But...
I agree. I'd actually prefer drawing here.
Yeah, because it's just kind of like, if this Poro's coming in for 5, which is the only way it would ever get +3 in this deck, is both cleave and equipment, you'd Stupefy it, pay a power, and still lose the combat. That all being said, we can always Diana when they attack into us. If they attack into us. So it's not like the worst thing, but...
Yeah, you can threaten to just gust your own Diana again, I guess.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things you could do. I would just expect that more often than not. If this Poro's moving into combat at all, it's probably just going to the right side to get its 4th point, and a redeploy would be happening. But, again, if they do go into Diana, you can just...
I mean, if there's a weapon, you're definitely going to Diana, but we just know there's not.
Right, at this point, yeah.
Star.
Because even if you... I just can't believe you're looking for the Stupefy. There has to be another Gust in hand, because, again, like, you see this yellow Vi here. Like, you would never try to get into a combat.
There may just be consideration to, like, oh, I'm just going to do it on defense, because if you decide to not swing into me, then, like, for whatever reason, then you're just, like, getting this, hold for free. Like, maybe the one might is scaring them off, like, is the thought process, right? But, like, I would rather be wary of, like, spells or something like that happening where I just, like, lose my Diana and I didn't actually get to draw the card.
Which is essentially what we see here. We see a Falling Star to clean up the back. everybody's favorite vengeance to kill a Watcher about the best sealed play you can think of. Your opponent opens
there's just a Hui in
Watcher
this
in
hand.
sealed pool, and you have a vengeance.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing this little back and forth. It is still a 4-4 game. Diana not known for accelerate, so probably not going to score any points this turn. Of course, Ride the Wind is your one way to do such a thing, but it looks like just a full deploy turn. So the Vi going to be able to go to 5 if they draw something like a Gem Jammer or Vault Breaker. They might be able to go to 6 rather easily while still developing, which is, a scary place to be. Unfortunately, we're going to see Death Grip and Cleave in the hand, so all combat tricks, we're probably going to see a pullback and a Vi development. It doesn't seem great, but the good news is you back up, you move units in and go to 6 most likely for the Diana. And even if you hold up all your runes, stun is very nice on the Hui. Because a Hui on a battlefield is not very threatening unless it's going to bounce within the combat itself. That being said, we're going to see a Tide Turner be hidden. I'd imagine we're going to see Student move up left, Hui move up right, hide card on Student. They overcommit to the Hui, you swap it over, and then you're just fighting with a Student and a Hui on an Abandoned Hall, and you never lose. I'll let this player make the decisions, though, but I could foresee that being the case.
Yeah, I mean, the switch, once again, well, I was going to say unbeatable, but it's the same kind of question with the Vi again, and this time there's no Rengar to, like, bait a bad attack into a switch. So Vi at least can get around that very easily. Switch, though, can confirm a hold regardless, which is trouble considering he has just gone to 6. So Switch just, like, always confirming the hold is definitely an issue.
Yeah. Switcheroo is rough, but I think honestly, like even if we didn't draw that switch,
yeah,
I
the
think
game's
it's
pretty
just
cooked.
hide the Tide Turner on the left side. They go right. You just fight a bunch on the right side with the Student. If they ever overwhelm you, you bring over the Hui, give it +3. You have a Watcher in your hand, which beats just about everything next turn. You have a few spells in your hand. Like I think we don't even need to resolve the switch, and we'd be so ahead.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
And I think, like, we're once again in this spot where this Diana, like, we can suggest plays all we want. This Diana has about 35 ways to win
for sure.
from this spot.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
so really, no matter what this, like, sequencing is probably just going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is fine, too. Play super safe. Take your Hui out of harm's way. Move it back with the Tide Turner.
Yeah, and now next turn you just play the Watcher, right? Like,
and next turn you have Watcher, Hui, and probably like a Kha'Zix or something in your hand. You can also hold up this Kha'Zix as a combat trick.
It's a Vex. It's a Vex.
Oh, it's a Vex. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was a Kha'Zix.
No, it's fine. I mean, they're both purple cards with 4 in the corner.
4, yeah. That are full arty. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, there's another Hui as well, so you could just like actually play a second Hui. Oh, I see the idea. So this is just start across the Vi and then play the Vex to the battlefield. And then the Vi just can't actually do what it's supposed to do.
Why didn't we play the Vex first then? Oh, I guess we're playing on the left, so I sure want to double reinforce. That's acceptable.
Yeah,
I think this is
the
incredibly
Hui at
greedy,
home
but
to
with
swing
the switcheroo,
in.
I think it's incredibly greedy. With the switcheroo, it's completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, there's literally like a million different ways for Diana to just win from that spot with that hand. There's like actually just nothing. Like, there's basically nothing I can even directly call like a mistake.
No, I mean, they're not gonna lose this game, but they are gonna lose this battlefield actually.
Okay, what's the line? By what, Death Grip?
I think like if you, because you have the 1 cleave, which makes you a 5. If there's like a way.
No, you can't get big enough because cleave is just wait, cleave makes you even, but there's still a Diana resource available.
There is. I mean, cleave makes you even, and so you might make your opponent bite, and then you get switcherooed, and then you play Vi, and then you death grip the Vi in, and that's another +6. So there are ways to lose. I mean, not that I think we'd lose the game per se, but unsure why we're playing the Vi, and I guess he's not understanding that it's stunned.
I think he does. I think he's just stunning it, and then now he's just playing the cleave now, I suppose.
Or is it the death grip?
It's cleave first, right? To tie it, you have the damage, and then Vi actually conquers, right? Vi conquers in this spot if the portal kills everything.
Yeah, this is better. No, this makes more sense. Yeah, because you offer the trade, you go 6.
Oh, it's not even the switch; it's the Tide Turner.
Oh, okay,
it's way
well.
worse.
Okay, well, never mind. He had 2 tide turners.
Well, he just returned it to his hand with star-crossed, so it should have been.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just thought it was the switch that was hidden.
Yeah.
From earlier.
As far as the Vi is concerned, it was known information. As far as we're concerned,
we thought it was something else. We had too much information.
Yeah. That being said, so we're at 6, and then we're gonna go to 12. So it's 12 on 14. Do we have something else? Because see, Death Grip, that's +6 onto the Poro. It'll then go to 12. You're 2 short, I believe. I think you're just 2 might short, right? Because that's 6. Weighs 8. That's 14. 12 on 14. I mean, you have the Death Grip out, right? If you Death Grip into another cleave, it's obviously a cleanup. If you Death Grip into, what do we have? 3 mana open.
Yeah, because cleave is +4, and then Death Grip was an extra +1. What are we at now? 7.
We're at 12. We're at 12.
12.
4 from cleave and 6 from Death Grip.
Yeah. Okay, 12
and 2 from.
Okay, so like cleave. Any spell gets any pump spell gets there.
Yes,
that does not look like the body language of someone who ripped a pump spell off the top of the deck.
Did he even draw? Okay, there it is.
He did.
Cool. Okay.
That just looks like 3 units.
Okay. Yep, it's a Carrion Dredger, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And a Gemma.
It's not the first time we've seen this 2-drop in this tournament, and I don't get it.
Carrion Dredger, yeah. I think it's like Aurora Cope, like, oh, it dies, and then I get a bird back, and I'm like, you do?
Yeah.
I think 1 might is such a liability, and I'd say 0 might is such a liability, except for the fact that it's attached to Crab, so it's somewhat acceptable. But to play a 1 might unit, and obviously I'm not counting Inferno because it has 3 when it attacks, seems very, like, you need a really good reason to be playing 1 might units in this format right now. And like, it's the same reason, like, towards the end of set 2 as well, Treasure Hunter was kind of not really making the cut either.
I don't see your camera, Charmer, by the way, but audio. Yeah, we're doing all audio through Discord, but I just don't see your camera.
But yeah, so
Diana 2, which I think the Vi matchup should be pretty good for Diana in general. I feel like blue purple pretty good against like
it has too many ways
decks that are too fair. You know?
Yeah, it has too many ways to invalidate the hero power or the legend power of Vi. It's you move in, you commit to a combat, they run away with Ride the Wind. You move in, as you saw, they insta-gust their guy, you assign 0 damage, your guy is stuck there. Instead of gaining 2 points for the turn and wiping a board, you have now effectively moved in for 1 point for 6 mana accelerate, and this guy gets a Diana back in his hand. So it's just Star-Crossed, Rebuke if they were to play it, Existential Dread if they were to play it, Switcheroo as we saw. There's just a few too many ways to invalidate the Vi hero power by avoiding combat. And then on top of that, you have a lot of might reduction in Diana. It's kind of the only way you can fight for the most part. And as you mentioned before, like 1 Stupefy for a -1, you conquer for 2 instead of 3. Your whole turn is essentially over.
Yeah.
You thought you were going to kill a little 3/3, 6 on 3. They Stupefy you. It's 5 on 4. You still win the combat. You don't untap. You don't draw cards. You don't pass go. And then you die.
Yeah. The only upside I'm thinking of is like Bird has deflect, so when you put the axe on it, that's kind of lit.
Yeah, you get a 5/5 with deflect.
Yeah, it's like
then gets abandoned on the battlefield and probably instantly dies the turn after. But yeah, I mean you have Gemmers and stuff to move it around. So
yeah.
I don't hurt. I think it's an Aurora Cope card. That's like
it could be. I
don't say that derogatory. Right. Say that as somebody who has Cope, thinking I should play this to try to beat Aurora instead of my yellow. And the real answer is just play good units and resolve Ash and salvage. And if you don't resolve Ash and salvage, you shake their hand and you try 2 more times. And yeah, I think that is still my go-to answer for Aurora when you're playing yellow. Is play good cards and resolve Ash.
Yeah, I think Ash makes the most sense. And yeah, Charmer, Billy Link. Do you need it?
Yeah, if you've got it fast, so I don't have to hunt for it.
I got you.
Yeah.
I was excited to hop in this because
always this link, Charmer. It's always this link.
Always this link. Okay,
yeah, and then you just click into their live stream on the top left. This is like their basically their Billy page.
Save it in your taxes 1997 folder on your
Yeah,
desktop.
exactly. Exactly.
You'll never lose it.
但是皎月都是自己主动的去发起进攻的一方，所以去造成了去获得了更多的这个战斗获胜率，导致伤害总量两边都不是。
But before, what were you saying, Charmin? You were super excited to join in because I was here and something else.
Yeah, because my favorite person is here. Also, Vero is here, and it's some Vi games. And I was considering playing Vi for Vancouver.
Nice.
I've been working through a shell, and I also landed on my Aurora plan was just salvage and Ash.
Yep.
And I was toying with one tactical retreat just because I think that's good in other matchups as well. But
I like tac retreat. Yeah.
I think if you can put salvage in your Vi deck and get away with it, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. I think you can like probably play one main and then one side.
I had one main and I had currently two side, but I don't know that I like those numbers.
Yeah.
I think one main, one side, and like for me, I see people do different things. I'm a fan of one main, one side, and if there was ever a difference, like I would always play 3 Ash before anything. I think
I got the 3 Ash are auto jam.
Yeah. I think a lot of the time the salvage doesn't even really help you sometimes. Because like sometimes it just kills too much of your board, and yeah, you instantly kill the Aurora, but then you also need to answer this 10-10. But the Ash, I think, is just the de facto 3.
Yeah.
But salvage can be helpful in certain game states, and then also, you know, it could be useful just sniping Hourglass.
You think
like
salvage is like generally just more main boardable than Ashes, though? Is just like the
Yeah.
The only reason I was on multiple salvages potentially in the board was specifically for like Hourglass stuff or whatever into Aurelia, and then if I run into Azirs, it can be useful.
Yeah, it is helpful there. I mean, you get the Rogue Lucian, you get every single red deck playing Blighted Battle Axe now, you know, like
I do also
there's some random stuff that works.
I do currently run one angle shot main as well, which kind of helps with those matchups, but that's also because it can let me move around the gauntlets and
yeah, I mean, I don't mind.
So, are you playing BF Sword or are you playing China's own?
You playing the Axe?
I was playing Longsword actually.
Oh, so you're going a little lower? You're just playing like 6.
A little, yeah. So I was going a little lower, but I was specifically, I don't know what everyone's been playing for Battlefields, but like I'm okay with going a little lower because I'm high on Forbidding Waste when I'm playing Vi.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm a big fan of the Rengar that I saw in this last game, both Rengars actually, but I'm a big fan of just the 4-drop Rengar in general.
Yep.
But yeah, the biggest issue is I was red heavy, so I will admit I'm still probably too high on Falling Star to deal with the annoying Vexes and everything else running around, but
you could try a Void Seeker as well. I think a lot of people have been talking about it for red decks as actually being pretty well positioned right now.
So the only reason that I was on Falling Star was because it can't be defied.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that is the issue with Void Seeker, right? Is it can be defied, but it does.
I mean, you're paying 2 power, and then if it gets defied, you want to end it all. So, yeah. Assuming you're killing a Vex.
The great thing is when it resolves, you kill Vex and you draw a card. It's really good with that.
You paid 2 power, but you broke the battlefield and got a card back, and it's like, okay, this is like breathable and fine.
Yeah.
Right. So that was the only reason I was still on Falling Star over the Void Seeker thing, but I mean, I could also
is a better card,
or
to be fair.
just more equipment too.
That being said, the Battle Axe really does mess some things up because, like, you know, if you have a 3 or a 4 might unit and they play the Vex in and you're like, oh wow, they can't like accelerate anything now. It's like, well, I can kind of accelerate 4 might out of
you just slam the axe.
That has been nice. Now that being said, it's harder to do depending on if you went first or second, because unlike in Darius, you can't play the axe and equip it on the same turn, whereas you can do that in Darius versus, you know,
right.
Yeah. But so it's a little same different, which is where BF Sword is like mildly better. You can play it and equip it on the same turn. So if you're able to get your unit above what is usually a hold for 6 on the low side and a hold for 7 on the high side, depending if it's Mauser or not. Assuming we're specifically talking about like a very early like turn 2 hold. It's usually 2 drop into Vex. And then if there's a hitting card there, then it just gets all wonky, and that's where Falling Star carries you hard.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that I was still like trying to rock the longsword thing is like longsword's worse on your low to the ground drops, but like it's fine on any of the things that are 4 might or higher. And I'm still on Hopefuls, the 4-drop Rengar, the Kaisas. I'm currently on a 2-2 split for Darius and the Yellow Vi, mostly just because I'm testing and I don't know which I prefer.
Right. Yeah, we actually saw the best of list was playing some Rek'Sais and was only playing the red Vi in the champion zone. I actually played no yellows in its deck.
Yep, no yellow Vi at all.
Which was a shock to me. I do love the card, but yeah, they were having some success with some little differences. They were also playing.
So when you say the red, I assume you mean the 4-drop, right?
No.
Oh,
old school Vi, and they really liked it.
You can accelerate it.
Exactly. So for 6 energy and 2 power, you can play Rek'Sai down and then play the Vi, like all from hand, then play the Vi from Chosen Champion
and
Zone.
You essentially get like build your own Ride the Wind because of your hero power.
Yeah.
You know, so you shoot up to 10, conquer in, untap, gank over.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
It's
a cool idea.
And Rek'Sai is like a solid card in the deck, especially with your longsword thing, right? Because it attacks for 4, put longsword on it, it's 6. It's probably gonna get the effect all the same.
I was on the new red one in the champ zone mostly because I liked the deflect on it, and then it obviously you can pay into it and it solves a lot of your might problems. But
are you trying Jhin? Because like we've just seen so much Jhin in these red decks, like all the random red decks.
Like when you're playing the Jhin, the battle axe makes a lot more sense too. I can say that much.
Oh,
whether
sure.
Jhin on its own is worth it, I'm unsure. But together they do seem like they do something.
Yeah, I am not currently on Jhin because I had, like I said, I got Kaisas. I had a full complement of the Rengar and Hopefuls, and I was already running out of slots. Like that's the other problem is I think that the deck wants to run like 60 cards, and you got to pack in 40.
Yeah, the Jhin is nice because it makes the power / energy, and then also untap ganks itself. Which is nice, and
ganking just such a good keyword.
A lot, it makes if you move in, pay for the battle axe equipped, and then move over and are able to somehow use that secondary energy you get. I mean, it's nice.
Yeah.
I don't know like what cost curve allows for that, but if you could, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I could see that. I think one of my other concerns, or why I was trying to stay away from that, is so much of the deck is already really power hungry. And like, yes, the Jhin theoretically gets it back for you when it moves, but it just it was one of those things where like, yes, it has deflect as well, but like if you play it and it gets nuked, I just felt like I was going to be, much farther behind. Whereas the Kaisas and the Rengars, you also have the accelerate option, and
I
don't know.
Yeah, because I could think of something cool. Like if you did have red Jhin and then you untap the 5, and then you play battle axe, you have 1 floating, you equip it, you have 4 runes and no energy or power. You move in, you conquer, you get a power energy. You untap, you gank over, you get a power energy. Then that theoretically pays for Falling Star, which is like an interesting way to maybe claw it back in the game, depending on like your start. I don't know if it's good enough, but like if you could like, obviously that's a very specific like 2 or 3 cards. But if there's other ways you can make use of like, because if you think about it, right, if you're going first, you play 2-drop, you play this Jhin, you go down to 3, you untap the 5, and then it's like battle axe equipped, move in, and you're getting 2 might or 2 energy and 2 power. And it's just like, what are the things we can use to abuse that? Falling Star is like the obvious one. Is there anything else? That I'm unsure of.
Yeah,
longsword would pay for a longsword.
It does pay for a longsword, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I could see the longsword thing too. So part of the other, so speaking of like, I was just pulling my list back up because I was trying to remember everything I had that was power. I was on both red Rengars. I don't know that I'm sold on keeping the 3-drop, but paying 3 for +5 felt really good.
Yeah, I'd assume the same reason that guy, at least with the best of one from Sydney, didn't play the ambush units is like they have like this weird thing. You have to like already send in 1 unit and then ambush on top of it, but then also you kind of have this like hit and run game style. And I think you can only untap 1 unit, so like maybe that's why like the ambush doesn't work as well. I
can absolutely see that. So my train of thought was the ambush units to me are kind of like just playing pump spells that your opponent then also has to deal with. Like even if I run the other unit back, like now they also either give me a hold point or they go deal with stuff, right? Like if I could run disciplines in some of those slots or whatever, I would consider it. But since I can't, I was like, well, if I want to just jam more might, why not try the ambush stuff? But
And it's also like non-interactable for the most part. Like you can't get
yeah, I also will admit
you know?
a lot of my deck building choices thus far have just been like, what does Defy not stop? It doesn't stop Longswords, it doesn't stop Falling Stars, it doesn't stop Rengar. Like I will fully cop to like that was like game plan.
It's not like a bad overall strat. I mean, it is going to be the most played card in the room again, right? Like I think that is just like
I expect it to be
easily going to be the case, right? So
for sure.
I would not be shocked by that. But just real quick, if any of you at home have been looking at this stream and being like, wow, I need to pick up Blighted Battle Axe after all this, you can. You could pick it up from Invasion. Our friends at Invasion is an LGS in Toronto, Canada, that has been supporting the stream since all the way back at the SCGCon Vegas days. You can go to their site at invasioncnc.ca and use the code TURN5 to get 5% off your entire singles order. And this is probably like last chance to select delivery at or pickup at Vancouver regional qualifiers from them. They will bring your cards directly to the Vancouver RQ. They'll do this from time to time when they are going to have a presence at the RQ. And it's really nice if you need any last minute cards for that event. So, you know, Charmer, if you need your Blighted Battle Axes at the last second, you know who to call for that one. But also, we are sponsored for these events by ourselves, shop.turnupsideways.gg. It's one of the best ways to support the channel is to check out our shop. And we have some new playmats including Pike, which was done by the same artist who did Kaisa, Victor, and Draven for us. And I just love when we get the chance to let him draw monsters. We got some sea monsters with Pike. It really fits his art style. It's something he loves drawing just for a lot of his other art projects. And this is a pre-order item. It will ship out on June 30th. You can check it out at shop.turnupsideways.gg. It's not the only new playmat we have. We also have LeBlanc done by our good friend Art by Nips. Longtime friend from the Legends of Runeterra days. She makes amazing artwork. And you can go pick this up now. Also a pre-order item will ship out June 30th over on shop.turnupsideways.gg. Round 10 coming up. Round 10 coming up. 4 tables left, so it should be relatively soon.
Did
Probably
you
another
know
15, 20 minutes. What's
that
up?
if you have a Vex Apathetic on a battlefield, and your opponent triggers Aurora, and plays an Elder Dragon to base, that Elder Dragon is now stunned. Do you also know that Elder Dragon is now stunned for a full turn to include your own turn?
Wait, what?
You heard me.
So, sorry.
No, don't be.
Are you saying in the context of like charming it in, right? Like
No. I'm
like
saying
back to the Aurora's turn it's stunned? No.
yes.
Why?
Well, let me take you down a little memory.
Yeah, why? Because like it says this turn, right? So wouldn't it be stunned on?
No. So what you're misunderstanding when you read the word stun is that stun is a status effect.
Yeah.
And that status effect says while you are stunned, you cannot deal damage this turn.
Correct.
Or in Vex's case, you also cannot move.
Right.
Now, it does not say you cannot deal damage the turn you are stunned. It says you cannot deal damage while stunned.
Yeah.
Stun clears at the beginning of the end step.
Right.
So the beginning of the end step happens, all units heal, all status effects are cleared. Aurora then goes on the stack. An Elder Dragon then hits the base. It then becomes stunned due to Vex Apathetic's replacement effect.
Right.
Which is also technically a trigger. It is now stunned.
Yeah, fair.
You then untap. Or excuse me, you then pass to your opponent. Your unit is still stunned. There's nothing it could do. It is still currently stunned. It cannot deal damage this turn. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you charm it in, and then it's stunned.
Yeah, you can charm it in.
Yeah. You were making it sound like it was like it would go back to the Aurora's turn again and still be stunned. I was like, that sounds crazy. Turns out that's not what you meant, and that would be crazy. No, it's
Now. See, now what you're not understanding. See, you're jumping too far ahead. I do not know the rule if you can actually charm it in, because it is still under the Vex's effect, right?
Oh, so it can't move.
Let
me go read Apathetic.
Let me this turn. I'm unsure if that applies to units that are stunned, the unit that was stunned, or if that
Well,
is something
they
that is tied to
can't
the
move
turn
it this
itself.
turn, but can I move it this turn?
I am unsure. I'm just
I
asking.
don't know. I'm just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions.
We're just asking questions. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get to the
I'm
bottom
trying
of
this.
this.
These are all true statements I'm making. What effects they actually have on the game, I am unsure. But yeah. I'm just asking questions. But yeah. So now this brings me to a second question. Any triggers at the end of the turn. Beginning of the end step. Correct? If I then stupefy a unit, does it keep -1 on my turn?
Beginning of the end step. I don't know.
So the beginning of the end step, all units heal and things are phased out. But then in response to your any trigger, I stupefy your unit and make it a 5. And then because I have 1 rune floating, and then I go back to my turn. Is it a 5 for my whole turn? I don't
These
know.
are the questions I feel like early on I would ask Frank, and I'm certain he would just sigh.
So here's my thing. You are correct that like status effects like stun clear, but I am of the opinion that anything that says this turn, the moment that the turn changes, that also clears. Like there has to be a second cleanup.
Right. Now the question is there a second cleanup, and is this a loss in the rules, and will this be like changed where they move the cleanup phase like to the end?
I'm looking at chat. It's moving too fast. What are people
I just feel
saying?
like there should be a cleanup specifically for this turn effects, not necessarily like you can have the static effect thing. I actually kind of like the stun carryover part, but anything that explicitly says this turn, I feel like should have its own separate.
They said Vera. They said they double checked the rules on it, and it's not accurate. 317 ending phase at the end of the turn, game effects take place. Specific game effects and abilities will reference this timing when necessary. Invoke an ending special cleanup. Ending special cleanup. Yeah, something about rule 317. I don't know. I don't read like rule speak does not make any sense to me ever. Someone has to explain it in plain terms, which is why I do those videos with Grenton, because it's like when I read these rules, people say that it doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't matter. But people are saying that 317 basically just says that is incorrect and it does not last. And then someone else in chat is saying it does last, which is awesome.
Right. I only know this because Duan had a big thread on it. I want to say it was like either early this morning or yesterday. So yeah.
Yeah, they're saying specifically.
Now the stupefy thing, I could agree. That's probably wrong. I was just asking that question kind of like just asking, I don't know. But to my understanding, the stun thing makes sense to me. Whether that is the actual ruling and all this stuff,
I mean, I think it would be kind of cheeky fun, but it ultimately, at the end of the day, like I also think that it would be unintuitive, and the game already has enough issues with that. So
like what people in chat are saying makes sense. The status of being stunned can last, but things that say this turn, such as stupefy, for example, would not. And that makes complete sense to me because stupefy explicitly says it lasts this turn. The status of stun does not say lasts 1 turn. It specifically says you cannot deal damage that turn. That's like reminder text. Like the word stun doesn't say you are stunned, you can't deal damage this turn. It says you are stunned, and then like the reminder text of stunned is, by the way, when you are stunned, you cannot deal damage this turn. But the this turn part is not like dependent on the literal turn it is. It is just a turn in which you are stunned. Whereas the move of Vex, that I understand, right? That only applies to the turn itself. That makes sense.
Yeah, someone also said that like a judge said when they asked in Coco stream that it's like technically true that it would last the next player's end step, but also that it would be head judge discretion. I don't know. Where's Grenton?
All right, so
where's Baldy when we need him?
And ending phase, right? I was just pulling up the rules. So ending phase, you have your ending step at the end of the game, or end of turn, game effects take place. Specific game effects and abilities will reference this timing as necessary. Then there's the expiration step, which is invoke an ending special cleanup.
Yep.
insert heal all units. All this turn effects expire simultaneously. Rune pool's empty. Energy and power are lost. Blah blah blah. But there is at step F for this section, if any items underwent the FEPR process, meaning like anything that would be cleaned up by all of those in that step, it says return to the start of the expiration step. So my understanding is that even though it like shows up during that, it would then just loop until everything was cleaned up.
Gotcha. So I mean that would make, again, and I would think that is
it's like written like a code loop for any sort of cleanup stuff. So
right, which makes sense to me, like based off every other game I've ever played.
Yeah.
That it would be written that way. Yeah, reminder text is not rules text for those asking. Like I said, stun just says you can't deal damage this turn, but like stun isn't something like you do per se. Like, yes, you can stun something, and in Leona's case, like you get +1 because you did a stunning. But a unit being stunned is just like a status effect. You either are, and it's like a Boolean value. You either are stunned or are not stunned. And then if you are stunned, you abide to the rules that say you cannot deal damage this turn. But that is not what stunning a unit actually does. Stunning a unit does not say you can't deal damage this turn. The act of, or the status of being stunned is the reminder text of, hey, by the way, you can't deal damage. These are like technically different things. Whether these matter ever, completely different story. But that is something to understand.
All right, Papa Grenton says rules is written says stunned until the next ending step.
Get wrecked, chat. Get wrecked, chat. Level 3 judge. John Verosai. Get wrecked, chat. Unreal.
But I'm asking him about the 317 thing because that's what people cited. Like, there's a chance he just hasn't. You know, like he has a life and other things to do. Like he just hasn't.
Like, he still doesn't know how Vex works. To be fair, he's still trying to accelerate all.
Yeah, but no, I asked him about the 317 thing in case he hasn't. You know, he's not as into this conversation yet. But I was like, I'm gonna just DM him and see what he says. See what he weighs.
He also did notably misplay Vex 16 times on the Sydney stream, so maybe he just doesn't know how the card works.
Oh shit! It's very funny though. It's very funny. I agree with Cross Hunter. Yeah.
What did he say? I'll start the next round. So I can talking about stun mechanics.
I agree.
So true.
I agree.
Yeah,
bro. I looked over and people were like, "Damn, I wish they would read chat while you and Charmer were talking about it." I'm like, bro, like chill out. Like,
not to mention what they don't understand is I am reading
serious.
chat and I'm doubling down constantly because you guys type more. This is called engagement farming.
It's not that serious anyway. It's like,
yeah, I know. But also get own chat.
Oh my god,
judge. Sorry,
like
I subscribe to the hierarchy.
Like we are reading, but we are also just gonna yap about some stuff.
Yeah, I subscribe to the
look at chat hierarchy. If I'm too busy trying to actually read the rules myself.
Yeah, they're like, oh my god, read the rules, bro. Go to read the rules. Why aren't they reading chat?
Like,
yeah,
I appreciate people looking up and like bringing rules in and stuff, but like, you know, give it like 3 to 5 minutes before you were like, I will back read.
You expect
like,
me to read your I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs Academy copy pasta in the middle of YouTube chat? Of course I'm not going to read it. Okay. I'm going to make my point, and then when I think of the secondary things in the back of my head, peek over at a comment and be like, you know what, this guy might be right, but I'm going to keep doubling down.
Okay, all right. Mr. Grenton from Hot Pepper University has weighed in. All right. 317 doesn't contradict it, doesn't change it. Because 317 1B says specific effects reference this ending phase. Aurora references this to trigger. We now have referenced this and can move on. Any already stunned units are unstunned, but the new unit comes into play after it. So after it comes in. Also, 317.2.f only returns this to the start of expiration step, not ending step, so you don't go far back enough to unstun, because if you did, Aurora would infinitely trigger.
So essentially 317 is exactly what I thought, which is that there has to be something specific for end of turn.
Yeah. Grenton from Hot Pepper University says
owned liberals. Vero wins again.
Says that it works in that way for now. There is like a big caveat here of like,
I only need to be right
and,
at one moment. I don't
and,
need to be everlastingly right. Okay, I just need to have this one win on chat. That's all. At this exact moment in time, mark it down. 1:29 a.m. Eastern time.
Vero was right once.
Vero 1, chat 0.
That's so fun. Like I have no like horse in this race, no stake. Like I could not care less at all. I just want to know what the answer is. Like I do not care. But
yeah,
I will listen to Mr. Hot
I have
Pepper.
a 7, I have a jack, I have a king, and I have a 4. I win. Like, I just don't know what to tell you.
I will listen to Mr. Hot Pepper for this rule.
I'll make a board state when it matters. I'm playing Vex. You flip Elder Dragon. You target my units. I'm not so fast. You are stunned. I then charm you into my battlefield. You come in as 10. I am 10. You don't kill me. Owned, liberal. There you go. There's your board state. That literally like happens quite a lot, by the way. Your opponent flips the Elder Dragon, and if you're on that battlefield and he's stunned, you get to charm him in next turn, and he deals 0 damage. And if your opponent's tapped out and/or you have a defy for the blade, like the dragon just dies.
Yeah. Board state matters a lot if it comes in stunned and there's a charm. Like it very much matters.
And specifically with Vex, like we're assuming that you're playing. Yeah.
You're probably like you might be in green. You're either in green or you're Diana, so you have a charm. You know, like.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. You're either Diana and you have like 3 mana charm, or you're Vex and you have 1 mana charm.
Or you're orange and you're using the Fae thing to yank a unit.
Yeah, that works too. Technically, if your Fae's in the back line, you just move into your unit and bring them on in.
Because they're not going to Elder Dragon the little guy.
Surely, of course. Why would you? He's just a boy.
He's just a boy.
I'm pretty sure Grenton's being spammed with this question all day. This poor guy.
Oh,
that's so good.
I mean, that is kind of funny, but
yeah. I mean, he graduated the university, not me. He signed up for this career path.
This is what you get.
He took out the 100K
from Pepper. You.
Oh God.
He told me he wants a refund for his degree at Hot Pepper U.
Yeah. Well, he shouldn't have.
He should have gone to Hot Pepper Community College instead.
Yeah, he minored in that and majored in underwater basket weaving, so he really just has no prospects. It's unfortunate.
How do you guys feel about seals and Vi? Because I saw that player was running them.
I don't know.
I think you're not. Sure. I think it's illegal, actually. Personally,
I think if you're gonna play seals, you can't play Jin, and if you're gonna play Jin, you don't need seals. That's my take. And that guy had both.
Yeah, I just think card quality becomes an issue. I actually just don't know that it's legal to be playing seals and Vi. I don't know that there's enough card draw. Like you wish there was enough card draw because you have the gauntlets, but like you're only actually drawing cards with gauntlets a lot against like opponents who don't know what's happening.
You very routinely can ride like a dragon to victory, right? Like you can ride 1 unit to victory, like quite literally in a lot of matchups. And it's like, so you already don't want to be drawing excess units, and then I definitely don't want to be drawing excess do nothing cards.
Sure. I do like, so hear me out. I like the idea of having the seal for early hopefuls. I don't know if that player was running because I came in like part way through that. As somebody who was already high on falling stars, I do like the idea of the seals offsetting that. Card draw, like yes, you have gauntlets, but theoretically you should also have the Kaisas, you should have hidden blades, death grip. Like the card draw is not as bad as it sounds. It's still not great. It's not like you're in green, but I don't know. I just again, the version that I was playing was very power hungry, and so I kind of was puzzled in a good way when I saw that player on seals.
Yeah, I just think I like the Jin movement for it because especially with the hero power, it seems like you can pay for falling stars, you can pay for long swords, you can just play for whatever like extraneous power costs you need, whether it's hiding, I don't know if there's side cards in the deck, like whatever. And it just seems like it's also like doing the seal effect, obviously through the movement, but again, you also need a unit that has ganking and also in this case deflect, and generally you need to equip. Even with like the red Rengar, I mean, he does attack for 6 by himself, but generally you still are needing to equip an equipment to these things. So, I mean, this guy's going to probably become at least an 8, maybe a 6 if you're playing the longsword. So it seems like he'll always be activated and always be moving for 2 energy, 2 power. And that just seems like one time is enough.
Yeah.
And it feels like better than Seal.
I guess.
Yeah. I would also rather play Jin than Seal, right? Like if I just
rather play Jin than Seal. That's
fair.
I
just it's for me. It really just comes down to a card quality thing. When it comes to
it's also redundancy, right? Like it does 2 things you're asking for.
Yeah, of course.
And
it's ganking, it's deflect, and it generates the power. Like it's actually everything you kind of want within that. And I get that Seal is like different in the sense that it's like, okay, it's forever, it's not getting removed, right? And it's like theoretically it can be online earlier, but realistically the earliest it would really want to come down is to play your Rengar or play your Jin on turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like
outside of like the hot hopeful start, but yeah,
sure,
right.
Yeah, but even like so outside of that, my issue with Seal in red yellow, I've actually like I was an advocate even in Darius early on. I didn't like playing the 3 copies of it in Origins.
I wouldn't
because
play
it was a
thinking like as a 1 or a 2.
It was a card quality issue. In Origins, there were less battlefields that could let you draw cards, so it was even worse, right? Like in Origins, playing Seals was even harder. Now you have, Cuckchair power, you have like all these other things. So like Darius, who can abuse the Seal to turn on his Legion effect, there's like an additional aspect that comes with the Seal, so there's like different than Vi. But Vi is like Darius in that she doesn't have like a lot of natural ways to make up the card like deficit that you gain playing red yellow, where you just like don't draw very well outside of like
also like
Hidden Blade.
Dubious. I don't know exactly what you meant when you said it. I assume you meant like a going first, but like the whole like Seal hopeful thing, I'm not like a huge fan of, especially like if you're considering it as a play for going first in that deck, because if you like go and play a Seal and then play a hopeful, like you have a 4-might unit on turn 1, but you now have 1 rune and then you go up to 3, and like is there anything in your deck that even costs 3? It feels like you're robbing yourself of like your best plays like on turn 3. That would be my
Gauntlets. I'm trying to think. Gauntlets, red Rengar, but then that sets you back another power, so not ideal.
I think Gauntlets sets you back another power too as well. I mean, like you could play it and not equip it, obviously, but
right.
So like that would be like my big worry is that like I do Seal into hopeful because it seems so good, and then I'm drawing like Kaisas and red Rengars, like the big boy Rengar, and like other, BF swords, battle axes, whatever you decide to be playing, and you can't even play them anyway. Now when you're going second, whatever, you ditch the rune, you play out the hopeful, and you go up to 4 again the next turn, like no big deal. So that'd be like my worry with like going for like not that I think the Seal is like objectively bad, but like trying to index the hopeful play with it is kind of like when is it actually good to do? And I don't know how many permutations you have to do it on turn 1.
Well, like I said, I was just asking because I saw that player on it, and I was like, I mean, I can see the vision, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The only time the turn 1 play really comes up is if you missed a 2-drop and you actually feel like you need to not skip turn 1.
Yeah, you lose the game otherwise.
Yeah.
Like, well,
and even then, it's
I guess
like,
that's the other.
That's even hard to evaluate because sometimes you don't
even
do that, right? Because like
I think it's 6 or 8. I just can't decide. But I know I want it to be 3 unhung heroes and 3 like gem jammers, and then I can't decide on the rest.
Yeah,
you're a big fan of the gem jammers, huh?
I think for Vi, it's really good. I think for Vi it makes sense.
Yep. I think you're not always going to have a ganking unit, and then like sometimes just giving something ganking is nice. So especially like your Kaisas, for example, I think it's like a very big power play if you can go Kaisa, and then Gem Jammer. Like it's not crazy to have 6 or 7 runes and be stuck there a lot and just be like, oh, Kaisa accelerate, draw a card, untap, Gem Jammer, gank over, and like you draw 2 cards. It's like kind of like
sure. I just I personally, when I play the Gem Jammers, or at least when I was considering it for Vi, I was more like on the 1 or a 2 of and not like a straight 3 of, just because I almost never want to be playing it on 2. Like, again, to me, that's more like a utility thing that leaves a body after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
So I was running the Unsung Heroes and the Pouty Poros, and then I was on 1 or 2. I'd have to pull the deck list back up.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. If you're going to play 8, I think it would be 3 Poros, 3 Unsongs,
and 2 Gem Jammers probably.
Yeah,
I mean, it's that or you flip the Poro and Gem Jammer numbers, but it just depends on your philosophy on 2 drops.
No, I think Gem Jammer as a 2 is like definitely better, because like kind of like you're saying, like 6-ish, depending on which units you're playing, if you're playing Jin or not, like whatever, but like somewhere between 4 and 6 of your units already have innate ganking, so you're just trying to fill in the gap of like,
that's
an
true,
lived early,
right?
That's cool.
Because I was gonna say, because with my list anyway, I was on the 3 4-drop Rengars, so they already have ganking, and then
if you were to play Jin, they would have it as well.
Yep. If you played Jin, they'd have ganking.
Yeah, Jin would have it as well.
So it's like you're covering your Kaisa case, and then also the occasional times like, oh shit, my Unsung Hero is like a 7 and it's living. Oh cool, I'll just give it ganking. Sick. And you could do that too. So I think that
actually might win me over on the Jin thing. I don't know what I'm going to pull out yet, but I think I might be sold.
Very notably, because you already have the ganking, it makes more sense. Because generally, my philosophy on 2 drops has been even more so preferring utility 2 drops in a lot of these decks that are low on draw power, because it's like, when you get towards the end game and you are top decking the 2 drop, you really want it to actually do something. However, I do think
that's why Tide Turner is so insane.
Exactly, right? But if you have enough ganking already, then just in general the unit loses value. And if you're gonna be on things like Axe or these BF swords, like Pouty is actually like a decent unit to be playing, right? Like it actually just like it has deflect and then it gets big with the weapons.
Like Unsung is like, oh, I'm gonna draw cards if you kill it, unless it gets Falling Star or Cross Star. And then in Pouty's case, it's like, oh, no matter what you're doing to it, you're paying a power. And then the Gem Jammer's just like, ooh, this is like cute. Like my thing lived, and like there's just an opportunity to gank, and that's nice.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm a fan of
8 sounds about right.
Good old Vi.
For Vi.
Yeah.
I'd say somewhere between 6 and 8, depending if you're like, if there's other 2 drops you'd consider playing, but I'd say somewhere between that is probably good. I'm unsure like how many 3s you play, and like if you are playing Rek'Sais and stuff, and then
like I said, it was just the gauntlets and the Rengar is literally the only 3s.
Yeah. Because 8's usually a good number, because it's like if you're going first, you have like an 86% chance, and then there's also the 50% of the time when you start going second, so you have 8 2 drops, and then somewhere between like 1 and 3, like 3 drops, and it's like, oh, then you're like 10 to 11 like turn 1 plays when you go second, 8 when you go first, and then you can sideboard accordingly. Like that's usually like
feels weird.
Pretty safe.
To play a red deck and not play Inferna in your 2-drop base, but it does feel like not exactly what the game plan that Vi wants to be doing. So
yeah, you want your units to start with like, I mean, you can argue that like it attacks in for 3, so it gets closer to the break point of being able to run away. That being said, like it's also nice that a Pouty has deflect and Unsung Hero draws cards.
No, it definitely doesn't beat Unsung, and because you're playing 6 copies of BF Sword, you want to do the like the good thing that BF Sword does. Or I guess you're not on 6 copies of BF Sword. You're on currently you said
I was on long swords, but I think I'm just kind of going back through this, right? So like I think if I'm gonna put the Jins in, because part of the issue was my rune split, because I was on the Falling Stars, right? Mm-hmm. My rune split was like red heavy, so I was also just worried about having enough yellow to consistently do the thing. But if I'm gonna add the Jins in, that solves some of the power issues as well. So
you could also play the Blighted Battle Axe instead of the BF
instead of BF,
if you so chose,
right? And then you're playing.
The Jin would help pay for it, and it wouldn't like mess with your yellow.
I mean, you could. I don't know.
So again, it is 1 more power or 1 more energy, right? Like it's a 5 mana play. But if you think about the fact that like your first 2 turns are most likely going to be developing units and not equipment, except for exactly the Hex Tech gauntlets, it kind of like has the same power cost.
Also, realistically, you kind of want gloves to be turn 3. Like you kind of want to go 2-drop, 4-drop, and then weapon is like the general play pattern of Vi.
And at that point, you'll be at 5 runes, so you can always pay for the Blighted
You can always go
Axe.
Axe.
And if you have Jin, you're at 6, so it's like you're super safe. But yeah, Because like I said, the upside of BF Sword in a lot of decks is like if you want to be jamming it on 4 and stuff, and like exactly equipping and attacking that turn, it makes a lot of sense to like not want the Blighted Battle Axe. But if that's not your game plan, like if you only ever want to be equipping and attacking is when you open exactly Hex Tech, then it's like you're liable to like, oh, maybe I just play the Blighted. So we were talking about it before. Defending for 8 and defending for 7 is like such a big deal. Like, assuming you're staying there because of the Aurelia thing.
I'm moving some stuff around, and I think the Blighted actually might be winning because after moving some stuff around, what do you guys feel about if I'm running 3 Blighteds, 3 Hex Techs, cut the long swords? Do you think 2 angle shots would be too many? Because I like angle shot with the axe.
I think you like it, but I think what's better is Death Grip.
Yep.
Right now I'm on a 1-1 split.
Death Grip, you should just slap 3 Death Grips, baby. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, 3 might be a little crazy, but
I
think
don't care.
At least 2
3, baby.
You have Unsung Hero synergy for when you really want the draw. You have my Battle Axe moved in, did a bunch of stuff, and then I take it off, move the might somewhere else, re-equip the axe, and then it's just like your thing's like a 16 or something. I think things like that I think are like pretty good. It gives you a little bit of card draw. I mean, it's cantrip replacement more than is card draw per se. But you have that as well. And it effectively moves gear around. Yes, you have to pay an extra energy for it compared to Angle Shot, which is just 2 and the move.
Yeah. But I just liked the reaction speed of Angle Shot. And I mean I do like that I can use it on opposing stuff as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know that I want to. I just really like the utility of that card.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I mean, Death Grip is reaction speed too. Obviously, doesn't remove.
Right. I just meant like in terms of, kind of, yeah.
That action or reaction speed. I just wonder what equipment is there. It's really just trying to snipe like a GA, and then I guess if other people are playing Battle Axe, right? Those like the 2 big ones.
Yeah, I will say it was a pet one of Damon in his Lucian deck, and so I had it in Lil, just the one of, and it was kind of nice in the Aurelia matchup. I definitely had a few times where they're just like not playing around me at reaction speed, removing their GA and just killing them. So with enough like Aurelia in the meta, like the cheeky one of when you have like equity of your own equips as well, I don't hate. But I would not compromise your amount of Death Grips. Like, definitely play minimum 2 Death Grips. Like, that card is way too
maybe
good.
Maybe like a 2-1 split is better. Like 2 Death Grips, 1.
What I ended up with 2-1. So I just in our co-stream chat posted after putting in the Blighteds and the Djinns and moved some stuff around. I really like Vi as a character. She is behind Ari, my second favorite character in the game, and there's always like triple the amount of Ari players at RQs, and I kind of think I want to go for a Vi best of because I'd already been messing around with her anyway. So
yeah, I respect that. I think a lot of people sold her way short. Like I saw a bunch of people playing her like in both early preview seasons before the bans, then early preview seasons after the bans, and of course leading up to like us having the full set, and they're just like, this makes no sense. This, that, and the third, and then I think what came out of Sydney was way more impressive than people thought, especially in those colors. Like you can argue it is just like one of the best red decks that isn't like Annie right now, because if you're comparing it so far to Darius and Rek'Sai and their performances, and comparing it to maybe things like Rengar, because I think the best of was an Aurora there. Like as far as like aggro-ish mid-range oriented red decks, other than exactly Annie, who's more tempo than mid-range, I think it's like probably one of the better decks.
I'm still not sold on the Dariuses on the top end, though I do like the utility of, potential 7+ accelerate sometimes. But anyway, this is the current shell. I would absolutely welcome feedback. But I do like the Djinn thing, so
yeah, I'd say look into especially if you want to like, now that you've put in a lot more 4-drops, the Blighted and the Djinns, I'd say like if you want to trim those upper end Dariuses, I think Rek'Sai and then switching to the red Vi is like pretty nice too. It'll give you some nice turn 2 plays.
Yeah,
aren't exactly like 2 mana and rotting a rune, and then 6 mana, Rek'Sai, accelerate Vi, push in 10 cards, conquer for 12.
I think it was really smart of him, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, to do
I really liked it. The more I thought about it, the more I was like, I actually thought that was a really smart idea. And then you just...
Do you think that 2 Rek'Sais would be enough for that?
I think
he was only on 2.
I think that's what he
at
played.
the best of
He was
lists.
only on 2, okay.
He said
he
in the
went up
chat
to 3
yesterday that he was going to 3, but 2 is like definitely like very good because it's like, again, it's like you have 8 2-drops going first, and half the games you go second, you now have 10 turn 2 plays. It's like pretty safe to like be doing something.
I just was trying to mental like the swap for the 2 Dariuses is obviously really easy, right? But then if I was trying to go to 3, then I was trying to figure out where I would go. I was leaning toward either a Falling Star or a Rengar if I was going to pull for a third. But
I'd pull a
Rengar,
pouncing. Yeah, I'd pull a pouncing out because it's just a power costed card instead of a to going to a non-power costed card that can cost the power if you want like a 4 accelerate, which is just 1 less might than Rengar pouncing is, but can be played without a unit already on the board, which is like very like relevant.
Yep. I just, I mean, obviously I like the +5, especially when you're trying to get triggers, but I was having the same thought process, right? Like the power cost is what was making me lean toward either of those 2.
And I think you've added enough ganking that you can cut Hillock so you're not griefing yourself into LeBlanc. And you can probably find another battlefield to play.
Yeah. Adding the Jins, I would definitely...
you added way more ganking, and so I don't think...
Yeah, with 2 Gem Jammers, 6 default ganking units. Yeah, seems pretty nice.
Yep.
And then technically, if you consider the red Vi for the turn that matters, you have that as well. So it's quite a bit. And yeah, I'd say like as far as like the red Rangars, if you decide you don't want them, like I think one of Void Seekers are very nice in red lists. Just as it answers like Yi, it answers a few things. Cost power, no doubt.
Yeah.
Your card. It's like a decent one of at action speed if you were to like not want the Rengar.
I was thinking about doing that instead of the 3rd Hidden Blade in the board.
Yeah, I can see that. I think I mean, I don't remember the best of list fully, and I don't know if you're on it. I think Pyke is very underrated. I don't know if he necessarily fits in that deck.
So Pyke was in the best of. I was not on the best of. Like I was on a from scratch thing. But the only reason I am not a fan of Pyke is because I think he's far better as a hold card.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair. He's more of like an emergency, like 3-drop with ganking, and then it gives you some amount of accelerate in the deck. I do think you lack a little bit of that, other than exactly.
I mean, if I'm switching to the Rek'Sais, right, then I'm going to have 3 Rek'Sais, 3 Kaisas, 3 Rengars.
Yeah, that's plenty.
Yeah,
and then you have the weapons. The weapons are like low key.
Kaisa just feels a little expensive for accelerate, but yeah, she's obviously still Kaisa, so yeah, that makes sense.
You could just play Forge in this, by the way.
Forge is respectable too, yeah.
Because if they're not defending, then you just don't pay power cost equipping your stuff. You just move in and then equip it for free, and then you just get to like ramp up and use that to hold.
Like Forge of the Future?
Forge of the Fluffed is the battlefield to replace the
oh yeah, sorry, you're talking about battlefields. Sorry, I was still on cards, and I was like, why are you suggesting
you can still just play Sunken Temple, right? Like
I go maybe Sunken because the one thing to consider is that you have to tap your hero to do the thing, so you're not always able to tap the hero to equip.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's something to consider. That might not be as sexy as it sounds.
All right, let's go take a look at battlefields. I'll shift gears.
It's probably just Sunken, realistically.
Well,
I think the deck is going to want some card draw. You're always going to be big enough to ride that ride. So,
is it that or is it the bird one?
We saw the bird one in this game. He never made a bird.
I understand what it does.
Yes.
I don't understand why it needs to do what it does.
That's the only reason I wasn't on it. I was like, Forbidding Waste is like way better than the bird one.
Yeah, so, I'd sooner play that. Like, I understand what it does. I can read it. It makes sense. You deal 2 damage, you get a bird. Is it like I'm afraid of removal and I want this little bird here because at worst I can attach my battle axe to it and swing for 5? Maybe that's the reason. I don't know.
The only thing I could think of was the idea of if you go in, like hypothetically, right? You go in and you assign your excess damage. So you get your Conqueror, you get your bird, and you run your big unit home. Like you still have a bird there. And granted, the bird is not hard to go over, but if they don't at least commit something there, then you get a hold point, and whatever they do put there, you might be able to just run over again.
Yeah, that
so
I
like
understand.
That was like the only reason that I
that makes sense to me. At least that reasoning makes sense to me.
I mean, I just like Sunken because when your opponent is evading combat, you're still getting a draw. Like you just like go in and get a draw. Bird one for Call the Weak protection? I guess so. I feel like okay, am I crazy? I feel like Call the Weak is like such a bad card right now. Because like all the Aurelia decks are all just like
on Scuttle and stuff.
Scuttle and like I guess into
I
will say into
deck,
Aurora,
like,
it's good.
you
like
need,
you just
yeah.
and yeah, yellow decks you run it anyway, right?
It.
You just
I think you do just need it as a yellow deck regardless because like yes, they might have their bugs and stuff sometimes, but you do just need the out to Aurelia sometimes. But I do agree with you. It's definitely
all right. So my question is, where do I fit Call in my yellow deck?
You shouldn't play it. You should not play it.
No. Yeah, you're
right. I agree. That's why it wasn't in there originally. But since you guys were saying, I was like, okay, well,
when we're saying,
I mean, like smaller aggro, like
if you're playing tokens, if you're playing tokens,
Darius playing like Hook and stuff. It's just that you have a bunch of little shitters, but nothing that's really big. So like sometimes you just need that.
Like Rek'Sai still plays it because you leave shit at the
you just have so much like chaff on the board that it makes sense. Whereas like you're kind of riding one unit to victory type of thing, and the last thing you want to do is call your own unit away. Right?
Yeah, you're not.
That's kind of the way I feel.
You're a 6 BF sword deck, even though you have 0 BF swords in your deck. You're a 6 BF sword deck. It's like a
pretty much BF sword draw and BF sword plus.
Yep,
that's what you got.
Like you're in yellow, but you have 2 weapons that are, I mean, like the jury's out on Blighted Battle Axe, but 2 weapons that are better than BF Sword, right? Like gauntlets are just strictly better than BF Sword, and then Blighted Battle Axe is an additional might and has been performing. Like it's insane that all these like top 64 red decks are just like all on Battle Axe. Like it doesn't even matter what legend they're playing; they're just on Axe. Like all the best performing.
+4 is pretty good.
Yeah, they've been able to get around the downside pretty well, except for that one Akshan that died, but yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Unfortunate.
All right, updating, new round of changes. Switching the chosen legend, adding the Rex size. Took out one of the salvages in the board to go down to 2 and added a Void Seeker because I really do like the Void Seeker. Like Void Seeker is just objectively good into any non-green decks a lot of the time. I just, like I said, I was very like, how do I play around Defy coded? So.
Yep. It's also nice with the Jhin. Sometimes you move in, you get that energy and power, and then like you Void Seeker the other side, get a draw, and then like even though you're only winning the combat 8 on 6, like you still assigned extra damage. Maybe that comes up occasionally, and then obviously the normal just shoot your thing for 4 and move on with your life is always nice.
What is going on? I thought for a second that the stream was frozen again, but it is moving.
No,
it is moving.
It's moving.
They haven't had any, like they usually cut this thing that says like how many tables are left, and we were at 1 earlier, and then they just like haven't shown that screen for a while now. 3 Battle Axe and Draven. We saw, I don't know how many were in the Draven earlier that we saw.
At least 2, I believe, from what we like had confirmed.
Right, yeah, at some point there were 2 in hand or
yeah.
2, yeah.
Like 1 on battlefield, 1 on hand, or zoned away or something.
Yeah.
There's definitely at least 2.
Yeah, today is the final day of this event. We have round 10 of Swiss coming up, and then it is top 8 cut. Oh, all right, bitched about it enough. We're back.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
西安站第2天第3轮的瑞士轮的比赛直播了，我是耿耿。
大家好，我是少侠。
好，那接下来呢，也即将是我们进阶瑞士轮的最后一场了。在打完了这场进阶瑞士轮以后，我们的8强名单也即将出炉了。那剩下的时间呢，我们将会进行3轮的淘汰赛，分别是8进4、4进2以及最终的决赛了。
也是鏖战了10轮啊，最后出轮的8名选手，肯定就是我们这640人当中的佼佼者。
对，当之无愧的。 前8名哎，因为其实，在我们的比赛人数增加了以后
Currently, the best of Fiora from the Sydney RQ was playing there as well. I didn't realize there was a Singaporean player that won it. It's kind of cool. All right. They've been doing us justice of grabbing a lot of the one-of decks that are remaining in the tournament over the past few rounds. Now, of course, Vi died, but see what we got. Finally, a little bit more LeBlanc. We saw 1 yesterday. See 1 again today. Yesterday it didn't feel like it was a hook version. It felt like it was just the low to the ground. We saw them draw like 60% of the deck. So pretty confident it was not hook. Kha'Zix. One of the 2 remaining Kha'Zix. I hope it's not Aurora. I hope it's like some mid-range spice.
那是想必这一场的对局，同时就是少见且精彩。因为我记得好像螳螂目前是出轮了2个人哦。
是的。
而且妖姬的人数其实还蛮多的。
其实，在苏州站的时候，也有一名螳螂是打入了16强。哦，他中间也是上过直播桌。
I mean, I'm definitely cheering for the Kha'Zix until he shows me that this is an Aurora deck, and then I just want LeBlanc to just run over him.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And there are best ofs at these events, so there is definite reason to just play Aurora Kha'Zix if you think that's the best way to win the best of, and it did win in Sydney. I mean, we might find out just with the battlefields. We'll see. Because it might just be Star Spring if it's not Aurora, and then if it's Aurora, that'll be an Aurora battlefield. That is not something I ever thought about, but it just makes so much sense in Kha'Zix. What the hell? Yeah, Dusk Rose and then Monastery, yeah.
Yeah, you just move in with like little 1/1, I guess, is what it does.
No, Dusk Rose is LeBlanc's, which is just like kill the reflection and when it in response to the temporary trigger. And then it's Monastery of Hirana for Kha'Zix, which is draw with spending them off.
Oh, you're saying Dust Rose. Okay, sorry. I thought it was a Dust Rose in Kha'Zix. I was like, did sacrifice the little 1/1 guy? I was like, that's
no.
Since Kha'Zix is buffing.
Yeah, this is not Aurora for sure. Starspring go first, so Monastery, Kha'Zix blind. I don't know why, like, I haven't really cooked mid-range Kha'Zix at all. I didn't even think about Monastery because I just forgot that he is a buff deck. Like, I'm so used to in Limited, I was like, all the Kha'Zix decks I played, I rarely used the buff mode because I was almost always using the retreat mode. It just felt like really effective. So I was using XP for that so much, but yeah, he just like also has text to give a buff. He has Lee Sin text, but without having to spend an energy for it. Just needs an XP. So very good for Monastery. Yeah. And this deck is very good at abusing Set Brawler for multiple reasons. One, Kha'Zix can give a buff, so you can pump him to really big might totals. But also, Set Brawler being able to retreat from battlefields after conquering them is really good. So it's very possible that this is going to be heavily relying on Set Brawler. This hand is not indicative of if this is hook or not, but that looks like a sprite fountain, which means in my mind, I don't think you can play hook and sprite fountain in the same deck.
No, that was
So I would say that this is not
being
hook.
weird. I mean, theoretically, you could. Nothing's obviously stopping you, but it does feel like you're having very
I would advise against
game
it.
plans.
I would advise against it, but I guess you can hook the sprites and get a 4. There you go. Very cool. I don't think there's anything for 4 that you really want.
OK 的情况下，胜者大概率就会进入到我们的8强当中喽。
好，分别是7胜1负1平啊。那如果8胜的话，确实是有机会进8强的。螳螂先手也是抽到了专属法术啊。
Tide Turner. Turning the tide.
Main deck Ash.
And a Sentry to start.
No good turn 2 play for Kha'Zix. He does have a 4-cost Champ Zone unit, so it is always possible, but I think you prefer to save that. Just going to be stack deck to try and find another play. There's a little XP gen, and then Fizz in this deck as well.
I like the Fizz. Fizz gives you obviously access back to the stack decks and so forth, but also your Void Assaults, your Sabotages. Like there's a lot of good utility, I think, in Kha'Zix for Fizz.
Yeah, I like just grabbing the 2-drop so that you can just keep being proactive, generate 1 XP. That's fine. That 1 XP is a buff that can then be used to draw a card if he wants, and that's efficient use out of the Kha'Zix, like exhausting your Kha'Zix, right?
Yep.
And yeah, he is just gonna.
Yeah, Kha'Zix obviously different from Master Yi, where you're not trying to bank a bunch. You actually want to proactively use your XP, otherwise it's kind of going to waste. So
yeah, it's just, you know, Kha'Zix being a once per turn exhaust thing. You just want to try and make use out of it as much as possible.
Ghost of Monastery, I was going to say, yeah, this will be a spend. Kind of no reason not to, it's just the Sentry on the other side.
Yeah, he's got Purple Vex, which makes sense. It's a good card. So this deck gets to play 2 of the 4 horsemen of the current meta, according to Vero. It gets to play Orange Rengar and Purple Vex.
Hell yeah.
They're both very good cards.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not play them?
Okay, discard a Karthus without another Karthus in hand, but has the Mixologist. Didn't want to go for draw 4 cards, just wants to play the Mixologist to play on curve, which is fine. Still gonna draw 2 cards anyway.
Yeah.
So can generate like just an insane amount of XP with the Grim Resolve, but probably want to save it for later. It's weird because conquering the Duskuro's lab, there's a bunch of different ways to do it, and it's just a question of if you use the Grim Resolve, you can at least like slam Vex, but that's not really answering this this unit from the backline. I'm wondering if there's a way. So you could deliver Kha'Zix in and then play the. No, I was trying to find a way to like use the Sig spell to try and like kill the Mixologist, like it still brings back the Karthus, and I guess that's probably what you want to save the Expel for, but letting the Mixologist copy itself is pretty annoying. And I just don't see a way with this hand to like really prevent it from copying. Like it is probably just going to get its copy.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for Kha'Zix right now is just kind of a lack of might, so just gonna Rengar in on the other side.
Yeah, Rengar seems fine. This is like the most basic play that you're able to make in this spot, right? You just play the Rengar, give it a buff. It's not gonna die to Mixologist. Unfortunately, you're gonna see this Vi, and Rengar can absolutely die.
Yep.
Only options are Call or Fountain. Probably ends up just being a need to take the Call. I just don't know that the Fountain is something that you're worried about.
Yeah, I would say that's fair. I mean, obviously the Fountain represents steady might and whatever, but I think Call has greater blowout potential.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose these small units over time anyway, so.
Quick notes on rest of the hand.
But yeah, this Rengar just dies now to the Vi. Dies, you make a copy of the Mixologist. It's very, very good.
Yep. I don't know who Vero's 4 horsemen are, but Vi should be one of them if she's not.
It is. It's
The yellow
Vi.
Vi.
It's Vi, Orange Rengar, Purple Vex, and Forerunner.
Hell yeah. Those are my 4 units. All pretty good. All pretty new, other than Forerunner, but still relatively new because he didn't exist for like the first 3 months of Spirit Forge, or 2 months until the bans happened. But yeah, all pretty new cards. 3 of them specifically very, very new. I know people like to tell me Scuttle Crab, and you know me, I like Scuttle Crab. I think it's a great card. It just doesn't. It doesn't read linchpin of the format to me. I think it's a very good card, but nobody's like losing to Scuttlebug. It's not swinging games. It's just a very, very good card. No doubt about it.
I wasn't considering that you were putting Spirit Forged or earlier units in your 4 horsemen list. I thought it was just like your 4 horsemen of Unleashed. Where do you stand on Irelia?
It was just of the meta. Oh, I mean, Irelia is good, right? But like, you don't play like Irelia, right? Like Irelia plays the unit, and like that's kind of it. Like most people aren't putting Aurelias in their deck.
I don't know. I mean, I saw Irelia in the Vex lists in Sydney, and
yeah, I mean, I played on my Leon list. There's a few like you can play it. It's not like ridiculous to play it. I think it's just I don't think Irelia is scary not in Irelia. I mean, unless you're gonna play Irelia in your list and then also simultaneously run Abandon Hall, then like maybe. But like she doesn't like scare me as like a unit. The Irelia hero scares the shit out of me, or legend, excuse me. But the card itself does not like be like, oh man, I'm playing a green deck. It's time to shove some Aurelias in there.
All right, so Blanc gets the Karthus back from the Glass Mixologist trigger, and then just remakes another Mixologist with the beginning phase. Part of this. Good old Ruin Rex. Gonna come down and threaten to kill everything.
Yep. That card's really good. We're going just unleashed. That one might be in contention for my 4th spot of the 4 horsemen. I'm not gonna lie.
Which card, the Rex?
Yeah, but it can only be played in the Karthus deck. Really, is the
Still a very good card, no doubt. Yeah, for this deck. Yeah.
Full context, I mean, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Vero, but full context of the post was just like, if you're in this color, you should be playing this card, and
yeah,
like,
if you're in those colors, you should be playing these 4 cards, and then if you're not playing those colors, you should be playing combo, aka Aurora or
Gotcha.
the other girl.
Looking pretty dire for the Kazakhs at the moment. Kind of falling behind on board presence. Looks like hand is what, punch first. I think still the Void Assault. Losing the Rengar really hurt.
Yeah, I feel like this board position for the Kazakhs feels like not winnable. I'm really trying to find like what the out looks like, but if you Eve in the Karthus and kill it, it just doesn't matter because the Mixologist is just gonna die start of turn, replay the Karthus.
Yeah.
I'd say this is my one thing that I like about.
I was gonna say, don't pull the Vi. Please don't pull the Vi.
Yeah. Oh, don't do that. Yeah. I think the thing I like the most about some of the Unleashed stuff, and I think LeBlanc leads towards it, is most times you look up at a scoreboard and it's 5-3 and it's their turn and you just assume they're winning. But LeBlanc is one of the cool decks that can fall behind and just has a very good macro kind of game plan. I know I like that. Aurelia is another deck that's like that as well. Aurora as well, but I don't count that because that's just like a miserable. That's like a self-imposed. That's like a self-imposed.
Right.
Yeah. Like
no,
type of thing.
This version of LeBlanc, I'm a big fan of because it really is, I think, the closest to true mid-range in that you can flip-flop between being the aggressor or playing from behind very effectively, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, way behind on the early tempo in this game, for example, but through the death knell effects, through, you know, again, there's that call the weak that's in the hand, and if they use that and they blow up Rex or whatever, they could clear out a good chunk of the board if they really wanted to at some point. Just a lot of ways to make things pop off once you get the pieces in place, but also still capable of fast starts. Like, you know, again, we saw the Sprite Fountain. Obviously, that wasn't the start, but...
Yep. It's surprised they had such an early tempo lead and were so ahead while simultaneously not playing their purple Cossacks out of command zone. Because it's usually like, hey, play a Feyfolk or something, move it in, drag a guy, play a Cossacks, give it a buff or back it up, and it's like 2-0. And there's a Feyfolk waiting again in the back, and then there's like a Cossack that's a 5 that grows to a 7, and it's just like, damn, this deck is using the XP mechanic like so well. And you just feel like you're in the torture chamber. But they didn't even do that this game when we're ahead. And then LeBlanc was still able to do what they're currently doing, kind of turning this game around.
No, they just played early units and then played one of the horsemen, and it turns out that's good enough to also get way ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, they played 2 of the horsemen, so...
Oh, yeah, it's
All right.
Why not?
First Void Assault. Send the... Send that home. He tried to move 2 of his opponent's units, so that doesn't work. That there, what, punch first? Yeah. Okay.
Confused.
The point of this is to go to 6 and then make it so that LeBlanc doesn't get like an extra draw off of Dusk Rose, and this is just like.
Oh no, he moved the unit back. Okay, cool.
Yeah, move a unit back, push in, go to 6.
Yeah.
Has.
No, I mean, I understand this now.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, he has XP on Kha'Zix that he can retreat. He can retreat everything. I mean, he can just move home and then move Evelyn back. But giving space to LeBlanc is like generally pretty bad. But if you only have one card in hand and nothing else, like I guess just go to 6 and then try and win on a double conquer. Like I'm not sure.
This is a weird spot where I actually think pulling everything back might just be correct. Especially when you're staring at a Rex and a Karthus on the other side. Like, the last thing that I would want to do is give my opponent an easy way to suicide that Rex.
Well, fortunately, this is not... I mean, this Rex can just, like, suicide, kill the Vex, and then shoot the 2 things on the back line, and then Karthus can walk over Evelyn. So there is, like, a full clear.
Well, they would have to shoot one of... They would have to shoot the Vex and then one of the units in the background. They can't shoot both, right?
Well, if you just run in and you just kill the Vex with the
right,
Rex,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I'm saying you only get 2 pings. You'd have 1 unit left. But yeah, I get what you're saying. That way you could then run the Karthus on that point. I understand. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. You don't have to shoot the Vex. Like, you shoot both units in the back, right? You run in with the Rex. It dies. It kills Vex. You shoot both units. And then you run Karthus over Evelyn.
And then you run the Karthus over.
Yeah.
Well, that part makes sense.
Yeah, it just kills everything.
Right. And again, like, we know that there was the call in the hand or whatever, but I still wouldn't have even given this, like, on the board.
Yeah. No, now it's just over if we weren't even hiding nothing. I can understand if you want him to go into combat and had a way to make this Vex like a 7. But there is nothing. It's just pretty face. Okay, never mind. What do we know? Maybe he plans on calling it.
Yeah, call the Rex.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, are you shooting
like...
Vex in this spot? And, like, just paying deflect?
Yeah, I'm sure. You have to shoot the Vex twice.
Wait, is there any reason why after playing Ashe and knowing that there's no cards in hand that you wouldn't just walk the Rex in and then board one?
It means it was just never on your radar is what it means. The Ashe was just like, I'm playing this Ashe because I want to see my opponent's hand. It just means this play was never on your radar because yeah, we're now shooting this.
Is this
how did the Evelyn die?
It died to one of the...
Oh, Call the Week. Oh, they sacrificed the Call the Week and then they double shot it. Okay.
Yeah, they double shot it and paid the deflect. But
okay, yeah.
Again, just running it in there, I think was the better line.
Like,
they just clearly didn't.
I'm missing something, and there's any reason that this is like a better board position, but I don't think so.
I mean, you still have your Rex, so like...
That's true. Like, you still have Rex to shoot whatever comes down.
Given that your opponent was, on essentially no cards in hand left after this, I still feel like the other way was probably fine. But
yeah, for what it's worth, we still have the purple Kha'Zix, but it wouldn't have been coming in accelerated or anything as far as I could tell. But yeah. Now this just seems like a way we can like totally lose this game, but because now we get a free card draw, we go to 7. We like, is that an orange Rengar?
Yeah, it is. It's not quite big enough. It's one short of tying, actually. It's not even,
because a car. Oh, actually. No, we would. Yeah, because I was gonna say the right play might have been to give a buff to the guy and run into Karthus and trade. That might have been the better play.
Yeah, I was curious about that. But then you don't get to draw a card on the turn.
Obviously, but the draw was like a random. I'm saying because we knew we had the 6. Because if you run in and trade with the Karthus and then just jam 8 on the left side, I think that's actually like a win. I don't know how your opponent gets that. It's like Mirror Image is the only card that gets them out of it, which they have in their hand, fortunately. But yeah. Gives them another turn at least. Well, this isn't so bad. We have a big back line. We're able to drag units off of the base. I think now it's just rough because you're going to get a Rex trigger and it's going to be 12 on one side. That's like machine gunning for 12. Like when it dies, like
yeah, I mean
16 rather. So that's rough.
Which again is probably why they didn't take that other path for the clear before, because they just wanted to set that up. But
yeah.
I mean, now what? You just play another Rex on top of this Ash and just call it a day? Just say you're probably not breaking this?
Yeah, I think you just go 6.
I mean, this is also a Rex.
Yeah. If you're playing a Rex on that battlefield, it's just pretty much over. Move the card this. No, move the card this back. Sure. Oh, actually, nope, that doesn't work. I lied again. That would have been cooler if you did that.
Yeah, so Mirror Image lets you play a LeBlanc. I guess this. I don't know why this goes home with Karthus to counter Conquer in case there's some crazy sequence that Kha'Zix gets on a battlefield and is attempting to hold.
Yeah, if there was a way, I think you could like copy the Faith Hulk, run in a guy, and let your Rex die, and then it blows up his whole board. But I don't think there's a mathematical way to do that, sadly. But that would be really funny.
Does Fizz do anything? He drew Fizz.
Copy the Faith Hulk and run it in.
Fizz can hit a Void Assault, right?
Right. Fizz can move the Rex on the Monastery back home so that you can conquer over the.
Oh wait,
the monastery.
no. Oh wait. It's 6 to 7, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like if you move. No, because then it's still gonna pop at the beginning.
Yeah, there's just like not a way to not have some amount of these Rexes pop and kill your board. Like that's the.
You back up the fake one. Like you back up the fake one. You buff your you buff the purple guy, and then he's 7 on 6, and then you're forced to
and then you
twice.
can.
Yeah.
And you move back in, get your 8th point, draw a card.
Yeah, and then
because you'll be solos, he'll be 6, and if it has a buff on it, it's at 7. So then, like, it dies. You have to ping it twice. You ping it twice, of course. You then move in your 2-drop. You draw a card.
Does this
right?
Does this no? What is so? This means that it won't get double pinged. So if he plays the Fizz now, he moves Kha'Zix in, pushes back one of the Rexes. It can only ping Kha'Zix once, so he'll be a 7. And then you need to draw. What can you draw though?
Like, another Void Assault? You don't need to draw anything. You just play Void Assault, right? And you're 7 on 6. And how does he kill you?
You win, right? You have to play the Void Assault first.
Okay, but you buff your guy, right? You buff costs 1, right? Or 2 is pull back, 1 is buff?
Yeah, 1 is buff.
Correct.
Right, so you move back the mirror reflection.
Right, with the Void Assault, it moves.
And then you move in, you attack 7 on 5.
Yeah.
And you'd get to draw 2 cards.
You need a second Void Assault, is what you need.
Right, that's what I was saying. But you'd get to draw 2 because you're at 7, so you draw for the Conquer and draw for the Monastery, right?
Oh, so... you're talking about going left. I'm talking about going right.
No, you can't. You can't go left because there's even if you move the fake one back, there's still 2 units, so Kha'Zix doesn't trigger. Kha'Zix doesn't become a 7.
Exactly.
Right.
But I was thinking you buff it, it goes to 5. You move back the fake mirror image. You go in 7 on 6. It dies once. It shoots you once. You're at 7. No big.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You draw a card. You draw a card. The Karthus is now dead. There's a 3/3 in the back, and you are a 5. The turn starts. A guy dies. You get pinged for 4. You have 1 health left. The girl runs in for 3. Well, she'll be 4 on attack. You'll grow to a 7 with 4 damage on you, and she would kill you. So like you have to like top deck.
Yeah. The draw,
first, for example.
The draw when you conquer needs to be like another Void Assault.
Another Void Assault, right?
Another Void Assault would win you the game.
Another Void Assault would win you the game if you run in the Void Assault would win you the game because you back up the other reflection and then you go in 9 on 6 or something.
You would still be 7, but you'd be 7 on 5.
Right.
Sure, 7 on 5, that's fine.
Yeah.
Or you draw a punch first and they can't kill you on defense.
But then you can't get over there.
Oh, you don't need to. They're at 6. You're at 7. So like you untap, one of their reflections goes away. It pings you for 4. You're at 5. The LeBlanc walks in 4 on your 5. You grow to a 7. It's 7 on 4, but you have 4 damage. You punch first. You go up to 12. They do 8 damage to you cumulatively. You live with 3 health, and then you're just at 12 for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, that's assuming that they don't, you know, draw.
I mean, yeah, they had,
call whatever. But Void Assault just like wins on the spot.
Oh yeah, Void Assault wins on the spot, and Punch First wins on defense outside of exactly hard removal, which they do not have currently.
The
Ka would not die. It would be a 5. It would not die with the second Rex.
Someone in chat asked about moving Feyfolk to the left to pull one of the Rexes to buff Ka and go right. This does not work because the Karthus would have still been alive, and then Kha'Zix gets double pinged and kills. So killing the Karthus, I think, was the correct step. He actually did. I actually felt like this player found the out and then just didn't play it out.
Yeah, because if he goes and does that, like, unless I'm misunderstanding, I'm pretty sure it's 1 to buff and 2 to pull back. If it's 2 to buff,
no, it's one to buff, 2 to pull back.
So then, yeah, you attack him for 7 on 6, and then you get shot, and then yeah, and then
Fizz replaying Void Assault is the first Void Assault you have to play. You need a second one. So we're all this is all off of the draw of Fizz was important. The Fizz was playing the Void Assault already because he needs to use the first Void Assault to move one of the Rex, the fake Rex back home so that he can 1v1 the real Rex.
Yeah. You go 7 on 6, the combat ends, you heal, and then you get pinged for 4, but you're fine. You don't die.
Yeah.
Rex's death knell happens after damage, and healing happens, essentially, after combat, rather. So yeah, he had like 2 outs.
Would that that means that you'd be stuck with the damage on you then, right? Till the next combat?
Yeah, so you wouldn't win the game with the Void Assault, probably. Yes, you would be stuck with the damage until the next combat. That being said. So then you would have attacked 7 on 5, but you would have
7 on 5.
So your really only out is Punch First.
But the 7 on 5 also would have drawn you at least another card as well.
Well, you wouldn't have conquered, right? You would have died. But...
Wait, was there an Orange Rengar in hand, or had it died? Was it just Fizz? It was
Fizz and Orange Rengar.
Okay, it was Fizz and Orange Rengar. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't win that same turn actually. So it wasn't a Void Assault. It's literally just punch first on defense. That's the only way you win.
Wait, why can't you win with Void Assault?
Because you get pinged after combat. You have 4 damage on you, and you Void Assault over. It's 7 on 5, but you have 4.
Oh, but you have the 4 damage mark.
Right.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, fair enough.
You don't get pinged for 8, right? But maybe you are.
Oh, move back Rex, kill the real one. There's another temporary Rex on the other battlefield. That's right. You're getting pinged for 8 at start of turn.
Okay, so then you're getting pinged for 8 anyway. Then there was no win. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay. 0 wins.
Unfortunate.
0 wins.
If they're both Rexes, then that's what it is. Yeah, I didn't know what it was.
Well, so if that's the case, then wouldn't you instead just push back the real Rex and then deal with the fake one so that there's only the one popping at the start of the next turn?
Oh, so you only get pinged once.
And then pray for the punch first.
But then punch doesn't actually get you over the LeBlanc plus the Rex pushing into you.
It does.
Oh, no, 10 into 10. Yeah, 10 into 10.
You would trade, but you wouldn't live. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody sucks.
All right, except for this guy for scooping. This guy scooping was actually the correct call.
Yeah, you technically wouldn't have lost. Would have got one more turn. But yeah, no, for sure.
No, scooping was actually optimal.
To be fair, right? If you do that and trade, then you jam the Orange Rengar on the left side 6 on 5. But anyway, let's not get into it. We're in another game.
Scooping
why this game's so fun.
Yeah, there was a point like 0.0001% chance you win. Yeah. Yeah, and in theory, can you push the real Rex to the other battlefield, or is it only bases? How does Void Assault actually work? Not that I want to talk about the playline anymore, but does Void Assault say you have to push it to any location?
I think it just says move. I think it's just move and then move.
Oh, so then yeah, then we have more than a 0.01. Yeah, because you just push the real Rex to the other side. Anyway, a bird is here. Met by a woman with a stick, and we're back to the LeBlanc's turn. Is that a stick, sword? I don't know what it is. It's something.
All right, well, Kha'Zix's Star Spring is going to be annoying for him. Missed the 2, so LeBlanc gets to go first instead. No unit to actually play to the battlefield that feels good, so not actually going to get to abuse it, but it is still Harness Dragon in hand with Karthus doubling up double Soaring Scout. So
Ooh, that's an
pretty
hand. Is that 2 Rexes,
pretty nasty.
a mirror image, and something
It's
else?
all, a
Karthus?
bunch of late game units, and Karthus is
Ooh.
doubling up Soaring Scout, which is probably best case scenario.
Yeah. God, I hate to say it feels like I do not think there's a physical way this is gonna win this game. Like literally on this turn. Both missing a 2-drop, and that's just Rex into Rex. Ugh. With
Oh,
I
this is
mean,
the oh, the harness was the discard, but yeah, Rex into Rex is still the follow up with.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the good news is we have the Void Assault, whatchamacallit, to kill this Karthus. That's like the good news.
Oh, that's very good.
Because can't you go left?
So.
Well, I guess like that's the difference, right? If you want to go left, give them 2 runes, 4 runes, whatever the heck it is, and then Void Assault over to the right side, score 2 points, draw 2 cards, or do you do it first?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you want to give them 4 runes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Notably, for people who are like don't know what Kha'Zix does and are very confused as to why Karthus moves in first and then Xi'an, and yet Xi'an is the attacker. It's because the card says you are the attacker.
Yeah.
Because the way that it works is they move first and then you move, which would mean that they should always be the attacker, but this card says break the rules and you're the attacker.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it's weird because it says you move your friendly unit first, then you move theirs. So it would make it seem like I was there first and now they're attacking into me, but then it also says you're the attacker.
Oh, it does say move friendly first. No, then it actually just makes the most sense. Yeah, move a friendly unit first, then move enemy unit. So you actually are the attacker because you're the first one there.
Because this judge is pointing at things, so now he's gonna make a bad.
No, he just played a second Void Assault. Well, he played Fizz.
Off the Fizz.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
this is why I like Fizz with the mid-range Kha'Zix
I
stuff.
lied. It's all over. We drew this card and the game's over. I lied the other way. LeBlanc can never win. Okay.
It doesn't matter. They still get to just jam Rex and go.
Yeah, but Rex without Karthus is a whole different ballgame.
It's true. It's true. But most of the targets that Kha'Zix has right now are just gonna die to it. But I agree. It's still it's a different beast.
I do feel like we are being a little bit of a silly nanny by like constantly drawing with Xi'an and not maybe replenishing our runes just a smidge. But you know, we're down to 2 of them. Hey, we could have took a third, maybe.
I was gonna say I do think at that point it might have been worth it to at least get a rune, but I also can understand that, you know, after the last game when you essentially got attritioned out, there might be a little bit of PTSD.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's no monastery, right? So if you're factoring in battlefields and whatever, maybe they're just saying like, hey, I know I get 2 runes a turn, so
yeah, like I like the first draw on the right side. It's just on the left side. It's like, you know.
I heard you wanted Karthus for this LeBlanc with the double
Void
Rexes, so they made sure to draw it for you, Vero.
Okay, well, anyway. I guess we have another Void Assault. Joke's on them. God, is that what their judges arguing about? You have to announce your combat win before you do Xi'an. Oh my god. Here's a rule for everyone you're playing and you have this many things. Whenever you go into a combat and it ends, just say triggers. Just scream triggers so nobody can say you've missed anything. So it's really not important which ones you're talking about as long as you acknowledge that they're happening. Because that's what that judge was yelling at him about. Oh my god. That's silly.
Yeah, I mean, saving grace here for Kha'Zix is just
that's
the
a
ability
small
to rush down.
thing, but yeah, it's a small min-max thing, but he actually kind of messed up that turn. If you send Xi'an in, then send Fizz in, and then you play the first mate to the spring, you move back to Xi'an from the trigger, and then you untap the Fizz and move it back, and now you'd have something defending for 3 instead of 1. This is literally not going to matter 99% of cases. I just wanted to bring that up. So annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, true on all accounts. Everything you said in that there. Very true.
Yeah, pretty much. This is my auto battler.
Yeah, but did you look at 317F?
The Fepper. I put the F in Fepper.
Cass puts the hot and hot Fepper.
I mean, I guess you could argue that you want the Rex on the left side because it'd be defending alone, but I would be utterly shocked if we don't see a trigger on the left side. But we're gonna ignore it altogether, so I'm the dumb one.
I think he pulled a sacrifice.
Nice, La.
Sacrifice is so good with LeBlanc in this situation.
Oh my goodness.
This is player probably getting confused by the rules update saying, no, this is a non-token unit now. Judges have clarified. The buff is very helpful here that if the sacrifice does get played, the Rex can't just kill Xi'an in one shot. That's really, really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Switcheroo, double Grim Resolve. There has to be a way to kill everything here.
I mean, with our opponent on 3 Roonies, maybe.
Well, actually, sacrifice at reaction speed has potential to juice whatever Kha'Zix wants to do.
Oh yeah, if there's a sacrifice, because we're gonna like Void Assault, the oh no, because you have to grab somebody in. I don't even know if you can kill this Karthus. It's so like insulated actually.
Well, I think if you
Do we know if there's like challenges in the list?
I'm unsure. We haven't seen.
Well, there's the extra Void Assault. I think you have to like pre-pump this Kiana and then like Void Assault the Karthus in.
Yeah, you have to get your Kiana to a 10. Because the what is that stupid thing called? The Forbidden Wasteland thingy is a static thing, so you can't like go in, get the -2, and then bring
exactly.
The I'm pretty sure it's static. So you need this Kiana to be at least a 10, right? And Grim Resolve is 4? Question mark?
No. It's when you defend alone, you're -2.
Yeah, but I'm saying
sorry,
right. It's while defending alone. It's not.
Yes.
Yeah. So this Kiana would need to be at 10 if you wanted to like move in, Void Assault in the Karthus and kill it all at the same time. And then you'd get a double trigger on that mirror image though. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're moving that back. Moving this in, bringing in the Karthus. Okay, 1-on-1.
What is happening?
Oh, well, yeah, now we lose. So what's happening is it's 1-on-1.
Oh, okay, wait. Sorry, I understand. So Void Assault was played. The choices were move the reflection. Wait, no, what? What? How did? Wait, how did the reflection get back? Oh yeah. Move the Fey Folk in. Fey Folk pulls Karthus. Yeah, okay.
Yes, Karthus is now defending. Karthus is a 1-on-1, and then he's gonna go for sacrifice. Ping the Fey Folk. Ping the first mate.
Yeah.
And now it's sacrifice. Ping the Fey Folk. Ping the first mate. And then, I don't know the rule. Does Karthus score a point?
Technically, they did not lose control at any point, correct? Like, this spell...
Correct, because...
Oh, the spell happens all at the same time, even though it wasn't in a
so
showdown.
Control should never have been lost.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, because like you move your unit in, right? And they still have technically 2. And then you get to move an enemy unit. But because when you move your unit in with the trigger... So the trigger pulls the 1. It all resolves at the same time.
His opponent always triggers on the stack, so it was never able to do cleanup.
His opponent showed him the sacrifice. Why did he play the Grim Resolve?
I don't even know what he's trying to Grim Resolve right now.
He was trying to Grim Resolve the Fey Folk. But is there a reason that you just like need to force the sacrifice anyway, so you don't care that it's gonna get juiced? I don't know. Seems kind of weird.
I'm unsure.
Huh. All good. Game state now is just got to draw the extra cards. Now has Karthus defending on the waist. I wonder if they're clarifying that he does not score.
That might be what's happening. Yeah, because he just like motioned to go to 4, and he's like, I guess they're telling him no.
So no. It's like you never lost control.
Yeah.
And then I mean, yeah, Xi'an's just gonna swing over. I mean, you have to kill Karthus, so you just swing over Karthus and call it a day.
This still isn't that bad, except for the fact that we lose to a singular unit being played to the Star Spring. But other than that, it's okay. I think they're confirming that right now, whether the loss happens. Because I understand that loss of battlefields cannot happen like while
it's while something on the chain, right, or something like
why so like in a showdown. But I think it's very similar to baited hook. If you move into a battlefield and then baited hook your unit, you cannot lose control until the chain ends. And if the chain is void assaults are happening, void assaults happen, and then simultaneously the Fey Folk goes from a move and then brings something over, those things clear, and then the battlefield looks and is like, oh, well, there's still shit here, so let's just go to combat. I'm assuming that's how that works. But yeah. Now I assume we wait. We copy a bird for a fish. Or a Vi for a fish. Screw the Soaring Scout. Yeah, let's keep holding on to it. And then, yeah. I guess, I mean, I get why they want to hold on to it. They want to play a cheap guy to move their unit over. Just figured you had 11 runes. Yeah. So now we're at 5 on 5. Oh yeah, that was really silly. Yeah. He missed his XP trigger. He could have ripped his Xi'an back to base.
Missed it twice this game, so that would have been 2 XP.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Games are fast, a lot of things happen, but you definitely do got to remember, like, it's why the incremental value of Kha'Zix can get really, 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 really crazy. But not when you miss it.
但是好像也没有什么其他东西能够打的了吧？想的说，要是这个时候如果他有经验值的话，刚刚扭个头是不是上个增益？
是的，
就好一点。
是的，
因为那个死格没了嘛，点一下肯定点不死。
Yeah. I feel like it's the second trigger he missed, but whether it's the first or the second trigger is tertiary to the point of everyone is, you know, compounds, so even if it's just one, it would have been.
Yeah, I thought he missed one at the like start of the game as well, like earlier on. So just over the course of the game if he had 2 more XP.
Yeah, that's just an easy pullback. Yep. Yep. Yeah. If Kha'Zix taught me anything, it's always pull out, but you can't do it when you have no experience.
Huh?
Yeah, you need to experience to use the ability for Kha'Zix.
Oh, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense.
One is the buff.
It's interesting to me as well as that Xi'an was drawing so many cards early on and just not really helped.
Yeah, a rune or 2 may have helped, but or maybe all the cards in our deck suck. I don't know, or at least suck against this deck. I guess we actually have quite a bit of runes now, but kind of 7 being a lot compared to the 11 on the other side. I don't know why you guys are laughing.
刷招了也就7分啊。他好像堆下面全堆住也没什么太大的问题吧？
复制哪个？好像是要复制调酒师。用复制。
Yeah, I mean this is just a victory lap or whatever for LeBlanc. I'm not really sure there's gonna be anything to do. I mean, I guess 0 cards for LeBlanc right now. So maybe there's a world with 9 runes in a dream. I don't really think there is, though. Needs, what? Rengar and God, probably?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue is that you have to prevent them from winning, but then you also still have to hold out for multiple turns as well, and they just have a significant resource advantage in terms of like available might on the board.
Yeah.
And without seeing like, I didn't know if maybe they had challenges that might have like come in from the board or anything, but without that, you don't have a lot of great ways to deal with units just sitting in the back line as this kind of like mid-range Kazakhs, and that's been the problem.
Yeah.
So, let's see. No, there's just no way to get... You can prevent the hold, but like, what are you doing after that, right? You run to Star Spring, you pull the LeBlanc, you use the Grim Resolve to +3, you kill the LeBlanc. You play some unit, I guess. I don't know. Like, then you have Punch on defense. I just don't think the math is really mathing.
Alternatively, you can run in the bunny, pull in the shark, and then switcheroo shark smaller than bunny.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that kills the LeBlanc and the shark.
And that's it. And you just got to kill the shark. I don't know. You get to go out with lazy glory.
Yeah. Do you also just Grim Resolve here then?
Oh! Oh! He's doing it!
Yeah, you also...
He's doing bunny bigger than shark. Well, yeah, he has a punchy firsty.
Wait, he's just assigning damage. Oh, no, he's counting. Wait, are we assigning damage or are we counting? Okay, he's counting. Because if you play Grim, you get over this. You don't have to punch. This is 6 into...
It's 6 into 9 currently.
Oh, no, you do have to punch. You do have to punch.
Yes. Punchy punch.
If he had his one experience from earlier and a buff on this, he could have played Grim Resolve instead of punch.
Yeah. Or we can have a Xi'an attacking. All's well that ends well. Punch. Over under misses the XP.
Very interesting to me that this Kazakhs player sits on their champion for so long.
Yeah, I mean, in their defense, they never got to open Feyfolk into Kazakh, so every time they Feyfolk things in, the battlefields are busier than a Denny's, but like, I don't know, man. It's unfortunate when that happens, because when you open Feyfolk into Kazakhs, I feel like you never lose. Such a good start. What is that thing we've copied? Is that another Mixo?
It wasn't. Yeah, it was a mixologist.
So we get to bring back
something. Yeah.
Our Karthus, I'd assume.
Probably. LeBlanc is one more might if you want to bring back Fragmented, just because it's like probably final turn of the game.
Yeah, that part is true. I don't know if we're going to need much to beat the -1 bunny, but anything's possible.
There's at least a Kazakhs joining the bunny. You would hope if you're the Kazakhs player that it's something bigger than a Kazakhs, but at least could be a Kazakhs.
Yeah, I mean, even that Kazakh loses to Old Man and Bird, but yeah, I respect it.
True.
Because then it's 6 on 5. The bug no grow. When the bug fight no alone. Yeah, that's just kind of.
All right, put a buff. You send one bird in to try and kill the little one.
That's the boy.
Oh, I mean, there's a hidden blade. Like,
那好像应该
if it wasn't already cooked, it is cooked.
And Karthus to boot.
Yeah.
Rex Death Knell is before cleanup, but it is still after damage. So it is before the special cleanup of the like showdown happens, but the healing still.
Yeah.
Yeah. The easiest way to think about it, or the way I remember, is just that like the death knell is happening because damage and all of that is already resolved, right?
Yep.
So
there we go. There's the scoop. Kha'Zix's down.
That is.
This was very likely a win-in. They were both 7-1-1. I would imagine that this is a win-in into the top 8, as we should be going to top 8 after this. This is the final round of Swiss. So that should be one LeBlanc in the top 8, non-hook still in China for the most part, at least from what we've seen.
It's actually so funny to think that, because like, what's the best way to put this? Like, I feel like every deck we saw in set 1 randomly would just be like a hook deck. Like when we were originally watching China, and a bit of set 2, they were just like playing hook and like, I don't know, you name it, right? And now everybody is like, yeah, play hook, man. It's like the best. And China's like, nah, I don't think so. No. We're gonna do something different again. And I respect that.
Probably in the top 8. I'm just assuming they showed us that because it was a win-in, but
Right.
You know.
I believe it.
The final match of yesterday was definitely 2 6-0 players and not a 3-3 match. I just feel like hook is necessary in this meta to get around some of the weaknesses of the deck, into people just like turbo holding against you, or having like too many gusts, Starcross, that kind of stuff. It helps you deal on your own turn to try and threaten things via either getting to taller outs like the Harness Dragons, or just like playing around your Rexes and pinging everything down. I think it's pretty necessary for some of the matchups. The deck is really great even if you don't draw the hook, which is why it is so good as a hook deck, because like when you get the hook, you're able to high roll and just completely run over people, and it helps you in matchups that are bad. And then when you don't draw a hook, your deck is still also good, so it's fine.
而且黄蓝这个色组，其实昨天那个拉克斯打的也还可以。其他黄蓝色组更多的还是控制为主嘛。走法术控制。对。
So I am a fan of hook. I for a while was very low on hook because I couldn't find the right build in LeBlanc for it. Turns out it was just play the Karthus deck, but you just slap the hooks and cut some 2-drops, and the solution was a lot simpler than expected. And definitely big ups to Challenger for figuring it out for Sydney.
Who would have done thought it?
Key card by one of the 4 horsemen. Interesting.
What happened about the 4 horsemen? Huh?
No, it's just the key card of the match is the Vi. And I mean, yeah, in game 1, it was just like, oh, you have a Vi, you stun the Rengar, good game. All right, very cool. Pack up the cards.
Yep.
Fries in the bag, etc. You know.
Yeah, who would have thought? Good old Naxxramas card does the thing.
I do not have a website where we can check live results. If you are well versed in WeChat and like Chinese social media, you can probably find something. But even then, it's kind of a crapshoot to find it all. So we're just here along for the ride. We just hang out. We watch the games as they happen with everybody at home and yap about it. And that's the co-stream. Is what it is. No special info, no extra stuff. Just a couple of dudes up past their bedtimes.
Look at his dude.
A couple of dudes past their bedtimes.
Look at his
Yeah, just a
dude.
little bit.
Hello， 各位召唤师们，欢迎回来。那以上呢就是我们目前西安站10轮瑞士轮所有的比赛了。虽然说我们现场还有7桌的召唤师没有结束掉他们的游戏，但想必在接下来的这段时间内，他们会很快的决出最终的胜负。当然了，在我们的瑞士轮到淘汰赛的这段时间呢，我们会给出一点时间，给到我们出轮的召唤师们休息。
Y'all babysit chat for a second. I gotta go grab like a snack and a drink for the next 4 hours of stream.
Is it 4 hours?
4 more hours? That's just like they said goodbye to us. 30-minute break.
Oh,
I might just.
Yeah, okay, I guess it is 4 more.
Yeah, I might just throw. Well, okay. If you want to hang out with chat, you tell me and you stick around. But I might just throw a 10-minute break. While I go get a drink and stuff. If there's a 30-minute break timer that they just threw for us. What do you want, Charmer? You hanging out with chat? You talking to them? Should I throw a break screen?
Let's throw a break screen because I'm on like the last swallow of my coffee here as well. And
Sure.
if it's going to be that long, I think I should probably refill too.
All right, y'all. I'm just going to throw a 10-minute break screen so we can all stretch. Everybody in chat, stretch your legs. Get water. Get a snack. And we'll be back in 10.
I got some Jinx ideas now.
What's up? We are back. Well, we're back, but there's still, 10 minutes on the count until top 8. But we are headed to top 8 next. And
it is top 8 already.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we should. We should see the one LeBlanc that we just saw make it, presumably for the winning in, and then outside of that, we don't know what else is there. But yeah, decent day of games so far. A little bit of funky stuff throughout because they were showing a lot of the unique one of legends that were still there, and now top 8 should be probably meta time. Probably back, we'll finally see the Yees and Aurelias that they've been hiding from us the entire weekend so far, but are very likely in the top 8.
Surely not.
Surely not a single Yee nor Aurelia. As we were coming back, you were saying, what, you got Jinx ideas? You got plans?
Yeah, I got some plans for the Jinxa.
I mean, what does she have right now that feels good? I feel like for Jinx to come back around, I really want Rocket to be good. That card is good, but
yeah, I'm thinking of
you need
the
5 to
Jhin
be
Battle
good.
Axe as a core, using some movement abilities because it's purple, cheating out things like maybe the Rocket or some other cards. Just get to play the Horseman, 2 of the 4. It's an interesting, some interesting ideas.
True. That just sounds like it'll look like any other red deck though. Any other red purple.
Yeah, maybe.
Where's the sauce? Where's the I'm gonna discard my whole hand on turn 1? But yeah. I am slightly worried that this countdown is also fake. So it says 6 minutes, but we might be in for more. But how's everyone's night going? Everyone in the chat, how you doing? What is everyone who's making it to Vancouver? What are you playing? What are you playing at your Nexus nights? What cool decks have you been brewing for 2v2 and free for all? I was thinking earlier today, Vero, about the whole 2v2 conversation we had last night, and at Hartford, I don't have the competitor pass, and they do have a Friday 2v2 event and a Sunday 2v2 event that have pretty insane ticket pricing. So it's you could just be a 2v2 main at an event, and it be not only, if you enjoy 2v2, which I do, not only would it be fun, but also you could pay for your event pretty easily. Not easily, but you know what I mean? You do well and you pay for your event, right?
Right.
It's kind of hype.
I think I'm pretty locked on wanting to play Vi for Vancouver.
Specs that.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm locked on Diana for Vancouver. This is my, I guess, attempt at top 64 event. Play the good deck. Unless Vero convinces me to last minute pivot to Leona or Aurora. XD.
I would never do such a thing.
People playing Hook LeBlanc, Rengar LB. Someone got their Proving Grounds and is now maining Lux. On with Ruination now. Ruination kind of hype. Bewitching Ezreal for Utrecht and Brewing Ezreal Pike for 2v2. We were talking about Ezreal Pike as a 2v2 setup yesterday on the stream.
That could be fun.
Yep, for one side of the table.
Well, I mean, if it's just there's a ton of people that are spamming Proving Ground Z plus whatever. So if people are just going to continue to do that, then they deserve the Pike Ezreal experience.
I still think that deck is bad. So I think, yeah, for sure. Yeah. That combo, I don't think it, I mean, bad is maybe the wrong word. I don't think it's that good. I think it is crazy that people have been winning with that, getting away with just like playing that. I think there's so much more broken shit you can do in 2v2. And we were talking about it yesterday, which is like, there's like weird Aurora cheaty stuff. There's like literally Pike Ezreal is one of them we were talking about. It's just like, can't you just basically make it so one player does not get to play the game very quickly and then you move on to the next player? And the answer is, yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
I think it's largely just because folks are still kind of in their infancy for exploring 2v2 stuff. So anything that just is a blanket passive bonus feels really strong.
What's that? Hey, Casanova. Alan said that Diana is at least the second best deck in the format. What is the best deck in your opinion? Best deck's either Diana or just Aurelia, probably. Aurelia is very, very good.
Hey, since we were talking about the damage and end step thing, so I do have a question. The Blighted Battle Axe falls off and deals damage to something with more than 4 might. Is it damaged on their opponent's turn or no?
Probably shouldn't be.
That's what I'm assuming, but everything's new.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I have a Forerunner, I attack in for 10, they, Foth me back when I Foth, but like something of a push effect, I don't conquer. I do 4 damage to my Rune Runner at the end of the turn. It falls off. Does my Rune Runner like have 2 damage on it? Or 4 damage on it for the whole next turn?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. Alan is a fool, ignore him, says Matt Jass, 1976. I wonder who that could be. Huh.
So true.
I wonder who that could possibly be. It evades me. No idea.
I feel like it rings a bell, but
yeah. Oh, interesting.
That year reminds me.
That year does not remind me.
The Reagan eras or something. I don't know. What was that?
No, that's before Reagan. Sorry, buddy. I mean, no, I don't know. Herder. Yeah, I feel like in 2v2 there's a bunch of fun stuff. Like I still like if you just want to do like theme fun stuff, I still feel like Lee Sin and Set together do silly stuff. I want to do stuff with Renata because she says you or an ally hold.
Yeah, it's easier to make gold with Renata, and also getting to 5 points happens very quickly. So you can actually start like Renata is definitely better in multiplayer formats, and particularly 2v2 with playing to 11. I don't know how good she is, but she's definitely like better in that format.
Right.
Cloth Armor and Diana. I was talking to Boulevard about this the other night. He was like, why don't people play Cloth Armor and Diana? I feel like generally it's probably just a card quality issue, and it can't be drawn off of Diana either, right? Like you're looking for cards off the top, you need a certain density of spells so that you draw them. And then it's like, it is good at like some random blowouts with the legend, right? Like, because it is just 1 energy, so you do get some opportunities to play it very easily. But I think really it just not being a spell is kind of annoying for what you're trying to do with the 3-cost Diana. And then like discarding for Hui, like I think discarding gear is good for the +2 like runes, but often you do just need the +3 might, and if you don't need the +3 might, you generally do just want to draw a card. So like it's pretty rare that you do have the like discarding a gear is the best thing to be doing with Hui. It does happen. I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen. It comes up whether you're playing Sprite Fountain or Gem or whatever, but I don't think you want more equipment in the deck as a whole. If you are drawing enough cards that the card quality of a cloth armor doesn't feel bad, I think you're often winning anyways. And then in the spots where you're not drawing enough cards, then the card quality is an issue by having it. So that's like my initial opinion on why cloth armor is probably not being played in Diana. But I haven't tried it, and I mean it is a 1 energy combat trick for +2, which is it's only on defense, which is a little annoying, but it is 1 energy for +2, and then you can like re-equip it later, so that's kind of nice for like what she does. Nice that it's played just on tapping the legend. But yeah, I don't know. I think it could be worth a shot, worth someone trying out, but I see some like holes in it. I don't see it being that good. Yeah, Lance, we had an entire discussion about that about, I don't know, an hour ago on the stream about the 4-cost Vex stuff. We had to call 1-800-HOT-FEPPER. We had to, we had to.
I had to be right and Chad had to be wrong again. I hate when that's the case.
Yeah.
It's an all around unfortunate situation.
Is Grenron HJ for Vancouver? I don't know what that means.
Grenton's not going to Vancouver.
Oh,
not going.
I understand now. Grenton head judging for Vancouver.
Yeah.
Got it.
He will not be there.
I legitimately thought that Zachariah was asking if somebody named Grenron was doing hand jobs in Vancouver, and I was like,
I mean, maybe.
Don't know.
I mean, it's probably likely, to be fair. It's there's we can't confirm that, but it's likely.
Like, surely. It's a big world.
Yeah.
It's a big city.
Yeah.
It's probably happening.
I think that's legal in Canada.
Riot make a Riftbound anime. So if you go to Netflix, there's a thing called Arcane, and
that's not an anime though.
It's basically that.
Not all animation is anime, sir.
I mean, that's true. Actually,
no,
that's not true. SpongeBob's my favorite anime.
So actually, it's kind of like King of the Hill in Japan. They love King of the Hill.
Yeah.
My favorite is to say Avatar: The Last Airbender's my favorite anime because it's just believable enough to rage bait the real hardcore fans.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
Oh, is it that people? There was like
Americans aren't true anime.
There was some meme about Cory in the House being my favorite anime. It's a good anime. Cory in the House.
Yes.
Hope they make a TFT inspired TCG. Yeah, that'd be sick. Should totally do that. Maybe not based off this set, you know?
I know.
Honestly, like TFT's cool enough that I would love to see them make like a MOBA or something from it.
Yeah. They could use some of the like
One day.
the units that they use.
What's your actual favorite anime though? Is what Plum is asking.
Plum Soju the goat. If you've seen Ezreal or Victor at any of the RQs, that's my goat, Plum Soju. I don't know. Favorite anime? I don't watch that much. I don't know. Do you have a favorite drummer? Do you watch a lot of anime? You big anime enjoyer?
I wouldn't say that I watch a lot because I'm
Say it.
a old man.
Okay.
I'm an old white man. But
how white is he?
It's probably just recency bias, but I really like Freerun a lot. It's just like a good chill fun time.
Freerun actually, people repeatedly telling me to watch Freerun is what got me back into watching a little bit of anime recently, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very good. I think like
Freerun's a fun time.
Back in the day when I watched a little bit more, my favorites were like Log Horizon when I was younger, but I don't know if it holds up. I haven't really that's a long time ago, but that was always my favorite when people ask me. I really liked Log Horizon.
Yeah, I think if I was gonna go like non-recency bias stuff, it'd probably be something, I don't know, probably like Full Metal Alchemist or I don't know, something like that. But I really enjoyed Freerun.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Season
you did
2.
a Himmel and Freerun cosplay with your partner. That's sweet.
That would be a lot of fun. I would love to be caught up on season 2, but I refuse to give Crunchyroll my money at the moment.
Fair enough.
Check out Witch Hat Atelier. All right, I will. Because Freerun is good vibes, but I'll also say this: like the whole reason I even started watching Freerun was because, my oldest son, his name is Stark, and obviously they pronounce it Stark or whatever, but like the warrior is Stark, so I was like priced in. I had to watch it.
Yeah, there you go. Someone asked me about Yasuo. Is a Yasuo aficionado in the past? His opinion of the Dex direction, low the grounds, and I see Baki's name. Yeah, whatever Baki's doing is probably right. He's the real Yasuo goat. Whatever Baki is doing right now with Yasuo is probably the correct thing. I would just trust Baki. But also the Baki's build was was built to just like beat up Aurelia. And we're still in an Aurelia meta, so surely, like, continuing down the line of what Baki was doing is probably correct. There was a LeBlanc on stream last round. It was likely a win and in, so they are probably in this top 8, but we never know for sure. But I guess while we're waiting, you know, if you're a big LeBlanc fan, I'll have you know that this stream is sponsored by us. We have our playmats on sale now for pre-order. The brand new LeBlanc playmat that we had made, partnered.
This is our legally distinct
Deceiver playmat that we had partnered with Art by Nips. She does some amazing work. These are pre-order on now at shop.turnthemsideways.gg. Where they will be shipped out on June 30th. Very, very exciting. We also have a new Pike playmat. This is done by the same artist that did our Victor, Kaisa, and Draven mats. Really, really good friend of ours that has done so much work, so much great art on our playmat series. And this is also a pre-order item that will be shipped out on June 30th. We also have new spin down dice with the orange and purple colors. Our product guy is an Aurora player, so, you know, had to go with purple orange. He also gets mad when I say that because he didn't realize that that's what happened. But there will be more colors soon, and also these sell out very frequently. So if you do see them like out of stock on the website, just check back in a few days, and they'll probably be back in as we try and restock them as fast as possible. But also, for our one sponsor that is not just us, shout out to Invasion. This is an LGS in Toronto that's been a big friend of the channel for a very long time. They helped us out as far back as the SCG Vegas days when we did that big stream live from Vegas. They sell singles and ship all over the world, and you can check them out on invasioncnc.ca, and you can get 5% off your entire singles order if you use the code TURN5. Also, if you act now, I don't know how much longer they'll have this available, but they will be delivering to RQ Vancouver if you need some last-minute cards and you're going to the RQ. This is a really good option to guarantee you will get your cards in time, and you can get 5% off while you're at it by using our code. But shoutouts to Invasion for all the help that they have given us and all the stuff they do. But yeah. Thanks for someone for asking about LeBlanc, so I could just rip that. Swindle mentioned, yeah. Good old Jarvis. Oh, look me up when our shipping to Europe is not insane. Yeah, I think that has to do with like governments and stuff. I think it's like tariffs. But surely we'll figure out some way for it to get fixed at some point. I know it's like
it is tariffs, but it's also just like with all of the shipping stuff currently interrupted globally, right? There's an emphasis that's now being put on plain packaging, and just everything is competing for the logistics, right? So it's just everything is awful right now. Everything is awful.
I think one thing that could work long term is we are trying to like partner with some LGSs where they can sell our playmats in their store either on like consignment, or they can buy wholesale if they want, whatever they'll just want to do. And if there's any like LGSs in Europe that y'all know that would be interested in carrying our mats, that would be a great way to get a bunch out there where you would not have to pay like a big shipping cost. So if you got an LGS, you can hit us up. We have our like support email on our website and on our Twitter and stuff. Just hit us up. Let us know if you know of an LGS in your area and you don't live in the States and you want to try and get better shipping, and you've got to, we do a little business here and there. Yeah, Alan, it's I think his name is you called him Ting Ting previously. Said his name was Ting Ting. And he was the like Rat Ezreal originator. And I saw y'all talking about that when you played in Sydney, and you said you thought you had played the same guy, and yeah, it must have been, which is really cool. It's really sweet. I mean, not Alan. I mean, Matt Jass, 1976. Sorry, yeah, that's definitely couldn't possibly be Alan. Yeah,
Matthew Jasker, known brother of Flesh and Blood world champion Michael Jasker.
All right, so It's only been 45 minutes since that last round ended, so not too bad. Because they have to convert everything to top 8 anyways.
I just realized since we were waiting and I have like a bajillion cards I still need to sort, that I can sort while we're waiting.
True.
Go me.
What are you still sorting? Did you buy some boxes or something?
Yeah, I bought boxes. I bought 3 boxes when the thing came out, and when I cracked them, I just pulled like the hits aside at the time.
Yeah.
So I still have all the like commons, uncommons, and rares that at least need to go into the rows.
Yeah.
I've just been putting it off, but I'm going to need to find some stuff for Vancouver. And I don't want to have happen what happened the last couple of events. Every time I've thought like, hey, I've definitely got a play set of like that random rare, I was missing one. So
Yeah.
if I'm going to run like the axes, for example, or, you know, like I want to make sure I have my ashes, that sort of thing. Not that you can't pick them up on site. It's just annoying to have to do that the day of.
Yeah,
so.
It's so much better to just order from invasioncnc.ca and get 5% off using the code TURN5 and having them deliver directly to you at RQ Vancouver.
It's almost like you know exactly what I was going to do after I sorted and knew what I needed.
Does my deck list differ at all from Alan's EQs, Diana? I am copying Alan's homework, and then I may make some like 1 or 2 preference changes, but that would be it. I'm for sure copying my boy's homework.
I got this idea.
Yeah. What's up? Hit me with
So
it.
I have this Jinx idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna reveal it to you all at once. So
yeah.
Jinx, a deck of cards. It says when you have no cards, you get more cards if you have no cards. But how do you get all your cards out of your hand, right? This is the mystery we're all solving.
Yeah.
Now we play, of course, Red Jinx.
Sure.
She's in our
Yeah, of
That's
course.
obvious. Everybody got that. You know,
Yeah.
Nothing new there. But now we have Red Jin.
Sure. Yeah.
And then notably, we play Ride the Winds. And notably, we also get Timmy Turner. And then secondarily, notably, on top of all of these notables, we get Rasa and like battering rams and lacerates. So what if I move my Jin so many times in a turn that I'm creating all of this mana and energy?
Yeah.
And then I'm using it all, including the power, to dump all the cards from my hand on a turn.
Yeah.
Some that maybe discount other cards more so, the more that you play.
Yeah, battering
and
ram
the ones
sounds
that
great.
you always use like the power, like from Jinx, right? To like get literal crap out of your hand if you so need to or choose.
Makes
then
sense.
after you splurge all of this onto the board, after getting 2 points from Ride the Wind and a bunch of stuff, you then draw 2 cards at the beginning of your turn.
Wow. Each and every turn? You could draw 2 cards instead of the normal 1 that you would commonly draw? That seems pretty crazy to me.
And then notably, you can play Minefield to really get it going.
Yeah, start digging.
And then maybe Heedless, maybe you play Barons, maybe you play all this stuff. Who knows? But think about it. And of course, you got the Traveling Merchant, of course. How could one forget?
Yeah, look, I'm there. I'm ready.
Get a little fizz for some graveyard action.
No, you could play Red Pike, right? Like hidden cards are just good in this. You just like you run in, you dump your hand by hiding cards. Pretty good.
And if the Jin is moving and it's making like,
if it's making all this power, you get to save your runes while you do it as well.
Yeah, and then you just slam a Baron Nashor while you're at it. Who knows?
Yeah.
These are 14 distinct discrete ideas all packed into one. But I'm sure like take about 2 or 3 of them and jam them together, and there's something there.
How do you gentlemen feel about the Rek'Sai infinite token deck?
It's funny.
Wait, what do you mean infinite token deck? Did I miss something?
You explain it, Charmer. I'd love for you to explain it.
So
Aim with it.
I believe. Let me. Oh, might help if I type this correctly. I believe the premise, it takes like a ton of stuff to set up, but I believe the premise is Red Jinn, Eye of Herald, Facebreaker, and Yellow Fiora.
That's it.
And then if they have any unit 2 might or more, you go in with your Jinn and your Eye of Herald. Oh, you've got to give it assault somehow too, right? I think it's just like a clear. Any assault will work.
Yeah, any assault or onto war camp, basically.
Or onto war camp, yeah. And then you Facebreaker, rinse, repeat.
And then that just makes it all bounces back, so it just makes infinite recruit tokens at home.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they all lose to Flurry of Blaze, Elder Dragon, and then we cry because we blame Aurora.
Yeah, I see.
But yeah.
Oh,
pretty funny.
We're back for the top 8. Perfect timing. But
hey,
yeah, that seems really like not playable, but it's like it's kind of neat that it technically will make infinite tokens.
So hear me out.
Cooler purple
I mention it because we were just talking about 2v2.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is making infinite tokens better or worse than 2v2? You think?
I feel like it's probably better because you have your partner to hopefully stop the dragon
from just dying.
Or, stop the flurries. Yeah,
infinite tokens and energy. That is true. The energy is infinite. The power is not, because you have to keep paying the power to ready with worthy. But you're not losing power. You're just neutral.
Right.
You're neutral power. So it's infinite energy. Making infinite energy probably does something. And it's not, I mean, it's a 4-card combo. That's not that like insane.
And it requires them to have presence.
Yeah, they have to have a small
right?
unit at a battle. Well, it doesn't have to be a small unit. It can be any size.
It can't be like it has to be at least 2
unit. It just has to be one
respectable
unit.
size.
Yeah, any 2 plus. Yeah. What can we do with the infinite energy though in red, yellow? That's like actually.
We could cast infinite
Fireball. Run game.
Furies.
Well, you can't because of the power, right? Like it costs power.
Well, I mean, doesn't Jin make power?
No, but he needs it to. Yeah. Rico made top 8, by the way. So
hey,
he can make a run back. 4 Aurelia, 1 Vex, 1 Azir, 1 Diana, 1 LeBlanc. So the LeBlanc did sneak in. Aurelia still looking to be the best deck. 0 Yi. 0 Yi making the top 8 after winning last week. So it will not be a Yi repeat.
Crazy that it's 0 Aurora. Reddit told me that was the most broken thing in the game, I thought.
It's true.
在这个克制关系上面，我们前面也分析了一下，像是这次比赛其实人数不是很多的沙皇，是有比较多的数量来到我们出轮的位置的。其中一个比较大的原因呢，就是他在应对这个刀妹的对局上面还不错。那么剩下的这几个传奇呢，也是有各自应对刀妹的方法吧。
Oh, you know what you can do with the infinite energy in red yellow is you can cast Ruination and kill everything.
I like it.
There's actually like no high cost cards without power costs, really. It caps out at 6.
Well, like I said, we can cast Fireball. Wrong game.
Yeah.
所有的国际电竞赛事提供官方设备支持。您现在所看到的 Secret Lab 圣灵电竞椅，也正是英雄联盟全球各大国际赛事中选手们所使用的同款型号。那么
I'm surprised there's not like a red mech card. It's like.
好，来到我们镜头面前
Ace on stream. Arguably the best player in China. Ace. Probably just on Aurelia, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Tends to
be.
play the best deck. Whatever that may be.
另外一边的神切选手，看一下他们所使用的传奇。
Azir?
Azir,
I don't look.
okay.
I don't hate this decision. I think Azir is incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were both believers for Sydney.
I said 2 in the top 8 for Sydney, and boy was I wrong, but I felt like it underperformed severely. But yeah, I think Azir is very well positioned right now. Very, very good.
是的，因为10轮要打到8胜1平及以上的战绩才有机会出轮。
另外一边是威古斯，那么威古斯打。
Rumors are he's still grinding 2K LP and LOR. It's probably true, you know, probably accurate. Nobody grinded LOR more than Ace. And it's paid off in Riftbound, I guess. I mean, he did win one of the events, and he has basically been in more top 8s. Like, he has more accolades in China than any other player, I believe. And then, so he's basically like the Alan or Priz of the region, but not quite as dominant as Alan or Priz have been with the top 8s. But he made like just about every top 64 for ones that he lotteried in, which is very, very impressive.
现在的威古斯很多都是变速。 就它不再是之前的那种纯聚手的方向啊，会有更多的这个提速的东西，比如说现在我们看到的这个青灵之靴以及鬼祟水手这种单卡。靴子可以说是现在威古斯的一个核心装备了，选择全部都不进行调度。啊，这里看到艾珀兔手上已经有一张沙兵现身了。
沙兵现身多兰盾，但是冰局的话还是更想要先锋之眼一点。
是的。也选择调度2张。
但是选择了把沙兵现身往下放。那这里。
Alright, Mold 2 keep
yes.
a Defy and a Shield. That makes sense.
Yep.
Salvage main. We actually saw how good Salvage could be against Vex, at least the versions of Vex we've been seeing in China, especially. A lot of gear in these lists. China really likes Edge of Night, so that gets added to the list, but also just playing around boots.
Yeah, I was gonna say boots. I think is like the big one because a lot of times you're just trying to camp on one and then take your shots when there's the opening.
And there's an Edge of Night in hand. I mean, it is China, so there's got to be an Edge of Night in the purple deck.
和平卫士
啊，但这个和平卫士在对抗魏的时候，在对抗维古斯的时候，需要先去处理了对方的英雄单位才能。
Field. Soldier. Pass. Yep.
相信他这个主牌的位和废物利用，肯定也是帮助他在瑞士轮的第一局当中都获得过。
Evelyn on the other side, essentially serving the Tide Turner role of being a flexible 2-drop, gives you early presence.
Yeah.
Got another one in hand that I think they just drew, but.
Been endlessly impressed by Evelyn.
I will be honest, just because I've already seen the power of like what Teemo does with having a 2-drop in your legend spot or chosen champ spot, excuse me, when we get an Evelyn legend, there's gonna, I think, be a lot of flexibility with this one as well for the same reasons that Teemo has it.
Nice. Can hide it, playing it on turn 1's fine. It's definitely like, I feel like hiding Teemo Scout from Champ Zone, or even, I mean, even Strategist is like, yeah, your opponent knows, but like, what are they going to do about it? Like, either they can beat the might or not. But with Evelyn, it's like, okay, you know this is a weak hidden card, so it's a little awkward. But if they can't do anything about it, you're still just going to get the value of having the Evelyn hidden there, which is really nice. But yeah, I mean, as you're saying, the flexibility is definitely super good.
有这样相当于沙皇每回合在利用他的传奇效果，但是维古斯这个巨手就还没有用上吧？
是的，走上了自己的新尖峰，应该是比较有自信的。
Looks like a couple of charms in the hand.
Yeah.
不是手里啊，但费用六个紫色
啊，6个紫色。
If there is, oh, there's no green. This is 6 purple start for Vex. It's a bit awkward.
And there's the boots, but of course we know about the salvage, so
yeah, boots hide, equip, potentially equip of the boots. I mean, I guess you don't have to, but it's like it's tough. You really don't want to lose this battlefield. Like, you're committing so much. I feel like you, as Vex, like the way this deck just plays, like if Azir breaks this, you lose the game. So I guess you just have to put the boots on. You just play for this. Like 8 might, hidden card. Azir's pretty good at breaking battlefields, just in general. Like, it is just something that Azir is just very good at, right? Being able to cascade equipment, has access to a lot of might. Won't even need to accelerate anything because, like, you know, of course, Apathetic is going to counter that. But because you pseudo-accelerate by just, like, playing gear and then you equip the gear, it gives you the might immediately. Though the Vex is going to matter a lot into the yellow Vi. But there's a discipline, a hidden blade. Like, there's ways for Ace to break this.
The hidden blade is like kind of spicy just because like you don't want to let them draw, but also when are you going to have like a guaranteed shot knowing they can't defy? You know what I mean? Like the fact that the Vex has no green, I would kind of like, again, it's so hard because you almost always want to use that on your own stuff for the draw, but if you can just get rid of purple Vex.
Yeah, I don't even know that he's going to care to use it on his own stuff. I mean, sometimes you do, right? Like, especially when you have an Eye of the Herald. But I do like the idea of potentially casting it on this Vex. If necessary, like, you can send the attack and then see what your opponent does, and then you can go for it because, I mean, as you said perfectly, there's no defy, right? It's all purple. You can definitely just get through. And breaking the hold's really important. Vex will draw 1 card if you don't break the hold. And so if you Hidden Blade, because you need to use it to break the hold, they're only getting 1 extra card than they would have gotten anyway. So it's kind of fine.
Yeah, and on top of that, you by going this way, right? Like, you get to see what the hidden card was. I was gonna say I really like the idea of just doing this Hidden Blade here.
Wait, this is don't even need to, right? This is 8 into 8. Ace has a discipline. So you just play discipline and then he has 2 copies of defy. So he just plays discipline and defies whatever Vex does, and he just wins this. And because he has tank on the Dorn shield, he makes it so that the Dorn shield one dies and the BF sword one stays. Like, this is a blowout. Having these defies in hand. But like the Hidden Blade was a clear option that would have happened here, but this back off just gets defied and like the game just is like
Yeah.
The game's just like over immediately.
Another discipline.
He's like, wait, I get a chance to respond here, dude.
Yeah, game just like ends on the spot almost.
F2 这套构筑能够看出来是比一般的沙皇要更加主动一些的构筑。
Yeah, I thought the might differential was 1 different when he was coming in, but you were right. The discipline makes it so you don't even have to use it. You can still just save the blade, and Vex is just forever behind now.
Yep. Behind on points, behind on runes, behind on units, and behind on equipment. That's what matters.
And kind of behind on cards too. I mean, they just drew one for the turn, but I think they were at parity in hand, which again is really just the same as being behind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if your turn is Edge of Night, like face up pass, then that's rough.
Yeah. It's definitely, I mean, there's still a lot of points to go, but the big thing with Vex is when that first kind of hold gets broken, at least especially that bad, it's really hard for this deck to claw back. This deck is really good at bullying you if you can't deal with it early, and it will just like hold that lead forever. Whether that's being hold slop and just staying on the board, but also just like it gets control, it starts hiding Evelynns, it starts being able to pivot around with boots. Like it just can really bully you. And especially with the card advantage it's generating from Vex. When they get blasted like this, though, it's a bit tough.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of the removal in the deck as well depends on you having the hold, right? Like the charms are useless if you're not already ahead. I'm not useless, right? Like you can use them to push, but they're just significantly lower value in those situations. Depending on the version of the Vex list, if they've got, you know, purple Kha'Zix, there are some ways where they can, you know, try to retake. I'm a firm believer that any of your hold centric decks still need to have some sort of retake strategy, but
yeah, they do.
Just based on hand right now, and you know, drawing the Edge of Nights and being stuck with the charms when you didn't have green and all of that, you're just playing top deck at the moment.
Gus not getting the job done would have been decent earlier, but the problem was the double defy from Azir is pretty much just backbreaking for that initial push. It's just every epic has an animation, Naga Strike.
Some of the rares, I think, have them too. I don't know if it's just because they already had animations for other games or what, but I feel like Fizz had one in the previous round.
Maybe, yeah. They might have done some more, but epics were the ones that we noticed immediately, was all the epics. So maybe they have some key cards that they've done some additional animations, but...
Well, that's why I was saying I didn't know if they had them for like other previous league stuff or whatever, because the other one, I feel like on one of the broadcasts in the past that Blade Flurry might have had one for just spinny blade stuff, but all right, we got 6 coming in.
Yeah, 6 into 5. Hidden card is just guards, and that can grab the Doran shield. Still protect the BF sorted Sand Soldier.
Yep.
Yep, Gust is good, but I think there's the second copy of Defy available. Oh, Discipline's even better.
Yep. I was gonna say, I think it's just the 2 charms still in the hand of the other player.
Oh
right?
yeah, he just scoops. Yeah. No, I mean a completely reasonable scoop. This game, as I said, was kind of over from that. Like,
I was gonna say, yeah,
first combat win.
If you're looking at the points and you're like, why are you scooping? It's like 2 points to 1. It's because the Vex has no shot. Like, that's a seasoned Vex player who understands that that is over.
Reasonable scoop, we're going to be so cooked on time. This series is going to end so fast. Well, we'll see. Maybe there'll be a long game 2 and 3, and it'll get us to top 4. so we're not just waiting around. I'm unsure if this matchup is just like unplayable for Vex, but just like that early game with the double defy for Azir is really hard for Vex to get over.
I think that if the Vex was not purple, like flooded there, it gives them at least some openings, because the biggest issue was in that early game, you know, you get your Vex, you kind of all in on that battlefield, but that was mostly because there was no other option, right? If it's a different scenario where you can maybe send one unit in, take advantage of the charms, not have to, you know, load up both your units and the boots and pray, it might have been better. I don't know that it changes the outcome, but I just think that it would have at least improved the Vex's odds significantly.
I know Vero had to step out. Thanks, Vero, for hanging out. I'm gonna swap the cams real quick.
拍下去之后，自己的单位都是偏小的。是的，对，然后传奇也没有在运作。
所以也是在第一局啊，这个沙皇发挥了他这个前期能够给对手带来巨大压力这个传奇的特性啊，拿下第一局。我们看一下。
Somebody asking if any North Americans or Europeans squeaked into Top Cut. I don't believe that was the case.
No,
I don't remember seeing any.
There were not. Top 8 is 4 Aurelia, 1 Vex, 1 LeBlanc, 1 Diana, and... Did I say everything already? 1 Azir. 1 Azir.
Yi?
I didn't say. I just didn't say Azir. No, there's no.
Or no,
Yi.
yeah,
no
Azir. Azir.
4
yeah,
Aurelia,
no,
1 LeBlanc, 1 Azir, 1 Vex, 1 Diana. Yeah,
that's right. We were remarking that there was not a Yi.
拍下来发挥过作用，已经上来砍过你了，那你这时候再拆它，其实效率就一般了。
所以目前这个
Alan, you think the matchup's good for Vex? I could see it be good for Vex, but that early game was just crazy with the 0 green and the double defies that were there. I mean, only 1 got used, but defy just very, very good for the matchup. And he curved the shield into sword into having discipline plus defy, but yeah, it was very, very good. Opener for Azir. Yeah, back-to-back events, no Fury in the top cut. Once again, we're on instead of 7, it is only 6 copies of purple. But it is also 6 copies of green. I think we found our 2 best colors. It's purple green.
They are pretty good.
我们也是一会儿可以留意一下其他的桌的一个情况。好，我们回到了直播的现场，双方换备之后呢，沙皇掏出了。
We'll see if the Vex player can get a little bit better of a start here.
先攻能够扩大优势的一个场地。可以看到神切选手这边摆出了一个御横手念的动作，
这也是御横手念吗？
这不御横吗？
你觉得他第3个场地会是什么？就维古斯这边。
维古斯第3个场地，会不会是废弃大厅？
哦，这样的话，法术交换的时候就会有很多战力膨胀嘛，对吧？
是的，有自己的一个兜底的场地。但是这个兜底的场地在面对比如说刀妹的时候就会很吃亏了。
哎，主要第一把还是先攻出啊，就有点伤士气，我感觉。
是的。现在当前环境里面拿到先攻还是非常重要的。
我上次有一把先攻，对面后手3费没出人，我都输了。
士气伤到谷底了吗？好，看一下能不能迅速调整一下状态啊，神切选手。
All right, game 2, Vex versus here. We have Hall of Legends and God Willow Grove. It is a Sona variant of the Vex deck, but it did have the like boots and all the like other early game stuff as well, so might be kind of similar to the best of like 2 copies of Sona, but I think that was just a Vial Maw off the top, so there's a lot more towards the hold slop kind of stuff that we've talked about in the past of just like playing the Vex and just trying to sit on one battlefield the whole time. And going star tipped game 1 into Grove going first kind of like informs that a little bit, really wanting to just get on the one battlefield and just kind of sit there.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised to see the Vial Maw.
对，守护天使也能是充当一个单位嘛，是的，这个沙皇卡组可以装给。
What about the Vial Maw is surprising? I think we've seen a little bit of it, but a lot of the decks have been lower to the ground. This,
right, yeah, that was ultimately it. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I like Vial Maw as a concept, and I think that it is capable of, you know, potentially getting you some good plays, but I don't know right now with the meta the way that it's been, what decks I would actually like actively want it for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just like what is not going to be able to get big enough.
Yeah, like in this matchup, for example, by the time you get to any position where you're playing the Vial Maw, they've either got enough equipment where they can go over it, or, you know, you have to worry about call, you have to worry about a bunch of other stuff. And then, you know, against Aurora lists, for example, like, yeah, you have a big unit, but who cares when theirs are bigger? Like, when I think about any situation where I'm like, yeah, this is where I want that Vial Maw, outside of it just being like a big surprise ambush thing or whatever, I don't know. It just feels like a very win more to me personally.
You can see it. Double Arise hand. Vex just passing, so just Mouser into Apathetic. Ship the turn. Ace needs more gear for those Arises to start to feel good. Like, he kept one in the early game, which I think is reasonable. Just try and push over any big holds. Try and close out the game. Reading Vex Apathetic.
Did Noob keep the Sona?
Yeah, I kept the Sona. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it could have been push play Sona, but I do think if he has no spells, it's kind of risky.
Yeah. It would depend on the rest of your hand, but I just, between Mouser and Sona, and then like you really want to try to get on that Grove, if you had the spells to back it up, especially just because the cat has tank, right? Like if the cat didn't have tank and they could still push in and get rid of the Sona, then it's probably not worth it. But specifically because the cat has tank, I think that might have been fine, assuming you had the support. But I don't know what the rest of the hand was like after that.
I think there was a Guardian Angel as the only gear, so that's going to be the gear for the turn. Okay, so recognizing the hand state is going to require actually paying into haul and then making another dude, because the hand is just like not getting the job done. Just needs to make as many units as possible.
And I like playing the GA just to get the token. Obviously not equipping it because you don't want to waste your GA on the token, but as you said, you get a body out there, you get the haul, you get another body.
So curiously for Vex, there's actually opportunity. Okay, there's gonna be a hidden card. I was gonna say there's opportunity to double conquer if Ace just passes like this. So the Guardian Angel actually just makes this 4 might so that Vex can't just walk over it, and then Mouser on the other side. Because if Vex is able to go, you know, Vex one side, Mouser the other side, and just like, I don't know, worst case scenario, jam Sona with some spells up, like, you'd be in serious trouble. So I think it feels kind of necessary to do that.
Did they?
Mouse or Kha'Zix? Wait, Kha'Zix will just... Oh, never mind. Mouser has tank. That's right. I was like, Kha'Zix will die, but no. Mouser will just die. Kha'Zix kills everything.
Did they pay the power to equip that GA after the fact? I'm wondering, like, why
No,
the
he paid
Weapon Master.
He paid it. Weapon Mastered away the 0 might, the eye, and then just equipped it to go to 4. Is the only way to get 4 might there without like playing another unit. All right, so just gonna be Kha'Zix. That unit in general is just very, very soft against Sand Soldiers because it will just get pushed in and die, but yeah, still delaying the Sona. I imagine just that's the fact that there's like no spells. Okay, another equipment. Brutalizer kind of nice for all these extra dudes.
Artemis, the top 8 is Vex, Azir, as you're seeing. 4 Irelias. Yeah, that's right, 4. A LeBlanc and... It's another purple, right? What's the one I'm forgetting?
Diana.
Diana.
这是一个当前环境里面比较好的对策卡。
对，所以如果你一起上的话，它可以推你个大的，然后剩下的给你换了。如果你
Yeah, Kha'Zix is a bit awkward. You can't send one dude in to trade with the fan. Kind of a fun synergy here, because it will just give a +2 for the turn onto Kha'Zix that can trigger again. It actually makes it really awkward. I didn't think about that initially. It makes it really awkward to attack into Kha'Zix plus fan. Because you really just want to send one soldier in right now and kill it. Instead, going to send the eyeball. And...
Yeah, Eye is actually really
No,
clever.
This, I don't think this works. I think Kha'Zix gets plus... Oh, wait, it's when I move. When I move, make the dude. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, dude happens first. So dude happens before the attacker designation.
我记得上一周我看到盖伦在对阵螳螂的时候有遇到过这个案例啊，卡银娜是。啊，先锋之眼是移动时，移动时的话可能还没有触发那个法术对决，就还没有进攻防守方身份。
啊，是的。好，确认这边应该是没有办法去增加数值。选择跟粉丝进行了一个交换，那这里可以贴
惨报了。
对，贴惨报，然后跟对方进行。
Now Brutalizer will allow potential of pushing over Kha'Zix. You equip the Brutalizer onto one of them. You still have to send both.
I mean, if you
but you only lose
again,
one soldier. Oh, that's true. Yeah, true. So you equip Brutalizer and Eye. So it's
Eye is like
high power cost,
crazy in Kha'Zix, yeah.
Yeah.
是还是蛮麻烦的。
虽然结果上被对方单杀了，但是还是能烧对方不少符文啊。
对，消耗了很多资源。
Kha'Zix trigger only goes on the stack if there's a single unit. It doesn't just unconditionally go on the stack, which is why he still gets it, even if you ambush something in response to his trigger. He still gets the +2. But it's also why the fan doesn't save it. But yeah. No, that was clever. I wasn't thinking about how I would be able to stop that. That's very, very good. Counter to Kha'Zix.
Yep, just double equip, like I was saying, so keeps the Kha'Zix trigger at bay. +2s from the Brutalizer equip.
Yep. Can pay into the hall and just make another guy. I think that's kind of been the MO of the hand is just Just make a bunch of dudes. Because he's got double our eyes in hand for the end.
Yeah. Weapon Master the eye back.
现在感觉威古斯的机会就很大了。其实对面这个场面蛮薄弱的，他应该有机会去布阵去做一个防守。
是的，这个交换和上一把来比是完全能接受的。
是的 ，Apple Two 这边的交换其实，还是有点吃亏的。不过这是他的最好机会了，因为对方的这个费用使用完的情况。你在对方没有办法跟你做交互的情况下，把对方的
And unfortunately for Noob, you're kind of in a similar spot to game 1 already.
Yeah.
Like it's just been token spam, but it doesn't matter, right? Like the token spam is still more than the units you've been able to generate.
Yeah.
The Sona's been stuck in hand kind of awkwardly, and still no spells, it seems, have really been picked up.
Biggest difference is very likely to be able to push into Grove and at least try and trade holds for maybe a turn or two to try and catch back up in cards. There's another Kha'Zix, it looks like. Just playing the Edge of Night and equipping it. Okay. So just trying to push over on Hall of Legends.
Are my eyes just like going bad in my old age? When Noob was going through their hand, I swear I saw an Iacilla.
I have no idea. I did not see it. I thought it was Vilemaw, Aurelia, Sona, Kha'Zix. It's like just very unit heavy.
Yeah. It was probably just the Sona.
而且他这个位置如果打魅惑的话，他就没有办法上情侣了。主要他上情侣之后只能骗自己，因为他手牌没有什么招数。
哎，情侣有螳螂。
好。
Alright, so Sona's finally coming down.
螳螂可以飞，这个螳螂其实可能会骗到对手。
Yeah, see, there's another rare that's got the animation.
Yeah,
I knew they had some.
It's just champions, I think, for rares. And then there was, yeah, I mean, someone was right about the Blade Flurry animation. That was just like one of the random ones that they had. It's like signature spells, champions, and then epics. So Vex, we know, I believe, only has Kha'Zix as an actual like a playable thing with the runes available, but having to like bluff with the Sona anyway, you just have to say, okay, I have 4 runes. Do you want to walk into this? But this hand is just what it was: GA, Defy, Double Arise. So GA at least is gonna allow spawning another Sand Soldier, and I think from this point that GA needs to be like patient, try not to lose it so that you can get +1 Sand Soldier off Arise. Just because these Arise need to just make enough might.
不像上一把其实大家互相和平发育上一把开打的比较晚，所以两边费都很多，然后打到后面之后就会被
Yeah, I think he was hoping to get something a little bit better off of that salvage draw, but it did not look like it helped.
会不会让 Apple Two 这边失去跟他互动的欲望？主要这个威古斯你不去处理是一个很头疼的事情。
If they have all these other random rares, I mean, maybe they're just getting animations for every card at some point, and they're just slowly working through them. You know, like that. Maybe that's where we're at. They're just taking their time. All right, floating one, equipping the brutalizer. Yeah, you could just try and go kill Sona or go kill Vex. Very reasonable idea.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be like a hand check situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, threaten both of these very powerful units, right? Like, if it's just discipline, you just kill the weaker one, right? I think hand checking makes a lot of sense. It is just going to be Kha'Zix, which means he taps out. Like, he fully taps out for Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix will trigger, so there's no world that Ace is actually, like, conquering this side into a Kha'Zix trigger with a single Sand Soldier at the base. Though, it won't trigger Kha'Zix a second time because it has the eyeball.
Right. This is also still enough to get rid of, you know, one of the choice
you still kill
units.
Sona or you kill Vex. It's not really. I mean, this is completely fine within what the game plan was for this swing. You hand checked and you're like, oh, well, okay, I get to kill one of these. And in fact, because he's now tapped out, you could, if you wanted to, re-equip the Brutalizer, push in, and kill the other important unit in this moment. Now, that is expensive because you're having to spend another green going down to 3 runes, but I think it's probably worth it. I think you actually do have to do it. You're just gonna say cool, and then from there it's just play, maybe play GA and then just develop a new Sand Soldier.
Yeah, make a token. I would also, yeah. You can make the token, you can Weapon Master on the eye.
Okay, gonna kill Kha'Zix instead of the Sona. I think maybe there's some recognition here from Ace that the hand is really light from Vex already. And then secondly, like, Kha'Zix was the response. So what does that say about the Vex's hand? Oh, wow, even better. I didn't even know guards was in hand, so actually just going to also kill Sona. And conquer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Insane.
Yeah, that's wild. I didn't know the guards was there. That informs us even more. But, okay, it actually does not change my point, though. Now, it makes sense, obviously, because now you get to conquer. So, of course, you kill the bigger unit. But it actually doesn't change the point. Even if you couldn't do that, I can see a world where you leave the Sona alive. Because there's not that many cards for Vex.
Yeah.
And, like, you're not going to have multiple unit swings too often from here on out. I guess you have the eyeball, so you kind of always do. Never mind. That's besides the point there also. But if Kha'Zix was the answer, that means that the hand must be unit heavy, because you would try and save some of these 4s if you had better answers. You would try and save Sona. You would try and save Vex. These are high-value units. But because it was Kha'Zix, it's just like, oh, you can't save these. You don't have spells. So Sona is not as valuable. So I actually think there is reason, regardless of the guards, for Ace to have done it that way. But, of course, in this moment, that wasn't Ace's reasoning. Ace's reasoning was, oh, I have guards and I can just kill Sona anyway and conquer. So, but it is just cool to note that there was actually a lot of merit to killing Kha'Zix instead of Sona in that spot.
I mean, on top of that as well, the Sona, in order to provide the value, has to be in danger. The Kha'Zix on a future turn could run back to base, allow you to go back to the Grove side, etc. But Sona, if she's not there, loses her inherent value. So I think I liked the plan overall, but I think you're correct. I think that this says, you know, if I'm across from noob and the Kha'Zix is the answer and the hand size is dwindling because, again, fighting away from Grove, like that's kind of the beauty here is, you know, our Azir player has kept a noob off of their preferred battlefield here. Like, they haven't even thought about going to Grove.
Thinking on where to charm. It's really kind of a consideration of, like, what type of runes you want to try and tax. Funny enough. So just going for charm, I believe he was selecting the... I think he selected the eyeball. No, it selected the brutalizer. Okay. So trying to continue to tax green runes. Never mind.
Matter.
Just playing both of them. I didn't realize there were 2 charms. It does not matter. Generally, your decision point for anybody who would be curious is what type of rune you want to tax. Do you want to force your opponent to equip with green runes, or do you want them to equip with yellow runes? Outside of when it doesn't come down to like might values, right? Because both of these are effectively giving the same amount of might. Sometimes you want to get the BF sword off of something because it's just like the bigger might value unit. But sometimes you don't want to allow them to move. Like the brutalizer, often you wouldn't want to kill the unit that has the brutalizer because you don't want to make it easy for them to re-equip a brutalizer and get that extra effect. You want to make them weapon master it. But yeah, in this spot, it doesn't matter. 2 charms are being played.
Yeah, that was going to be my only point, was if there's a situation where, you know, you don't think that they have a rise or something where it's going to be ready and weapon master, then you could deny a brutalizer equip. But at this stage in the game, I think you also kind of expect that.
但上一回我也是觉得他能聚首成功，看上去可以，这回总能了吧？啊，说不定能找到你想象不到的角度切入进来。不过沙皇的这个活跃手段有那种比较逆天的。
All right, I mean 6 runes, 3 equipment in play, nothing else to do. It's probably just a rise. I mean he has 2 copies, so it is probably just always a rise here.
Yeah, I think there's not
there's a Vi as well in the hand. We see 4. Oh no, not Vi. Accelerated Azir.
Oh, interesting.
So his hand read is more units, right? That's where we are with the hand read.
Well, so the only other thing that I could think of is if you're trying to avoid playing the Arise, maybe there's a world where you're worried about them also having like hard bargain, right? Because
that's true. Yeah, bargain
blowout.
Yeah, bargain would be crazy. And if you are reading bargain, then this is like I kill your Aurelius, strand you with a bargain, and the game's over. So if he's read this as bargain, there's not been an opportunity for bargain to be played. But that's a very narrow hand read. That is like an extremely narrow hand read to say that this is bargain. It is Ride the Wind, so this is going to get blown out pretty heavily as far as spending all these runes for... Oh, does he have Defy? Oh my god, his hand is Defy? Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. So you just beat everything. You beat everything but Rebuke, and nobody's playing Rebuke right now. You actually, yeah, you beat everything but 3rd Kha'Zix. Right? Yeah. You beat everything but 3rd Kha'Zix.
And I think it was one of those things where I don't think any of the other plays are good into 3rd Kha'Zix anyway. So
yeah. No, I mean this is excellent. It was definitely excellent. And that's probably just going to win him the game. Because Disarming Rake is the top deck, that's not going to do nearly enough. Yeah, I mean, you can you kill something, that's fine. Needed to draw into, like, Vile Maw or something. Well, next turn. Next turn, Vex needs to draw into, like, exactly... Wait, no, it doesn't matter. Arise gets to 7. You draw into Vile Maw, it's a turn too late. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arise only makes 2 units. It doesn't even have to be the play, but it is... Oh, he's only on 5 runes. He can't play Arise this turn. Doesn't matter.
No, not this turn
turn.
because of the Defy.
Yeah, but can play Arise next turn. So even a Vile Maw or some big unit is going to be a turn too late.
Yeah, the Rake needed to show up much sooner for Noob just so that there was an opportunity to get rid of that eye when the Kha'Zixes were relevant, right? Like that eye kind of shut down your best unit.
Yeah, Sona, not good enough.
Not a Vile Maw.
Yep. Yeah. He's just going to concede, and that is a 2-0 for Ace. Going to move on to the top 4, looking for his 2nd regional open win in China. He would be the first player to have 2. He picked one up as Draven a while back.
So this Azir deck's pretty good, huh?
Oh yeah, very strong. Very strong.
是的，有一回合甚至是爆了3、4费吧，我记得。 就给对面场上吃鸡点全部给铲完了，也是利用到了这个武装复用。
是的 ，Kika 我感觉要给沙兵了。
Relatively quick series from them.
确实，
是的，因为你说给
Somebody asked what else was in Top Cut, and thanks Yuj for
Yeah,
getting
you got
that
it covered.
in the
4
chat.
Aurelia, 1 Vex, 1 Azir, 1 Diana, 1 LeBlanc. Ace vs Rico finals would be hype. I mean, I would not be surprised. Did Ace not win on Kaisen set 1? I don't believe so. I believe Ace did not win until Draven. He made a final and lost. And he made another top 4. And then every time he was there, he made top 64. But I don't think he won until Draven. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the case. Because the Kaisa wins in set 1 were George, Omega Zero. They won 3 out of 4. Yi won 1 of them. But the third Kaisa was the guy that beat Randy in top 4. Ended up going on to win. Yeah, no. Ace did not win in set 1. Yeah.
刚好能够利用上，让他多次突破对手的这个4到6战力的一些单位。
包括甚至沙兵现身都没用，都还没有玩到对方的2阶段，就已经
维古斯已经被完全打干了。
是的，就已经坚持不住了。
对，场被打空，手牌被打干。所以说 F2 这一次展现的这个沙皇的构筑跟思路啊，感觉非常值得学习。
但维古斯这边的构筑，我觉得也是比较新颖的。他有带了这个，因为他没有经验体系嘛，还是带了这个伏击的螳螂，然后包括还有艾瑞利亚，也是可能想到和自己的一些 buff 牌进行一些联动。
是的。
包括其实御风而行也是一个维古斯里面不是那么多见的牌吧。
没错，他这几张牌其实都比较需要他自己能发育起来才能利用上。就是对方的这个沙皇把整体的节奏拉得太紧了，完全不给你发育的时间。因为维古斯他没有办法完全在场下沉淀去跟你进行发育嘛，他还是需要有一边的可以聚守的场地去给他更多的时间跟机会。
他的大部分单位的效果都需要在战场上发挥作用，比如说冷眼旁观的维古斯，比如说唢呐，比如说卡斯克，对吧？他们都是需要在战场上。
Yeah, Ban Green. Yeah, Defy is a pretty good card right now. Funny enough, Defy is like the best counter to a lot of the other green decks at the moment.
可能这也跟我们赛前分析的差不多，就是本来这个4组其实拆装备就没有很方便。我们前面看到他就算抓到了斩狼剑客。
But yeah, Azir feels really strong. I like Azir in this meta because he's like good into Aurora. He's pretty good into Aurelia. He's kind of good in, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think like what the bad matchup is for Azir right now. Any Azir players in the chat, what's the bad matchup? What's the actual like bad matchup for Azir right now? Because I can't think of like, I'm trying to think of any of these decks that like if I was to be playing Azir that I would be like, I would sit down and be like, damn, I really don't want to play against that. Like Diana? I've been playing Diana, but I haven't played the Azir matchup specifically. I feel like you would not want to see Diana.
Yeah, Diana.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's
some
fine.
versions of Azrael.
Yeah, no, I figure.
Maybe.
Yeah, I figure Azrael, but it's not one of the like top decks, I guess, right?
Right.
Yeah. Someone said Irelia sucks for Azir and LeBlanc beats Azir. Really? I think Azir is like quite good into Aurora. No, it's pretty good. It's like very easy to side into the Ashe stuff. You're also just extremely fast. Yi shouldn't be bad. Yi should be fine. Yi should be really easy.
Yeah, I feel like you'd run over Yi.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Right?
I don't know if you're all, but you, like a bunch of you guys just named all of the popular legends as being bad for Azir, and I think that's very much not true. Downwell cooks hot. Nobody's playing Downwell, and red sucks, so Thermo doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say like Thermo Kaisa, I guess theoretically.
Yeah,
sucks,
I'm talking about like out of the like popular decks. Sorry, I should have specified. Like out of the popular decks, like what are you really not trying to see? But then y'all said Aurora, Aurelia, LeBlanc, Master Yi, and Diana. So this deck is terrible then. Like what? But I don't think that's all true. I think yeah, I think most of those matchups, like in my brain, are like they should be mostly fine. There's favorable versus LeBlanc. It was very favored versus Yi in set 2. Aurelia 50-50. I mean, I can see a world that Aurelia is just close. Like, you're not... Because the bad matchup for Azir previously... The bad matchup for Azir previously was Draven. You're right, some of those were question marks. You're right. But the bad matchup for Azir previously was Draven. And that's why I was like, Azir has to be good coming into Unleashed. Like, he got some very small upgrades, but they were upgrades. And then, like, he lost his worst matchup, which was Draven. Why is everyone guessing? I asked if there were Azir players in the chat to tell me.
Nobody.
Why is everyone chiming in?
Nobody plays Azir.
Everybody's guessing. I wanted
Azir's not real and can't hurt me.
I wanted straight facts coming out of my chat room right now.
I wish I could read Chinese.
Yeah.
Is this graphic that
mad that chat is chatting? Yeah, guys.
came and went, but was this thing saying that Vex had a 58% like favorability?
No,
because that doesn't seem right.
No. It's like usually random stats about battlefields and like spells cast and like the runes recycled and things like that.
I didn't know if they just like had stats as far as like how Vexes performed against Azir throughout the event.
No, it's never been that a single time on the screen because we've translated them in the past. Marshall, when he's on, he always pulls out his phone and translates it all. But yeah. Why is the number of participants only 640? Because that is what they cap it at for like smaller venues, that kind of stuff. They've been always capped a little bit lower at these regional opens. You have to raffle in. Usually like 3,000 people enter the raffle. Yeah. 58, thanks, Huge. 58% was Combat's one. Thanks, Huge.
Combat, okay. Yeah, the Billy like translated chat I was watching earlier said that the venue, I guess, is like a rehearsal hall.
Yeah, the turnouts are not lower. There's like 3K people that enter the raffle. Like people still want in. It's capped. You know, it's also free to enter. And as Huge just said, they're mostly in hotels right now. They're not in like big convention halls.
They were like, "Oh, you want to participate? That's capped." Let's go, Vex. Sorry, I have bad news.
Yeah, sorry, Maverick. The Vex
Anything
is dead.
Interesting with the list, that it's out.
Yeah, it was playing Green Aurelia, and it had Vialmaw in it, and as well as Purple Kha'Zix and Sona. It was really like big unit heavy. I was not sold, I will say, but obviously it looked like a bad showing. Total spell damage, number of times equipped, tokens played. I see. Thank you, Mark. But yeah, those are the kind of stats they usually do, Charmer. That kind of stuff.
Interesting. I mean, it's fun.
Twitch chat said Diana as in Yi is hard. That definitely sounds like this was an actual Azir player, you know, coming through for me. We'll believe the random Twitch chatter. Beautiful.
You think people would just go on the internet and lie?
No. They said this with confidence instead of the question marks that we got. Yeah. They said this with confidence, so I believe them. Yi didn't seem like it would be difficult to me, but I believe it. Makes top 8 me, nah, it's not good. Did I say that? Wait, did I say it's not good, Charmer?
That's what I heard. It's awful.
All right, my fault. I thought I said I wasn't convinced by it.
Garbage.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll stand by it. It's bad, terrible, horrible deck. Can't believe they played it. I feel like I get the like there's that tweet that always goes around, Trevor, that's like the like you say, oh, I like pancakes, and then someone's like, oh, you hate waffles. I feel like my chat does this to me all the time.
They do.
I feel like I'll say something like we're watching a list and I'll say like, oh, I'm not really sold on this card yet, and then they're like, can't believe Cass said this like top 8 player is just dog shit at Riftbound and should never play again, and like we should go beat him up and hurt them. And I'm like, wait, guys, like chill. What the hell?
Or it's like you're like, hey, LeBlanc is on fraud watch, and they're like, oh, I thought you said LeBlanc
you think
was
this deck
fraud.
is bad? You think
like no, it just means that there's like questions that need to be answered.
There's holes in the strategy, and it's easy-ish. It's kind of easy to counter, but it does the really powerful thing, and sometimes it just pops off, right? Yeah.
Sure. I was gonna say, for me,
sometimes
like
I feel like I'm going
just...
crazy. I feel like the my chat just gaslights me nonstop about what I said, and I'm like, wait, guys, did I really?
Yeah.
And I'm tired. It's really unfair.
Fraud watch just means like this deck has questions that have yet to be answered. Like it could be real, but it also could be fake. It's on fraud watch.
It's so unfair too, Charmer, because it'll be like 5 a.m. and I'll be streaming for 8 hours, and then they do this to me. So I don't know what I said. I have no idea what I said anymore. So you're telling me Treasure Trove is a dog card? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Those are the words. Those are the words I'm saying. This is Draven's power level in the current meta. There was only one that made top 64. Overall, it is felt somehow too
in this event.
In this event, it is somehow felt too fair. I don't know that we ever thought we'd say that about Draven, but current meta for what the other decks are doing feels like it's doing too fair of a thing. Playing like 2-drop into 4-drop into walk in. I mean, yeah, it draws the extra cards when it wins the combats, but right now I think it's struggling to actually just like be the stronger deck that bullies you and wins the combat. I think a lot of other decks are just like being able to beat it.
Yeah,
and
I think
it's like a dog into Aurora, right? Like it just can't do anything against the Elder Dragon. Really struggles.
Yeah, I think the big tipping point is two things. Obviously, the bans affect it, right? But with Unleashed coming out, we're slowly hitting the point where all of the decks are beginning to have like this critical mass of good cards. Whereas I think when we were just in the first couple sets, you had some cards that were just significantly above other cards, and Draven being able to consistently draw so much just meant that that deck was able to always hit the stuff that was relevant. But now with the density of the decks, and I just noticed this because like when I'm deck building now, I really do feel like if I'm building something from scratch, I end up at like 60 cards and then have to cut. Whereas, previously, we were either right around 40, or sometimes you might even have to find like a filler card or two. And so the threat density is just so much better now that the drawing the cards doesn't net you an advantage if you can't take advantage of it. I don't know. That's just my take anyway.
Yeah,
but
no, it makes sense. I think
because it really like when I think back to like what we saw from those early events, how often was it literally where like the best thing you could be doing with any of the decks was just drawing more cards? Like set 1, it was Kaisa decks that were winning had 10 cards in hand. Set 2, it was Draven decks or Irelia decks off of Herder that have 10 cards in hand. But that's like not necessarily what wins you the game anymore.
Yeah, I also think just purple and green ate good. Red is just kind of struggling. I feel like a lot of the new red stuff maybe has not been that insane. Like we're even seeing, like the Battle Axe in the Draven list that made top 64, and it's yet another card I'm not exactly sold on. I've liked it. I was impressed, especially with the Darius list that was playing it. But outside of Darius, it looked okay. It did some good stuff, but it wasn't like too insane. Looks like we're still in the top 8 and we're getting a game 3.
You just talked me into playing Battle Axe.
Yeah. Well, I'm sold. Let's see. How do I explain this?
No, I knew what you meant. I was just
yeah,
giving you a hard time.
No, I know.
I'm trying to gaslight you like chat.
Oh God. Not more gaslighting.
More. Yeah, I think this is a game 3, like you were saying.
I would assume it's game 3, but I don't see any specific indicator. Maybe the top says game 3.
Yeah, I was looking for anything that would have said like.
Because I see the number 3 above the 0 and 0, so maybe it says game 3. I actually feel like red's probably the worst color right now, which feels crazy. It feels crazy to say, but I think red might be the worst color.
If orange did not have Aurora, I would say it's orange, but
I don't even know. I don't know if I agree with that or not, but I don't think it's like a crazy thing to say.
I don't think that it would be a like necessarily a bad color. I just think that the depth of red, I think, is still slightly better than the depth of orange. Orange just does
see
like
it now. There are some markers next to the ranks. There's a 1-1. Yeah. Thanks, chat. Yeah. Blends in a little bit with the bar at the end, but I see it. So we do have a game 3.
Oh, yeah. I see it now, too. You're right. It does blend in. And they really should not make those the same color, in my opinion, as the, like, edge. All right, well, it's Crab Fest at Red Lobster. They're scuttling on both locations.
In the middle of a stack deck, right? I didn't see what's in here. Double On Guard and Rebuke. Shipping 2 On Guard at the bottom is definitely not going to feel amazing, but going to need to have a plan for that Rebuke. If the Rebuke can win the game, then who cares about the On Guards? Who needs Might when the enemy Aurelia is back in their hand?
Who needs Might? Also, interesting that our backup match here was the mirror. So,
yeah, -1 Aurelia from the top 4.
Yep. Eating each other. Curious what the other brackets are then. If it was, I wonder if it was 2 Aurelia mirrors and then all of the other decks, because we know we had the Azir Vex, so.
Yeah, I'm hoping that our top 4 stays a little bit varied instead of us having like 3 Aurelia and the Azirin. But I wouldn't be surprised by 3 Aurelia and the Azirin. I mean, we know Rico's on Aurelia, so whoever his matchup is.
Pull back the crab, play the Aurelia.
也是有面试和聚火之舞，这个回合拍下来是相对比较安全的。
是的。好，有一张极速反制。
So both players with champions out, because of course Herder counts as a champion.
Pretty much. It's interesting. We'll see how much the card advantage matters, but the 2 on guards being shot to the bottom means that some of the draw equity is like lower than it usually would be. Not to say it's not going to matter. You still find things like Guardian Angel, which are obviously insane, very, very good. You'll find like Defies, which are really valuable in this matchup, Defiant Dance. But yeah, some of the top decks you can't get like a bunch of cheap extra stuff, so gonna need to keep a critical amount of runes.
Is there a world where if your hand is kind of hot garbage that you play this Ride the Wind just to draw more with your Herder right now?
Totally could. Often you'd want to do that when it actually is getting that second conquer point, but we have definitely seen spots where you just like fully round the world the Herder just to draw 3 cards and cycle. I would imagine that, yeah, okay, there's a second Herder, so I was gonna say if there's like another Herder or if they want to go for Aurelia in some way, then they would not care about whether or not this Herder dies. Yeah. There is a small possibility that with the getting 2 runes back from the Targons that we could see that Ride the Wind just like attempted to be deployed on this turn when the Aurelia runs in. Because if there's not an answer, then you just kind of get to go up to 4, escape the attack, and end up in a really good position to try and start closing out the game with point tempo. I don't know that he'll even go for that, though, because I think this is a position where you can also just let this Herder die. So it really comes down to maybe the rest of the hand and just how CCB feels like he has to actually play the mirror match. Because there's a possibility you just even play it to like try and eat a Defy or eat, you know, like just
I was just thinking that I would consider, unless I had other stuff that I was holding the energy up for, but I would consider doing it just because it's a hand check, right? Like sometimes you just got to make them use their thing. Right, here we go. Delacorn Herder trying to ride the wind.
I mean, and I think this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Like you kind of just go for it because if they don't defy, I mean, pretty good, right? You draw a card, you go to 4. Delacorn comes home afterwards. Doesn't let the Scuttle conquer either. Pretty reasonable. And then if there is the Defy, then at least you've gotten through a Defy. I think some issue here is that now you've spent 2 runes on the Ride the Wind, and you're susceptible to getting charmed in.
So yeah, I was gonna say, so here's the problem, right? Is that if you if they defy and then you have that 1 rune up and you don't defy back, then you're signaling that this is a free charm, right?
Yeah, like you do signal it's a free charm. Yeah, so that's, I mean, that's the real big downside here, and notably another Defy in the hand. Anyways, for our left side, Stubby. So pretty big blowout.
Stubby goes to 4 as well.
Right. Tide Turner just to get the Aurelia to safety.
Also gonna, you know, if nothing else is developed, gonna be able to just go in with all your runes available because you have the Conquer, yeah. So, all right, go ahead on points, go ahead on presence, and sit from a very privileged position. It's a very good turn for Stubby.
Yeah.
Oh, and then you get the Defy. Turn too late.
Yeah, 3rd Stella in hand, so can just go back to playing around Stellacorn if wanted, but can also just look to develop the Aurelia. gonna be a bit behind in points, but point race isn't everything in this matchup. There will just be a combat at some point that likely decides it, but I think having the point lead makes the deck a lot better. It allows you to pick the engagements. You're gonna be able to decide the terms of how the match ends, so I think by not being able to go kind of aggressive here and setting up Stubby to just easily walk in to go to 6, I think is pretty rough.
Yeah, I think forcing your opponent to like be the one that tries to like break the stalemate first is really important in mirrors like this, just because if their hand doesn't like properly align, then you can leverage that. But we're gonna see Alicorn. Interesting to me that so far CCB has not played their own champion.
Yeah, just sticking with the Stellacorn herders, trying to continue to draw through the deck.
Yeah, but that's all 3 now, right?
Yeah, this will be the last one.
这里的 trick 要交在控槽上面吗？感觉是不是有点小浪费？但他这边留了6费，打不出去，会不会是想交互一下？反正还在思考嘛。可以交一张，也逼你交点东西。
So I wonder if the consideration here is using resources just to pop the equipment, right? You've got the discipline and the on guard, oh, and the defiant dance. Yeah, so tons of tools here.
至少是一个4打4平吧。
对，平换完全能接受，反正就把你的甲先给顶掉嘛。
就手里这些牌不打，你下回合好像还是没有什么牌能打。是的，就你这回合不加攻，下回合加的也没有那么得劲。因为下回合如果你用
Okay, gonna contest with an on guard to start, just try and force a card out of CCB. Feels like a little bit unnecessary, but it does force some amount of resources. Feel like the player that's played 3 Stellacorns though is gonna be happier with trading resources, so. But at least, I mean, just really gonna commit with the discipline. This feels like a decent defy target. In the sense that you're preventing draw, but I think the worry would be like Defiant Dance completely blowing you out afterwards. But preventing draw is pretty good. Okay, goes for the Defy. Now there can be a Defy in response to keep this discipline going through.
Yeah.
双方要把这个手牌打干了。这个灭是有点不想交。
You could defy their defy, or you could just defy their discipline in return. So it's a choice of, do you both want to draw a card, or do you want to make neither of you draw a card?
I think he wants to draw.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation, against a player who's played all 3 Stellacorns, you want the draw, but... So now they're just going down the chain, letting the stuff resolve. Then priority goes back. And with only 1 rune left, I think there's nothing else that CCB can do here, right? Because that was another discipline that was drawn. Yeah.
Alright, lets the trade happen. I mean, that just eats a GA, so... burning through resources, but on both sides. Both players losing a lot of resources there. I think getting the Guardian Angel for the Tide Turner, of course, is going to be favorable for Stubby.
没有造化弄人的 cos 了。
哦，确实，那
手上有一个造化弄人，
确实是要犹豫一下，但他走上去的话会力量费，不过也没有办法直接。
Yeah, I was gonna say CCB is.
走上来的刀妹去开这个造化
I think still gotta send this crab in.
灭世交的蛮犹豫的，所以手上有复数康的可能性是不是比较小？
You won't be able to catch up on points because I don't think you can do much about the opposing crab getting that hold point, but you want to at least keep some point tempo, but also want to likely get some runes back off the trigger.
说不定真可以开。我觉得从就是去想象对方的手牌结构来说的话，是一个属于
Unless I'm
开的空间。
just misunderstanding something here.
而且你大不了就是你的造化弄人。
No, I imagine we will push to 4 and then try and get the 2 runes up. I mean, there's maybe consideration to just like getting Ride the Winded, but I don't really think that would be good at all from Stubby to cast one, so I think it's fine.
而且他现在是有一点劣势了，虽然手牌范围比对方大，感觉这一波是不是要拼一下？哦，技术反制这一抽很关键啊！
而且他
Hold the 5. Defiant Dance, Fizz.
一直有一个菲兹，这个菲兹
Not so fast as Lost Tricks kind of left, and Fizz is not exactly a trick. Has to be played only offensively.
Yeah.
可以又过牌又有个单位沉淀嘛，
没错。
Fizz is like less a trick and more brute force.
Yeah, for sure.
确认一下对方弃牌作业情况。
I think
Like
there's a stack deck in the bin,
theoretically, you
so-
could, you know, discipline or whatever, but it still needs to be something where you're doing it pre-combat. But
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, could grab stacked or discipline. I mean, obviously discipline not needed to be grabbed now, but could play Fizz on this turn to grab stacked and just try and find maybe like one more Defiant Dance and just try and shut the door on the game.
很有机会是要去跟你拼这一下的。
所以前面那些训练有素在对方回合的交互。
Not sure though. I mean, you can also just kind of like hold a bunch of runes up, but there's just a question of like, okay, you can't actually even use 7 runes, so you want to try and find ways to actually draw. And maybe, I mean, maybe that is playing the Stella. Maybe there's something to do with Stella, but you're not going to be able to like play Stella and then cast a buff on it, ready it. Like it's going to be way too inefficient because you're not actually getting above anything.
Yeah.
I mean, you can like Stella, Fizz, Discipline, ready the Stella, run Stella in just so that you're drawing, you know, a bunch more cards before you go to 6, but then you're opening yourself up to Charm. Actually, not exactly opening yourself up to Charm because you'd still have Not So Fast and 2 runes up from the...
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the Conqueror, you would have some protection, so that actually might be...
I mean, is that the line he's considering? Like, because it draws 2 more cards?
Yeah, he kept hovering his hand over the Stellacorn, so I think what the deliberation is whether or not to just ship Irelia or take that line, but...
Yeah, I mean, it feels very convoluted.
I think this makes sense.
Yeah. Starcross, Crab, Aurelia. I mean, now you could just say, okay, take that Stella line after your opponent uses so many resources to play this Starcrossed. You still get to go to 6. You'd untap 2 afterwards. You could also just Not So Fast this and just keep your Aurelia on board. Another completely reasonable option. Right.
Yeah, I think it just kind of depends on whether or not you're confident with the rest of your hand post Not So Fast, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think like with your opponent going down to 3 runes, going to be at 5 on their next turn untapping, but you can conquer this and basically keep 5 runes up. Or you play Fizz
so we do see the
and you
Not
try
So
and
Fast.
draw... like maybe the Fizz actually gets played now, and it's just Fizz stack deck to try and find another pump. Or a Guardian Angel. Fizz stack deck, find Guardian Angel is pretty nice in this spot.
You know, letting that go back to hand and doing your Stellacorn thing, I always forget about that stupid Death Knell trigger. It would have also protected your hand information.
Yeah, it would have.
I think this is still probably correct because, as you said, it's far less convoluted and I think ultimately, if you can keep your Irelia out and active, especially when your opponent in the mirror hasn't even played their champion yet, you're probably doing well, especially with the point lead. But
this is also fine. Fizz Charm. I actually just didn't think about Fizz Charm for a second here. Fizz Charm just ends the game, because his opponent went down to 5 runes. Like they can't play Aurelia and then ready it. There's just literally no way to do so. So you're safe to just Fizz Charm and game is done. Yeah, easy peasy.
Yeah.
That is the most simple line to take.
Fizz is good. And when we eventually get Fizz Legend, I might be a problem with the fish.
Yeah, I
love Fizz.
I gotta play Fizz Legend. Fizz is the chosen champion in some Spirit Forge Limited, and that shit banged. All right, that's GG.
Yeah.
Stubby moves on.
I guess theoretically, because Stubby was out of green at that point, if there was a pickup of a rebuke or something, could have at least bought some time, but you're so far behind there that I don't think it matters. Don't think it matters.
那个刀妹是 Stubby 是吧 ？Stubby 最后还给我们展示了一下他的天角牧者，但是我觉得啊，他展示的是对方选手落败的一张关键卡。是的，就是可能春选手这边的围绕天角牧者的这个行动的效率不够高吧，导致了他在这一场比赛上面效率落后了对手非常多。当然，我们不可否认的也是，这场还是有些先后手差距在里面的。是的，有先手能更轻松的在6费拍下艾瑞利亚。没错的。那么我们稍事休息，接下来为大家带来更加精彩的比赛。
All right, just waiting on.
Oh yeah, watching it back, he did have the rebuke.
Yeah, there was a rebuke in hand for him, but he kept the rebuke early. He played if you remember the stack deck, there was a rebuke on guard as the option, and he decided to keep the rebuke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember now. I was just thinking through like I was saying, theoretically, because Stubby had no green runes left, like rebuke buys you time.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it doesn't matter though, right? Like you bounce the Aurelia, they still go to 7.
They hold, that there is a Defiant Dance in hand is alongside a Stellacorn, so you know that they're just playing that, readying it, and running it and scoring. So it
exactly.
Technically buys you 1 turn, and then you deterministically lose. So,
well, and also you're recycling 2 runes yourself, right? So you're no better off with the follow-up turn.
Yeah.
But
all right. But yeah, we got top 4 on its way. Both Aurelia and Azir have made it onwards. I don't know. I think Ace might get his second, but I know, maybe Aurelia is not the best matchup for Azir, people were saying, but I think it should be fine enough, and I'm a believer in Ace. Dude is a beast, probably the best player in China. The deck is one that I've been believing in, so I'm going to stick to my guns, even though it underperformed a little bit in Sydney. I still think Azir is a really solid choice for this metagame. And we'll see what happens on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, I'm personally rather curious to see if the Diana pushes through or not.
Yeah, I also think that deck is very good. I would be down to see like what kind of version they're running, if it's close to Allen's, or if it's just completely different, or close to Milk's either. Nice boys playing like the jewels.
Oh yeah, the jewels. Hello, Lifer Smite. The top 8 was 4 Irelia, and then it was Diana, LeBlanc, Vex, and Azir.
All right. I'm gonna ship a quick 10-minute. Well, unless you just want to talk to chat, Charmer. I'm a step away for
I
like
can
10.
hang out. Let me.
Right.
There we go.
All right. I'm gonna step away for a sec. Everyone, be nice to Charmer. Don't gaslight me in chat. I'm gonna come back to so much shit. All right. I'll be right back.
Yeah, notably, Lifer, no Aurora in the top 8. You are correct. Blevins should be theoretically already awake or waking up soon. I believe he's 5 hours ahead of me, and it is 5:22 a.m. where I am. But I also believe he had stuff going on this weekend. Like I seem to remember him saying that he was not going to make this one. Saying this Casanova, am I right? Yeah, Casanova. Am I right? Is Yi just a noob stomper deck? It's interesting because I think that the mid-range variants can also potentially have legs. I think that the biggest issue is that much like Vex, it is kind of hold centric, and I think that the hold slop versions of Yi are just worse off than if you were playing Vex. There are some Aurora variants running around, but that also feels a little weird to me. Like, yes, you gain access to green, but what you're giving up is essentially an irrelevant legend abilities because you're not playing units really in Aurora until you've played Aurora. So that +2 kind of doesn't matter. So I don't know. I think Yi is one of those decks that will probably always do well early on in metas just because very often after a set is released, whatever decks kind of like can just generically do good things, especially like fundamentally with Riftbound, they tend to perform well while everyone else is trying to figure out not just their deck lists, but decks, play patterns and what's relevant, what's not, how do you navigate things. And when you're trying to do all of that, it's very easy to just accidentally forget that your opponent also gets a free +2 and then you get punished. So I think Yi is one of those decks that will probably do well early on in metas and then start to fall off. Yeah, Verscona, I do think that they tend to be a bit greedier. All these overnumbered legends look so cool. I didn't open any of the legends with my stuff. My overnumbers, I opened 3 boxes of Unleashed so far, and I got 2 overnumbered Poros. My voice is relaxing. That's so funny. I hate my voice. I like my voice when I'm getting over a cold, like, or after I've cast all weekend. So like if I do an event and I cast all weekend and then I come home on like Monday and Tuesday, I get like some extra gravel in it and then I really like it. But So I really enjoy Lucian. I think Lucian is a ton of fun. I think that there are essentially two ways to play Lucian. There is the more aggressive version where you're not so all in on going either tall or going for the combo. And then there's more of the like, you know, assemble, not even necessarily like combo, but you tend to go like big on one unit and you're trying to like conquer, run back, you know, maybe get a double conquer with Relentless or whatever. The biggest problem I think right now in the current meta for Lucian is just that star-tipped peak is potentially problematic. Also, you are unfortunately, as Lucian, catching strays because of everybody worrying about Aurora, right? So if you are playing Lucian and, you know, you're playing against decks that are running salvage, especially some of the decks that are running, you know, a main deck 1 or 2 of salvage even, that potentially sucks for you, right? I've seen the decks that are running Akshans in the main. That potentially sucks for you, right? So all of the Aurora stuff, unfortunately, means that Lucian kind of catches strays, and then any of the things that are targeting big units ruins the Lucian, like, also go big or also go tall strategy. So again, the yellow deck's running Call the Weak. If you only have your one unit, then they can slow you down. I like the version that, you know, Cass and Blevins and myself have played quite a bit. I haven't messed around with the list post Unleashed, but at least what we were playing in Spirit Forged, simply because that had quite a bit of more like low to the ground units to get the early points. It wasn't like, it still had the combo, but it wasn't like a combo deck first. It was more like an aggressive deck that could also do the combo things. But I think Lucian is a ton of fun. I just think that it's, I think that, so the other thing that kind of hurts it as well is Vex. Vex kind of being a stone wall on a location means that you're potentially stuck on one side while they're holding on the other, but they're drawing cards and you're not, and they can kind of attrition you. And then eventually if they get their boots, then they can, you know, go in both directions. And if you ever get into a position where you're stuck and you're relying on the accelerate options, obviously Purple Vex gives you problems there. I don't know. Like, I think Lucian is a ton of fun, and it's definitely, I think, a deck that can perform well. It just kind of needs things to go its way. I worry about the consistency. Lilia is a tad bit hard for Azir, not super popular. Yeah, Lilia hasn't been super popular for, I think, a couple of reasons. One, a lot of the Lilia players just really don't want to run into Vex, and or decks that are potentially running purple Vex. And the other issue is that the colors, Ahri is just incredibly popular as far as champions go. And so there's a lot of people that would already be playing blue-green that are just going to choose to play Ahri instead because they want that Ahri best of. But hey, Gummy. The boy just woke up. I'm just trying to stay awake. It is 5:30 a.m. where I'm at. Do I think Aurelia will get hit with a ban? I think it's kind of too early to tell. I mean, obviously Aurelia did well in Sydney. 4 of the top 8 here is also, I think, very telling. I think that if anything from that deck does get hit, the thing that jumps out the most is probably Stellacorn Herder. Kind of sucks because I think that the deck gets significantly worse off without it, but it's also the only thing that is allowing, I think, it to stay so consistent. Like when you look at what was targeted as far as the bans went for Draven, I think a large part of it was just the sheer fact that they didn't want you to draw such a large amount of your deck every game. You know, if you're coming from Magic, so this is something I don't think gets talked about enough. If you're coming from Magic the Gathering, as weird as it's going to sound, draw is actually more impactful in Riftbound than it is in a game like Magic. Magic, you got a 60 card deck, but you also have your resources in the deck. Whereas with Riftbound, you have a 40 card deck and then your runes are separate. So in Magic, if you need an answer, like you're trying to find the removal that you need, for example, and you play something that lets you draw a card, because the lands are in your deck is more diluted, right? So the draw weighting is actually more beneficial in Riftbound. And I think that that's why, you know, again, when you look at what the bans were, like, yes, there was the Reaver's Row thing, but it was really, you know, battlefields, you know, that either warped the game, like Reaver's Row, you know, the additional rune, whatever, or it was stuff to let you draw a bunch of cards because that was just integral in a kind of a required part of the game. Similarly, you know, Scrap Heap, Called Shot, etc., helped with that. So this is my long-winded way of saying I don't know that Aurelia needs a ban, but if it did get one, I think that Herder might be on the chopping block.
Yeah, I could see it. I saw people saying Defy. I not only think that Defy will never be banned, I also think that immediately after rotation, they will reprint it. I think they want a card like Defy to be in the game.
Yeah, I don't think that I have problems with Defy.
Yeah. We'll see if I end up being wrong. Maybe they say it's like too good of a counterspell and like they print other different counterspells with like other hoops to jump through instead. But yeah, I don't know. I highly doubt that we would see a Defy ban. But we'll see. We shall see.
No, Naga. I did not want to see a world where Scrap Heap also existed with Hui.
I did. I like playing Hui. I'd love to be drawing 2 cards when I move my Hui and readying 2 runes. I would be so down.
Oh, that's way too good. Defy 3/1 range reprint. Yeah, I could see something like that.
Or like that would be yeah. I could see that being the difference on the reprint after rotation. But I just like doubt it would be banned. But I guess
I doubt it would be banned. I could also see something where it's like it is maybe smaller, so like it's, you know, 3 cost or less, but then the power you pay has to also match whatever power of the spell. So like some version of Defy that could maybe also answer Falling Star, but you have to recycle as much as they do, essentially. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not convinced Aurelia will see any bans though. I think the meta is like relatively healthy right now. I mean, like 4 Aurelia in the top 8 here is like pretty crazy. That was pretty unexpected with the current metagame for there to be like 4 of a single deck. I think a lot of people think there's kind of like 5-ish good decks right now. But you know, it's just very popular. It's a good deck. Maybe it's a touch too strong. I think Abandon Hall. I think if anything gets banned, it's Abandon Hall, right? Like realistically, I think that's what most people are saying, anyways.
I could see that for sure.
I think that it's just like I don't even know. I doubt that the way it functions was actually like intended, realistic. Like it was maybe intended, but not thought through in the sense of it like Abandon Hall just giving +2 every single time on Aurelia, right? Like it just targets green Aurelia, gives her the +1, and then gives +1 from the hall itself. I think that's just like, yeah, like that was a bit of a yikes, and it's a little bit too good. And like Aurelia is still going to be a good deck without Abandoned Hall. She just doesn't get a free win battlefield. You know, it's probably fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's legit.
I agree. Like ban Hall and move on is a completely fine stance to have for it. You know, like it's just.
Yeah, the only reason I was saying maybe Stellacorn, because I know you were away and came back, was when you look at what was targeted the last round with
I heard your draw rant. I got back
Draven,
while you were in the middle of that rant.
Yeah.
It's
just so much draw available with Stellacorn, but
they wanted to hit free draw, and I guess you could argue that Stellacorn is within free draw but I think it being a unit you have to pay 4 for ends up kind of making it a bit more fair. Not to say that Stellacorn in Aurelia is particularly fair, it just is more fair than Scrap Heap and Call Drought were, as far as in card acquisition. They have 3 things here on the schedule. Now, top 4, and then what are these other 2 things? Is it just like top 4 finals and like trophy ceremony? Is that what's supposed to be?
Yeah, it could be. It's also like almost 2 hours in between that last bit there, right? Like we're going 17:05 to 18:45, so that's like what, an hour 40? Then it's an hour 40 again.
Megan
That's a lot of time in between.
Megan was watching back the Kazakhs game in round 10 and found the line that actually wins with the top deck Void Assault. Very cool that it exists.
The year is 2029. We are still talking about the Void Assault line.
Yeah, I mean, I figured there was a way to win that game, and I just could not find it either. I think my brain is just really fried. These streams are just such long days. I love them. Yeah. It's a lot of fun, but it is just like man, we get to a certain point and my brain is just melted.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been on the stream as long as you, but I've been as awake as long as...
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, and it's long. And this is Memorial Day weekend's always a long weekend for me in general, just because Stark's birthday is on the 21st and then mine is on the 25th. And so those 2 things combined with it being a holiday weekend makes it so that family and everybody wants to do a bunch of stuff. And it's like a whole thing. And all I really want to do is jam games to prepare for Vancouver.
I also just want to jam games for Vancouver. That'll be the plan, I guess, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. Probably fly Wednesday, maybe fly Thursday. We'll see. Depending.
Yeah.
Then I'll jam games in Seattle and then drive up.
Yeah. I posted it in Discord, but I will get in late Friday night, so I will probably arrive, pass out, and then play in the main.
Naga, why are we asking me to explain Treasure Trove in the Lord's month of May in 2026? I cannot.
Yeah, the month is May, so may you please explain what Treasure Trove does?
Am I still on Lucian or did I switch? I'm playing Diana for this one. I want to play what I think is best deck, or at least near best deck. Try and go for a top 64. We got the info on the qualification for the regional championships anyway, and while I hope that I am casting, I think the saddest thing for me would be that I don't get asked to cast and then I'm not qualified for the event. So that would be a very big bummer. So I'm bringing a deck that I think is just really, really strong, and I'm gonna just try my best to play for top 64. I mean, well,
Yeah, that's
play
probably
for
what I should be
play for
doing.
top 8, of course, but like, you know, play to you shoot for the stars, and or you shoot for the moon, hope you land among the stars. That's it. Yeah. So
that is actually all fair points and probably what I should be doing. I just want to take one more shot at a best of with Vi, but
yeah. I'm not locked on whether I'll be playing Jewel or not in the Diana list. I played it a bit. I kind of like it. I also kind of don't like it. So I'm not 100% convinced on the Frigid Jewel, but I may like the most recent version I was playing Frigid Jewel. So we'll see.
Well, whether you played or not, you'll always be a Jewel to me.
Wow, thanks. People still discard for Sabotage. It's fair to ask people about Trove. Yes, you're right. But I don't think Omni knows that Naga Strike is just griefing me. Like, I don't know if that is something that you're aware of. That Naga Strike is not asking me to explain Treasure Trove for his sake. Just play Aurora Charmer.
Yeah, Gummy, I was about to saying just play Aurora Charmer. I don't want to lose on the spot for playing cards that you can't play and buy.
Well, I thought about playing Aurora for a little bit. I just don't really like the deck, and I still want to play a deck that I enjoy, and I really enjoy playing Diana. Very, very fun deck.
Yeah, I like Diana a lot. I think that if I was not gonna go for a best of attempt on Vi, I would probably consider playing Diana as well.
I mean, thoughts on Hui, but with Ezreal Legend, it's probably fine. Like, Hui is just a very, very good card, and the ratio of like spells versus units you'd be playing in Ezreal is probably like good enough. But I think that Ezreal just wants to be a different deck than Diana, and maybe it's not necessarily a Hui deck. I haven't put any testing into Ezreal, Aurelia either, but yeah, I haven't put any testing to Ezreal. It seems like the backpack like spirit stuff is like maybe the best way to play him, but I don't actually know.
I would like to go back to what Vera was talking about earlier with the horseman of the meta. I would argue that Hui is easily the blue horseman.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine playing a blue deck and not running Hui right now.
I can see the Ezreal versions like not running it, but that's just because they're like more spell heavy. They're not actually playing around a big unit. But end of the day, why? I mean, they could just play Hui, right? Like, they absolutely can just play Hui.
Yeah, it might not be like 3 copies, but like if you're looking, like it's so weird, right? Like if you're looking for a top end, like Watcher is still Watcher, but like Hui is pretty good too.
Yeah. How do you counter/beat Diana? Hard removal is very good. Like, Falling Star is a nasty card, but luckily for Diana, red is not super prevalent right now. Like, if you can just remove their units, it's really tough for them. They play way more spells than units. So if you can just clear the units, like, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, that's why I insist on playing the 3 Falling Stars.
I think 3-star is really insane for you right now. I think it's like super good in the meta. But the problem is that the rest of like the red spells are not very good in the meta. And there are matchups where the Falling Stars are dead, which is like a little bit annoying. But like, there are enough decks where the 3 stars are just going to be very, very good for you. That you just like hope you hit the matchups where your red cards are very good, and don't hit the matchups where your red cards are very bad. Like, you're playing Vi.
It's always a bit of matchup roulette. Yeah,
anytime you play for a best of, there's so much matchup roulette. To be honest, I'm a little like, I keep picking the tier 2 deck and kind of like hedging the best of plus playing a deck that's kind of good. And what I've done to myself is I basically have picked the deck that opts me into the most possible matchup roulette that I can. It's kind of what's happened. Now, to be fair with Lucian, I picked it because I was enjoying the deck so much. So that didn't matter, and I had so much
Lucian's
fun.
Just fun.
Right? I just had a lot of fun. But like when I do that, I am realizing that you are just kind of opting into the most possible matchup roulette.
That is also kind of why
so.
I want to play Vi, because Vi reminds me quite a bit of Lucian, right? It's similar game plan. Go big, go home.
Yeah. Big units with big equips. Top 8 decks were 4 Aurelia, 1 Vex, 1 LeBlanc, 1 Diana, 1 Azir.
Azir.
And now there's 1 Azir, 1 Aurelia in top 4. We don't know the other 2. We're waiting. Megan, you gotta play with my nasty Hui LB deck. That shit is so fun. You do have movement, Megan. It's called Smoke and Mirrors, and that shit goes wild.
But also, I don't think you need movement. Like, Hui is just good, even just doing it once a turn.
Yeah. But, I mean, you need a little bit more. I would say you need a little bit more than that, but it's...
I don't know that you do. Like, yes, you take the turn off, right? If you're not doing whatever, but even, like, my argument is if you pay 5 in a power, but you get to, like, filter a card and swing for 8, that seems good enough.
It's close to good enough, I would say, but I don't know that it's... I would say that you can probably find a better card for your strategy that's more synergistic, if not. Like, if that's all you're doing. I'm not saying that every time you play Hui, you need to also have found a movement effect, and you need to play, like, a million movement effects for Hui to be good. I just think that you need to have, like, some other ways to activate it to make the card actually, like, a broken card. So, like, for instance, in the LeBlanc deck that I play, you are making a copy that comes in ready, and you have Hillock and you have Starspring. So you're being able to, like, move shit around the either the Hui copy around multiple times. Like, if you have it on Starspring, you play another unit, Hui copy moves home. It can get 1 activation, then move to the other battlefield. It gets 2 activations. Or you just activate the Hui the first time when you move in, conquer on Hillock, then the copy Hui moves over. So, like, you're getting these, like, multiple triggers. And then Smoke and Mirrors also allows you to swap the fake Hui and the real Hui, which gives you, like, multiple extra triggers. And so you're getting a ton of extra triggers. And I do think that, like, in deck building with Hui, for him to actually feel like an unfair card, you do need to have these, like, extra ways to move him. But what I will agree with you, that the card doesn't suck, even if it is just played the single time. So I do agree with you in that sense. Like, for that part of the point, like, the card is still fine when you just get it the one time, but, like, for it to actually be, like, worth a deck slot, you probably need ways to actually activate it more, or else you probably just should be playing other things. And that's probably why Ezreal doesn't generally play Hui, is actually a good answer to that, because Ezreal doesn't want to play Flash and play, like, Ride the Wind and all this stuff necessarily.
Well, so there's Flash and there's, like, Ride the Wind, but, like, I would argue that even if you're just running, like, Tide Turner, it might still be worth it.
I have a video on the channel. There's 2 things on the channel that you can look at for the LeBlanc list. I have not worked on it realistically since, like, it needs more work. It's not done. I stopped working on it with the announcement of the Azir stuff not working anymore until next set, and I'll probably pick it up as a project later. I might play, like, LeBlanc next set, literally. Like, I'm pretty excited about this concept, but I don't know. So if you just go to the channel, there's the first 40 LeBlanc, where there's a Karthus video deck, but I also talk about my blue LeBlanc, like, Hui build, and then there's a live stream where we built the deck. Because we built the deck live on stream with chat and everything, and it was really sick. So Orin could play Emperor's Divide, Smoke and Mirrors, Signposts. Yeah. Orin could maybe do some cheeky stuff with Hui. Yeah.
The current shell that I am playing for RE for, like, locals, it's Emperor's Divide is my go-to. And I think Green Azir. But
Green Azir is also very funny with Hui, but that's a lot of very expensive units to get that, like, going and active.
I mean, it seems like it, but it's like if you take the turn to play the Hui, and then when you play the Azir the next turn, because it's just a power for the activation, like, you're kind of, like, already online.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Megan, I wasn't playing Sprite Fountain. But Sprite Fountain probably would make its way into that version, because it's still like very good with the Azir stuff that you're doing. But I was playing Blue Lilia. Blue Lilia is really nice with the smoke and mirrors. So it's like if you're gonna play smoke and mirrors, you need probably a few synergies. You can't just rely on Hui. So I think I felt that Blue Lilia was a really good way to get some more value out of the smoke and mirrors. Smoke and Mirror is a sick card, by the way. It draws a card. It does the thing and then draws a card. It's really nice. Also, when you're duplicating Hui and like moving them around with Smoke and Mirrors and stuff, holy... I played a Mundo in the sideboard for that deck. When you get to bring in Mundo into non-purple matchups when you're playing this like Smoke and Mirrors Hui deck, that thing gets up to like 30 might. It's disgusting. It's so much fun. Also, what's up, Jabin? Try for top 64 at Utrecht, but bringing obviously good deck. Might be too obsessed with Pyke. Pyke is kind of crazy fun, to be honest. I've been really enjoying the I haven't played it that much, but the little testing that I was doing with the basically like late game pack trove hand rip Pyke was very, very fun.
Fun for one side of the table.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I did very limited testing with Priz, and I think if we tested for a long time, I would have had less fun. But the one time that Priz looked at me and he said, "You have 3 cards in hand?" And I said, yeah, 3 cards in hand." And then he played 3 spirits and ripped all 3 cards in my hand. we did laugh about that one. But yeah, did immediately lose half the scoop. I knew about one of them because he'd been bouncing it a bunch, which is why I was only at 3 cards. But then, yeah, afterwards, he's just like, "Oh, I have all 3 now." Yeah, the list is really good in the Pack Trove version. Are you playing something kind of similar to that, Jabin? Are you playing like a Pack Trove with the list and like trying to play late game? Because I think Pyke's endgame with that kind of build is like low-key unbeatable, but the reason I felt the deck was like not actually good enough is it felt like if you missed Pack Trove, like you didn't find Pack Trove, the deck was just very middling. It was very mediocre. And then when you find Pack Trove, the deck is like unbeatable. The deck's just like absolutely dominant. But yeah, it's like a little too high rolly to need to find like the 2-piece combo.
I'm glad I'm doing the sorting to see what I'm going to need to order from Invasion, because turns out I have lots of playsets of the other rares for other decks, Kha'Zixes and Scuttle Crabs and whatever, but so far I've only found 1 red Jhin. So that order/pickup from Invasion gonna come in clutch. What's that code I'm supposed to use?
Yeah. So if you're really looking for some cards that you need last minute for RQ Vancouver, you can actually pick them up from our friends at Invasion. They've been really good friends of the channel, helping support us all the way since back at the SCGCon Vegas days. Early supporters, good friends. This is an LGS in Toronto that ships singles all over the world. And you can use code TURN5 at checkout at invasioncnc.ca for 5% off your entire singles order. You can also select delivery to Vancouver RQ. They often will do this when they are going to have any type of presence at a regional qualifier. They will bring your cards to you, so you don't have to worry at all if you need any last-minute cards. You can get them from Invasion, though I will say if you are going to try and get the delivery to Vancouver RQ, order soon, because they'll need time to get the cards together and give it to the guy that's actually flying there. So make sure to grab that quickly if you're interested. But yeah, check out Invasion. They're awesome. I get pretty much all my cards from them. They are really, really great to work with. Really friendly people. But also, we're sponsored by ourselves. Our shop has new products available. We have the new Spin Downs, new colorways with the purple and orange over at shop.turnemsideways.gg. It's really hard to keep those dice in stock, so if they look like they are out of stock, don't worry. Just check back in a few days, and we will probably have put more in. But also, we have new play mats. We have the Pike, done by the same artist who did our Victor, Kaisa, and Draven mats in the past. This is a pre-order item. It is available now for purchase at shop.turnemsideways.gg, but it will be shipped on June 30th, alongside our other pre-order item, which is the Deceiver playmat done by the lovely Art by Nips, very good friend of mine and friend of the channel. Known her for a long time, since the Legends of Runeterra days, where she also did incredible art. If you go check out her shop, which is linked on the product page for this mat, she also has the gold metallic legend proxy of the same art, which is incredible. This is also for pre-order. It will ship out on June 30th. But yeah, we got to sponsor ourselves. Yes, our shop ships to the UK. It ships. We ship like pretty much all over the world. I don't know, wherever Shopify lets us ship. I know some of the shipping costs can be kind of high, but you can get them pretty much anywhere. Pretty much anywhere. As many places. I don't know. Someone can tell me if there's a place that you can't get it, and then maybe we can figure something out at an RQ. But I think you can get them just about everywhere. Hear me out. Blighted Battle Axe saves Pike. I will not be hearing you out.
Yeah, that's another one of the cards I'm going to have to order from Invasion.
Yeah, is the Blighted Battle Axe. Yeah.
Yeah, I only had one in in the 3 boxes I opened.
Yeah. I do like the concept more in Vi after watching it in Darius as well. I mean, even watching it in Vi, we just watched a Vi player play it. It looked fine for her.
If only I didn't have just stacks and stacks and stacks of legends from my rare slot. Don't know exact numbers, but as I put the piles next to each other, it looked like roughly 1/4 of my rares out of 3 boxes were legends.
When is next match supposed to start? I gotta take people to the airport. Oh shoot! Wait, did people want the next match? Oh, Charmer, we should tell them to start it. We should just tell them to start the match.
Why?
I don't know why we didn't think of that. We didn't think of telling them to start the match. Should have done that. It was supposed to start what an hour 55 minutes ago, I think. I think that's the time conversion. Scheduled to start 55 minutes ago. Or maybe it's scheduled to start in 5 minutes. Maybe it's 5 minutes. It's either 5 minutes or 55 minutes ago. One of the two options. Take your pick. I know what you meant, Gummy. I know what you meant. Make the call? Alright, Charmer, call him. Call him up.
Hold on.
Hey, look, there's Ace. The last time he won. With Draven. And now it's time to win with Azir.
A lot of fist bumps. Fist bumps after every game. Pharaoh's favorite.
Yeah, they got the full fist bump compilation. What are the thoughts on Cyberpunk hitting or flopping? I don't know. You're interested in that game, right? I have no. I'm Riftbound only nowadays, and then sometimes I'll go hang out with my Flesh and Blood friends and play a little Flesh and Blood. But yeah, pretty much Riftbound only. I have no thoughts in my head about future games or other games right now.
I like the foundation of Cyberpunk. Like I just really like the Cyberpunk world building, and I liked the games, and I loved Edge Runners. Yeah, maybe Edge Runners is up there for.
I like Edge Runners a lot.
Yeah, animes. Since we were talking about that earlier, that qualifies, and I love Edge Runners. But yeah, like I think that the mechanics of the game, like foundationally, are decent. I do worry about the fact that it's a new company, so they're going to have to figure out how to get over all of the same hurdles that every new TCG gets over, right? Specifically like balance stuff. How do you get your organized play stuff up and running, et cetera, et cetera. And at the end of the day, like if card games were easy, like everyone would do it and they would all be successful, but we know that's not the case, right? So it having, a good Kickstarter doesn't mean it's a guaranteed success. It having a known intellectual property is not a guarantee of it having success, et cetera, et cetera. I hope it succeeds. I'm a firm believer that, just like with anything else, if there is more competition in the scenes, the better things are for the players, right? Because companies will step up their game and provide better experiences and provide better products and do all those things. So I think more games succeeding is better than not, but I don't know. Historically, a lot more card games have failed than have succeeded, even though I am kind of excited about this one. Yeah, when Orion launches, TCG will have a huge bump. I also think that when Season 2 of Edge Runners comes out, that'll be helpful as well.
Yep.
Is that the Blevins? I thought he had stuff going on this weekend.
The third favorite Blevin of Gummy?
Yeah.
The first two is what? Ninja and Ninja's brother? And then...
No, I thought it was Baby Bot 1 and Baby Bot 2.
1, Baby Bot 2. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, if you're watching and you're unfamiliar with like some of the mechanics for the new Cyberpunk game, I think one of the things that will rub people the wrong way at first glance, but it's actually more interesting than it sounds, is that the game does utilize dice. They're called gig dice, and the way you win is by getting to 6 gigs and then like essentially holding those gigs for a turn, right? Like at the start of your turn, if you still have 6 gigs, you win. But there's a lot of stuff in the game that very specifically mentions values of the gigs. So the way that it works is at the start of your turn, you roll one of your gig dice, and each of the gig dice have different values, right? Like there's a D4, a D6, a D8, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is some strategic depth to like which ones do I roll and when. but also it's not just going to be complete an RNG fest, because there's also a lot of cards that specifically manipulate the values of gig dice. So some cards might say, you know, treat a die as if it's a, you know, at max value, or some might say, you know, give it a +3 or a -3 or whatever. So, and then there are other things that like treat it like a threshold, right? Like if the total of your gig dice is over a certain amount, you know, do X, Y, or Z. And so I do think that, yeah, like, yes, it uses dice, but there's enough manual control and enough strategy with the different sizes and values and things that it is going to be more dynamic than it sounds, which is interesting. The other thing that is interesting is the color system and the deck building is, you know, they're basing it on RAM, like, you know, for your cybernetic mods and so forth, but it's not just like, oh, you pick this legend and you get its colors. The RAM is also like a value. So if you're trying to build like a yellow and a blue deck, you still might not be able to run every yellow card, because the yellow cards themselves also have like a dedicated amount of like yellow RAM, if that makes sense. So the deck building puzzle, if you will, because I'm a big fan of like playing the game at every stage, and deck building is a lot of fun to me personally. I think that the deck building puzzle will be neat for it as well. Star Wars Yahtzee was too cool. Yeah, Destiny. Yeah, I also will say, you know, Blevin saying dice is honestly the best part. As somebody who, you know, plays a bunch of tabletop RPGs, and so any one of us dice goblins, we all have like cool sets of dice that we want to use. The fact that I can like take my cool D20 sets and use it for Cyberpunk as well is like low-key appealing. SWU was fun until it wasn't. I think SWU is back to being very fun again. Post-rotation, it's been a ton of fun. But that's maybe just me. Got me.
All right, so now we're either 3 minutes past when it was supposed to be, or 63 minutes.
63.
Yeah.
Just feel like the games will be super short. Yeah, I think that will potentially get adjusted. Set one Han deck. Yeah, Han 1 was fun, but I'm also kind of glad that it's gone for a number of reasons. Who's in top 4? We do not know fully yet. We know that there is one Azir and one Aurelia. The Aurelia got in after playing one of the other 4 Aurelias in a mirror. The Azir beat the Vex. So the remaining slots, you know, potentially there were 2 other Aurelias still in the top 8. There was a Diana and a LeBlanc. And so 2 out of those 4.
Charmer, I realize, I think Chippy will be printing off proxies of the game I've been designing. You know, I told you about that for like forever. Well, one of the games that I've been designing, the like really quick card game, and we should have it at Vancouver. Actually, you can try it. It should be fun. been working on it for like a long time now. But yeah, very, very excited for that.
Yeah, after our time in Atlanta, this conversation actually reminded me, because Pastry was teaching that one person how to play Riftbound, and I was saying that usually my go-to game to like get people who's never like been into card games to try like just any card game, let alone TCGs, because a lot of times I think that they're just very intimidated by the rules. My go-to is Flux, and I feel like I should just always have like a Flux deck in my backpack, because Flux is quite literally like the rules are on the table at all times, and then like, you know, most TCGs are like there's a set of rules and then every card breaks a rule. I mean, that's all Flux is, but also like the rules themselves are also cards, and so you just do what they say. So it's very easy to pick up, and I dig it. Also should put like lunch money, I think, in my bag.
Yeah.
You know, all these cool signatures they're showing off. I opened a signature once for Invasion. Did I ever play the Game of Thrones CCG? Yes. I assume you are referring to the FFG one. If so, then yes.
Charmer has played every card game that's ever been made.
Almost, but not truly. There's some Japanese ones I haven't played. I don't know that I would say that I played Yu-Gi-Oh! I literally only, back when I was in college and I worked at the comic and game store, I only learned enough to teach it to potential customers, and then that was it. Like I never played it. So I don't really count Yu-Gi-Oh! But most of the others I've played at one point or another. Oh, as far as like newer ones go, One Piece. Doa kept telling me that he was gonna teach me to play One Piece, and then we never got around to it. So I've not played One Piece.
Swindle made me play One Piece.
Yeah, that tracks.
Jarvis, good old Jarvis.
Did Charmer play Altered? Yes, Charmer played Altered. Not only did Charmer play Altered, but I backed it, and I still have an unopened alpha box, as well as a bunch of the other stuff that I opened. So yes, I played Altered. I also have an unopened box of Alpha Clash. That's another game I played. Yeah, there's a couple of the newer ones that I haven't played, mostly because of time constraints. So One Piece, and then Rush of Icar.
I've never even heard of that. I don't even know.
So
I don't even know what that is.
It is an upper deck game, and it is best known right now because of the controversy with Lorcana. So the dude that was the lead dev of Lorcana worked for Upper Deck developing Rush of Icar first, and then he left and went to Ravensburger and then developed Lorcana, and there was a lawsuit between the two because they were basically saying like he took proprietary information with them because the games are incredibly similar. What about Pudgy Penguins Vibes? I have played Vibes, not competitively, but I think anybody who interacts at all with the folks from MinMax are like required to play Vibes at one point.
What was the card game that they kept pushing? It wasn't a TCG. I don't know if you ever came across this. It was like a small deck card game. It was like something Kings. It had to do with, it was like a deception game. I don't know if this is tracking at all for you, Charmer, but it was the MinMax people were pushing this on everyone. Dando was like trying to get everyone to play it. And I just remember in Japan for the World Championship, every single time we were not immediately playing Fab, Barrett or Chris. I think it was Chris. Yeah, Chris would always doesn't matter. Friend of mine who's a good Fab player would pull out a copy of this card game and we would play it. Anytime there was like literally 10 to 15 minutes, it would get pulled out and we would play it.
Yeah, I've played it with Dando.
Oh, yeah, okay, of course. Everybody got it from Dando. Can you remember the name of this card game? It is something
I cannot for the life of me.
Kings or I don't. God damn it.
It's definitely something with royalty.
Yeah, it is.
You are 100% correct.
And it involves lying. Each of the cards has like a number assigned to it. It's something like you can only play the bigger number, like bigger numbers on top of the smaller numbers, but then they have like different abilities that let them do other things. I'm trying to remember.
The best way that I can describe it is like if you've ever played
I'm trying to see if anyone in chat has
it's like a more complicated version of bullshit.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it'll spark anything in anyone's mind in chat, but I doubt it. Oh, my God, I can't. Yeah, I cannot remember. Somebody in Twitch chat said the Gang was one that they really liked. I've never heard of this game, but I just looked it up. It's like a poker bluffing game. You try and bet how good you think your hand is compared to other people. That kind of neat. Like very quick, like $15.
Yeah. Somebody asked about the Cookie Runner TCG. No, that's actually one of the rare ones I have not.
Yeah.
I have not played Cookie Run. That's what it's called. It's just Cookie Run. I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
I did not play that
Cosmic
one.
always talks about Cookie Run. It's not Citadels or Love Letter, but both of those games are great. Those games are fantastic. But that is not the game that I'm trying to remember.
I've also not yet played the My Little Pony card game, but I did get starter decks for me and Stark. That is not a joke.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a thing. And he I think he thought he was being funny. Like when we were asking him like, "Hey, what do you want for your birthday?" He said, "But the My Little Pony like card game." And I think he thought like I wouldn't do it, so I bought a starter decks, and now I'm gonna make him play. I called his bluff.
Wait, someone figured it out. It is Imposter Kings. 100%. It is Imposter Kings.
Yeah. Imposter Kings.
That is absolutely it. Somebody said they just I guess they just Googled what we were saying and it got there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely Imposter Kings.
Yeah, like I said, all I think of it is it's like
it's a good
royal
game.
bullshit.
It is a good game. Yeah, it's really fun. Coup is also a great game. Love Coup.
Coup is fun.
That one's in the rotation always. I got my copy, and I'm always happy to get to play some Coup.
Competitive spades or rummy. I will throw down with some euchre because I'm from Michigan.
Anto, we don't know yet if Rico is. We only know that Ace is in on his ear, and then we saw the other one of the Eurelias make it in. Spubby. Okay, the other game that I'm like obsessed with, but it's always really hard to actually be able to ever play is Blood on the Clock Tower. Big Blood on the Clock Tower fan. I don't know if people like Mafia and like or know about Blood on the Clock Tower, but that's got a one day. So there's some people who run games at Fab events, and that needs to become a thing at Riftbound events one day. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. At some point, there's got to be people who are into it.
Every time I click into the stream, they're not playing.
Oh wait, shit! Karma should have called them and said start the game. I totally forgot. I totally forgot we were gonna call them and tell them to start the game. No. Ah, our bad, guys. We should have told them to start the game.
I tried, but the problem was I couldn't hear if they were starting or not because I got my headset on. So when I was doing this,
just couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, so now we're either 15 minutes late or 75 minutes late.
Here's how I know that you did not grow up with euchre, and that's by your spelling of euchre.
There you go.
It's EUCHRE. And I have a fun thing. When I was a junior in high school, I don't remember why. I think it was because of the upcoming election and they were trying to have presence in Michigan because we're a battleground state. But for whatever reason, Vice President at the time, Al Gore, visited my high school. And I was in math class and I was playing euchre and I asked him to play euchre, not knowing at the time in my youth that like euchre was not widely known. I just assumed everybody, like I grew up playing euchre. It's literally how I learned how to count to 10 was my grandparents let me keep score when I was like 2 or 3. And that's how I learned how to count to 10 was euchre. So I just assumed everybody knew how to play euchre. And I don't know if he thought I was speaking a foreign language or what, but he just looked at me really strangely and said no and walked away. And that was my entire interaction with Al Gore.
Predictions on what deck will win Vancouver. Do I think Aurora finally gets there?
In Vancouver, no.
You don't think so?
No, I think it'll get there in Hartford.
Maybe it's Diana. I don't know if it's me. I ain't gonna say it's me. In fact, it probably won't be me. I don't think I'm that good right now. I think I have not had a lot of time to play games, even though I thought I would for this event. Shit gets busy. But I think Diana could win. I think more and more people are on the wave. They're like, oh wait, this deck is really, really good. I can see Diana get there. Maybe I'll say Diana. I think Diana or Aurora is getting there. I maybe it's wishful thinking that I don't think it's Aurora and I think it's Diana.
I think it's Annie.
Yeah, you just think Priz is winning or what?
It's always the safe bet.
Priz just getting there.
Yeah. But also, like, if you're gonna pick the Allen deck, then I'm gonna pick the Priz deck.
Sure,
like, it's got to be one of the two is the favorite.
Okay, but I don't even think it has to be Allen winning. I think I think some other Annie is a very narrow bet. I think.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think Diana is. I think you were correct. Diana is gaining traction because people are like, oh wait, this has legs. Like this is legit. Have I ever played Dandan? Yes, I've played Dandan. Fear the Deer. Yeah, a couple of fellow Michiganders, it sounds like. People are saying Fear the Deer. Here in Michigan, if you say somebody's leaving and you say, hey, watch out for deer, that's like our version of I love you. Any fun stream activities we could do? Naga, that's actually a great question. I don't know how you feel about this, Cass, but I think one of the things we could do is we could watch some Riftbound and talk about the games.
I would love for that to happen. Oh, we should call them. We should just call the.
Yeah.
We just get China on the line. Tell them to put some Riftbound on the screen. No, I mean, look. Naga, I'd love
Don't they know the Bilgewater Strait is open now? There's like a peace treaty.
I have no Jarvises. So maybe this is something.
Jarvi.
No Jarvi. We're probably gonna cut down on Jarvi on the stream going forward just because it's booming like everybody at Tess's sleep schedules by having everybody work on it. So we're like trying to find solutions to have me just kind of solo it. So I just get boomed and everyone else can kind of make up for that. And then like so I have to figure out how to set up some different stream elements that I can just run solo. So it was a little easier when we had the Jarvises. We could just figure stuff out on the fly, but yeah. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out for some of these future ones, especially when we get some time to sit and stew on it. Maybe find some activities. We're back. See, we just called them, and now it's good.
Yes, Gummy, Jarvi. At least that's the way that they. That's the way one of them referred to themselves. Would we stream TCG Arena? I was actually thinking about doing that again.
Okay.
Just streaming on Twitch in general.
So at least one Aurelia on each side. Rico versus Ace on this side of the bracket, which I think some people were hoping would be the final. But it is Diana, so it is one Aurelia on each side, and then it could be a 0 Aurelia final or an Aurelia mirror final, depending on what happens here. But it is Azir and Diana remaining.
Yeah, you stream on TCG periodically, don't you, Cass?
I did a few like months and months ago. I don't really, I really don't like playing on TCG Arena. I mostly, when I do my online testing, I like to just play on like TTS with some friends, and I think it ends up looking really bad for stream, but maybe I could try it at some point.
Yeah,
I'm hoping, so I'm setting up the studio in my office here. I'm hoping that we can get to the point where I can just like get a friend over and stream like paper games,
well,
as well as like recording stuff. But
I mean,
and I'm pretty close to that. I just have some construction to finish, and then it's like getting all the lights and cameras up. But I have all the equipment now, so
there's just that pesky lake in between us, or else I'd be over more frequently.
Yeah, just drive up.
But yeah, I've had some other friends poking me like, hey, I should stream on Twitch again. And I was like, yeah, maybe I could do some Riftbound stuff. I do kind of miss it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we got Stubby versus our Diana hero, Diana Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We did just get to see the Azir during the top 8, so showing the Diana side.
Yep, I think I probably would have made the same decision in the producer
funny
chair.
because on the translated Billy version, there's a bunch of people going, why'd they pick this game?
Because, okay, so the other side is Ace versus Rico. So that is like a pretty big,
Yeah,
it's like Alan Priz, and then you take the other side, right? So
I get it. I just also get why this one was chosen.
Yeah. Your friend is the designer of the TTS, always looking for feedback. I actually have no feedback for the mod. It works amazing, and I love it. If you're talking about the LGS Riftbound mod or whatever, absolutely love the mod. Problem is just TTS visually looks pretty bad on stream. That's just a TTS thing more than like the mod. Mod looks fine, but
this anime protagonist with the fingerless gloves, kind of rooting for him. Not gonna lie.
All right, Abandoned Hall. Ooh. This is so okay. So it's top 4. It's probably seeding based on deciding who goes first, second. So Aurelia decides to actually start with Targon's Peak because they're gonna get 2 go first games. So they actually end up sniping Targon's Peak onto the Abandoned Hall game from Diana. So they get both Targon's Peak and Abandoned Hall this game, which is not fun. That doesn't always happen. Because often it's like game 1 Abandoned Hall for Diana regardless. But it would be like into the blind battlefield, which I don't think is generally Targon's Peak as the blind battlefield. Often I feel like you end up playing double Abandoned Hall game. Like you play both Abandoned Halls at the same time. I'm not sure if this is gonna end up mattering or not, but this does mean that Aurelia gets 2 Abandoned Hall games.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is probably a Fizmo again. Yeah, this is interesting. We caught just game 3 during the last round with Stubby, so we didn't kind of get to see what this early strategy was, but I'm quite curious now. Picked up the stacked deck post mulligan, so pretty solid start for Stubby side.
其实除了极光以外，刀妹本身也是有点依赖装备的卡组。
没错。
Have a second boots. Grab, draw, pass. It's got to be it. Picked up a charm. Okay. And this is, you know, unless there's something spicier in the hand, probably just Diana,
Is this
right?
the same Diana, and he just wasn't wearing fingerless gloves earlier with the like the main deck acceptable losses? Because we're seeing it again.
Maybe.
I mean, this main deck acceptable losses once again.
Maybe it was a teammate or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if it's like mainly for targeting Aurelia instead of for targeting Aurora.
Yeah.
Because when we were talking about it earlier, like it's actually I really dislike it as Aurora tech. Like it's gonna kill a gold against Sever. It's gonna like it's not good against Aurora, but it is good against Aurelia.
Yeah. I do wonder. I mean, it very well could be like kind of the salvage idea, right? We're running the one of salvage in a main just because against other matchups. Like it's also probably good into Azir. I don't know. Maybe that's or maybe there's just less Sivir Aurora over there as well. I mean, we didn't see any Aurora hit top 8, so if they're more on the misfortune side, then I think you gain equity there.
No, there's a lot more Sivir than MF on the total breakdown. I know you weren't here when we went over it, but there's a lot more Sivir than MF. So like the main Aurora deck is Sivir. But Aurelia is the most played deck, so you know you're getting some value there with the acceptable losses. You get a little value into Yi getting to kill like Trinity Forcer, Zhonya's. So there's like some other things that you're getting to destroy, like the Azirs. Like there's some value that you get. But it's just it's so useless against the Aurora deck. So it must be to target Aurelia, and it is good against Aurelia.
It's got to be targeting Aurelia, but you know what else?
Against Aurelia.
Thinking about what we have seen as far as like just the trends in China as well, you're also probably really strong into like Vex because you're either hitting boots or
there's so many. There's like a million Edge of Knights into Vex.
I was gonna say so many Edge of Knights. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, someone checked. It's not the same player. I didn't think this was the same player. I mean, first the gloves were a dead giveaway, but also I did not recognize him. But interesting to see multiple Dianas with this acceptable losses. Did not do the Diana trigger, interestingly. I maybe just missed it, or is there something? Is there a there's a way. Okay. So because you wanted to play the acceptable losses, you have to decide between the acceptable losses or the Diana trigger in the spot, and if you want to play the Hui, and not allowing the boots equip to basically accelerate whatever unit is played by Stubby on this turn to run over the Diana, makes a good amount of sense here.
Yeah, especially if you think that they could be trying to go like herder plus combat trick or something like that. Like obviously the Aurelia is there, but then that doesn't leave much energy up. Honestly, I thought that Stubby was going to have a solid start, and there obviously no way like completely removed from this game, but I do feel like we're about to see just like another turn off situation.
Yeah, I mean, the question here now is there a Moonfall? Because that's where you want to start getting really aggressive. Try and force resources. The big thing that you saw from Nicevoy when he played against Aurelia was just... There is a Moonfall here.
Oh, there is one. Yeah.
What turned to dust in the main as well? I mean, that's good Aurora hate, but acceptable losses and turn to dust in the main deck. So much gear hate.
I mean,
Okay,
is
I mean,
it
there's Hard
possible that
Bargain
it's
and
just
Moonfall. There's both. You can kill you can just kill Aurelia, but there's no
Oh, yeah.
unit in hand, which is a little awkward. It doesn't matter though. You're actually just bigger and baseline with Moonfall and everything. Yeah, this is always kill Aurelia. The Aurelia's just dead.
You know, thinking about the Eternidust and the acceptable losses, assuming that it's just like maybe one ofs, if you are running like a bunch of main deck fizzes, I could maybe see it because you get the extra value. And of course I say Fizz's name and then he draws one.
Fizz is there. God, against gear decks, you are just gonna murder them with playing like main deck Fizz, main deck acceptable losses, main deck Eternidust. Like anybody that relies on gear is just getting slaughtered. Huh. Interesting.
I'm thinking like, let's just say hypothetically, right? You're on multiple Fizzes, you got 3 Hueys. In the matchups where they're not relevant, you just pitch it to Hui. In the matchups where they're relevant, it's just like extra blowouts game 1.
Yeah,
and
I
then
mean,
if
for
you
me,
also
it's just
fizz
like,
it.
For me, it's like if you don't draw away, like this card is so like it's so dead.
I mean, I hear you. I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
On the other hand, like you could, this could be their multiple
so
Adaptatron. Yeah, the bargain's so good.
It's so good. Yeah, what an amazing opening hand. Amazing opening hand for Diana. Yeah, I imagine it's playing Sprite Fountain if it has acceptable losses. You at least can get like some other like side plays that you can make. But I mean, it's pretty bad to like do that. It does. You need it to be destroying something on the other side, but at least it gives it something else it can do. Anyways, it hits here. Like if you just hit, if you Aurelia for the last 2 games, like if you play Aurelia here and Aurelia in the final, like the main board gear hate is ridiculously good. It is incredibly good. So I don't know. Maybe this is something I need to think about for Vancouver. I don't want to get like too baited, but I do think like conceptually, like this is one of your harder matchups, and this helps a lot in the Aurelia matchup. Like the acceptable losses was so disgusting. To be able to deal with some of the early gear, it just prevents so much value from the Aurelia.
Do you do you consider if they're like running treasure trove since they're running losses?
Oh, like the Diana player themselves running treasure trove? I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I hope we see one just to justify me trying to tell you
saying
run
it?
one
Yeah, exactly.
No, just I'm just trying to get to the fact that like if you are running a deck that can run treasure trove, you should probably run one.
Oh, me personally, as a human being?
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Understood. Copy that.
I do not think it makes the deck better. I think it makes the story better.
Yeah, me win a tournament with a treasure trove in my deck so that I can sign more people treasure troves. Yeah. Then I can explain to people on camera what treasure trove does.
It actually would be a funny bit if you did it, but like straight faced. So if they're like, hey, we noticed you have this one of treasure trove. Do you want to expand on that? And you're just like, well, if you read the card, treasure trove says, and then you just read the text.
Just explain treasure trove. Just don't answer the question at all. Just explain.
No,
what it does.
You just, yeah.
Okay, so fortunately for Aurelia, they did have a Stellacorn, so the game is not literally over just yet. But it is an absolute struggle.
I was gonna say it's getting pretty close to being out of reach though, because without overcommitting here, like you can target this and ready and whatever, but if you don't, then they're going up to 5 and you're still on 0. And if you do, then you're overextending again. So like both suck.
Yeah, and I mean getting to untap with the Hui again is just gonna be really nasty. So this is equipping
and the worst part is
readying the boots. This doesn't beat Hui. So it's gonna run over
This doesn't
Diana.
beat Hui, but also I'm pretty sure there's Ride the Wind in hand.
Yeah, I mean if there's just anything, the game is over. So basically Stubby is just saying that if you have a way to juice me on this, that it is GG. And there is a Ride the Wind.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw it picked up last time. So like Ride the Wind over with Hui to get another trigger and juice the Stellacorn because all their runes are exhausted. It has got to just like end this on the spot, right?
Yeah, I know everyone brings up the Hui ditching it, and my argument for that is just like, what if you don't draw Hui and you draw the terrible tech piece, right? Like that doesn't work in the matchup. And I feel like that is not going to be an uncommon scenario, but maybe I need to like look at the math of it.
You could also like hope that when you play your stack decks, if you don't need it, then you ship
see it there. Yeah, I mean, that's it. All right, Hui probably drop a unit. You could drop the redundant Hui in this sense, just because kind of low on runes anyway. Going to be hard to develop another Hui.
Well, I mean, you want this to be a unit anyway, just so that they can't trade into the Hui, right?
Yeah, but it's either Hui or Fizz, right? Those are your options. I think dropping the Hui makes the most sense.
Right. I like keeping the Fizz for utility here more. Like, so good.
Stubby also maybe took this line because he actually has another Stella.
I mean, sure, but the clock is definitely not ticking in your favor in terms of points, though.
Yeah. But this forced more resources. It drew a card. It just kind of goes deeper. If there's not an answer, you needed to get ahead. You needed to get on board and do something, right? So I think it's like once the Aurelia died, you start taking like much more volatile lines, and I think it's correct to do so. So I think I don't mind like sending this Stella, especially because there is one backup. Like if it was literally your last unit, you try and like slow down and play the long game. But I don't mind more volatility when you're this behind.
Sure. I just, on the other side, I think the other reason that you keep that Fizz the way that we saw is that, when this Stellacorn comes down, Fizz into, there goes the Turn to Dust. Fizz into Moonfall is just insane, right?
Yeah. That's just gonna be. He already started putting the boots away. But yeah, I mean, it is gonna be either Turn to Dust or losses, right? Doesn't really matter.
Yeah. That works too. Tech piece.
Okay. Potential charm opportunity. Really nice that Hui is very good at evading charm.
Yeah. I would like to filter and potentially get huge.
Yeah, also it's going to be too difficult to get enough might for an actual charm, so the tap out can't really get punished. Very likely just has to be like develop Stella and like let your opponent go to 6 and just pray. But yeah, the game is pretty much done from the big blowout of Moonfall the Aurelia into the hard bargain on Defy.
Man, seeing these main deck gear hate options makes me think this Diana might have a very good path to a potential victory, given that, half of the top 8 was the deck that you're apparently targeting hard.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, and then the other potential option to play in the finals if he wins here is Azir, and he has all this main deck gear hate. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I love the translated Billy chat. Somebody said that Irelia is in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a great observation, Billy chatter. I would be inclined to agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say this has to be a pass because anything else, then you're just opening yourself up again. I mean, I appreciate taking the time to make sure that you're getting it right, but I think that was a stupefy picked up.
Chat's just doing it on purpose now, I swear to God. I mean, I know they are.
I don't know which chat you're looking at, whether it was YouTube or Twitch, but the YouTube chat actually had a really good point, and they said that with Hui, you can just filter the gear hit.
Yeah. Get me the fuck out of here.
I love you.
Did you know that Hui both draws and discards cards? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So because of the development of the student, the interesting bit for me this turn is that if you don't immediately need the filter, you can also just conquer with the other two and leave the Hui back. So you could go to 6 and then still have your best unit already in the ready position for future, and, you know, playing around them trying to go over top of your Hui.
Yep. Cheerless main as well, which has been a lot more common nowadays with the just with how good Aurelia is. So
yeah,
that one's not so surprising. Also merchant. Okay, so more filter available. So that look, hey, just Hui as a way to filter it out, I am dubious of. If you're actually playing, if this is 3 merchant, 3 Hui, I think I'm a lot more on board with the main deck, like acceptable losses. Because that's 6 copies of a deck that can actually rummage. I'm a lot more on board. Does that mean Timmy Turner has been cut from this deck with Hui in the list, or does that mean we're on like 9 2s or 8 2s?
Probably 8.
How are we fitting all of these cards? I mean, no Jewel. I mean, that's 3 slots.
Yeah. I was gonna say I do not think this is
maybe just not even
version.
Playing the Sprite Fountain, like maybe just saying like 0 gear and
yeah, I mean that might make the losses, you know, that much more impactful if this is your game plan, right? So you could say no Sprite Fountain, no.
Yeah, and I'm not even in love with Sprite Fountain in the Diana deck anyway, and like you can't play Jewel if you're playing the losses in the main. That's just like that would be just griefing in my opinion. But you could play Fountain because like if you destroy your own, it doesn't matter. It just makes a Sprite, right? So you can play around that.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually some with losses. There's some cheeky things you can.
Yeah. You can just like generate the other Sprite immediately, which is occasionally going to be actually quite good. It's like 3 energy for 6 might, which is a lot of might for 3 energy. So, Gears turning. Have to go find my copies of acceptable losses and consider it.
Well, if your gears are turning, I know some cards that can answer gear.
Yeah. After I got beat by the 2 main deck Adaptatrons, you know, maybe I need to bring something hateful to an RQ. No, but unironically, I mean, if this is the most rep deck is going to be Aurelia, and that might be the case, and it's a matchup that is easily, well, not easily, but is improvable by kind of going somewhat in this direction. It's quite cool. Quite cool.
I just think gear is more prevalent just in general right now, just period. Like it might be the best time to be running gear hate, which is weird saying that after Spirit Forged, but you know, Irelia's got him, the Vexes have got him. I
Yeah,
still
I mean,
think
if
Azir is really
the
strong, even if it's not repped.
if the LeBlancs
Like,
are on hook, you can still kill the hooks as well.
yep.
Which is like is very real. Because I actually think that Diana's like extremely favored in the LeBlanc, but I think one of the ways that LeBlanc can like get around that and win the matchup is actually by finding their hook, and then if you just kill it, like that is it's pretty nice.
And in a wider, you know, RQ meta where people are going for best ofs, like incidental hate, or, you know, just kind of sending strays in the direction of Lucian, you know, Vi with her gauntlets. Like, there's just so many decks where...
Yeah, I mean, they'll just fold, right? If they just get hit by the gear hate in game one, like, they'll fall over. Yeah. Maybe I'm getting sold on this. Maybe the acceptable losses salesman is getting to me.
And it's not quite the same, but that was why I was with my Vilist on the one main deck salvage and the angle shot.
Yeah, salvage I don't need to get sold on. Salvage is easy. That one I'm down, right?
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, the thought process was the same. Like, I think that there's enough matchups where it warrants being there. I think the trade-off is that salvage is good enough on its own that I can run it without needing the filters, but if you're on Diana and you're also going to have 6 potential filters, then you can run, you know, subpar gear removal and still get the benefit, you know? Naga Strike, I just want to say I'm proud of you. That is a fantastic observation. Cass is accepting the losses.
Yeah, I'm gonna accept plenty of losses when I draw my acceptable losses against decks that are playing 0 gear instead, and then no way to filter them. And then I'm like, why did I let this happen? Why did I allow this?
Just draw away.
Oh, true. I'd be down if I can draw away in every single game that I play at the RQ. I'd be down.
I have heard several times throughout all of the games I have covered from top players that one of the ways that you can improve your gameplay is draw better.
Oh, that's pretty true. That's pretty true.
All right, so Stella goes in, plus the discipline. Trying to go over top of the Fizz.
Yep, Diana has to consider if you even care.
Yeah, I think that the Diana player like puts the cards on the table and doesn't even pick them up until the Aurelia player has passed priority, right? Like, you see the hand gesture and then the cards get picked up. I wish I had that level of control and I wasn't constantly fidgeting. Maybe I need fingerless gloves to focus.
That's true. Become a Zonslop Diana deck. Perfect.
People are complaining about slow play in the Billy chat. Again, translated, so it might not be 100%, but the one that caught my eye is somebody put in quotes, unlimited time and unlimited time are 2 different concepts.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we're still playing this game, but I guess it's not 100% over. It feels pretty over, but
it does feel
for
pretty
some charm
over.
stuff, some charm shenanigans, have Defy back up into the 4 runes that are up.
I mean, sure, but I was gonna say, like, what are you charming here, right?
I mean,
like, Hwei gets bigger, and
these 4 runes are a lot more than 4 runes.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm down to let this shit resolve. Now, if you want to defy any of my spells, good luck. Alright, just stupefies first to get a +1 from the Abandoned Hall. Really tight sequencing.
Yep. Turns it into an on guard that drew a card essentially.
这一波拉过来，
然后
And then it can go over and you still have a lot to work with.
重算一下战力，对不对啊？就是6打6嘛，然后会和这个维古斯换掉嘛。对，然后这个
And again, like even if at the end of all of this, it, you know, doesn't survive combat or even a trade, I think would be beneficial. But if for whatever reason the Vex goes over and you can still force a ton of resources out, then the Stellacorn is stranded and you can just answer it next turn, right?
It'll be a Pyrrhic victory at best for Aurelia.
但是等维古斯过来之后被造化弄人了，要怎么办呢？因为只有一个灭世啊。
主要是他现在的这个数值已经打不过这个威武斯了。
What are we wait? Is this? Oh, this is a. Okay, so this is Aurelia's priority after the Stupefy has resolved, before the Charm has resolved, on whether or not he wants to pre-commit Discipline.
这一波过来是明牌看着对面的敲诈之后，他是不是少算了这个废弃大厅啊？
我感觉可能是这样子。
哎，我发现我算的也不对，因为我算的时候还少了2倍。
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is essentially a decision between like, because if you're going to discipline, you might as well pre-commit it, and if you're not and you're going to like save for the ride the win, then you go the other way. And after all of that, it's just the fist bump.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like he's just never winning here.
All right.
So I don't mind the scoop because like you were saying.
I mean, I hear you. It's just it's.
Oh, after all the hemming and hawing. Oh, is that just my stream? Is your stream fine, or did the stream F?
Mine is still fine, and you were robotic a little bit ago, so you might have had just like some dropped packets or something.
Yeah, I did drop a few frames. Total for the 9 hours is 200 frames. Okay, we're back. Chat, stuff lag, we good?
毕竟没有注意到刚刚那个费不是很够。那如果说刚刚我们按照费用是7费来看的话，当时会有解法吗？
我感觉他可能
Alright, everything seems fine.
不够这2费嘛，就拍不了那佛甲。
Kind of concerned about the casters. I don't know if they are aware, but Baron is right behind them. It's 7 a.m. and I'm starting to get loopy. They need to hurry up.
Yeah. No, but Scoop there made a lot of sense. Felt like there was no way to win. Didn't he see with Scuttle anyway? So he kind of knows. And then, yeah. They just play back and forth for a second there. He has to commit too many spells on the Stella, and then just like on the Awaken, he just loses.
This is why I love having the like Google Translate version of the Billy chat up, because I know that something is lost in translation with some of these, and they crack me up when this happens, because one of the people said, according to the translation, it's hard to kiss even if you're not a good match.
Huh?
And then somebody else said, it's just that I forgot to calculate the venue +1. So like, I know that it's just bad translation stuff probably, but it makes me giggle nonetheless.
那皎月这边呢？因为刚刚其实是皎月这边是优先选择了自己的飞机大厅。
像是皎月这边的话，其实我们可以一会儿看一下它的一个情况，就是比较通用的话，像是这个巨神峰之巅是会去携带到的。然后第3个场地的话，可能各自会有自己各自的选项吧，因为有一些皎月它会不选择携带飞机大厅嘛，但我们已经看到了它有这个选项。
稍微等待一下吧。第2局比赛，因为确实跟可能在开局我们3位所预测到的这个前期的走势会有一点点不太一样。
因为皎月这边我们看到是带了非常多的装备的针对卡。
对。
刀妹前期其实我们都知道刀妹不会有太多的单位。 然后一般前期的战力沉淀有很大一部分都是由装备去完成的，但这些装备基本落地之后都被直接处理掉了。
对，
那这个也是比较大的伤害，而且像皎月它是可以通过。
For that line in Twitch chat, are you calculating with Vex Tearless giving 1 more energy and 1 more power cost to the spells?
啊，就把对方的装备无损给拆掉了。
是的，我们回顾来看的话，其实他那个6费回合
I didn't do the math. I'm just asking.
天角会好一点，就给自己更多的容错的空间。
All right, we have Hall, and this is Treasure Hoard for Diana? That's a surprising one.
Interesting.
那个时候皎月的牌型确实是一个上限牌型。
I mean, it's just for the neutral. Maybe the density of spells isn't enough for, like, Ravenbloom. Maybe there's... I don't know. This is where you could just play Zaun, I guess, in game 1. And then just have Hall as a... go second instead of neutral. It doesn't really matter if you go first or second on Hall, in my opinion. Which is why it's often the neutral. All right. Game 2. Opener, Defiant. Yet another Edge of Night spotted in a Xi'an deck list.
Yep. I wonder if those are coming in from the sideboard, and that's why you've got the battlefield that you do. You could use the gold to protect your gear with losses, or maybe the losses just come out when they go in.
All right. Looks like 2-drop available, but Diana's going second, so just want to play Diana Lunari anyway. I also had the same question, Mark. Why would we play Treasure Hoard when we play Acceptable Losses as part of the Gear Hate suite? I mean, of course, you're going to have to side them out, but wouldn't, like if it's in your deck and you're playing against a Gear deck, don't you want to play it? I'm just very confused with the like macro strategy of that. I don't understand. Because you almost must side them out if you're going to play a gold generation battlefield.
Yeah, but what if your macro strategy is just vibes?
I'm down. Sounds kind of sick. Vibes are good.
All right, pretty good start for Stubby. Had the 2-drop. Has Stellacorn if they want, or has like boots. Sorry, fighting a yawn. Oh wow, okay. I didn't know if we were gonna see that, just given that Moonfall exists, and
and there's a Moonfall. There's
you
a
got
Moonfall.
blown out by it in the first game.
No, Stella still gets one draw with the Moonfall, and then that just still opens up like, okay, Stella dies, but then you just get to play the Aurelia, so it's really not the end of the world. I always find these spots a little bit tough from the Diana player. You really do want to kill the Stella. You don't want to just like let that run around forever. So I often feel tempted to just kind of kill it with the Moonfall. I think it's probably a good amount of the time correct to kill it, but it's also just like, yeah, kind of blows.
Yeah.
That
I mean, it kind of
you're
blows,
just
but like
opening
that
the door.
Stella going to draw no matter what it's doing anyway. So
yeah,
I think keeping it to just one draw makes sense. But
yeah, I'm curious like what the idea is going to be in this spot, because there's like Gust, Ride the Wind, Eclipse. There's like a lot of interaction in the hand. So is it just Moonfall kill this, or is it just like a development turn? And it looks like it's just going to be development, hold up, Gust plus. What else is? It's just 2 runes up. Most of the spells are actually 3 cost. So paying for the gold here does lock out of Eclipse and Starcrossed. Keeps up only Gust out of what I remember from the hand.
Yeah, I think it's just Gust, but it's probably a defensive Gust in saving your Diana back to your hand, if I had to guess. Oh, there's Flash. Got the Flash from the Predict.
Oh yeah. Flash is good. I forgot that was off of the Diana, so Flash and Gust are the 2 options, which obviously Gust is not an option anymore, unless you wanted to Gust your own unit. Going to just let the Diana trigger resolve, finds a Stupefy, gets to draw another card. So now you can either Gust your own Diana, or you just let Diana die. And letting her die seems fine. Drew 2 cards. That's plenty. A lot of resources available for Diana.
I also like this because the Stellacorn's kind of on an island unless Stubby wants to commit another card that like targets and readies and pulls it back, you know? Alright. Guardian Angel available. Plenty of equipment available. This time not having it all get destroyed right out the gates. Okay, not equipping the GA. Doesn't want to pay the power just to have it get hit by losses. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Way off the top. is going to
way
be
good.
the best unit for this deck. Wanting to find an opportunity to develop it. And it's like a fistful of spells afterwards. So it's Hui, Ravenbloom Student, fistful of spells. Generally where you want to be. 7 runes up. Developing Hui would be fine. You actually have some charm insulation with flash, plus just the fact that you're Hui.
然后触发2形态了。
对，现在进入2形态，用会跟你玩了。
Feel like you do want to get him on the board. He's really good for threatening Aurelia, because Hui swinging in for 8 just means that Aurelia has to flinch first, and then you can start playing the spells afterwards.
就我们可以看到他手上是有一张月食的，月食打4的话，减4点战力，那天角这边会变成一个1，决胜会来到一个3点。
Yeah, I think
然后如果假设对方打一个
the only other thing to consider here is just like with all the spells you have, do you maybe want to send the student into the herder?
Yeah, you could walk in and Moonfall and kill the Tide Turner as well.
没太看清楚，完我就看到，我就记得一个闪现啊，然后御风。
I think the worry is you just get defied. And like, how bad is it if you just get defied? I mean, if you get defied, like, you're actually still killing her, so it's maybe just kind of fine.
That was kind of where I was
saving the Moonfall for the next thing. Just use the Eclipse instead. Or you just use the Eclipse, and like, if Defy comes down, then you just Moonfall.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan. I think that you're trying to use the Eclipse as the bait.
Yeah, because then you just get more. Because like Defy here is reasonable. It's not unreasonable to just rip the Defy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get that benefit of like if they don't defy, then you just take the combat results.
You just kill Stella, and you're like, okay, cool, like great.
Like, I got what I wanted anyway.
That sounds fine to me. Yeah. Yep, there's the Defy. So now he says, all right, very cool of you to play that Defy. Now let me Moonfall your Tide Turner. I think that it seems like the likely line.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna resolve the Defy first, but and here it comes.
Yeah. There you go. Kill everything.
Seems pretty good. The student has become the teacher.
Has to play one more thing, because right now the Stella is a 3.
I was gonna say there.
Yeah.
Got the Stupefy, so.
There you go. Go to damage. Now, still 2 equipment on the board. Has Aurelia in the Chosen Champion Zone. Only 4 runes, though, so if you play Aurelia, probably have to equip the GA. I'm curious if it would be play Aurelia, equip GA, and actually even send it in. Probably is relatively safe to do so, but it is just, like, very power-intensive still.
Yeah, I feel like that's still something that you would probably want to do in that situation because you're getting rid of the only unit, though. Like, if you just play Aurelia and equip the GA, you could be blown out by... not losses, what's the other one? Sorry. The 8 past 7 a.m. mark, my brain is starting to turn to mush. But, yeah, turn to dust.
Yeah.
So, looks like they agreed. Aurelia comes down, GA goes on, goes in, gets rid of the unit.
I mean, 2 Defiant Dance in hand means that this is still very much within Aurelia's grasp. Just going to be able to protect this thing forever.
It's like a consideration of the boots too, just for extra insurance, but given... I mean, I guess mean, you have the GA, so I don't think like the boots are necessary here. I was gonna say maybe if you were worried about like a singularity or something big, but all that does is clear the GA, so it would literally have to be like a gear removal to get rid of the GA and then something like a singularity.
Yeah, I mean, just getting very worried about gear removal, I'd imagine. But also, like, Diana not known for accelerating. Like, that's not really what this deck does. So, because there's no unit in base, like, I would feel pretty comfortable as the Aurelia, even just on the single rune, having her out there. Now, Ride the Wind, obviously. That is a way to get some work done. So we'll see if that is something that can happen here. But I think Hui Ride the Wind is incredibly soft, because only on 8 runes, so that's already using 7 of them. You only get 1 extra, and that just means any spell is just crushing you. So I don't think that's it's gonna be something you can go for.
逼迫了他的一个巨破，是不是还挺赚的？对方这个费已经快曝光了。
反正我觉得他这回合怎么样都能活下来。
因为御风丸是站着的嘛，你闪现下来还可以去隔壁，不过去隔壁还是会被游走鞋打。
对的。
就是闪现。
All right, does just pass.
Yep, Hui pass makes a lot of sense to me. Now, Aurelia is still kind of low on runes, and next turn, Diana can try and really tax the resources. Now, this is a pretty crazy hand. On guard, double Defiant. Actually, with the Star-Crossed in hand, Scuttle is maybe the best draw on the deck at that point. So,
yeah,
very, very good.
Like, actually a huge rip from Stubby.
Yeah. Yeah, Hui with Ride the Wind, though, is really good at contesting. You can run in with Hui, make him 8. He forces Aurelia to show something from hand, and then you can Ride the Wind home, get another move, and then it readies him so he can get another move when he runs back in. Starts a new combat. So,
yeah,
there's a lot of opportunity for Hui to get very big. It won't beat Double Defiant Dance. That's just not going to happen. It won't beat Double Defiant Dance on guard. It probably won't beat Double Defiant Dance, but it definitely won't beat Double Defiant Dance on guard.
Well, Double Defiant Dance is... Oh,
also, it's Abandoned Hall. It's a billion, so it's never beat.
Yeah. That's... I was just about to say, I'm not factoring in the bonus might.
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, it was that path you were just talking about. Like, Wade'd be 14.
Yep, but Aurelia is worried about, walking into Hui with 10 runes untapped, which is very valid, and ends up just going home instead of to the Abandoned Hall.
I was gonna say, this has got to just be, you start with Hui and start doing the filter stuff, right? I think this signals to me that Ride the Wind is coming up just to go to the other spot and then bring it back home. You get your 2 points, you filter more of this hand that was kind of unit light.
Just Ride the Wind. Yeah, just score to 4, go home, keep filtering.
Yep, keep filtering. If you get rid of some of these spells that are not as impactful, like that Gust of the last time, then you're also just drawing... You're like a double Stellacorn at this point. You're trying 2 per move. Just kind of insane.
Yeah, just go for the Star-Crossed. I love it. It's why the literal best draw was this crab. Enabling the Star-Crossed in hand to deal with the Hui. And so not only does it eat a Ride the Wind, but it's going to save a point, and it is going to force basically just a replay of Hui.
Yep. Diana Really probably wish they had a hard bargain there.
Yep, hard bargain, or you're hoping that you have your own star-crossed and you just respond to it, and even though your Hui is getting bounced, you can still bounce the
opposing Aurelia, yeah.
Yeah. Just start creating trouble. It would have been a little awkward there, because then Diana would have been one rune short of being able to replay Hui, so maybe that's not a line that she can actually take, but yeah.
Well, I think if that was an option, then there would not have been a pay for the gold sort of thing. Somebody in the YouTube chat said that Fading Memories would go hard here, and I don't disagree.
I mean, if Aurelia is at a battlefield. But she's not staying there. Not right now, at least.
Nope. But it would be more gear hate. We know how much... we know how important that is.
Yeah. Fading Memories into green is also feels dubious, even though it is good into the Guardian Angels and Hourglasses and stuff. It's just the fact that it is defiable and not so fastable. Bit tough.
And requires them to be at a location.
Yeah. Yeah, Diana has the bag, has hard bargain. Could have abandon as well.
I said it in Vegas when I was on the Yasuo list there, but given that Defy is like so rampant in the meta now, it's probably still true. I felt like hard bargain was my best counter spell when I was in purple and green, so it's hard for me to imagine purple decks not running at least one hard bargain. And I feel like I might want more. Card's just really good.
Another opportunity for a 3-move Hui turn. You can run in, then flash. Then after the flash, you can
go back.
Play like you'll go back and then you'll play the Fizz and then play Ride the Wind, and you can move in with the Ride the Wind. First move just gonna be a Gust. Now there's Moonfall, but Moonfall, I mean, you could try like Moonfall and try and get some spells out of Aurelia, because they'll play all of them on the they'll want to play at least some amount of them on the Abandon Hall to get like extra triggers, and then you just flash back. I don't know. It's really like, okay, so the goal of Diana here is going to be to try and bait out resources and keep Hui alive. Like, that is what you have to do to get through the Aurelia. So whatever way that our Diana player is going to go about it, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I can't see the entire hand. It's like 10 cards, but the goal is that you're baiting out a bunch of resources from Aurelia, and your Hui survives the turn.
Turn to Dust is an option off this stack deck. That would help deal with the GA. Does look like that's the decision. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, turn to Dust the boots so it can't gank, force resources on the next turn. Could just Fizz and kill both.
Yeah. Fizz is so good.
Fizz kill both. You still have Flash to save your Hui. Thinking about not so fasting this turn to Dust.
Which again, if
Alright,
you're just
gonna
going
go
to
for it.
turn around and fizz, then
造化弄人的角度。
现在场上没有别的单位嘛？
啊，他手上
你至少
it's fine.
要打个控巢
对
换一换，然后再造化弄人，对吧？
是的，
我们一会儿再说。
这里感觉是一个非常好的造化弄人的时机啊！对方的这个急速反制
哎，
交
好像想小鱼人把它捞回来吗？
小鱼人造化弄人也可以
啊，小鱼人化为灰烬也可以
啊，小鱼人再化为灰烬，哇，那这个急速反制就
再烧，
很伤了。
浇的有点痛了。好，
点个赞。
而且通过了，这很重要。
还是资源上领先太多了，这么多手牌，这么多费。
Yep, turn it just again off the fizz. Still gonna remove the ganking.
很想控巢回来。
回来了以后，回合外留个加上传奇效果，留3费。
是的。
Hide the tide turner.
盖了一个待命。
好像是盖了个控巢下去。
Wonder what the idea with the hidden tide turner is.
这波
I think the idea is either making them think it is something like, maybe a switcheroo or,
只能增加3
something that you wouldn't want to go in there. And then if you do hold, because, you took the boots away. So between that and the hiding, maybe the idea is you make them not want to come over there, you get to hold, and then it's just one more way to like move around your Hui and do some silly stuff next turn.
打分也好，都是有很多的方式的。
我现在就有点好奇。
Yeah, you can flash the Hui and then still tide turner, right? Because like losing battlefield control, the way the windows work now, you can do that, right? You can flash Hui back and then pull him back in with the tide turner, which would be 2 movements. But then you're trapping your Hui in the battlefield with the Aurelia.
因为在废弃大厅上会加的这点3其实不是很够啊。是的，对方打一个就是加5了，打一个 trick 就加5。
就反正不要跟刀妹在废弃大厅竞技。
对，这个刀妹看起来是6嘛，但如果被抓过去会是8，这个刀妹打一个 trick 就是11。
这么想的话，好像很对哦。
然后如果出问题了，可以直接换回来。
对，有一个紧急弹出装置。
哎，但是不能换，被抓过去就换不了了。
Alright, Fizz, will it just be Starcrossed to... Yep.
Yeah.
Fizz, Starcross, just deal with the Hui. Rebounce the Fizz.
So another situation where tide turner at least leaves presence on the field, so then if they also want to prevent the conquer point, they would have to commit more resources. I mean, anything that targets gets it done, but
okay, reveal, no swap. I think there is his own Starcross this time. So revealing the Tide Turner can be the target of the Starcross, but also more than likely Fizz would be the target instead. Can try and play to like multi-bounce the Aurelia. There's a lot of extra runes available. 10 runes right now.
Yeah. But also, again, like, the more resources you can get them to commit here, and then if you just ready all of your stuff in rapid fire, because you've got a bajillion cards in hand, this might be one of those situations where you can just brute force it through. Crab draws. Pretty sure the draw was a herder. So yeah, Tide Turner does get the hold point.
Yeah, I mean Aurelia still just doesn't go to 6. Only 2 runes up. 12 runes available for Diana. Maybe a world. I don't know what's in hand. There's a lot of like negative might stuff. I mean, there's a world that you can try and push Diana off, go to 6, or even just like play for the Starcross, bounce her, go to 6, and then like rebuild the base and just play to go to 8. Because like Diana gave you enough, or Aurelia gave you enough space, right? Aurelia only is at 5. Like if you can just get to 6 on this turn. Tough thing for the Starcrossed is hoping that they haven't found a Defy with a couple extra draws last few turns.
Yeah, I wonder if the thought process is trying to take other actions to bait it out. That 2 ride the winds there? The Hui, the Starcross, there were 2 cards that had 2 energy and 1 power as the cost. Because if that's 2 ride the winds, then if the first one gets defied,
yeah, first ride the wind. Just gonna ship the way forward. But I mean, there's the double Defiant Dance, right? Like once the first Defiant Dance is cast, it means either Defy or Defiant Dance is the only thing left. And I think Diana might have the juice to be able to push past the single Defiant Dance, so can try and force something else. Okay, just defy this. You said you saw a second ride the wind.
I just saw there was it was Smokescreen. Okay, I was saying there was
Starcross, Flash, 2-drop Moonfall, I believe is the land.
I just couldn't see the Smokescreen. It was ride the wind, and then I said there was another thing that was 2 and 1 power,
But now the Starcross is maybe opened up. I mean, Defy gone, you can say, okay, you don't have 2 Defies, and just go for Starcrossed.
Yeah, I think that might be the way, especially because you have Fizz there as such a... Yeah. I mean, you could do it on the Tide Turner too, but like Fizz is such a juicy target because...
Well, I think you have to do it on the Tide Turner, right? Because Fizz needs to move in and score to 6, right? Like the point of Star Crossing is to score to 6, right? You can step forward with Fizz so that you can at least use the Diana legend ability for the Starcross. Yeah, there it is. So bounce the Tide Turner.
Yeah, I mean, Tide Turner's still fine. Could even just opt to hide it here as more ways to like pull the Hui in next turn.
Yeah, so I mean, go to 6, Hui at the back, and then, yeah, as you said, you could still just replay a 2-drop. It's not even that scary in the charm, because, like... Okay, yeah, hiding works.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You leave your energy up for other tricks, but you have the Tide Turner there. They replay Irelia. They already have to commit resources to be able to like ready and send, so they'd be at a disadvantage, and you would just swap with Hui and
He's about to lose with the triple Defiant Dance hand. Because this is only 6 runes up, so you have to spend 5 of them to replay Aurelia. You equip and ready, and then you just have a single rune left, so that's 1 Defiant Dance at the hall. Which is a lot. It's a lot of might, but... Tide Turner swap Hui and then Smokescreen probably wins. It's probably beating it. But this is, yeah, potential triple Defiant loss. I think this was just like the Aurelia player playing way too slow, though. I think they were like overly scared in some of these spots. I could be wrong, but yeah. It felt.
I mean,
that
Tide Turner Hui, discard a unit, play the Smokescreen. That's, you know, a total of 15.
Yeah.
最低的这个情况，你上去也会只剩乙费嘛，所以你能进行的防守其实是很有限的。
就好像防也没有办法去防住了。
Because Aurelia earlier didn't gank over and go from 3 to 4, instead went home to play safe when they had 3 runes up, including 2 Defiant Dances. And then on this turn when they were 5, instead of like going over and going to 6, they stayed at 5. So Aurelia had multiple times to like score additional points and threaten to win. And they played too slow and gave Diana time to go up to like 12 runes so they could pay infinite into deflect. I think it was too slow. And like their hand is triple Defiant. Like they have so much good stuff and they never play, like they have 3 Defiant. They never played any of them. Like
it was also very puzzling because early on Aurelia had both like the board and the point tempo lead. Right, so I don't know why they slowed their progress down so much.
Stubby 面对自己的4进2的机会啊，虽然有点渺茫，但是还是想争取一下。 给他一点思考的时间。现在手牌上面可以进攻的最适合的战力就是刀妹了，但这里要把5费给用掉。
哎，有没有这个小螃蟹上去撞一手的说法呀？
真的吗？真的小螃蟹？
但是这样子的话就打完了也吃不到2分了。
就不止吃不到2分吧，就下个回合你会被轻松的踩过去。
When they get to the top cut like this in China, do you know if it's open deck list?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just wondering when they asked for the trash there if they knew whether there was like the smoke screen possibility there or like what they were checking for, you know? Is this somebody considering sending Crab in with like triple Defiant Dance and On Guard?
I mean, it's a lot of
I think that's literally
on the
what,
hall. Yeah.
I was just realizing, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Maybe they're realizing that their only way out of this is actually to make a super Crab.
Crab gaming.
We all evolve into crustacean at some point. Sends it the other direction. Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, like, Aurelia plus anything, I don't think is enough to go over. And if you don't crack the Abandoned Hall, then I think you just also lose, unless you're going to play these on defense, like Defiant Dances on defense. But I don't know that I would want to let my opponent ready a bunch of runes and have a Hui and everything else to work with, you know? Make a gold, equip the GA, and pass. Oh, well. That's what they do, so I think they might just be on the... Alright, I've got 3 Defiant
Super
Dances
Crab.
and an On Guard.
Super Crab time. I mean, all you do is just moonfall it away. You just scored the hold and then you move in. Like, who cares if it conquers to 6?
Right.
Like, you just moonfall it.
可以用专法把迅捷蟹给直接拉走。这个可以作为最后的后手，进去之后先进行一下法术对决。
Is that another moonfall? It was just drawn off the way.
I think it was, yeah. So even if there's a defy or something, doesn't matter.
终点我们将会看到乔约什么专法结束这场战斗。
再见了，谢谢。
Yeah, triple defiant this crab and watch you get moonfalled.
最后的光辉了，燃烧吧，迅捷蟹！
加油！
加油！
That's GG. Diana's going to the finals. This deck is very, very good.
做到吗？会赢的。
It is, in fact, pretty good.
马上就要进化成峡谷先锋了，
马上要进化成峡谷先锋了。
现在还是一个小潮虫，马上要进化成小潮虫了。
峡谷先锋是7战力，现在已经是5战力了。
Alright, Giant Crab currently winning.
Too bad that crab is going to the hall.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's probably correct to just like play the smoke screen and just like make them beat you with the crab and then ship it away with the moonfall. I mean, fair enough.
还能做到吗，老大？
智力得反应一下了，在他减4之前。
Yeah, I mean, if you're worried about like not so fasts or anything like that, like doing this to try to bait it out would make the most sense. But here comes yet another defiant dance.
Yeah, triple defiant dance.
我看看这个会现在减到多少了？减了6了，那就还剩2。我始终大你一点啊！
The crab is dancing. Unfortunately, the dance it's doing is a moonwalk all the way to the abandoned hall.
力压！
哇，谢谢头上顶了个巨大的负4，
这个负4对他而言有点沉重了，
仿佛一座大山压在了他的头顶。
但我不跟你闹了。手上有太多牌可以打了。
差不多结束了，
差不多了吧？
差不多了。
闹剧结束了，谢谢再见。
不。
Yeah.
And that's gonna be it.
That's it.
你先别急。
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Finally,
Diana
we
in the
got
final.
there.
进了我们的今天的决赛。
没想到我们的4进2的最后一局比赛的最后2个回合，能给我们贡献如此之有节目效果的画面啊！我感觉
I'm getting pumped for Vancouver. Diana's so fun.
毕竟我们现在已经进入
I want to just play card games. I want to play Diana games.
马上我们要把我们的精力全部贡献给我们的决赛。
Get me into this final and get me to bed so then I can go play Diana tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go play some Diana.
I mean, I'm excited to do the final, but it is also almost 8 a.m. I will be going to sleep when my house is
house is waking up.
up and brimming with energy. Hard to sleep through kids being awake. It's not even like they're loud, it's just a parenting thing. Like when they're young and you're sleeping, any sort of like noise or whatever wakes you up because you're afraid of like are they getting into something, are they sick, are they whatever, and then it doesn't matter when they're old and self-sufficient. Like Dirk's a teenager now. If he's up, it's not a big deal, but you just can't turn it off, so it still wakes me up.
Makes sense. Finals matchup is either Diana versus Aurelia or Diana versus Azir.
And based on the deck list, the Diana, I think, looks pretty favored into either one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main deck Gear Hate is going to be... It's going to go crazy hard. I don't know what the hell is going on with this this Treasure Horde Game 2 with the acceptable losses in the deck as Gear Hate. That is psychopathic to me. But, yeah, pretty crazy.
是的，也是2局都是鏖战，加起来1个小时啊。哪怕前期也都没有放弃，一直在积极的想办法。
对。 我们也是稍微期待一下吧，等会儿的最终的决赛。那在这之前呢，我们先来看一下本场的一个数据对比，战斗获胜率竟然是皎月更高一些，确实没有想到啊。
是的，每次开战他都是有一个十足的把握在向你发起进攻。
那最终我们的
The crab tried really hard.
总数就非常的基础。
The crab did their very best and is blameless in this.
月之降临太权威了，这张牌除了容易被康以外，我真的找不出太多它的缺点哦。
而且我们可以看到皎月他打法是会铺垫。
The crab was great on Earth. Unfortunately, not so good on the moon. It's not a space crab.
也是给大家补充一下，就在刚刚的那场对局当中，蓝方选手给到了一个 slow play 的警告啊。不过我们的对决已经结束了。那我们接下来也是看一下本场比赛的精彩回放吧。
And so this is the look back to how the first game ended.
Yeah, someone in Twitch chat was saying that there was a good line here where you could ride the wind in. The ride the wind will give the +1 when she arrives on the abandoned hall. You offer the trade. You trade with whichever one doesn't get pumped up, and then when you let this die with the GA, and then you re-ready it with the discipline that was in hand, and should be able to push over. Now I'm not 100% sure if like the Twitch chatter was right in all scenarios with the 2 runs up for Diana, but it did sound like an overall better line.
I feel like the problem with that though was still. Are they saying doing that in place of
before instead of the charm? No charm. Yeah, no charm.
Instead of the charm. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say once the charm was committed, then they were kind of like priced in. I did not think. Okay, I'll say this: regardless of whether there even was another line, I just was not a fan of that charm to begin with because both of them suck as far as charm targets. The only way I would have liked that charm is if it was pushing one of them away. Like I would have preferred in that situation to have seen them try to do a setup and use the charm to like push one off of a battlefield.
刚刚的4进2的比赛，2位的操作都打得非常非常精彩。
Let's see if we get a bracket update or if the other match is still going on. Rico versus Ace on the other
hey,
side.
that one went so long, we're ready to go immediately to the finals.
这个第2把的一个胜负手的位置啊，这个皎月这边呢，他在自己的手牌优势非常大的情况下，他是一步一步的去把对手的这个资源全部给逼迫了出来。首先他是去手牌上面，他一开始第一个去打出的这个法术是，刚才是哪个？
应该是先打了个什么来着？
打了个会，然后去打了一个御风。
哦，对，然后御风还吃康了，
然后被灭世了，
对，被灭世了，就是这样，一步一步的去把对手的这个手牌上面的资源给逼迫出来。
然后我记得这里是有2个造化弄人在手里吧？
对的，而且他这里是非常细节的，他在前面去逼对手交资源之后呢，他是先让小鱼人进入
defying the ride the wind just ends up leaving you completely dead to Star-Crossed. Though this was enough runes to have played 2 copies of Star-Crossed anyway, so the Aurelia was destined to get bounced. And if anything, if he waits and lets the Ride the Wind come through, plays like Defiant Dance, and then opponent goes for Star-Crossed that gets defied, just second Star-Crossed gets to come through, or Smokescreen or something to kill the Aurelia, kind of tough. Oh, you wouldn't want to kill killing the Aurelia. I guess it only breaks the GA, so it's not guaranteed to be that good. But you could always just do the second bounce. And then there wouldn't even be enough runes to replay Aurelia after that, after playing the Defiant Dance.
那与此同时，我们隔壁的另外一桌也在进行当中啊。我看现在好像是进行到了一个1-1的画面，就是非常好奇。
I mean, really, I think it just comes down to that Aurelia needed to be a bit more aggressive early on. But...
Yeah, I think so. I think it was the mistake for Aurelia really was just not scoring, just giving infinite time to Diana to just kind of like set up, build this hand, build up the 12 runes, and then just be able to pay through everything. I think that was the issue. But end of the day, it means we are approaching our finals.
$10-minute timer?
Yeah, unless you want to yap, I might be down to just throw a break and walk around so I can get some energy.
I would say throw a break because I need to use the restroom, I think.
All right, chat. We got about 10 minutes ish. It'll probably be longer than that. It always is, but I'm gonna throw a 10-minute break so that Charmer and I can walk around, get some water, stretch, etc. Get a little bit of energy for the finals. I suggest y'all do the same. Get some water, get some food, and we'll see y'all in about 10. All right, we are back. Their countdown has gone to 0-0-0-0-0. So surely the finals are imminent. Diana versus whatever one on the other side. Whether that is Aurelia or Azir, we do not know just yet. But Diana has the main deck gear hate that surely will bring some advantage to this final. After 2-0ing an Aurelia and beating an Aurelia in top 8, I believe, they're probably pretty happy to be seeing an Aurelia in the finals if that is the case. But if not, the main deck gear hate will help a lot against the Azir as well.
I haven't seen this kind of call since main deck Adaptatrons.
Yeah, crazy that anyone would play main deck Adaptatron, especially 2 of them.
It's kind of how I felt seeing both the losses and the turn to dust, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it has 2 copies of main deck, it's 2 different variations on it as well. Very, very crazy.
And then the fizzes.
Taking a trip down memory lane in their break screen. All these set 1 matches. $40 for next round? No, I think that is an hour and 15 minutes ago. Is when it was supposed to start. Schedule-wise. So we should be theoretically imminent.
Silence is killing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diana beat Aurelia. Diana made finals. What's up, Charmer?
Sorry, I was going to say, somebody in chat said the silence was killing them. I'm sorry the silence was killing them, but I'm just trying to stay awake long enough to make it to the finals.
Come on, finals. Woohoo. I'm trying to, yeah, you gotta save energy for the finals so we can talk about the games, so that we can yap. Plenty to do. Stream has been live for 10 hours. Had a full day before the stream started.
I feel like when we get to the top 8 bracket, right? The top 8 round should just be called Outer Tower. Top 4 round should be Inner Tower. And then the finals should be Nexus.
Yeah, you skipped the inhibitor turrets.
They're not real and can't hurt me.
Ah, fair enough.
Although I guess in China, they do the top 16 bracket or whatever, right? So you can do every layer there.
They don't.
No?
Nope. They used to do top 64, but now it's 3 more rounds of Swiss, and now it cut the top 8. Detonator talking about, it wasn't start to peak, it's Star Spring. and it wasn't like an interaction between it and first mate. It was just about ambush. Like, if you ambush into the star tip or the star spring when you're trying to conquer it, that is the first unit you have played there. So you can't like play another unit there and then push your unit back. You know, like with first mate and ready it and send it back in. It was just like a PSA, because there was a Yi in the Sydney tournament that like played a Rengar to secure the conquer, and then afterwards played first mate to push back his Rengar and ready it and then move it in, and that's not allowed. Oh, that was a big yawn. My fault. My fault.
Yeah, I've been fighting them. I have been fighting them.
As it always is with these, it is the wait times that kill me. What time is it right now? From Germany is 2 p.m. It is 7 a.m. for me right now. Yeah, Blevins is busy in the Highlands. Can't come in and take over the energy. We had no Europeans this time. For the Americans, it's tough. It's been a long shift. Basically got around to set things up about 12 hours ago, 7 p.m. after like doing things during the day. How do I feel Diana stacks up against Azir? I think it's not too bad. I think Gust can generate some really insane value early, because Gust just kills the Sand Soldier, right? It doesn't go back to hand and you replay it, it just kills it. And then same with Starcross. Starcross gains a lot of value into the bigger stack Sand Soldiers. You just kill them, which is pretty helpful. But then, let's see. Outside of that, I think you have good combat tricks to be able to deal with some of the might values. I think Hui can contest the might values pretty reasonably. Like, matchup should be very, very playable. Probably like slight favored. And then I think with the main deck gear hate, that probably is going to tilt the edge as well.
I mean, Moonfall, I think, is really good in that matchup too.
Yeah, Moonfall's for sure good. We have the team have day jobs. This is the main hustle for me. Blevins, Charmer, Bay Street have day jobs. Our products guy, one of the Jarvises, has a day job, and then Sam, the like co-founder with me of Test, does not currently work a day job, so he and I are just kind of full-time on it. We don't make any money yet, but we're trying. And a great way to help us do that is by supporting our sponsors. Thanks for the free segue. Our sponsors of us. We have new merch in the shop out now. Pre-orders available for the Deceiver mat. Those ship on June 30th at shop.turnemsideways.gg. This was a collaboration with a good friend of the channel, Art by Nips. It is amazing that we get to work with such awesome artists and commission them to do these and collab with us on some of these mats. So yeah, go check it out in the shop. On the shop page for this mat, you can actually find a link to Nips' shop as well, where she has these really cool like golden plated like legend proxies that you can use for your LeBlanc as well. They're really, really nice. On top of that, we have Pike also in the shop, also available for pre-order right now. Those also are shipping on June 30th over at shop.turnhemsideways.gg. This is the same artist that did our Kaisa, Victor, and Draven playmats. He has been awesome to work with. He prefers to remain anonymous, so I can't shout out all his other stuff, but he does really cool art that involves like monsters and things, which is really cool, which is why we wanted to have the Pike have some sea monsters, and I think he absolutely crushed it with the sea monsters on Pike. But not only that, we also have the spin down dice. We've added some new colorways for that with the orange and purple. Our product Jarvis is an Aurora player and didn't realize that he was doing this subconsciously, but we are adding more colors in the future. But yeah, starting for now, orange and purple. These sell out really quick, but we are constantly restocking them, so if you go check it out and it is sold out, they will likely be back very soon. Last but not least, not us actually, but Invasion. They've been a really good friend of the channel. They've worked with us since SCGCon Vegas on and off. They've been huge supporters from us from an early stage when we had nothing to show for it yet, and they believed in us, and they're still working with us. You can use code TURN5. Check out invasioncnc.ca for 5% off your entire singles order. This is an LGS in Toronto, Canada, but they ship all over the world. And also, there's still time to get pickup or delivery to RQ Vancouver on your order. So if you need any last minute cards for the RQ, go shop with Invasion. They will bring it directly to you at the RQ in Vancouver. They don't do it for every RQ, but when they are going to have a presence, they do open it up, and it is available for Vancouver. So very, very nice. Love Invasion. Huge shout outs to them. Thank you to them for always helping us out. But yeah.
I will be using them for Vancouver. Answering some more questions. Did the gear hate have impact in the match we saw on stream? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the one we just saw, the Diana versus Irelia, both acceptable losses, and the turn to dust were used in game one with solid success.
Funny enough, Glitch Goober is actually a very good friend of mine from the Legends of Runeterra days. And so there is absolutely a possibility of us collabing with her. I love her to death. She is great. I could totally see a world. The dice ship directly from the US. They ship from US. Played in day one at Lil in a side event. Yeah, I played a lot of Aurelius on day one. I played so many Aurelius on day one. Trial by fire. Had to learn the matchup. It did help, though. I beat every single Aurelia I played in the main event. Very big.
All right, let's check. Nope, they're still doing funny stuff.
LB1 is kind of cracked. I agree. I think Nips killed it with that art. It's definitely the mat I'll be using.
Yeah.
Was the top 8 LB hook? No, actually. They were just normal, like, mid-range Karthus stuff. Yo, what's up, Chris? Yeah, we just have the finals. I mean, just the finals to go. The question is when they will start. Because they had a little countdown, and it's been done for a minute, and we don't have it.
The countdown sits on a throne of lies.
I absolutely know
Drizzoff?
Drizzoff.
Of course.
Yeah. Drizzoff's the homie. I love Drizzoff. Dude was a very strong player. Really, really nice to talk to. Super kind.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very smart about the game. If he's playing some Rift, he's playing some Riftbound. I'm excited. I'd love to see Drizoth at an event.
Yeah, I would too. You know, speaking of Legends of Runeterra, if you missed the announcement, Silverfuse is going to be on the broadcast for the RQ.
Yeah, for Vancouver. It's very exciting. Yeah, Silver lives like not horribly far from me, so we've talked about trying to get some like gameplay content going at some point.
Yeah. She's like,
and by not horribly far, it's like 6 hours or something, but you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's like the other direction from me.
Yeah. I think Hook is better in the current metagame, personally. I think Hook is a little bit better for LeBlanc in the current metagame. I think the like general mid-range stuff can be abused a little bit too easily by some of the hold decks. And Hook helps solve some of those issues. I don't know what like win rate wise is performing better, but yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I feel like my gut agrees with you. I also don't have the data to back it up, but when you just consider that if you're just kind of playing the mid-range good stuff and then you're also adding Hook as opposed to sacrificing some of your deck to build around Hook, all Hook really does for you when you just kind of stick with the mid-range game plan is make it so that you can, you know, utilize it to dig deeper or find the things that you need when you need them, which is good enough. Like Hook can do some crazy things, but sometimes just making sure you're kind of always doing the good thing is more than enough.
Yep.
But sometimes you just get people pastry pilled and they want to put Hook in everything and always build around it.
I guess thought about using Matified to make your mats foiled. We started talking to them. I think there's like they're having a sabbatical, they're a hiatus for a second. So we might get something going at that point, like down the line, because their foil playmats are pretty cool. I think the production in China is great. I just think that they absolutely should have a backup table, and I really don't understand why they still don't.
Yeah, they just do the single main stage for whatever reason.
I'll be playing Diana in Vancouver. And Charmer, I believe, is playing Vi. Locked in, loaded.
I stands for violence. I still think it's an absolute crime that Vi can't play Punch first. Like I'm sure we'll get a Vi printed at some point when they start, you know, doing multiple legends, and they'll give her one with body, but
we actually have a cloth playmat being made currently. I guess that's technically a leak, but like whatever, it doesn't matter. It's my goddamn company. I'll do what I want. Yeah, we have a cloth playmat. I don't know how commonly we'll do them, but we had gotten some feedback that people wanted one, so we're trying it. We're trying to do one.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll be common, but
the easy answer is yes, we would consider it.
Yeah.
There will be one. Ever consider?
Yeah. Well, yes, because there is one that we're doing, so that is happening. There is going to be a cloth playmat. But it's not of the current art. It'll be of a different, like a new unique art for the cloth playmat. So
somebody said Thought Charmer was more of an RE player.
Yeah?
Yes, you are correct.
Yes.
If I wasn't playing Vi, I would probably be playing RE. But one, the the crowded like landscape for trying to shoot for any sort of best of Ari is always going to be significantly more difficult because she's very, very popular. But also I just really, I think right now like the playstyle of Vi because it's very similar to Lucian, and I have a lot of fun playing Lucian, or at least I did in set 2. So, and Vi is my second favorite character. Like I've got, I don't know if it's coming in on the camera, but there's like a Vi statue there, and I've got the like limited edition Arcane Vi and Jinx thing over there, and I've got like a big Vi stand-up thing from when I was still a Riot partner. I have a ton of Vi stuff all around, so. But I just don't like where Ari is positioned right now. I think that Ari has like an awful matchup into Aurora. Personally, like it's not that you can't beat it, but I just have not felt at all comfortable. So yeah.
For Shrike, art isn't acceptable loss is terrible if Sivir is the most common Aurora yet now. Yeah, it's really terrible into Sivir Aurora. It is quite good into Aurelia. It was very good into Aurelia. That's where I'm getting sold on it. It's horrible as tech for Aurora. It's not actually, but that's not what it's there for. It's there for all these other matchups that are playing a lot of gear.
Yep, Aurelia has gear. Vex has gear. Azir has gear. Some versions of Diana have gear.
All the random ass red decks running gear. So,
yep.
It ended up being really good.
Lucian, if you run it, like again, it's an RQ, right? So if you're running into the best ofs, Lucian, Vi, whoever, right? Like they all have gear. But yeah, I think the inclusion of something like losses in Diana is also interesting, just because if you're running into those Diana mirrors, but they are on Jewel and you are not, then you gain that equity there as well. So. I dig it as a meta call. And again, it's also worth noting this was an event in China where Edge of Night is incredibly popular. So you're kind of almost always going to have some sort of target for it.
Do we have votes for the Legends for mats? Generally, we just try and guess what will be popular. Our track record's not been too bad. Set 1, we guessed Kaisa and Victor, and they were pretty both viable and popular. And then set 2, we Aurelia Draven, we hit pretty well there. That was pretty good.
We did pretty well there.
We did pretty good there. I mean, I also am looking at like, usually we decide after we've seen the reveals historically, so we kind of are able to guess if something's going to be good, and we'll pick something that we expect to be good, because I think it's just more likely that people will want to buy a playmat if it's a legend they're playing. Yeah, so LeBlanc and Pyke, though, this is the first time we picked before seeing legend reveals. So these were just guesses. These were
we were just
pure
like,
guesses. These
are going to be cool to do art for, is kind of what that one came down to.
Yep. LeBlanc was like, that was always going to happen, I think. And then Pyke. So LeBlanc was actually decided before we even knew the colors of the legend. We didn't know what colors LeBlanc was going to be. We picked her. And then Pyke was kind of like the guy who does that art, who did the Pyke art. That was like oh, this is something he's going to love doing. He was really, really going to love doing. Because he likes to do the monster stuff. So versus playmats for Vendetta, guess what? We've been talking about that. We've been talking about that. I mean, that's what we want to do too. We're not sure how or what we're gonna do, but that's
I mean, we kind of had those conversations even for this set, because every time we talk about versus anything, I mention Kha'Zix Rengar.
Yeah, no, we talked about doing a Kha'Zix versus Rengar mat for Unleashed, and just ended up not going for it. We even talked about doing a Diana Leona one for Unleashed when Diana was coming out. But, yeah. Star Guardian Urgot mat when probably stay tuned. No, it's probably Probably never from us.
I think it's possible, but definitely sometime after I get my Skarner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we're trying to figure out what other like products and stuff people will want for Riftbound outside the mats. The mats are really fun, but we've got those like spin down dice, and we're trying to figure out what else people want. So if there's anything people want that doesn't exist yet, you know, hit my line. We got you. We'll figure it out. Trying to think of stuff. Just spend one more and use Turn to Dust in context of the acceptable losses. So the difference is acceptable losses is action speed versus Turn to Dust being the like slow speed. And also acceptable losses kills the gear immediately, which can be used like as a combat trick or on the same like turn. So I think that is like the big difference. And this Diana was playing it looked like one acceptable losses, one Turn to Dust main. So hedging the Turn to Dust for the Aurora matchup, that still is good against the other gear decks. And then the acceptable losses versus the gear decks that are non-Aurora. Deck boxes, reflection token, score track. Yeah, the reflection token is a big one, huh? That's kind of like right now, finding a good way to represent that'd be cool. Score trackers, yeah. We're working on some cool stuff that we'll have on the way.
A couple of the Chinese shops on eBay have their own custom token packs. Man, it'd be really cool if we had custom token packs, huh?
I mean, we don't. We have some random cool tokens that we bring and hand out to people at events, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you see me at an event, I've got tokens on me.
We do have some random tokens. So many purple decks in top again. Do we see purple as a problem? I mean, yeah, it's the best color. it's purple's still a problem. Purple is still a problem. Okay, I've got confirmation from a tweet 2 minutes ago. Final is between Diana and Azir.
Oh, all 4 of the top 8 Aurelias knocked out.
Yeah. Which means hopefully we should be getting to game soon if he's got confirmation that Azir has won. So he should be getting there.
I hope so. For my sanity.
Very fun flavor from the tweet as well. People say that Xi'an is the city of terracotta warriors, which I did not know that this was the city with the terracotta warriors. Has a special buff for Azir. That's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool. Again, translation not perfect, but some folks in the Billy chat talking about certain players using underhanded tactics and still losing. So I can only assume it's references to our Sydney winner.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a reputation.
Yeah. Lost Moon, I have a question. Where the hell are the rings for the West? Why is only China getting rings?
Yeah, I have the same question actually. When are we getting rings?
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe try playing actual best deck and not for a best of if I thought I could get a cool ring. Why can't the West stream the games like China does, where you can actually see the hand? I mean, the West could do that. It's not like they're incapable. Yeah. We have the technology.
Yeah. It is entirely possible. I mean, we've got our SCG Con Vegas coverage. That shows everything. I wish we could do a show like that again. It's so much work, but it was fun.
It was fun.
I mean, surely we will at some point. It's a when, not if, but it's yeah. Yeah. I would say, like, as much as I love the Xi'an production stuff, like they have some really amazing visuals, I would not trade these visuals for our pacing, you know? Like I would love to have both, but the pacing on the Western RQs is yeah, significantly better. There's no 45-minute to an hour breaks.
Yeah.
Which is yeah, I would not trade it.
And it just needs to hire like Granton and Ward. They'll push people through the rounds fast.
Man, this has been like a full hour, right? We took that like 10-minute break because it was like a 10-minute timer. And it's just like,
yeah. I mean, I remember complaining that it was like 7-something a.m. and we are now at 8:35 a.m. So it's been a bit.
do you think they're going to keep the China circuit separate from the West structure for forever? Yeah, forever. It'll be separate. Oh my god. Finals time, baby. Finals time, baby.
Let's go.
我是 DC，
我是解说少侠。
好，那终于来到了我们激动人心的总决赛了。就在刚刚，我们也
Even in Billy, the live stream hasn't started yet. Why did it take so long today? Maybe it's delayed. What are you waiting for? Even that's the first time I think I've ever seen them complain.
Yeah, today is the last day. This is the last game. This is the finals. Should be Diana versus Azir. Ace has the, or IPO2 has the potential to be the first player in China to win 2 of these regional opens. Meanwhile, the other side would be the first Unleashed legend to win. It is the first Unleashed legend to make a final, but also Diana would be the first Unleashed legend to win. Crazy how that works.
I just am excited that this final makes us look good.
Oh, because of how much I was talking about how good these 2 decks are right now in this metagame?
Yeah.
I was saying Diana and Azir are 2 of the best decks in the metagame. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, I am so smart and handsome sometimes.
Sometimes.
点一个，点一个。
我要玩阿里。
可以的，
可以。
也是再次恭喜我们目前的传奇卡获得者的。
I mean, it's hard when you're a caster and you don't get to play in as many events as you want, because if you don't, you know, if you don't spike like the 1 or 2 events a year that you get to play, then people will be like, oh, do they even play this game? Why are they giving advice? What do they even know? But when you're consistently right with your analysis, that helps.
Yeah. No, I've done enough in my gaming career that, you know, it should be enough. It should be fine. Okay, so
it should be, and yeah,
it's 3 copies of Gear Hate, 2 unacceptable loss, or 2 acceptable losses, and the Turn to Dust in the main. That's wild.
Wow.
Man.
And then 2 more Turn to Dust in the sideboard.
So where are the cuts? Because okay, so cut 2 apathetic, cut. Still playing the Turners. Timmy Turner's still in there. What are the other cuts? I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to look at that. It was 2 cheerless still. It was 1 apathetic, 2 cheerless.
Well, in the main, it was just 1 cheerless.
Oh, was it? I thought I saw 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it was 2 apathetic and 1 cheerless were the counts. So. Which I guess makes sense because, like, cheerless is great, but if you're like running into Aurora or whatever, then cheerless isn't necessarily as good. And the matchups where like you kind of want cheerless, like an Aurelia or Irelia, for example, like the Gear Hate is also good into that matchup. So I think I can see the vision.
Look, it's crazy. I'm gonna take a look at that list again later. Figure out if I want to try and slot Gear Hate, slot Fizz back in. Fizz has been.
I was not expecting 3. I thought it was going to be like a 1-1 and then 2 to 3 Fizz.
Yeah, there's no world I'm playing 3, but I could see myself play some amount of main Gear Hate. I do think, like, the more I think about it, the more it's like, okay, that kind of just makes sense.
But yeah, I think the cuts were there. Obviously, no Jewel, right?
Yeah, no Jewel. I didn't see the Sprite Fountain either, so it seemed like none of it.
Yeah, I didn't see any either, but I didn't get the whole way through before it went away.
Lab 圣灵人体工学电竞桌椅，专为全球顶级电竞赛事打造，是多支冠军战队的信赖之选。目前，全球已有超过300万用户选择 Lab 圣灵电竞桌椅。自2019年起 ，Lab 圣灵已连续8年与拳头游戏展开深度合作，为其所有的国际电竞赛事提供官方设备支持。您今天所看到的 Lab 圣灵电竞桌椅，也正是英雄联盟全球各大国际赛事当中选手们所使用的同款型号。 那接下来也即将进行到的就是我们最后的比赛了。今天其实我们结束的时间，会比我们的苏州站稍微晚那么一丢丢。
Who do you think's gonna take it? It's really hard to bet against Ace, but
yeah, I mean, this is.
I feel like the way this Diana is teched has to be just good for this.
Yeah, like taking player out of the equation, I think that the Diana deck is better positioned, but
yeah,
Ace is also.
Yeah, I mean, I have to like the deck that's like main decking 3 Gear Hates into the Azir list, right? Like that.
Yeah,
that's gotta feel good. And when it's already a deck that like isn't overtly struggling into Azir anyway, like you're already kind of okay into the matchup.
I will also say that the play seemed pretty tight from this Diana player the last round as well, right? Like I didn't see many glaring mistakes or anything, so that.
Wait, Yellow Castor, this is bar for bar your Azir list, same exact ratios and everything. Bar for bar, Ace is on the same stuff. Because that's pretty hype if he actually ripped the list. That's not something Ace would normally do. Like he is very particular about what he plays. So if he like that's high praise if he's bar for bar on your list. Either you came to the exact same conclusions as Ace, which is that's big. That's big ups to you. Or he took your list, which is the highest form of compliment from someone like Ace. So
而且他主牌携带的2张废物利用，在这个对局里其实可能好像帮不太上什么忙。
All right, I just watched it back. I did have it flip flop. So 1 apathetic, 2 cheerless.
2 cheerless, yeah.
Was
okay.
the list, yeah. They only had 2 traveling merchant though. I know we saw those.
Yeah, it was 2 merchant,
3,
3
2
Timmy
merchant.
Turner. So it's still 8 twos.
会不会在这里其实也是做到了一个像我们说的战场 BP 上的一个博弈点，就觉得你皎月第一把肯定是自信满满的想要去拿下的。
What is going on? What are they doing? I don't understand. Are they about to play a game? Do we
They
play
are.
games on this?
There, we got games. We got the finals.
On this broadcast, we got the finals.
Got the finals.
Oh, okay. Let's lock in.
而且从前面的对决来看，这个皎月选手他的这个战场的分布是，相对比较固定一些的，就是他开门是会选择这个废弃大厅，然后他的这个先手场会选择巨神风，在自己的后手场去利用珍宝堆去获得更多的信息。
那其实看到前面的4张手牌也是没有
All right, keeping.
必须得换2张了。
I didn't see. I saw Moonfall is being kept in there. I didn't see the other card. It was a 1 cost though. Stack, Stupefy, losses. Losses would be insane. If it's losses, Fizz, double Fizz is quite bad, but single Fizz, don't hate.
可以看到 F2 这边是有一个多兰盾，然后后面是抽到了一个训练有素跟一个暗刃。
Both players. The 2 card mulligan. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Diana was going first based on sequencing there. Picks up a flash and yeah, there
Okay, it
was
was
no
the
2-drop.
Yeah, the 1 cost was the Stupefy, not the losses or anything.
So gonna be a rough start for Diana missing the 2-drop.
Yeah, and Azir has shield into sword, so perfectly curving out.
还蛮舒服的，有多兰盾接暴风大剑。
对，
正好还是一个后手。
是的。
Shield on the sword. There's double hidden blade as well. And there's a Moonfall?
Yep, so
that's
2
another?
Moonfalls in hand. Double Moonfall, Stupefy, double Fizz. I mean, you can cast 4 Moonfalls.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not real because there's just way too much power cost to that. Making it happen, but...
Quadruple Moonfall isn't real and can't hurt me.
All right, Defy
Picked
picked
up a
up.
Defy. Timely.
Generally, you're just gonna curve out Slam Sword. We'll start with swinging in though.
作为沙皇方，肯定是比较希望积极的
拿分。
对。
And this is, I was gonna say probably just like a gust check.
Yeah. It can't gust here because it's a war camp, so it is a 4.
Oh, right,
Walking
yeah,
in,
it's
yeah.
war camp. Yeah.
所以刚锋也吹不掉，但是有2费很可能会出现，比如说像敲诈加刚锋的这种手段，但交的有点多了。
是的。
The almost 9 a.m. making me forget that that's war camp.
Okay, Red the Wind picked up. Let's see. The Moonfall math doesn't work out on war camp to pull both of them in. But is there enough to get it done anyway? So you move in, you're a 4. Moonfall reduces the shielded one to a 2, reduces the BF to a 4, so it's 6. So you need an additional like +2 in some way, which would be like 2nd Moonfall, but I don't think you want to play double Moonfall. It doesn't feel very strong. just to wipe the board and then like burn so many runes. I mean, if you just go in and play the double moonfall, like what is that? How does this look afterwards? If you go and play double moonfall, Ace can just like accelerate Azir.
Do you go to the
can,
other
like...
side and then just moonfall the BF sword over in that direction?
You could move. Well, yeah, you could just do that. But I'm just trying to think like that doesn't remove both units. I suppose you don't have to remove both units now. One moonfall for sure.
Yeah, one moonfall for sure. I mean, I could see I guess a double. I think just resolving this one at a time.
Yeah. This is -2, and then the +1 from the abandoned hall.
Oh, you could do this and then ride the wind over. Because the abandoned hall would push you up as well, and then you double.
And you scored a 2 and go home.
Go home.
Scored a 2, go home. I think I like that way better than any kind of like double moonfall stuff. Yeah, the ride the wind does add that element.
Brain's catching up. I'm trying to wake up.
I mean, he's thumbing Fizz right now, considering just like Fizz the moonfall. That's so much power, but again, it's really high tempo, right? Like it is just like kill everything on board.
I mean, it does get you another body on the board, but I don't know. I kind of liked the ride the wind.
I also like the ride the wind a little bit more than this.
You go home so that you're nice and safe. You also still would have had a rune left up for like stupefy.
Yeah, no, well, you don't even have to save the rune if you do that. You just go for another draw with Diana, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you
I always forget
that's
per trigger too.
Saved an extra power from that line. Yeah, I kind of like that line. You'd be at 2. You're on like point cadence. We'll see though as this goes now. I mean, it's 7 runes to 3. Tempo very heavily in Diana's favor. Gonna score to 3 on the next turn. Be able to bring Diana back. But Azir can just continue to develop for now.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing working in the Diana player's favor is just the fact that this is not a deck that has like a high top end curve, right? So hanging in this like 5 rune area is fine as long as it's maintaining a tempo lead.
Apple 2的视角规划，我觉得也能看出对方是没有特别适合的节奏啊，所以按照自己的手牌去调整了自己的整体的速度。大家看样子是要直接冲了，
而且手里还是有1费的装备的。
Okay, I was wondering if this would be the case with the full tapping out. You accelerate Azir, and then you can just kill off the Diana. Start to get a little bit of fight back on board.
Yeah.
Especially with like Diana going down to 3 runes, gonna only be at 5 runes on the next turn. There's a chance that your Azir even lives if you're able to keep up some protection. With 2 runes up, you have Defy, right? You have some ways to kind of protect him. So I don't mind this. This is kind of what I was thinking could be the punish for overextending in the way that happened.
Yeah, and this is exactly why I think I would have preferred the ride the wind, just because then you're safe and home. Like, yes, this developed a second body, but if you're also then giving up a body to play your body, you're not, it's a net 0, right? You're not progressing the game plan. So
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I was very much with the ride play.
And so it's Azir with a big funky sword. 2 runes up.
Yeah, now it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, there's still healthy tricks here, right? There's still a Moonfall, a Flash. I believe the Stupefy is still there as well, right? And Starcrossed, so Fistful of Spells, Second Fizz.
Yeah, it's just he's a 7. I mean, it is on Hall, so you can kind of like try and fight your way back up there, but the spells that are available are not really conducive for Hall outside of the Stupefy. Right? Like Starcross,
Right.
like that doesn't really gonna work here. Yeah. That's why, I mean, like, as much as the double Moonfall, like, Fizz hand looks like it could be really good, because it's just so high, like, it's so strong, it's just power cost is just so high. So even though you get the big blowout, there still were like, plenty of resources available for Ace still, so just being up so many runes is pretty crazy.
Right. I like this. You cycle, see if you get anything a little bit better. You also, you know, maybe bait.
This just develop
Defy.
Fizz to Stupefy to draw another card. Keep digging.
And the fact that you can pay it with your legend makes it totally worth the risk of it going to waste. And again, it's replacing us also, it's not really going to waste, but you can't utilize it. Gonna be another Fizz. Stupefy.
Yep. This is what I figured he was going for. Was just Fizz Stup. Draw another card. There's a Cheerless. Not the best matchup for it. However, it is really nice when Azir is trying to set up hidden cards as a way to try and bust through the hidden setups.
Yeah, and we did see the guards in an earlier matchup. And I believe there's still 2 hidden blades in hand as well. Yeah, 2 hidden blades. Also just makes the defies more expensive and punishing if you can get that Cheerless up and running, but yes, Gummy, this is game 1. And I do not believe I saw Downwell in the sideboard of this Diana, and it would not make a ton of sense. Just because they had they've got 2 acceptable losses and 1 turn to dust main, and then they had 2 more turn to dust in the sideboard. I think the biggest difference between this game and the previous games that we've seen for our Diana player is the lack of Hui.
Yeah, that's true. Found Hui in just about every other game on camera, or at least the 2 games that we saw on camera. So has a Vex Cheerless as the 5 cost, but that won't be able to filter this hand. Does allow for some really nasty plays with the Starcross, like once you can get the Vex into combat, you can really start to abuse these extra spells.
费有点过于局促了。
就像上一把那种打到12费的画面，确实很难出现了。
是的，毕竟有一波很激进的进攻，跟上一把的节奏是完全不一样的。
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is kind of an awkward spot because you really want to get that tier list developed, but it's kind of taking a whole nother turn off because I think that the only way you can do that is by pulling the Fizz home, playing to base, and then setting up for the future.
To be honest, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably
yeah.
the right thing to do here. I just know in the moment it always feels bad to be like, okay, my turn was like develop pass, but
yeah, I mean, it just feels like the spot that you have to develop past, or else you're never developing, because this is like Azir going to 5, like, so it'll hold the 4 and then potentially push into 5. So it gives you a full additional turn afterwards, and so like if you don't develop now, you're literally just never going to be able to develop. Playing for a combat can play, notably star-crossed, if something swings into the Vex, which is probably good enough. Well, it's not, because Defy just kills you immediately. So this play is just saying, like, don't have Defy, please.
Yeah. Like I can see the vision, but even with,
I think it's too greedy, personally.
Yeah, even with stuff up, right? Like it's like you're saying, you have to not have Defy, or not so fast.
I think you want to be untapping with Vex tier list, Vex tier list, and take over the game at that point with your grip of spells.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I felt too, but
I think there's a flash to try and escape as well, but the problem is the same exact issue of like trying to hold like this is going to fold to Defy realistically. Now, Azir might not be able to pivot at all, right? Like it's just possible that Azir can't get it even over there. And that's like a fine idea.
So the interesting bit is I'm pretty sure that was a hidden Tide Turner there as well. So depending on what Azir does bring, Tide Turner pulling the Fizz up could also represent.
Yeah. I mean, it's 11 might. You know. And again, I don't think this Azir can pivot. So if he doesn't have anything to do from hand, no ways to pivot the equipment around, no Arise, that kind of stuff. So it ends up kind of being okay.
Well, that's also War Camp over there, right? So the fact that there would be multiples is super relevant, and instead we're just going to see the Hidden Blade on the Vex.
Yeah, we'll see if it's Flash here or Star-Crossed or something to try and save the Vex, or if he just doesn't care and he's willing to draw.
Can't. Oh, I guess you can't Flash because he's doing it out of combat.
What do you mean? You can totally Flash.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. You can't Flash.
I was like,
yeah, because the Diana needs the showdown. No, the Diana needs the showdown.
Diana needs the showdown, and Vex also says in combat.
Yeah. Actually can't Flash it. Smart from Ace to just throw that out. Yeah, for some reason I kept thinking 3 runes because of the Star-Cross, but that's because I was calculating Vex. Right.
So Vex and Diana, and they both are showdown. Yeah. I was doing the same thing, but then I was like, oh, wait, it's not actually in combat.
No, that's good to not push in. Just just go ahead and throw out the Hidden Blade and say, okay, see where it goes from there. And then this swing from Azir is actually bigger than Fizz as of right now. If he just sends in the Sand Soldier with the eyeball, but it loses to every hidden card as of right now. So depends if he needs to equip the shield to try and get over.
So if he has enough might, sends this in, the Diana can try to, reveal the hidden card and then flash back. But we also know that Ace has the Defy, and at that point, like, that's just a blowout. I don't think Diana comes back after that.
Yeah, currently this is 6 might into 4. Once the Tide Turner is revealed, it doesn't even have to swap with Fizz, and it would currently be beating.
Well, isn't this more than 6 might though because of War Camp and the token?
No, I calculate it with War Camp. So it's 3 plus 1, it's 4, then the token is 2. So it's 6 might into 4 of Fizz. So Tide Turner is currently beating it. You could just flip it and say you do something first.
Yeah, if they're worried about like discipline, they could also swap with the Fizz to go up to 8, so that it would be a trade.
Okay, so he is gonna swap. Be an additional +1.
Yeah. So it's 8 on 6 now.
Looks like a discipline. And it is. Another sword picked up.
So
Off the draw.
Now-
Some more development
now it's
gonna be
8 on
available.
8.
Looks like a gust is being held. Can just gust the recruit. It's like less committal than the big spells that have power costs. Less upside overall, because you still lose a Fizz, but I mean, that's not bad as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it would suck to lose the Fizz, but if you can... I think at this point you kind of really need this hold point. And the gust is nice because even if they have the defy, there's a second gust. So
Yeah, I didn't see the second gust before, and maybe it came off the hidden blade, so it's pretty nice to have a way to not lose the game to the gust on the spot, or lose the game to the defy on the spot. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty illegal to defy that gust. So,
I mean, I agree.
and it looks like he may have something else. Yeah, just gonna maybe hidden blade and just play tempo. He had 2 copies, right?
Yeah, you did have 2.
Yeah.
So second hidden blade.
Can't even gust your own Fizz because it's war count. Not that I think he has enough runes for that to really be that worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, the runes have been kind of problematic. It's been a very power hungry game, but again, I think that kind of goes back to the earlier play, opting not to ride the wind and spending the more power. It's just been kind of uphill since. If you're not going to win this combat, I would say at least attempt this stack deck. So that, yeah.
Finally a Hui, but it might be just too little too late because this
It's
just
a
gonna
Hui
be...
and the 2 tech cards, right? It's losses, turn to dust, and Hui.
I think
I'll
that's
just
another
skip that.
stack.
Oh, it is a stack. Okay.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's 1 gear destruction in a way. Yeah, it's tough because you play the Hui, you do a development turn, and then it's just like, okay, now Azir's at 7. Like, have to win with Hui at that next untap. Feels like game 1 is just going to go to Azir. Really tough to find a path to victory for Diana. It's just not enough runes is really the issue, right? Like, just being on 4, going up to 6 runes. Like, if this is a 12 rune spot with this hand, like, maybe you're getting there, but...
I also would be... it would be disingenuous to not point out the kind of awful start that this Diana had, right?
Yeah, no 2-drop.
Missed
no,
the 2-drop. Didn't find any of your Tecton gear hate early, no Hui's when it mattered, but even further, no merchants, no stack decks early. So like the difference between when the Fizz was played on the Stupefy after the Stupefy just to try to dig for stuff, you know, if that's stack deck instead of Stupefy, seeing, you know, 6 cards and taking choices as opposed to just drawing 2 is significantly better.
Oh yeah.
Just all of the wrong half of the deck at the wrong time. I mean, it happens, but
从场上以及自己的手上的这个装备数量来看，还是蛮不错的。
这个帝君也是从头战到现在，拿了很多的分数。要解这个3点的杀兵都要花很大力气。
是的，因为自己场上实在是没有战力了。
去吧，控潮者。
more cards in hand than runes on the table. By a lot. Finally finds the hard bargain as well, right? Like
很充足的，他即使这个杀兵被解了，他下个回合把分数拿到6分，也是还有很多抽的机会。
Yeah, this hand's starting to look like a game 2 angle.
感觉是想先打一个化为灰烬，或者也可以去飞机大厅，然后再看要不要。
Because like you need to take a development turn, but you take a development turn and Azir just goes to 6 and backs off. And it's really hard to beat Azir when they are at 6 and go home.
Yep. Especially from behind.
选择前往了废弃大厅，看他接下来会做出什么样的行动吧。闪现好像前面也是没有用过的。
是的，但闪现在这种劣势局里面是很差的一张牌，就是一个撤退的动作。现在关键是要顶住啊。
Yeah, I mean, turn to dust the sword, but like, feels too little, too late. Just gonna defy it. Decides that is worth it. Keep the sword around.
强买强卖，但是强买强卖完，这回合好像就沉淀不了任何东西了。
是的，也是可能考虑到了对手的费用非常的少。 在这么少的费用情况下，都要去化为灰烬，先化为灰烬一个暴风大剑。
Siding on bargain, I feel like if you bargain here, you just are unable to play a unit.
对手的视角看有点像，就是化为灰烬完，我要想要出单位沉淀一下。那毕竟这回合如果不留费用出怪的话，
All right.
只有一个
bargain the defy.
They're gonna bargain it. They really want that sword gone.
Right, 2 spells resolve. +2 to the elephant. Nothing to really do with that +2.
But the judges are gonna make sure you show it.
Yeah. Can't moonfall because no showdown.
I mean, you could ride the wind over, I guess, with the +2.
Yeah, that's true.
The play I would have much rather
5
a while
kill
ago,
something,
but-
go home. Yeah, it doesn't feel very
Yeah.
good.
I mean, I agree. It doesn't feel good. I'm just saying, like, I guess theoretically there was something they could do with the +2. I just don't think it's correct. Defong, yes, this is the first game.
Yeah. Only plus side is Azir is running out of cards, but realistically, it's not going to matter. There's too much good stuff on the board already. And there's a new sword in hand as well, so can continue to just develop. Doesn't even have to contest the Tide Turner. Could just look to develop, pass. Could even like call the weak it, but probably worth saving that for next turn for the final push. Like you could move and make a recruit and then just call the weak it so that there's 0 units on the board for Dana. But I feel like just backing up, play sword, make a guy is probably just best case.
Really like just moving the Sand Soldier with the Herald in there anyway, because you're also going to force something out of him.
我记得是不是手里还有个训练有素？好像是还有一个训练有素的。就从开局沙皇一开始就顶在前面的时候，就一直有个训练有素嘛。
但是后面上面应该是有吧？上面教过一次好像。
手牌一直捏的比较死，看不太清楚。
All right, so they're gonna take that to the other side, get the recruit token made.
Yeah, responding to the movement with the gust. Clear a little bit of the battlefield, not let the recruit get spawned. Probably just needs to be done with the extra energy. Like, might as well tap Diana and... Oh, no, it's not a showdown still. It's just, you're just responding to a movement thing.
对，如果待会儿打算用传奇，如果打算用沙皇进攻的话，可以再用传奇先再升一个沙兵，会比现在看起来再多一个人。是的。
Maybe there's some game to play here. There's still double Starcross, so you can get around Defy. Defy was actually used last turn. Maybe there's a world. Maybe there's a way back in here. I'm also wondering if just stacking the Azir and sending it in works now. With only 2 runes up, you can't get Starcrossed, and if you kill the elephant, Starcross is completely turned off.
但他手上随便来点什么东西也都打过了。
是的，而且大概率可能会把其他的沙兵一起叫过来。
我来都来了。
再装，
装个盾，
再装，来到了8点战力吧。
然后过来百炼。 带着自己的全家老小。
So, you... I mean, you could just jam this Azir and drag, right?
Yeah, you don't even have to drag though, right? Because you'll just like end up losing. Oh no, he has tank. He won't lose any material. Yeah, you definitely just drag the eyeball one, right? Because you're just getting extra units. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because tank from the door.
The other one goes home.
As well.
But this one you make the recruit.
Okay, it looks like just considering responding to the Azir movement ability.
Yep, just trying to gust the one with the eye, potentially, but.
一个小细节，反正沙皇是有壁垒的，他可以把这个催法力冰云的沙兵叫过来，然后反正是。
I was gonna say you gotta let that one resolve, and then on this one's move trigger.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
但影响不大，只是一个可以优化的小细节。
So on this one, you just gust again, clear a little bit more, but then if you gust, then the Tide Turner dies. The other option is to like flash the Tide Turner back, but then is the Tide Turner gonna get enough done? At least it keeps the Starcrossed active.
这个先锋之眼的效果也是给通过了。那最终我们也是可以看一下目前的一个战力情况。沙皇这边的本体是来到了一个8点。
然后。
Alright, if they're doing this, then I feel like it's gotta be flash.
Yeah, it must be. Just keep something alive.
面临前所未有的压力。
对，我该怎么办？
压力太大了，
跑了。
哎呀，跑路了。
这是有生战力啊！别看只有2点。
这是我们全村唯一的希望了。
是的。
I mean, I say that, but I guess theoretically it didn't have to be
再见。
flash. It could have, again, also been like ride the wind if you wanted to send it to the other spot.
那这样子会发现
Try to keep point tempo, right? Score to 5, hold to 6.
那边可以先不撤，然后沙皇带过来。那这样子的话，自己还可以选择撤不撤嘛。然后但这里兵营是反正空下来给到皎月这边了，
The only problem is obviously that
也
still
站不住那边。
doesn't help you stop them from winning on this side, right? Like they're going to 7 and they're going to have all this might on this location. So the Tide Turner going back maybe gives you an opportunity with some combination of spells to go into that. But that's a pretty big maybe.
其实好像战场上堆这么多的战力，会给对方一点点机会啊。
就看有没有怪东西吧。
因为毕竟站在废弃大厅上嘛，下回合皎月会有8费加上传球9费嘛，有可能通过专法全部减2之后进行一波大的解场。
是的。
那是回合结束。
Okay, back to Diana. I mean, there are the Starcross. It feels like bounce effects are the only way back in, but it just doesn't feel like there's enough energy. 8 energy is... Okay, there's a Moonfall. Moonfall, Starcross. 3, 6... I mean, there's 8 right there. If you play the Raven Bloom, push in with the Tide Turner, Moonfall in the back row, and then Starcross the Azir.
Yeah.
And that kills everything, scores to 5, puts the Azir back in hand. It actually opens up, maybe this is still a game. Because
I'm not
Azir
sure.
can't just win straight away.
I mean, he can't win straight away, but he can definitely clean up whatever units are left on a battlefield.
Yeah, yeah, he'll clean
draw a
up
card
units.
and
Yeah. Yeah, and then threaten a hold, yeah. But it definitely, the game can be extended. Now, I don't remember what the rest of Ace's hand is. I know there's a Call to Weak, but I don't think there's another action speed. Like,
is there
an
Arise?
Trick. Well, not in the hand that I remember, but if you top decks it, then that will also end the game.
Yeah. Because I was just thinking Arise would be the real issue. But if you're Diana, I think that you do kind of just have to do it, right? So Raven Bloom coming down. There's no better lines if you're Diana, so I think you just do the thing and then figure it out from there. Right, so here's the Moonfall in, or the attempt.
Moves the unit in, -2 on everything, +1 onto the elephant.
然后控潮再加1，
控潮也是一个4，那么就是8打6。
Yeah, hand must be Call the Weak salvage then. If salvage was the other card.
对，很神秘啊！现在最后2张牌。
前面是交过灭世了。
场上这个上面这个随从可以不管了，反正先看这个壁垒吧。
是的。
先看壁垒的话，沙皇这边是减了2以后，来到了6。
除了沙王以外，
有一个沙兵是1，所以这里应该是合计5点。
没问题。
Yep, so now Starcross onto the Azir.
7点，如果是正常来说 ，Apple 度这边不出牌的话，
造化弄人。
选择是把沙皇给弹回手牌。
I mean, yeah, it is a board wipe.
Yeah.
这样子会不会就是跟
Maybe some more game to play.
As we approach the 40-minute mark of game 1.
Yeah, it is what it is.
然后他这里如果用召唤动物人
Untime rounds, baby.
那我觉得你把对方
It's okay. He just ripped the Arise off the top, and then we're out of game 1. You know.
自己牺牲掉一个是差不多的一个情况。
If not, though, I mean, this is like 4 more turns.
御风上去
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe accelerated Azir is also like winning. It doesn't feel like it though. I feel like there's too many cards in Diana's hand for that to be winning.
就 Apple 这边没有什么其他可以打的 trick 的话，是大一点的。
主要御风而行和
That's courtesy of 2 hidden blades.
那打召唤动人的话，可以规避掉对方的训练有素。
Yep. All right. Arise off the top.
上稍微
广一点。
对对。
Arise off the top ends it.
总归是弹回了一个极速单位啊。我感觉这个比较劣势的情况下，是不是要
It was not an Arise.
No.
好，是一个清理
No.
门户，怪不得一直打不太出来。
The guards off the top
Guards would,
would
do it too.
have done it as well, right? Because you could
Yes.
do.
You just equip any big weapon, it can't get gusted and it just goes through. Oh, actually, no, not enough runes. If he's
Yeah,
only on
that's what I was
7,
trying to
yeah,
count.
he's
I think it
actually
was
short.
one short.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, he's short for guards.
极速阿兹尔。
这里也可以花掉一些符能啊，给阿兹尔堆到一定的战力。
So there could have been an argument here about not accelerating the Azir, right? Just taking a turn to develop because you're not at risk of losing this next turn and then going. But I do kind of like the accelerate.
Yep.
Mostly because if you get rid of this tide turner and the Azir is still there, then they have to come up with yet another way to get you off of sight or you just win.
Yep, you also draw 1 deeper towards Arise. You do have to equip something, because right now Stupefy is trading. But it can just be like equip a shield if you want to save more yellow runes. Just needs to be something.
It looks like
something must be equipped. Okay, gonna equip
looks like
2
it's gonna
things
be more
that
than
keeps up,
shield.
it keeps up Arise.
Yeah, I don't think you go anymore.
No, you definitely need to be going to 6 runes next turn.
Yeah. I don't know that I like the sword because the shield wouldn't have been enough to go around Stupefy already, right? So if you're for sure kind of like locked in on 2 equipment that you're going to send, I think that it should have been shield and eye because you have tanks, so you don't have to worry about losing the recruit, and then you have 2 units on site instead of 1 tall one. I think this is just going to be a gust on the tide turner.
Yeah, if he still needs units. Or
I don't
well, he
think
has
he has...
Ravenbloom soon. He doesn't necessarily need the Tide Turner. If he's like looking for just Starcross ability.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if I guess he could Ravenbloom, Starcross, and then just replay the Ravenbloom.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you do want to end the turn with a body. But yeah, I feel like on the Azir side, like I understand wanting the security of like going extra tall there, but I would have considered I just for the token.
但这里就不能再回手了，因为再回手的话，对方底下的沙兵走进出战场，在极速阿兹尔就要双针了。对的。
Yeah, for a second I was wondering how he was able to play both here, but he had 1 rune floating from when he equipped earlier, so can play the Soul Sword and get a unit down.
Because the thing is like if it's I instead of BF sword here, then Starcross doesn't even get you like off the battlefield. You would have to like Starcrossed and then gust the token.
Yeah.
But then I don't think there was enough runes to then replay a unit.
Well, the thing is now like player unit Starcrossed, the Azir replay unit does not win because then Azir just comes out accelerated again. I guess you can still keep Gust up to try and gust the token, but he would the Sand Soldier at that point, but like Ace is not gonna leave it gustable.
学生要来单挑帝君了，8费，继续造化弄人。
弄你。
那下回合的极速怎么处理？
有一个罡风，可能有罡风，罡风守住一边的。
Yeah, because now you just have to replay a unit and get back on board, and then you hold up Gust.
Yeah.
But I mean, now it's just accelerate Azir, equip enough things that this doesn't get gusted, and game should end.
反正你的2费嘛，就是回合外这个皎月的1费。 加上流的1费，你最多就是敲诈加罡风，所以你只要堆到5点就可以了。这一地的装备很难堆不到5吧，而且它
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just was saying like if you also still have a recruit token there, then they would have had to use the gust to prevent the hold, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
now
of course.
They're tapped out, and you just win on the spot. So
yeah, I agree. But dead on board anyways. 2 runes up. Has to maybe worry about Rebuke, but I don't think there's a Rebuke in this deck. I don't know if it's open decklist for them or not. For China.
确实有点单刷的意味啊，在很早的时候就飞出了一个装着大剑的7点沙皇，
对，
然后让皎月这边无法处理。其实那回合无法处理之后，后面就有点毒透你的意思了。是的，就你一会解不了我，我就一直上嘴脸。
这边就算吃个则退什么的，也不是太无所谓。
Okay, as long as that's to war camp, then get around Gus.
Yep.
这里是做了一个3点的升摆，然后走上兵营是一个4。
是的。好。
而且这个先锋之眼还可以在原地再来一个。
And then it's just accelerate Azir and ship it.
Yeah, yeah. For the 3rd time this game, accelerate Azir.
He's speedy. He's trying to tell the people what he has seen today.
Yeah, and they just put a weapon on. So you can't get like stupefied gusted.
I mean, you can also just drag the tokens. Like
yeah, I guess what? The showdown doesn't start until after the move trigger? So
yeah.
You can't use Diana? Okay, so yeah.
这里甚至不用装配就走上去嘛，对方御风上来也只有3点。
But I mean, yes, you're also not wrong. Like, and also has the charm.
Sure, why not? This is for Ride the Wind, but Ride the Wind wouldn't even like win. What is he scared of? What are we playing around? Am I like? It's an attack trigger, not move. That's true. Yeah, so it would be in showdown. It would be in a showdown.
Oh,
so
it is an
actually,
attack.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was a move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, it is. That is correct. I always forget that. Always forget that.
I mean, they still could have stuck a BF sword and then moved, and then got the like.
Yeah.
All right, game 1 in the books. I mean, the Azir list looked really good there, but it was also doing exactly what Azir is supposed to do, which is also punish slow starts. And the Diana player had arguably the worst start that deck can have in that matchup, just literally drew the wrong half of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the double Moonfall play is also potentially suspect. I don't know, it's interesting. I agree with the idea of trying to, like, completely clear the board. It does make a lot of sense, but, like, they never recovered from the D-ramp. Even at the end of the game, it was just, like, kind of getting up finally towards, like, 8 runes. Just made it such a struggle, not having enough runes to really utilize all the cards in hand.
Not only was it the D-ramp, so the other reason that I like that Ride the Wind path is that you net end up with the same amount of might as opposed to the other way, right? Because they had the Diana, they played the Fizz, but then they lose the Diana. If you do the Ride the Wind, you run Diana back, then you still have Diana there, right? So your net might is still just 3, but you still also have a Fizz trigger. And I just think that Fizz is so versatile in these matchups, and saving it for like when your trash is deeper with options and you can just get the thing you need at the right time is far more beneficial. It is 9:34 a.m. where I'm at, and I am officially getting messages from Stark. So at least one of my kids is awake.
Alright, well, if Ace can take it down, he will be the first player to win 2 regional opens in China. He will have done it on 2 different legends. He will have used 4 different domains. And he's just 1 game away. 1 game away from taking another ring.
F2 选手在直播桌上的3局啊，到现在好像是没有使用过沙兵现身啊，是的，全都是沙兵带刀或者沙皇带刀就给这边砍翻了啊，本体现身。那我只能说不靠这个也能赢，也算是高手嘛。已经就是感觉一直在靠。
Oh, somebody asked me how is the fam doing? Well enough. Well enough. Stark is He was sick. God, it feels like ages ago, but I guess it was just like a week ago or whatever. But he's still dealing with like a barky cough. Like he's fine, but if he starts laughing pretty hard or doing any sort of strenuous activity, it's still a pretty deep cough. But otherwise, everyone's okay. Kids are excited about summer break coming up soon. Stark just had a birthday, turned 13 on Thursday, which was the other legend. So finals right now are Diana and Azir.
有可能在很关键的第一把就遭到重创。
是的。我们的武装机制引入之后呢，通过我们新卡池的一个补充啊，现在可以说是在我们环境里面大放异彩。
是，但你看我们决赛桌这沙皇就是非常依赖武装的一个卡组，
对，
只要武装多就不怕被拆。
是的，而且它也是这个使用武装的方式跟其他传奇不太一样，有自己的一个特殊的机制。
就只要我拍得够快，你的法术就追不上我。
没错，
确实有这样的感觉。
就我已经很快速的把我前面几个关键的装备给拍出来了，哪怕你后面再抽上来，比如说像蛇脊。
The other one he won on was Draven.
对于我来说也没有。
Oh yeah.
Draven.
Sorry, misunderstood the question, but it is late/early, and also Corey. Yes, you were on the wrong account, but now you're coming up Millhouse, as they say. How you doing, buddy?
但是我们得稍微保密喽。
是，但是就是刚刚那第一局也没有能拿下。没错，那进入到背牌局之后，可能这些用不太上的卡片就会被优化掉了。
是的，它的手牌结构可能会比第一盘更好一些。
再次来到仙宫，我只能说祝他好运了。
是的，
不要像上把一样仙宫没2了。
这个还是比较难受的。
确实在节奏上也会是一个大的问题，就是刚刚仙宫没有2这个事。
对，我感觉沙皇就是他只要摸上来那几张他要的1费小装备的话，还是蛮稳定的。
In Twitch, YRG said Tony Stark. Yeah, kind of. I mean, his name is Just Stark, but my oldest son was named after Iron Man. My youngest son is named after Nomad. His name is Monroe. Their Nomad Jack Monroe was the second Bucky. Yes, I'm that kind of nerd. Is there a third Corey account? There might be.
6费的回合也是非常不舒服的一个操作。
可能也是比较想前期打出优势吧，然后忘记了这个沙皇可以立马用就英雄单位进行反击。我一开始会以为那个地方就是一费不留，然后单挂在上面是会有什么反手。
我觉得到皎月那边倒不是忘记了的，是他手牌没有给他选择。就是他那个手牌结构好像就只能这么激进的打。就比如说他那时候的手牌如果有比较适合的中期单位的话，他可能会规划自己的费用留到。
Okay, streamer start game. Do I need to call them
yeah,
again?
I mean, I don't know. I saw them take off headsets after the game 1, so I imagine there was like bathroom break or something after the 40. A third Corey has entered the chat.
皎月的这个启动能力比较弱的特点也是在这一局出现了。在没有
Yeah, that sounds about right.
的时候，其实他能够去启动一个主动进攻的卡是很少的，都是要靠一定的这个沉淀才可以去发起进攻。然后虽然我们第一把没有看到，但是黄色呢还是有很多单杀手段的，所以对这个皎月的后场沉淀其实也是会有一定的威胁的。
是因为皎月如果要突袭单位的话，其实只能是用御风而行。
没错
但沙皇这边又有护驾，又有英雄，又有杀兵现神，其实手段是非常多的。
对，就是没办法嘛，毕竟沙皇是一套非常善于进攻的一套卡组。
是的，也是偏进攻的。
Yes, it has been 12 hours of casting for Cass.
像我们
有
一样，需要去前期的一点点节奏上的铺垫哦。
It is what it is.
算慢了，就是比起后期。
I
Honestly,
joined
half of it's
later,
waiting.
but had been awake the entire time as well. So.
Yeah, the waiting is the hard part. When the games are happening, we're talking about the games, I got no problems. But like, you know, I'm happy filling time in between talking to chat. But when we start getting to hour 12, the between game stuff is like, I'm done. I can't be asked.
这个还没有注意，但反正至少是有一名选手出轮的嘛，其实表现还挺不错的。
而且我后续好像看到他在今天的进阶瑞士轮的比赛当中也是拿下过胜利，应该会来到一个32左右的位置吧。
At this point, I am Ace's biggest fan.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of rooting for kind of was rooting for Diana originally, but yes, right now I'm Ace's biggest fan.
I'm Ace's biggest fan. I want to see it through to the end, and look, if we get a game 3, we get a game 3. I'm down. That's fine. But I would slightly prefer 12 hours in.
Yeah.
Many such cases of dang, I fell asleep, woke up, and you guys are still streaming. Many such cases.
Big if true.
在这个休息室娱乐局的时候，我试过翻出了5张，
直接给我轰死了。
是的，这个受害者正坐在这一边，
已经完全没有办法跟他发生战斗了。这张蓝提莫有点太狠了。
是的，还是蛮有意思的。现在我们随着卡池变深之后呢，越来越多的卡主值得大家去发掘它其中的乐趣。
而且题目的话，其实每一场感觉传奇大师的这个竞争都非常激烈。
毕竟是人气传奇。
对的。
大家都很喜欢可爱的 Timo。
Are we going back to the game? Maybe. I saw
the casters stopped for a second. They froze.
Yeah.
They were like, I don't know, like, maybe something's happening.
Yeah. Well, specifically the woman in the middle, she was like grabbing at it, which is common when people are like listening to production and they're not used to people talking in their ear. Like, I won't call anybody out, but there was definitely some folks at one of my recent events that like every time production would start talking, like they would stop even if they were mid sentence.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. I will say, I think that was like the only skill that I had as a leg up when I started casting. Because having worked as somebody who did like 911 and dispatch and whatever, I can talk and type and listen kind of like all at the same time. Because like when you're on a 911 call, if they're talking, you're typing, but then like also as you're typing stuff out and they're talking, and then you have to be, you know, like what's your address, what's your emergency, blah, blah, blah. So like all of that really helped when I started trying to learn casting with production in the ear. My biggest issue is just remembering to look at the camera, but that's because of my tism. The camera's like looking at eyes.
Yeah, I don't like making eye contact. Here we go, back into action.
Yay, games!
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I think it was like competitive 5v5 games. Made it really easy to like have the conversation happening in my ear while listening actively to that and also having a conversation to somebody else.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also played those games, but I didn't have friends, so I was never talking to anyone. It was just solo queue.
Well, yeah, that's cursed.
Yeah.
All right. Hall of Legends, Targon's Peak. Game 2 of the finals. Azir up 1-0. One game away for Ace. Stamp his name, history books, first 2-time winner.
Oh.
Taking out multiple copies of Arise and the salvages. Arise a bit too slow. Abandon can come in, causes you a lot of issues. It's kind of understandable. Instead, a Death Grip, a Vi, and 2 Guardian Angels. So more units. Getting more units on the board.
Yep.
Yes, this would be Azir's first win in China as well. Kloibu in Twitch chat. Thank you for the prime, by the way.
On the other side, it looks like out was a Flash Eclipse, a Star-Crossed. I forget what the other one is now, but 2 Turn to Dust switcheroo, Vex coming in. All of that makes sense.
Yeah, Vex would have been nice to stop that Azir from accelerating 7 times last game.
Yeah, just a little bit.
回归基本功，有感觉吗？
没错，这个就变成了沙皇的基本功大秀了。尤其是在有传奇殿堂的时候，这个产沙兵的效率啊，确实会非常的高，很有机会在自己没有大招的情况下拿下对局。
All right, first hand of 4, we see Gust.
2-drop missed again.
Cheerless. Yeah.
But Hui this time.
There's a Hui.
在自己的卡组里面才有安全感嘛。
对，那其实我们可以看到
Login 2 and
在前面确实也没有见到。
was really fast. Was that a student?
是摸上来了一张学生了，非常好的一个。
Was the final card?
挺关键的，先攻
落地了，
后手可以没有2费人，但是先攻不能没有。
对，
因为对面也在出人。
难道说留下一点小小的悬念？
是的，我们决赛的第2场正式开打。
Runes, draw. There's a stack. Yeah, it was a student. Okay. So, got bailed out from the mulligan. Diana gets on the board already, looking miles better than game 1.
Yep, Brutalizer available for Ace. At least has the turn 1 play. Because they did not see a shield. No shield into sword this time for Ace. But Brutalizer start.
Yep. And that's, still perfectly acceptable when you're on the draw, as they say, even though it's not really.
Wow,
on the
actually
draw.
weapon mastering the Brutalizer. Relatively uncommon play with Brutalizer. Often you leave it so that you can equip it and then swing in for 5.
Yeah. I think that might just be a signal that you're not going to contest the student next turn.
去巨神峰，毕竟还是自己的优势场。
对，可以先这个用传奇
Diana stack deck. Ooh, Turn to Dust Apathetic as the options. Only one more copy of Apathetic in the entire deck. Felt like it would have been useful in the last game. Gust also very useful in the matchup. Feels like Turn to Dust though might just end up being the way to go. You want to just permanently deal with these gear. And it's the only way to interact with it are with these kind of spells. It also it'll turn Fizz online later if you draw into it to kill even more gear.
Yep, that was my train of thought. Was just that the first one is extra important because of Fizz. All right, opted to develop the Diana and pass. It's the runes readied from the trigger, so not turn to dust yet. Maybe waiting to see if the sword does come down here before you commit it.
不过这里想要走进传奇殿堂的话，可能会先中一个高峰啊。
这里被断一下节奏，感觉很难受啊。
Finds the shield.
打出了多兰盾，直接百炼了。我还在想会不会有
黄冈风的操作是吧？
对，但这样有点太亏了。
是的，
过早的烧到自己的符文。
Yeah, I mean, nice just finding extra gear. Just keep developing units. I mean, this is just all Azir wants to do right now.
Yeah.
Has the Shadows Call, so if he ends up in a situation where he thinks the unit's going to die for free, can just play the Shadows Call, start drawing into more stuff. Have to be a little bit careful.
This
Not to
could be an
overextend too much
attempted
here,
gust, just because it is still just 3 brutalizer equipped from the weapon master the turn before.
I was curious if you gusted the unit, if Shadow's Call wouldn't draw 2, but there's a period between give it temporary and draw 2, so should be the silver rules, gold and silver rules working in your favor. If you play the Shadow's Call, get responded to by Gust, you should still draw 2. Yeah, did not have shield as a turn 1 option. It was not in hand. It was the top deck, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I believe Brutalizer was the only equipment in hand on turn 1. Okay, just defy the Gust.
I think if you're Diana, you're still fine with that.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
one
like,
less you have to worry
equate
about.
this to, like, just defying a Hex Tech Ray. It's the same. Same exact thing in this spot. Wanted the Conquer so that he could make another unit. So this defy basically turns into an additional Sand Soldier. Ultra
Moonfall
Diana,
picked up.
Moonfall. I mean, Moonfall's solid. You're gonna get some removal from that. Can still push Diana in, draw, Moonfall, still play Turn to Dust. Lot of options. Really like turn to dust on the brutalizer after you force it to become unequipped by clearing the unit that's holding it. Really don't want to let that brutalizer hang around.
Yeah, and especially the previous turn when if they had a BF sword, they were likely to play it. I think now you want to get some value out of that turn to dust sooner rather than later. And the BF sword is, I just think, the best option out of the two, right? So this should be the Moonfall. Yoink. Of course, grabbing the one with a weapon already on it so that it gets rid of it, and you have to pay to re-equip or go through the motion to create another Sand Soldier for the Weapon Master. Then this should be the Turn to Dust on the Brutalizer. So just a much different start for our Diana player. Amazing what having a 2-drop in your targeted tech cards can do for a matchup, you know?
Yeah. Very, very good.
Oh. Does draw the BF sword after the turn to dust was committed.
Yeah, it's nice to dodge it. It's even better than the brutalizer, and it's gonna give another chance to develop. Can look for just no, can't double develop on this turn. Unless you don't go for the longsword, can go for this instead. Or the BF sword. Can look to equip, conquer. reset, develop an additional Sand Soldier once again.
Yeah. I think this is
Yeah, that looks like
definitely
that's the angle.
the signal. Yep. Which makes sense because I don't think that there were many other units in the hand, so you're gonna be reliant on these tokens if you're ace. You want to get as much value as you can.
Okay, so just gonna look for the draw with the Diana. It's the flip.
And the
Moonfall draw.
Seems pretty good.
Diana will die. There's the Conquer. Gonna pay into it to make another soldier. Getting a lot of value out of the Hall of Legends. Just playing very efficiently. I'm just gonna Shadow Skull. Yeah, it's unlikely that it's gonna live anyway. Just trying to refill the hand. Finds another sword. Yep. Might as well Weapon Master something back.
It's kind of amazing that with this abandoned hall, as long as you can play a gear and get the Conquer.
Yeah. As long as you can get the Conquer.
Yeah. You essentially you're getting a discounted Desert's Call every turn.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
You're paying 3 energy total to end up with 2 Sand Soldier tokens. It's kind of absurd, really.
Yeah, it feels like this is the time to just develop Way.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Going to 4 seems fine as well. I'm pretty open to go to 4, develop Way, still hold up 3 runes. Or actually hold up 5 runes because you're going to go peak, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say if you go in the other direction, you can develop Way.
Gonna use Diana to just Moonfall something here. Just trying to get value out of the Diana herself, get value out of the untapped runes as well. Just keeping the pressure up. Yeah, okay, so now play Way at home and ready too.
Yep. Was just kind of preemptively separating to know 2 was coming back from the trigger, but gonna hide a card as
I believe
well.
it was it the switcheroo that was drawn?
Was it? I thought it was it the Tide Turner?
Could be a Tide Turner. I mean, Tide Turner would be
because we saw the Tide Turner. We saw the Tide Turner on the top the one time. Remember?
Okay.
And then I thought that was drawn into hand. And yeah, Tide Turner with the Way there would be crazy.
Brought in from side, but I don't remember if it was drawn. But yeah, Tide Turner with Way is great. 2 extra runes up. I think there was a Ride the Wind, if I remember correctly. I have to see this hand again.
Production shows hand.
Yeah, shows the hand. So there's an Arise now for Azir. Feels like you want to take a turn to develop one of these swords, and then you may need to start looking towards the Arise. But also, it's still, yeah, the sword is like kind of slow too, because you want time to develop the Azir. You want to play the Arise. So there's a few turns that are kind of needed. And right now, Diana is knocking down the door.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is that sword doesn't let you continue to generate multiple units with Hall in this situation. So I believe he's just on the 5 runes total. I think Ace wanted to keep pace with points, but I don't think that's going to be possible with the hand that Ace has at the moment. Like, even if it's just like Brutalizer instead of a BF sword or whatever, you just don't have enough to punch through Student plus a hidden card, even if you don't know what it is. Tide Turner, you know, is bad because you see the way. Switcheroo is potentially bad.
Yep, just develop and pass. Makes sense. But as Diana, that's the comfort zone. Hitting the Awaken with Hui on board. Is Ride the Wind, Stupefy in hand, and then another Hui.
I could see this be, you know, Hui to Hall, draw, and then, depending on what's drawn, possibly discard like the Stupefy just to draw another card.
Yep, I think that's very likely just to be the line here. Keep up the Ride the Wind for extra Hui value.
Well, and especially if the other draws a Stupefy, it just makes even more sense.
Easy enough. Well, third Hui.
Well, we found where they all went to after none showed up in game 1.
Yeah, only being on 6 runes is a little annoying, but the hand only does one thing, and that's play Hui, so you might as well just play it, and you may lose one of your Huis here, but, like, screw it. Like, Ace will have to commit something. I mean, whether that is just a rune equipping an equipment or a card, it will be something.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy spot to be in with Hui in base, Hui on one spot, and likely a Tide Turner at the other, so it doesn't matter where you go.
Switch. I think it is Switch.
Right, but I'm just saying if you're on Ace's side and you don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's just how do you beat the Tide Turner? Yeah.
Yeah.
Think we're headed to a game 3 here though.
有个位啊，但是位5费，其实也是相当于和其他的可选项占了一个这个。
I mean, it's certainly looking that way. Diana at 6 points with this board state.
Yeah,
Cannot
has the
feel-
ride the wind, has
Yeah. Cannot feel good.
贴2个武装上去是一个这本身是一个5加2 7就可以防一手，就是被敲诈平换。但我觉得会这边应该不太接受跟你换吧。好，选择先上一个残暴之力，贴附上去再加3点，那这里是来到8点。
Yes, this is game 2, Professor Jake.
选择先打学生，
这路线也是有点曲折。
哦，那这边搬开一个，
有点致命啊。
Sending 8 into 2, switch.
哦吼。
Switch, scoop.
And after all of that, expecting to likely play around Tide Turner, you get hit with the old switcheroo.
Yep, sending 8 in is pretty good at playing around the Turner because it's gonna have Hui run in at his 8, and then you just trade it, and then you can cascade the equipment from there. Play out the rest of your turn, maybe even just play your eyes. But switch completely juices you.
暗人。
你想交也没得打。
如果非位的话
I think that's just GG. I'm unless I'm missing something from Ace's hand. I actually just think
No.
that's just over.
这个学生是8点。
I wonder if he's considering if there's a way to hold Hall of Legends on the next turn, so that
only other thing I could think of is that now that you know that was switcheroo, you could, I guess theoretically, play a rise to go over top of like the Hui on the other side or something,
and then
but
you
then
just
you
try and
just
hold
lose next
there.
turn.
You have to try and hold on the Hall of Legends.
Yeah. But then you just lose next turn because like how else are you going to hold? And they still have Hui in base.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're gonna be able to hold against the Hui with the full Rune's Awakening. Also, funny enough, trying to take down the Hui, you can still ride the wind this 8 might or 9 might Raven Bloom over, make it 10 might, so it's total 15 might to defend, which might just not even be breakable.
导播和一位啊。
这个正在攀爬的黄金小破罗。
原暗人是有点把幻王乐是有点把 F2 这里的计划打乱了。是的。
Holy shit. Russian, thanks for the 20 gifted memberships. God damn. Thank you so much.
That is a lot of memberships.
Thanks for hanging out and watching the stream with us. Thanks, everybody. All right. Just gonna be equipping the big equipment to send 8 into Hui. There is the option to ship this Ride the Wind over, but you could also just say I don't care.
No, I think you
and you Ride the Wind home
just to break their spirit.
Yeah, no, Ride the Wind home is just like way more. I guess like measured. You just come home, you draw another card, and then you basically swing 16. So you just like discard the stupefy in my eyes.
But I like the flashy play.
其实没有废了，可以丢敲诈再抽一张吧。
I don't like this correct play nonsense. Picks up another ride.
掉个御风，掉个御风挺关键的。这个御风的话，哪怕第一个会中了对手的暗刃，也可以。
That's even crazier because it's not even 16 at that point.
这边沙兵现身， 这个会增大的聚手数值是不是比沙皇要大一些？但是就有点把自己的底牌全部用掉了。
主要这个学生有点太大了，这个学生已经10点战力了。
是的，只能看着了，或者把它刀掉。
All right, well that's 6, so I assume that is just going to be our classic little Arise.
Yep.
That can just grab the BF and the Brutalizer and go take out the... I mean, I don't think you actually fight the... Yeah, you're just gonna end up sending these in to hold.
Yeah. It's all just a hold, but if all the energy is spent, it's just a simple math problem at this point, right?
Yeah, topped out.
So
I mean, unless there's a hidden card.
Yeah, what?
And there
2,
is.
4...
So maybe a hidden blade, and then that just makes like the math really difficult.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
a
I
hidden
mean,
blade makes it really difficult.
You know, maybe they're starting to find a little bit of room because you can always pivot this entire board over with Azir, so it's not like Diana can look to confirm a hold to 8. So there's a bit to be done here. Bit to be done.
Yeah, if there wasn't the threat of a hidden blade, I think you...
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot easier if there's no hidden blade.
Well, I was just thinking, like, you could send one of your ways to the peak to possibly give it +3, and then ride the wind at home to give it possibly plus another +3, and then ship them both up there.
Red the Wind was spent last turn, so that's the...
No, he drew another one.
Oh, he just top-teched another one?
Like the previous turn off of the Hui triggers.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, well then you for sure... Yeah, okay, so it is there. So you for sure go with the line you're talking about if there was no hidden blade, right? You would just walk into peak, you'd ride the wind home, you'd run back in, and then you're just 8, 11, 14.
And then, you know, potentially 22 if you're sending both ways in.
Yeah.
This could be a situation where it's like you send in one Hui to see if it is the hidden blade, and if it's not, you just trade for as much might as possible.
Yeah, it might just be develop though. It might just be develop. Develop and then I mean, you potentially still can use Ride the Wind as an out.
Yeah, you could save the Ride the Wind, develop, and then if they try to like accelerate an Azir or something to pull all the tokens over, could Ride the Wind back to the other spot, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. Like, you could also you can move both the Huays up there too, so you still get the double filter anyway. Have a ton of might looking to try to hold win, force them to try to like be a bunker breaker. And then just go in the other direction.
If you play Vex, you also like make it so he has to hold up an additional rune in order to be able to play the Hidden Blade. So if you play Vex at home, leave the student to look for the hold, you make it that if they accelerate Azir, they can't reveal the hidden on the next turn when you swing in with Vex, which is pretty good. Wait, did I just say the exact play that then Alan typed in chat? Look, see. One sec. I know what I'm saying sometimes. There you go. Yeah, I think this swing is wrong. I think it's just play Vex at home. Exactly.
费都还没用呢。
可以换掉3个沙兵，332，换完之后正好还剩8点。其实如果这个换通过的话，卡牌变数或者会，翻到一个强买强卖，是不是就可以直接通过了？就可以。但这样好像也只是平换啊。不过平换完之后，应该有费用剩余去御风而行，拿下这个战场。对的。主要得先换掉一点，如果能换掉的话，就比较清晰了。
对方如果没有动作的话，就赶紧开换是吗？然后用卡牌变数去找一个强买强卖或者遗弃。
这里有个壁垒，
有个壁垒
得先换边上那个
3。
换完3可能就是332这样换。
Play Vex on battlefield, move Hui, and hold up Bread the Wind. I don't think that actually does anything because then the Azir just comes out next turn, just kills you. I'm pretty sure the play is what Alan said and what I said earlier, which is just play Vex at home, hold with just the student, and then when your opponent has to play Azir in order to get the student off the battlefield, then they have to pay all 5 of their runes in order to do so, and on the next turn when you push Vex in, the hidden card has to remain face down.
而且好像没有看到有换下去。
仪器好像没有换上来，但是强买强卖应该还是在的。
I just think that is probably just the correct play in this spot, but it is a little late for it now. You can still just play Vex at home and still kind of go for it as
no, they got rid of the Vex.
Oh, he dumped it. Never mind. Yeah, I think that's just wrong. Yeah, that's just wrong.
那就不存在说刚刚提到的再打一个专法的这种机会了。至少在这个回合。
那这里他可以第一个会上去，然后开启这个。
I think the train of thought here is that no, and then they pass. Yeah, I think that is wrong then. The only thing I was thinking of here is if you play this way, you could send in the second one, and then if they have the hidden blade, then you just ride the wind the other one up. Like you could have sent one in, and then with your first action, ride the wind to send the other one up, and then hidden blade isn't enough.
确实这里不太着急
而且基地里的这些单位沙皇也没有办法处理。
没错。
Like, is there any hidden card that you're worried about where that doesn't work? Like, why didn't you do that now that I'm thinking it through?
Is there any what? Sorry?
Like, any hidden card, like it could be Hidden Blade, could be Back Off, whatever, but I'm just trying to think of any hidden card. So when he plays the second Hui, right? If he takes the one that was readied and he runs it in, but then with first action, plays Ride the Wind to bring the one that he just played up, then Hidden Blade can't stop both, right?
Yeah, true.
And then you just win.
Yeah, if they're both 8, yeah. This soldier was 8. 2 or total 8. So it would have tied. It would have been just the whole board would have wiped. The Hui would have been 8 into 8. And then one would die to Hidden Blade.
Oh, is that another BF?
Yeah, it's a BF. The yellow weapon's a BF. So it's a BF and then +1, +2, so that's 6 +2, that's 8, right?
Yeah.
So it was 8 there.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Plus you'd have to have enough units, so you'd have to see units, etc. But
yeah.
I mean, there's a Tide Turner on top, so it would have worked. Timmy Tide Turner.
对方现在费用优势打干了，应该是比较好解决的。先可以卡牌骗术，看一看牌。抽上来的一张。
But we're in the similar predicament, but this can always start with drawing a card. Off of okay, moving Hui there.
Can draw a lot of cards doing it this way.
Yeah. Ride the wind to bring Hui back.
一个造化弄人，
造化弄人终于来了。
Draw a card for Conquer. Also, that's a Starcross. The Starcross is probably just gonna get the job done.
对，好像也没有什么需要去担忧的地方了。
就两个人一起走进去，然后这里会还可以再帮你绿一张牌。
其实主要是想拍个空巢者，给多一个能被造化弄人回手的单位。
是的，强买强卖也到位了。
Yeah, hard bargain. Yeah, now it's
we're going to a game 3. We're going
to game 3.
万无一失了。
要先提前恭喜吧，帮主之人选手。
I mean, there's 7 different ways to win from here.
是的，后
So
面的每张牌都很有回应他的感觉啊。
非常安心的留下了5费，这回可以打出所有。
Starcross the big one.
是的。好，先弹手吧。好，造化弄人，回手。
Starcross the big one, run in hard bargain is the most simple way to do it, and that is very likely the way he's going to do it. There's the fist bump. Game 3.
All right. Hopefully, not a lot of time in between. I'm praying.
确实也是，
2局打了快100分钟了。
是的。
Last time, I feel like they gave him a restroom break because it was like a 40-minute game, and then this was like another 40-minute game. So we're quickly approaching like a 3-hour final.
有史以来最长的一场 BO3。
是的，这么听起来你很期待哦。
Yeah, they're nearly towards a 2-hour final already. They're definitely going to blow past that. 100-minute final already.
是的，应该打得会更加谨慎。
是的，而且皎月这个卡组，他在后手的时候韧性其实也是非常强的。毕竟他有一个3费的英雄单位，而且还有后手可以用传奇去铲额外费用的这么一个效果。
对，因为我们可以看到这一局皎月选手在手牌上前期就已经有一个比较不错的开局了嘛。
其实也是可以看出，就是在自己的核心单位会来了之后，皎月这一局是非常的顺畅啊。整体上我们看到他这个回合是一共拍了3张的会。 对吧？帮助他能够很好的在后期去过牌，还有跟。
Yes, sir, gamers. This was game 2. We got one more to go.
是看